LA Dodgers is reportedly buying the Lakers for $10 billion, by far the highest price ever paid for a professional sports team. Every sports franchise owner should be thrilled about the bonanza Walter is creating for them, especially the Knicks, Rangers, Cowboys, and Yankees. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Thursday morning with the Phils. They are an adventure. Never, and I mean never, a dull moment with this baseball team. Look, there's an awful lot from yesterday to digest. Phil's got the win. Ranger was great. Cassie caught the ball in the end. Yes, Alanis Morissette. Isn't it ironic? A little too ironic. Yeah, I really do think. Look, we'll talk about it today. Cassie's wife got involved. Devin's involved. There's a lot going on here, including the Eagles. Of course, always some Eagles talk. NBA Finals could wrap up tonight. LeBron on the record with something very interesting. We'll get into that. Phone calls and all this today at 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
It's a good shirt.
Oh, have I not worn this before?
No, you have. It's a great shirt, though.
You've worn
Great
it,
shirt.
but
It's the old Techmo shirt.
doesn't make it less
but
of a
it's
great
Saquon.
shirt.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it might be the coolest shirt you own.
It's a great.
I would say it is.
I actually think it
I
might
agree.
be.
I agree.
Yeah,
I concur.
And the scene in Techmo Bowl when the celebration, when it's Walter Payton. He did it.
Well, this
he
is
went
Super
up
Techmo.
And you are, and it's your game too.
Oh,
So
really?
Peyton was in the original Tecmo, but not Super Tecmo.
and it's your
Okay.
game that you
Oh, it's
play.
totally
So
my
like
game.
that, it just works.
Correct.
It's good. It's rare that you dress well. So
Ever tell you the time I scored a touchdown on the last play of the game? Fred Barnett from Randall beat my friend in Techmo, and I called Fred Barnett. Boss move.
His
It was like a 90-something yard on the final play, and I had
Poor Ernest
I had to call.
took it that
And
day.
Fred
call
cared a lot.
All right, what do you got, John? What's up?
Every second, your body produces 25 million new cells. Every second. So that means in 15 seconds, you, Joe, will have produced more cells than there are people in the United States.
What's my response, John? I mean, that
Every
is a
15
How do
seconds,
they
Joe
know? How do they
DeCamara
know?
produces more cells than there are people in the U.S.
Well, maybe I produce more or less than the average bear. You never know.
I would bet
Definitely less if I had to bet on that. Yeah.
All right, so let's get to it, man. Never a dull moment with this squad. By the way, with the win last night, they're now a game out of the Mets, who have now lost 5 in a row. So that's good news. So let me give you a nutshell. I know early in the day, a lot of people perhaps haven't digested last night's game. Maybe you didn't even watch it. Nutshell, here we go, because then I'm going to get to the heart of the matter. Actually, hearts of the matter, because there's a couple. Nutshell, Rob Thompson says he and Cassie are good. Ranger pitches a terrific game. JT gets an RBI hit. Stock gets a big 3-run homer, and he really needed that. He's been struggling. Strom was weak, 9th inning. Okay, Cassie is not removed prior to the 9th inning, hold a 4-1 lead. Not removed. And then it gets to a 4-2 lead. And then, unbelievably, let's listen to it. Nick Castellanos, 4-2 lead, 2 out, 2 on, bottom of the 9th, winning run at the plate. You think maybe this thing's even going to sail over the wall. If not, it could certainly go for a double or a triple, tie the game up. But Casti, like Roberto Clemente in right field.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field. Backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall. Jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall, and he hangs on. And Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence. And the Phillies win the ball game. And you got to be kidding me the way baseball works out sometimes. Nick Castellanos in the game, still in the 9th inning, and he makes the catch at the wall to end the game.
It's a great call by Scott Fransky because he captures the moment. You guys know what the deal is.
Yeah.
I mean, Casti, everyone knows the deal. Casti had been benched the prior day. It was about a reaction to being pulled out for defense.
Our manager was weak.
Okay, let's get to it, John. So the issues are, let me just set the stage for everyone. The win, Rangers' excellent start, and what you deal with that.
Yeah, Rangers awesome.
We'll get to that. Casti being left in the game after people like John and I were applauding Rob Thompson for taking him out, and then we'll get to some post-game stuff with his wife on Twitter. John, the floor is yours.
We absolutely celebrated this decision, this hard line that we thought our manager was taking.
Not so
with
hard.
Casty. You know, I have a new dog, a new puppy.
Okay.
His name's Carl, and he's 7 months old, so he's an old puppy from what I gather. And I'm getting emails from like the AKC people, the American Kennel Club, saying 34 weeks old. Ooh, they're really going to test you.
Yep.
You know, these are the adolescent years. You've got to really be hard and fast with your rules because they'll test them. So that's Carl.
Okay.
Carl peed on my bed.
Okay.
Carl, holy cow, this was very early in our relationship. I had to lift him up to put him on my bed. And how did he return that favor? He peed on said bed. So you know what? Carl's not in my bed ever again. At this point, I don't foresee a point where he will redeem himself enough to where I'm going to put him back in the bed.
Repercussions, right,
You know
John?
what? Yeah, exactly.
I know where you're going. Yeah.
Topper just put Carl back in my bed.
Yeah, he did.
Topper put Carl back in my bed the day after he peed in it.
Right.
So that does not fly with my teaching methods or my coaching methods or whatever you'd call it. Right now, you needed to keep him off the bed. Yet somehow, I don't know what it is. The seniority takes
it's what it is.
precedence.
And whatever happened behind the scenes in the last 24 hours. So, and of course, John, I'll just say it on behalf of anyone who's about to call in, and you can to react on all of this, because it's got a lot of tentacles, all right? A lot. 215-592-9494. But, John, I'll be the first to say it. Castellanos did catch that ball.
I guess he did, but, last night what Topper did, he just took him and put him and gently cuddled him and nuzzled him, nuzzled his cute face. Like, I'm thinking Carl.
Yeah, I understand.
It's a good boy.
And said, hey, no hard feelings, Carl. No hard feelings, Carl. And actually, to make up for any inconvenience, Carl, I won't now solidify our defense late in this game. Yeah. That's what happened last night.
Like
we didn't do what we should have done from a managerial perspective, which is shore up the defense to like make up for the inconvenience caused to Casty.
So let me go on the
That's a
record
mistake.
where I stand. I agree with you, John. I agree with you. And yes, this is where you get into an odd territory as a talk show host, because the reality is the outcome last night played out in a positive way for the Phillies within that game. Casty caught the ball, Phillies won the game. There's no doubt about it. But I do think in the broader picture, I actually think it was a step backwards.
No question.
That Rob Thompson relented 24 hours or 48 hours, depending on when you want to define it, because here's the deal.
He reinforced the fact that he will preserve your feelings and make our team worse in the process.
Look, I know this to be true. With who is up in the big leagues. Now, maybe there's someone from another team at some point or the minor leagues at some point, but who is up in the big leagues? The three best defensive outfielders the Phillies have, in whatever order, are Kepler, Rojas, and Marsh. I know that to be true. I know it. I also know to be true the Phillies held a 4-1 lead entering the ninth inning, which means the concept of Casty, wherever he's going to bat, really shouldn't factor in when you hold a 3-run lead. So I am disappointed in Rob Thompson. And I hope this isn't one of those times, and it probably will be for some, where they say, well, we're back to the Mike Schmidt adage of, the thrill of victory and the agony of reading about it, or in this case, listening about it on WIP. But the reality is, I think it was weak by Rob Thompson. I was praising him yesterday for a strong stance, and then he did this.
Yep.
But Casty caught the ball.
That doesn't mean that that's the proper choice.
John, I agree with you.
It doesn't mean that preserving the feelings of our right fielder makes us a better team.
Well, okay,
because it didn't.
So let's find out. Of course, you can weigh in on the phone lines, 215-592-9494. Now, a whole nother issue. James, can you please detail, because Devin puts a tweet. Devin, you pull one or two tweets out specifically about Cassidy's D during the game?
No.
One was in the morning.
Yeah, it
in
was
the morning.
during the show.
Okay. Okay.
I was just looking at the defensive stats to see how he stacked up. So I knew that, like, I'd even talked about this with Ruben Amaro on our show over the weekend. Like, Castellanos is not a secret that he's not the best right fielder that they have defensively. Like, it's just a fact. He's not fast. I think that he's been doing good on offense this season, and you guys know I've said that. So I decided to take a look at the stats. I posted there's a graphic by Statcast that shows the Phillies fielding run value leaderboard. And Nick Castellanos is last. He's -9, where Rojas is in first at +3.
As you would expect. I mean, the eye test would tell you Rojas is the best defender, and Casty's one of the weaker and certainly fourth out of the main four outfielders. By the way, just so everyone's clear, it's not an argument of whether Casty catches it when he's at the ball. It's a matter of how often does he get to the ball. Because I think he's pretty good with, catching the ball.
That's the trick.
But he's not as fleet as foot as others. And so James, last night, I think it was during the game and after the game?
Well, after the
wife?
catch, Cassie's wife, Jess Castellanos, responded to that, tweeted Devin, which again was in the morning, and wrote, bleep Statcast. I'm obviously censoring it here. Okay. And then Devin, after the catch was made, tweeted, okay, Cassie, proven he can play right field just fine. And Jess Castellanos tweeted 414 games, no errors, National League record holder, eyes off the computer, watch the game.
Yeah, so here's the thing, and Devin, I want to get your impression, but here's my reaction to that. And again, everyone can weigh in 215-592-9494. And I don't want to come down like a mean guy, Nick Castellanos' wife. That's certainly not my intention. I will just say this: there's a difference between not making an error when you get to the ball and not getting to the ball. Like, it's great that he catches the ball when he gets to the ball, and he does. And to have that kind of streak without an error, an official error, that's fantastic. That's terrific. But as we laid out 2 minutes ago, the broader issue with Castellanos defensively is not getting to the ball. And then those things never can be errors because you're not going to have an error if your glove doesn't touch the ball. So she's probably not factoring that in. All right, Devin.
Definitely not factoring that in.
When you see this last night or this morning, because, sometimes you wake up to this stuff. And so what's your reaction? You're in the storm, Caney.
I know. Look, Phillies very active on X, I'm learning this season. But no, I'm just trying to do my job. I like Nick Castellanos. You guys know, I feel like on this show, I'm one of his biggest defenders, at least offensively.
You are.
And I wasn't even posting that stat to be a hater. I just thought it was interesting, to see it laid out. I think a lot of people don't see it just on a graph. He's -9. The next worst is Max Kepler's -2. That's a pretty big gap in defense. But I totally didn't mean it to be like a hater thing or anything like that.
And by the way, let me just say, it wasn't.
It was. Thank you.
Listen, the reality in sports talk radio, we're fan, right? Whether you're talk show host fan or fan without talk show host, we all give our opinions. And sometimes, in addition to giving our opinions, we essentially give the opinions of others. I mean, that's basically what, Devin, your thing is. You're stating what Fangraphs has put together.
It's not even an opinion. She's stating a stat.
I'm going to know. Their metric. They've arrived at a metric for which they judge defensive players or offensive players or whatever. And, it's like QBR in football. I mean, someone had to come up with a formula to say this is how we arrive at 84.3. I don't know how they arrive at 84.3, but they do. Okay, fine. So, sometimes people get bothered by it. And sometimes it's the wife of the players.
Yeah. And so, my second tweet, I hadn't even seen her first reply. I don't know if that was sent before or after my second tweet. I was genuinely happy for Castellanos. I know people are upset that he stayed in the game, but it just that's what I love about baseball is moments like that. A guy is sat and benched for the previous game after getting mad for being taken out, and then he makes a game-saving defensive play.
I don't know how any Phillies fan in that moment last night watching that couldn't chuckle.
Yeah.
At that's the way it ended.
You can't write it better.
No, you can't.
Write it better.
Now, of course, moving forward though, so let's tie the two issues together. You can weigh in on all this 215-592-9494. Moving forward, based on last night, I would surmise, common sense, that Castellanos will probably not be removed for defensive replacement, and I think that's a mistake. Unless, maybe it's a one-run game and he's coming up second in the next inning, and then you might want to keep him out there because you might need his bat the next inning if the game is tied up. So make of it what you will. Your chance to react to an awful lot. We're going to get to the Ranger thing as well because that's an increasingly important issue with complexity, both short and long term, with what to do with Ranger, who I think most people know has 3 months left on his Phillies contract. I mean, this thing ends at the end of this year. And he may be their second best starting pitcher. I think he is their second best starting pitcher. So it's getting complicated. I mean, a couple weeks ago, we were talking about maybe trading him for an outfielder, and now it's like, yeah, I might need him for game 2 of the playoffs, especially with Nola's injury, which has changed the equation. 215-592-9494. This and more, all on the table today, including a chance to win a really cool prize. We'll get to that and phone calls next on 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Gonna be gone. Oh, it cleared.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Maurice with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Ravens signed quarterback Jair Alexander to a 1-year, $4 million deal with another $2 million available in incentives, according to NFL Network insider Mike Garafolo. Alexander is a former Louisville teammate of Lamar Jackson and now joins a cornerback room that already features 4-time Pro Bowler Marlon Humphrey, along with second-year player Nate Wiggins. He spent 7 seasons in Green Bay before being released last week. Meanwhile, the Rams' chances of acquiring cornerback Jalen Ramsey from the Dolphins could be fading. Head coach Sean McVay said he wouldn't rule out a trade, but noted there are, quote, obstacles preventing a move. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are back on the field this week for mandatory minicamp. Mahomes saying their Super Bowl loss, quote, gives you the push to be better and show what we're really about, end quote. One of their goals this year is to get back to some of the explosive passing plays they've been known for in the past. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the One. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love, love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines, guides in the know, and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Today, hot and humid with some late-day storms, high 92.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Phillies beat the Marlins 4-2 last night in a game that had it all. Ranger Suarez set the tone, striking out 8 and allowing 1 run through 7 innings. Bryson Stott hit his first home run in over a month to add on 3 runs for the Phils in the 4th inning.
Stott with a chance to add on here against Major. And the pitch. Stott swings and hits one deep. Up the alley, right center, long run, Hernandez, and it is gone! It clears, and it's a 3-run home run for Bryson Stott. The Phillies with a 4-0 lead on Stott's 5th home run of the season.
NBA draft prospect Ace Bailey canceled his planned visit to the Sixers today. The Rutgers star was set to visit Philadelphia on Friday for a private workout and dinner with the Sixers front office ahead of the draft next week. Enjoy Bud Light and Mick Ultra specials all summer long at Chesapeake Inn, home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&B Canal. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Weather sponsored by Roto-Rooter, sunny with a high of 90. It's currently 73 degrees. Have plumbing or drain problems? Call Roto-Rooter. Their experts are ready 24/7 to tackle any issue, big or small. For fast, reliable service, trust Roto-Rooter plumbing and water cleanup. Listen to Sports Radio 94 on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Suarez. It's like Castellanos catching the ball when he shouldn't even be in the game.
We should have made our defense better.
There you go.
But we didn't.
But
why not?
I don't know what's more ironic, that he caught the final ball when he shouldn't have been in the game, or that the final ball found him when the prior issue was that he had been taken out as a defensive replacement?
Such a good both.
I don't know.
It's all of it.
All right, what do you make of it all? 215-592-9494. It is indeed double ironic. Let's kick it off with Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Yeah, so expect a defamation suit from the Clemente family for mentioning Castellanos.
I had the same
That's
thought,
a great
Ed.
point.
Same thought.
It did cross my mind, too.
Outrageous was the word that came to mind.
And I think that, too, was an ironic comment. You know why? Because it's got a touch of sarcasm, like 100% of sarcasm.
The ultimate irony is most of the things in that song are coincidences, not irony.
I know. I'm joking around. Yeah.
So I don't recall being this frosted after a Phil's win in a long time. 3 consecutive innings, 7th, 8th, and 9th, they had runners in scoring position with less than 2 outs. And how many runs did they score out of those last 3 innings?
0.
0, yeah, exactly.
0, yeah. And 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. It was one of the weirdest double play combinations. I think it was like 6-3-4.
So I guess Castellanos thought Bone was going. That's the only thing I can think. That he broke for third
It was
because
bad base running by Casty.
I agree with that.
You got to know who's on
Just
third base.
look.
You got to know that Alec Boehm's not going to run that situation.
I agree with that as well.
Pay attention.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep.
Yeah. So,
but I will say this, Ed. I will say this because I don't want to totally put it 1,000,000% on Casty, and I don't know about the quite overhead view shot as that defender turned his back and ran to first base, and it was probably 3 or 4
Boehm's
steps.
not quick enough.
No, that's not what I'm going to say. Boehm probably should have been up the line and more to threaten that guy that I might go home, even though he might not.
To give Cassie time to potentially get back to second base. The issue
All
is that
sorts of
Boehm might
different
not feel comfortable getting back to third in times he's so slow.
I understand. Yep. Go ahead, Ed.
yeah. Yeah. So yesterday with the comment from about my kid towards Casty, that was a stray. Here's a direct shot. I think it was 4 plate appearances, 4 first pitch swings. He's an average hitter. He's a below average fielder. And the whole thing with his wife saying, ignore the fan graphs or whatever, that's data. That's objective, an objective lens into his performance. So that was just, her comments were just, I don't know.
Well, listen, look, here's what I'll say, Ed. It's not the kind of thing I'm going to dwell hardcore on today. I can understand family members being upset when their loved ones are criticized. That can't be easy. Do I think there's some ignorance there? I do, because, again, she's ignoring the reality that there are balls he doesn't get to, so therefore he can't commit an error on. With that said, I'm going to have some grace for someone who obviously loves her husband and was frustrated to see her husband, criticized as much as he was. So, it's not the end. It's not the end of the world, and I'm sure Devin can take it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Does it bug
Why
you?
not? I'll take it.
Devin, does it bug you?
I mean, I don't get I'm not as no. This is just now that it's just now the second time that she doesn't play for the Phillies, but Matt Strom, said something to me a couple weeks ago too. So I just feel very there are people who say worse things than I do on Twitter.
All right, Devin, I dare you to put on Twitter this morning. Let's see if we can get a reaction. Matt Strom, get it together.
Yeah, don't suck.
Yeah,
Matt.
that would go really well for me, I think. But I agree. I mean, he has not been good.
Do you have any theories as to why you are, I don't know, there's animosity directed your way?
Probably
I mean, this is
the
over the
power
course of a
WIP,
few weeks.
Honestly.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think they hear and see we're much more present than say a writer, writing a column that they might not read.
Yeah, more people probably react to our show and station probably than the newspapers at this point, for
and
sure.
That's why I can't get that upset
sure.
over it. I guess it's a good problem to have. I get to work for WIP and people hear my opinions.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. It's just, it's like I said, John, this is one of those days. There's a lot of tentacles to every conversation we're going to have today. I mean, to what extent, John, do you feel you want to criticize his wife, or do you want to just let that be hands off because just, don't go there?
Man, She has every right to voice her opinion about the way her husband is being dealt with. I mean, I that's so hard. Holy cow. I mean, when to reply or not to reply, to respond or not to respond, to keep an eye on a situation social media-wise or not.
You're right.
Holy cow, those are some decisions that are not easy.
I'll tell you what.
And the way it makes you feel, it's not predictable.
No, it's not fun. I'll say, because I've seen my share of stuff said at me that's not fun, especially this week. But I'll say this. I've had a policy for probably as long as I've had Twitter, and it has served me well, I am sure. I never, ever, and not one time, I don't respond to a negative comment.
I don't respond to any comments, really.
So
every once in a while, I'll chime in. I just try not to even look at my comments the vast majority of the time. And when I do, I think the important thing to remember is I don't know this person. You don't know me as a human being.
Right.
You're just off something that I tweeted or whatever. If you, Joe, if you're upset with me, I'm going to take that seriously because you're my friend and I care about you. Of
course.
But if people out there, you just have to say, you don't know me, so I can't take this seriously, or else it's going to drive you crazy.
Let me ask you this question, James, all jokes aside.
Yeah.
The criticisms you've received on Twitter.
Sure.
That you've seen, is it typically more about your opinions, your squeaky voice, or your hair?
Never my hair. You're the only person who has ever taken a shot at my hair.
All jokes aside.
Just so you know.
Really?
You're the only one. My hair looks really good,
Joe,
by the way. I like this haircut.
It does look very good.
Especially with this
very
guy.
good haircut.
Yeah, especially with this guy's haircut.
I
only
crack myself
person.
up. Ladies and gentlemen, I crack myself up.
Honestly, I get the voice for sure from time to time, and I just don't tweet a ton either, so I don't have to worry about it as much. Partially, for
but it
this
can
reason.
be opinions that were said on the air.
Yes,
you know
absolutely.
What I mean?
But exactly.
All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, your chance to win a really, and I mean really cool prize. We'll get to that next. Phone calls on all this topic. Also, some Sixers news that developed yesterday. It's not ideal, but I don't think the Sixers are to blame. I'll tell you why. Joe Cameron, and that's saying something because they're to blame for 99% of the world's problems these days.
Blame them.
But not this one. I'll tell you what it is next on 94 WIP.
USA Soccer is back on the pitch, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you a chance to back them with zero pressure. Right now, FanDuel is offering a no-sweat bet on the next USA match. That means you can place a bet on the Stars and Stripes, and if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. No sweat, no stress. Just FanDuel.com/JONR for your shot to score big while repping red, white, and blue. Whether it's the first half or stoppage time, FanDuel has you covered with fast payouts and America's favorite features. From the money line to how many goals are scored, there's lots of ways to play and support Team USA. So don't just cheer. Bet on USA Soccer with confidence. Download the app at FanDuel.com/JONR and place your no-sweat bet today. And FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. Again, FanDuel.com/JONR for your shot to win big.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued as no withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
You know your roof protects your most valuable asset, your home. It's taken a beating from wind, rain, and snow. Now, if you've been looking for
for a roofing contractor? Look no further than my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 or visit emmonsroofing.com for a free roof inspection. Affordable financing available from top to bottom, inside and out. Emmons has you covered.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. Phillies beat the Marlins 4-2 last night in a game that had it all. Ranger Suarez set the tone, striking out 8, allowing 1 run through 7 innings. Nick Castellanos stayed in right field and made the game-winning catch for the final out.
1 ball, 2 strikes the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field, backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall, jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall, and he hangs on, and Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence, and the Phillies win the ball game.
The Phillies are now one game back from the Mets in the NL East. NBA draft prospect Ace Bailey canceled his planned visit to the Sixers today. The Rutgers star was set to visit Philadelphia on Friday for a private workout and dinner with the Sixers front office ahead of the draft next week. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th, plus pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com today. Weather today, sunny with a high of 90. It's currently 73 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
All right, great to be with you on this, Thursday morning. Well, I can sing another song. It was 2 days ago that Rob Thompson told us Cassie ain't going to be in right field in a close game with the lead. And then Cassie was in right field with the lead. Was it, I'm just going to ask this question. Was it too big a lead? Like if you're up 7-1, you might not pull him out. So is being up 4-1 when the inning started too big a lead?
Not my opinion. I mean, it's a safe situation.
I agree.
Yeah, I would say no. I mean,
agree.
2 runners on and the tie runs at the plate.
So, James,
which happened at the end of the game.
It sure did. James, break it down for us. Is it as simple, and we post this to everyone at 215-592-9494, is it as simple as Rob Thompson wussed out because he was afraid his $100 million player would have a bad attitude if he wasn't given this?
That's your feelings. Like if you were a Jedi, and you saw and you searched your feelings,
my answer would be yes.
Yeah, you know it to be true.
Okay, James, do you know it to be true?
In my opinion, absolutely. Yeah. I don't even know what you could come up with as another, again, other than it was a 3-run lead and not a 1-run lead or something like that. I mean, that's it. That's the only thing I can come up with that makes any sort of sense in Rob Thompson's head.
You disappointed in Topper?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. It's like a step forward to take 2 steps back. Like, I think this is even worse than if he had just not benched him in the first place.
Here's what I'll say.
This looks way weaker.
Yeah, I want everyone to remember this. And, guys, I like Rob Thompson. I certainly love him as a guy, and I think he's done a good job as a Phillies manager. But I want everyone to remember what I'm about to say here. If the Phillies lose in the playoffs, and there is a perception, because it's likely to be the case, that they lost in part because he wasn't hard enough, like Trey boots a ball, doesn't get to a ball, could have dealt with it earlier in the year, could have dealt with it in the offseason.
We're always going to come back.
You know, the outfield stinks, and Bryce theoretically could have been an outfielder, whatever issue we're talking about. I think this one decision to, not the benching 2 days ago, but the removal 3 days ago from the game, the reinsertion, reinsertion into like he's now my right fielder in a close game late when I got the lead, I think will really come back to bite him in the form of public opinion. And people will say, some people will say, this is where I got proof that he's weak. This is where I got proof.
And it was flaunted. It was made a little more flowery and obvious with the, I was so happy for him.
He was over the top after the game. Yeah. But again, there is an ironic element to this. Castellanos caught the ball. And we can't act like he didn't. And I'm thrilled he did. And I was happy for him. If you don't catch
that ball, you don't belong on the
but it wasn't the easiest
diamond.
play. It wasn't the easiest play. You'd move back into the right, back into the right. Back into the right? Or was it back into the left with Kennedy?
No, it was back back into the, I guess he had to go
which
across.
one was Kennedy when the movie JFK? Back into the left or back into the right?
Got a little Jim Garrison here.
Yeah, right.
Good.
Was it back into the right or back into the left?
I can't remember. Great movie.
Guess it depends on which way the shot came in and who the shooter was.
There's so much going on in that movie. I don't remember that specific
I want
moment.
to ask one question.
Tommy Lee Jones in that movie, by the way, all time, just
he was
unhinged.
Great. Well, he was on fire.
Tommy Lee Jones is an incredible story also. Tommy Lee Jones, he played football. He was like an offensive lineman. He was a center. He played center.
I did not know that.
At Harvard, and Al Gore was his roommate.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure.
No, I know Al Gore was his roommate.
He's like Jason Kelsey. For the Harvard football team.
For
out there making the calls.
Of service.
Think about that.
All right, one question, and then to an even better question. Percentage chance. This is so random, but I'm just going to ask it because I've thought of it through the years. And percentage chance that 2 different people shot Kennedy at the exact same time.
Low.
That was not the
Above zero?
question. I was
Wait,
expecting you
of
to
course.
throw
Above
away.
zero?
Of course it's above zero.
Exactly.
Below,
the same
below. Well,
time?
that's always been one of the theories. Like magic bullet, and the things are coming in, and directionally it doesn't seem to make sense. James, above or below 1% chance he got shot by two people at the same time.
Probably below 1%.
I agree.
But above 0.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there is a
JFK the
chance.
movie is wild. I mean, it is some wild stuff.
But he takes liberties.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's Oliver Stone's theory on it.
I know it
Well,
is.
it's Jim Garrison's
I
theory,
know.
really. Yeah.
All right, look, 215-592-9494. Let's give you not one, but two different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevy Trailblazer. Starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. Make sure you visit Armin Chevy at arminchevy.com. All right, first poll question. And we'll get into this more as we move through the show, but Ranger was great again last night. And he's really been on fire for about a month and a half now. And when healthy, like when truly healthy, meaning not the second half of last year, but the first half of last year, he's been phenomenal. Twitter poll question, aside from Zach Wheeler, who obviously is the Phillies' true ace, which starting pitcher do you trust the most for the playoffs? We're going to put Nola in this. I know he's going to finish fourth in the poll, but we're going to put him in the poll. We're going to put him in alphabetical order. We got these four guys: Luzardo, Nola, Sanchez, Ranger. I'm Ranger. You guys tell me where you're at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter and on the phone line. Second poll question will get you ready for Game 6 of the NBA Finals tonight. Who wins Game 6 tonight? Will it be the Pacers or Thunder? Now, when you call in today, you can also win, I would say, a tremendous prize on our program today, and that is a pair of tickets to see the Eagles' 2024 championship season musical concert. This is going to be at the Man. It's going to involve the Philadelphia Orchestra. It's happening July 24th, so in a little over a month. And it's the Eagles and NFL Films and the Philadelphia Orchestra all together with Merrill Reese, by the way. Highlights on the big screens. There's going to be 3 different big screens. Merrill narrating this thing. And tremendous music to say, like, let's celebrate the championship. It's an amazing event. Tickets to this are available at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win the tickets. Here's how you win them. We got to tell you that one of our favorite movies is Superman 2. And while
You guys have brought it up on the air maybe 10,000 times over the almost 9 years we've been together.
And we are pro-Superman, but we respect the greatness of Zod, Ursula, and Nan. I mean, they were
very much so.
They were fierce. Okay, they were
Holy
fierce.
Cow. We're talking about 3 Supermans?
Let's ask
Shouldn't
Devin.
they be able to conquer the one
You
Superman?
would think, but the thing in the Fortress of Solitude, they'll do. All right, Devin, do you know Nan, Ursula, and Zod?
I mean, I know Zod is like a comic. Like I've heard of them as comic characters. I feel like at this point, there's been so many Superman movies and TV shows that I don't know which one you're talking about. Is it the Christopher Reeve?
It is.
It is.
And
okay.
I will acknowledge for those 35 and under. I mean, this was 45 years ago.
Yeah.
So not everyone's always going to be on it, but you should be.
But it feels like yesterday.
Like that little admonishment, James.
Really
but
good.
you should be.
By the way, my
yesterday.
Superman,
And
my
it's so
Superman,
important.
David Cornsweat,
Shout out, Philly guy.
Oh yeah.
He and People
Our guy.
Mag just released a Philly this or that video on social media yesterday. You should check it out.
And this is the guy you went to high school with, right?
He's married to one of my friends one of my best friends from high school. Yeah.
Were you interested in him prior to him marrying one of your best friends from high school?
I didn't know who
Did
he
you
was.
ever bat eyes at him?
I didn't know who he was.
He didn't go to high school with her.
He went to Shipley.
I'm just
I
trying to
believe.
cause trouble.
Yeah.
We know.
I'm
very clear.
Aware.
I'm a troublemaker.
We're aware. We're aware.
Yeah, no, maybe we get him
went
on the
to
show someday
Shipley?
because that movie comes out.
Well, I saw my friend
Soon.
a couple weeks ago,
July
and
11th.
I was like,
That's
the morning show keeps asking me to get David on the show, and she's like, oh, maybe his life is kind of crazy, just like
he's on a press tour
knowing
right
you're
now.
gonna be famous and
Yeah.
like you're not quite there yet,
Yeah.
but like the preparation. So he has a team of PR people. She's like, as long as his team of people who tell him what to do approve of it, then when he has time, he
Okay,
can
fair
probably
enough.
come on.
Fair enough. Well, it's going to be a big summer blockbuster coming out next
Super.
month.
See what you did.
All right, so here's the deal. In honor of Superman 2, which does have that great fictional trio, we ask you for the best fictional trio of all time. Movies, shows, books, whatever it might be. Now, there's one, obviously, that rises above the rest. There's no question. I don't even know how to say one of their names, but they are the biggest this century and maybe the biggest of all time. Harry, Ron, and I'm going to give it a shot. Hermione?
Hermione.
How do you say it?
Hermione.
Hermione.
So close.
Hermione.
We've done this.
I mean,
that was not the example I was expecting you to go with, by the way.
There's no doubt.
I don't think you've ever said a Harry Potter answer for any. Usually when I say Harry Potter, you guys all look at me like I have 3 heads.
No, it's a worthy answer. Probably not the best of all time, but they're up there. They're a big deal. What, 8 movies? All right, Richie, give me an answer. A great fictional. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is for the Eagles championship season celebration with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man with NFL Films and Merrill Reese. This is a big prize. Fictional trio. What do you got, John Ritchie?
We don't know exactly which 3 through the years, but the 3 Stooges.
Yeah, that's a big
chalk.
one.
Yeah.
That could have won. Both of these so far could have won. Devin, what are you thinking?
Richie, I'm surprised you didn't take this one off the board before me, but Star Wars, Luke, Leia, and Han.
Luke, Leia, and Han is another big one for sure. All right, Seltzer, what do you got?
I have Ferris, Cameron, and Sloan.
That's another big one. I don't think that one would win, but I think
I was
think
trying to not
Devin's
take a
could've.
winner. I was trying to take a good answer that probably wouldn't have won.
Yeah, but Luke, Leia, and Han could have won. 3 Stooges could have won, and the Harry Potter trio could have won. All right, think about it, guys. 215. There's a lot of others. There's a lot.
I have a couple in mind that are haymaker type answers.
I mean, I remember Thanksgiving when Rocky, Adrian, and Paulie spent the time together, and Paulie said, "You want the bird? Go get the bird!" And he throws it out in the alley. Let's go to the phones.
Man, I got some real deal winning answers that I'm waiting for. I just want to throw that out there. Please say these answers. Callers.
All right, let's go to Gary.
That crushed me when he threw that bird.
Oh, it was horrible.
Because it just felt so wasteful.
And he pulls out the
bird
baseball
looked
bat.
Tasty, too.
Did he kill it? I haven't seen. I'm sorry.
Devin. Have you ever eaten turkey on Thanksgiving?
Did he kill it? Did he kill
Okay,
it?
is the turkey dead when it's bought?
Yes.
Okay. So do we have the oops, I did it again? I mean, I know it's been a couple years.
When you say bird, Adrian works in a pet store, does she not? I'm picturing someone batting a poor bird.
Well, that would be such a
I was
bizarre
violent.
twist to the movie, wouldn't
Ollie
it?
just taking a bat to a live
Yeah.
bird.
He takes the bat to the light.
Can you imagine?
What a brute. That Philly brute. You know, he's going out and killing the thing.
I feel
for
like that scene would
Thanksgiving.
get talked about a lot
Holy
more.
mackerel. All right, all jokes aside, give us a great fictional trio. You can win tremendous prize, Eagles championship being celebrated. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. That was a borderline all-timer from Devin, though, I'm going to say. That has drop of the year semifinal potential.
Oh, no.
All right, Gary in Whitehall. Gary, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, Joe, a quick hypothetical for you.
Yes, sir.
This is relating to Topper and Castellanos.
Yep.
Rod Lakin comes to you and says, "Hey, Joe, you, John, and James, we're gonna flip flop you with the afternoon show because the ratings are down a little."
Yep. By the way, whose show would the ratings be down in this hypothetical? Theirs or theirs?
Nailed it.
But I'm just saying.
No, by the way, their ratings are great. But
Yeah, we're just joking.
But I'm just saying. I mean, let me put it this way before you finish your hypothetical.
Who do you think you are? I am.
I thought you were going to say take caution in your tone there.
That would be my first statement to Rod Lakin. But let's play out this hypothetical. I'm a role play kind of guy, Gary. Let's role play here.
Really?
Let's role
What does
play.
that mean?
Let's role play, Gary.
You want to go deeper on that?
I'm just saying. So, Gary, lay out the hypothetical.
So Rod's your boss. So basically, he tells you what you're doing, and you're going to do it, right?
I mean,
Not exactly.
maybe. I mean, in all jokes aside, in all likelihood, yes. But it depends on what it is, what's being said.
Rod also is very good about giving us freedom to do what we want to do within a certain.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, no. I mean, so Rob Thompson makes a decision on Monday.
Yep.
Guy gets upset, says something. We don't know what he said. We don't know who it was said in front of.
Sure.
But it cost him his streak, and he had to sit a game. And then, last night, I think Rob just stuck to his gut last night. I mean,
No, I think he backed down, Gary. I think he just flat out backed down.
No,
Gary, let me ask you a question. This isn't hypothetical. This is now just direct. Who are the Phillies' 3 best defensive outfielders?
Oh, without a doubt, it's Marsh in left field,
Yep.
Kepler in right field, and Rojas in center.
Correct. I'm going to ask you question number 2 now. So why wasn't Rojas inserted into that game last night instead of Castellanos?
Yeah, I get it. I don't
It's that simple.
If he won't
Your sigh as you began answering it, it's that simple. It's not complicated. I got a 4-1 lead entering the game. I set this in motion 2 or 3 days ago. I backed down. That's it. That's all that happened. I backed down. And listen, Gary, I'm gonna say this one time. Maybe I'll say it more today, but I'll say it for the first time today. There's only one way Rob Thompson should back down. It's if he feels Castellanos is going to go so off the rails, pull an NBA player tantrum for prolonged weeks and months if he doesn't get his way. I will give Rob Thompson this. He has to manage that possibility. But I don't think it would have happened. And in the absence of that knowledge, I'm disappointed with Rob Thompson. I think he wussed out. His phone's zapping out. All right, Gary, Gary, give me an answer, bud. Give me a great fictional trio.
Hey, how's your golf game?
My golf game is lagging.
So I guess you didn't break 50.
No, I shot a 54 2 days ago on 9 holes. It's not good. Not good.
You got to be committed, Joe. You got to be committed, you know.
I don't have enough time.
You got to be committed to your swing.
I know. Listen, the guy I played with, Dr. Wolfinger, the other day, he told me, he said, if you played more, you'd be good. I said, you know what, Doc? I know.
He's an expert at golf now?
You know what,
he's
John?
A doctor.
John,
I don't think he had that much
I
time.
just don't play enough to refine my game.
Did you say doctors don't golf much? Was that what you said?
What, Richie said that?
Yeah, he said he's a doctor. I don't think he has time. Like,
I have a more important question than whether you're going to get good at golf.
What?
I've been thinking a lot about my Snoop Dogg shirt that
Sure.
zips up the front.
Yep.
Should I transition that? If I were to transition that into like a Jedi robe, like what?
like an Obi-Wan robe type thing you're talking about? Like,
yeah, like the Jedi robe concept.
Go for it.
What about that? In today's world, would a robe would that work for daily wear?
On the regular. You'd be viewed as a weirdo.
So here's the thing.
But you can be that guy.
Yeah, I think
it might
people,
be very comfortable.
I think for most people, it's a non-starter. It's like absolutely don't do that.
Yeah.
For you, could work.
I agree. I will say I think it would have worked better though when you had the long hair.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah. Yes.
Ooh.
But how would that
Man.
translate into a robe? It's a short sleeve sweatshirt, right?
I think
Like
you'd
a
have to
short
make
sleeve.
it into it. Like, add some fabric and
Yeah. Let's
extend it.
Let's get someone working on it.
Extend. But then that kind of ruins the Snoop Dogg gift.
Well, that's true.
I don't want to stick, to sew onto it. I have to poke holes with a needle and thread.
Things
I don't
have
know
to
if
be
I wanna do
extended
that.
sometime. All right, Gary, I need an answer, buddy. Fictional trio, who do you got? Gary, give me an answer, pal, for a fictional trio.
Snap, crackle, and pop.
You got it, buddy.
Nice.
Rice
Good
Krispie,
answer.
those three.
Really good one.
All right, 215-592-9494. All right, a lot going on, including the Sixers thing. I got to get to that. I'm sorry. I meant to this segment. We'll do it
I
next.
thought you were saying, I'm sorry, I have to get to the Sixers thing.
You know what, James? not bad. You kind of made a funny. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It is, as always, 94 at WIP. All right, I got a lot to tell you about today. One of them is the wonderful people at Family and Company Jewelers and how they can help you out. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. That's Junior and the entire team there, because when I say they are, and I tell you frequently, they are the best in the business when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and more. You may think that's just my opinion. Well, now it is actually official. You don't have to take just my word for it. Family and Company Jewelers has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. That's right, best of the best. Family and Company Jewelers. So get her the ring of her dreams. Get her the best diamond. Get her the best ring. Why go anywhere else than Family and Company Jewelers? They are, after all, the best of the best. Officially. Family and Company Jewelers right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
So, you get in your car and head to work, and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle, and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Anthony Kim. The 40-year-old golfer was once a rising PGA Tour star, then he tore his Achilles heel. And just like that, he was out of pro golf for a dozen years, enduring more surgeries and battles with drugs, alcohol, and suicidal tendencies. 2 years ago, a rusty but sober AK began an inspiring surprise comeback on the LIV Tour. Good luck, AK. We're all rooting for you. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Jenna Cameron, John Ritchie on 94 WIP. So reminder that life advice with the Hammer. And this was a good trio, obviously, from Ferris Bueller. Life advice with the Hammer coming up at 9:15. What do you need some help with in life? Get to James on Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. He can get to me by way of your tweet, your text, or your post. And I'll try to give you some good advice at 9:15 today. Here's some good advice. If your son finishes in third or fourth place, I guess tied for third, in the College World Series, give him a big old hug afterwards. Because Teg Davis did lose yesterday. So if you don't know, Louisville lost. Ben Davis' son lost. But they got very far, and obviously I'm sure they had a big hug afterwards. John, they gave it a run, man. And we know how proud, we haven't even talked to Ben since they got down there.
Right.
But they got to the Final Four of the, and he's only a freshman, so he's got 2 more cracks at this thing.
Well, that's amazing. Just seeing Ben get to enjoy the process as a proud papa. That was really cool for us. Yeah. Sorry he lost, but man, he is a young man with the future. That's for sure.
He really is. Now,
if they don't win it next year, he's probably going to be winning games at a different level.
Well, it's a three-year commitment in college baseball.
Okay.
So 2 more years to go.
2 years from now.
But I'll say this.
And he's already drafted, right?
Well,
no,
but he chose to go to college. So you can get drafted out of high school, but then if you choose to go to college, you go back in the draft after college.
Oh, so okay. I
Baseball
thought
has
it was
a different
like
rule.
he was already set with them.
No, he's now not eligible to be drafted for 2 more years.
Okay.
Yeah. But
So
all
it's the
this
same
aside, we'll
as-
make fun of Ben when he comes back for crying on national TV.
No, I loved that.
Yeah, I did too.
That
But
was so sweet.
But I'm still going to make fun of him.
I mean, as you should.
What
I
we
will
do.
not make fun of him, but
what we
that's
do.
fair. That's fair.
Devin, no one's going to get more. Do you have that audio yet from 20 minutes ago, James?
I could cut it.
No,
I pulled
no,
it.
no,
yeah.
no.
Because apparently we were going to eat, or Rocky was going to eat a live turkey on Thanksgiving. Is that the...
I didn't know that it was on. What Rocky movie is this from?
Rocky
Which one?
1, the original.
Wait, I've actually seen that one.
Yeah, go
I don't
get
even
the
remember
bird.
the scene.
You said you saw this.
I don't remember that.
Guys, she still hasn't seen 3.
I haven't seen any aside from Rocky 1.
This one and
Still
Jaws
haven't-
eating the
still
car are
haven't
my
seen
2
2?
favorites I think you've ever had. Because Jaws was like going to eat a car.
I still think Jaws because it could have eaten a car. I
Hold
still
on.
think it could have happened.
Please,
motorcycle?
Can we assign Rocky 2 at the very least? You need to get to Rocky 3. I think she needs to get to Rocky 4.
because it really
Go
did
the
set
distance.
the stage for.
Yeah, you should go the
See,
distance.
I just feel like
I think that
Rocky
overturned
itself is
perestroika.
Rocky is the classic, the
Glasnost.
original.
It brought on Glasnost. What's that?
Perestroika was a good thing, John. Both were good. They were Gorbachev's way of opening, Soviet up to the world.
So it brought on perestroika and Glasnost.
It overturned Soviet communism until Putin became.
This is Rocky IV. This is the movie we're encouraging you to watch.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get to that audio, Devin. Also, one other piece of life advice. If you own a team, find an investor that'll give you $10 billion.
$10 billion.
Because if you own the right team, the LA Lakers sold yesterday for $10 billion. $10 billion.
$10 billion.
I never envisioned that day. Never thought we'd get to that point. Now, look, obviously it's going to keep going up.
I don't think younger people. I don't think understand that when we were growing up, like $1 million was what to us was what a billionaire is today. Like being a millionaire was like, wow, he's a millionaire.
Right.
Like the numbers have exponentially just shot up where it seems it's ridiculous.
I remember
it's
in 90.
crazy.
Now, older people can give different examples, 80s, 70s, 60s, et cetera, back. All right. I remember, I think it was right around 1990 or 91, there was a string of baseball players that all got $3 million deals. It was Kirby Puckett. Wade Boggs, I believe, was one of them, and that was a huge milestone. Like a player got to $3 million. We have a franchise that's gotten to $10 billion, and wait till the Yankees get sold, or someday,
or the next
or the
football
Cowboys.
team.
The Lakers.
Yeah.
The Lakers is a prestige organization.
No, they are. I mean,
that's as big as that gets.
But I didn't think
NBA,
$10 billion. My God.
Well, especially because what was the last franchise, like $6 billion or something? It's almost double
It's
what
amazing.
the highest NBA franchise had gone for.
All right, so what do you make of the Rob Thompson Cassidy thing? Are you disappointed, like John and I are, that Cassidy was back in there? Credit him for making the catch, but I think Rob Thompson wussed out. I think he backed down to Castellanos, and frankly, I'm disappointed about it. Let's go to the phone. Steve in Cherry Hill. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And Devin, how are you today?
Doing great, Steve.
We're all good, buddy.
So anyway, I'm not a big fan at all, Castellanos. And if you can't figure it out by now, he is just not a happy guy. I call him bad attitude. He never smiles. He just seems like a bad nut. Finally, after 236 games, Rob Thompson stands up to this dude. He thinks he's king of the hill. And he's I wish they would trade him for a center fielder or a relief pitcher. I'm just not a fan at all. And what he did last night, not, replacing him, was just back to the good old afraid of him. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I think it's a really bad look for Rob Thompson, Steve. I know it worked out last night, but I think it's really a bad move moving forward.
Yeah, and, it's just a slap in the face. But this guy gets away with a lot. He thinks that don't stink, if you ask me. Just not a fan. He's played average player, not great, but he thinks he's great. He's not. So I'm just not a fan. And
look, he may not think he's great, but he knows this, and we know this. He's better than Rojas as an overall player, significantly, but he's not a better defensive player. And if I got a 4-1 lead in the ninth inning, Rojas should be in the game.
Totally correct on that, Joe.
I mean, it's really very simple. All right, Steve, give me a great fictional trio.
How about the Three Musketeers?
Oh, that's another good answer, man.
Big one.
Three Musketeers for sure. So when the NBA draft, when we found out the Sixers had the third pick, a lot of people thought the trio at the top was going to be, right, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey.
Bang.
Well, it's getting a little complicated.
You could say that.
All right, so as Devin's had in the updates, Ace Bailey says, no, Sixers, I'm not going to visit you. But here's the thing. I tend to think this is actually not an anti-Sixers thing, and I'm going to give you my argument. He apparently is not visiting anybody to this point.
Yeah, he's not visited any team.
Yeah, and the belief is, and the reports from ESPN, are that he doesn't want to go to certain teams and he thinks he won't get enough minutes with. And let's be real, Sixers, when healthy, certainly should be a lot better than some of these other teams in this range. And so he thinks he's not going to get, like, let's say the MCW, if you remember him from 12 years ago, minutes. And therefore, he won't get to get his value up early in his career and get off the ground. Like, for instance, he could be coming off the bench with the Sixers. Not inconceivable. I mean, it's not. So I tend to think he's just being a horse's hiney, and this is not an anti-Sixers thing. Gut
I
feeling.
agree with you.
You agree?
Yeah. My bigger thing, though, and it's what you just said, where it's like, The Sixers got the third pick, and it's like, okay, there's a 3-player. There are 3 guys who are above every, and it turns out it looks like it's a 2-player draft.
Well,
you know?
it does
it's
because
of course,
James,
of course,
right? Because even independent of this issue, a lot of people think Ace Bailey would have gone 4, 5, 6
yeah,
anyway.
they think they might take Edgecombe at 3 anyway, even if with Bailey on the board, where it seems like Harper is the clear number 2, and obviously Flag the clear number 1. It's like, of course, yes, we got third, yay, but we just missed out on the 2 guys you see, and who knows how it plays out, but it does seem like they just missed out on one of the 2 great guys.
It does feel that way. It does. 215-592-9494. You can react to the Sixers thing. Also, something Rob Thompson said after the game about Nick Castellanos last night. We'll get to that. Something I think, I'll call it this, thought-provoking from LeBron James, whether you agree or disagree. Something he said about the culture of the NBA related to championships. We're going to play you that audio. Obviously, deep dive on the Castellanos situation. The Rangers-Suarez thing, short and long term, what should the Phillies do? That's getting even more complicated the better he pitches. All of this and more on the table. Your phone calls and your chance to win the really cool tickets to see the Eagles championship put to concert with video highlights to NFL Films music all in front of you. All of this here today at 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, and white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with the simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers, so if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. Rachel, Yoni, thank you so much. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality. You'll appreciate the expertise. You'll love the creativity, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Caesar's Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesar's Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. But there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. Phillies beat the Marlins 4-2 last night in a game that had it all. Ranger Suarez set the tone, striking out 8, allowing 1 run through 7 innings. He's now 6-1 and has allowed no more than 3 runs through his last 8 starts. Bryson Stott hit his first home run in over a month to add on 3 runs for the Phils in the 4th inning.
And the pitch.
Stott swings and hits one deep. Up the alley, right center, long run, Hernandez, and it is gone! It clears, and it's a 3-run home run for Bryson Stott. The Phillies with a 4-0 lead on Stott's 5th home run of the season.
NBA draft prospect Ace Bailey canceled his planned visit to the Sixers today. The Rutgers star was set to visit Philadelphia on Friday for a private workout and dinner with the Sixers front office ahead of the draft next week. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th, plus pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. Weather today, sunny with a high of 90. It's currently 76 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field. Backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall. Jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall, and he hangs on. And Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence. And the Phillies win the ball game. And you got to be kidding me the way baseball works out sometimes. Nick Castellanos in the game, still in the 9th inning. And he makes the catch at the wall to end the game.
Well, it was a wild game last night. And not so much because it went back and forth, because it didn't. And it wasn't one of those games. It was like the circumstantial stuff. Like the ball finding Castellanos at the end of the game. Him making the catch. But Rob Thompson having made the decision, 15 minutes before that, I'm keeping him in the game for the bottom of the 9th while I hold a 4-1 lead, which turned into a 4-2 lead. By the way, Strom is just a
problem.
A massive problem.
Yeah.
I still think he may be their second best reliever. But,
I think Romano's probably better than him right now.
I don't know.
But again, the other issue with the Strom thing that we don't talk about enough is after losing Alvarado, it's just him and Banks. Yeah. They're the only lefties they have in the bullpen. If Strom can't get it together, you need a lefty out in the playoffs. You got nobody.
Phillies traded for a minor league pitcher yesterday,
who's got a 5 ERA.
Yeah, so it's probably nothing. It's probably just a flyer. See if the guy can do something in the next 2 months to prove himself worthy of getting up here. But, they shipped him right down to the minors upon getting him. So, there's a bullpen issue. There's no doubt, guys. Look, 215-592-9494. There's also, in my opinion, despite the win, and I want to be very clear, I was very happy with the win. I was very happy Casty caught it. It's ironic. I thought it was a great call by Scott Fransky. But John and I are very aligned and have been in the last 2 or 3 days on this whole Castellanos thing. I think it was weak by Rob Thompson to just put him right back into being a 9th inning guy with a relatively small lead defensively. I think it's weak.
I'll say this about Rob Thompson, and we saw it a lot last season with Taijuan Walker when he was struggling, and everyone's like, why does he continue to put Taijuan Walker out there? And I remember asking a beat reporter last season, why does he keep doing this to pitchers, not just Taijuan Walker, but maybe leaving pitchers in too long? And she said he likes to basically, if a player goes to him, so maybe, Nick Castellanos clearly was upset when he was pulled and says, I think I should have stayed in. Yep. Rob is very, okay, show me, show me. And that could have been his reasoning last night. So, I understand, I see both sides here.
The way that he played was incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, but I
don't know that it was wise.
Well, base pass, it wasn't smart. But here's what I'll say against.
Think about the way he swung at the first pitch every time he was at the plate. I think it was the first pitch every single time he was at the plate.
At bats.
Yeah,
I don't know if he got a fifth.
I think he was.
Four,
I think he was 4 plate appearances. Yeah. 4 pitches.
Well, but swinging at the first pitch worked out for Bryson Stott swung at the first pitch and hit a 3-run home run. So.
But Devin, here's my thing, and it's an interesting perspective. I'm not saying what you just said isn't interesting, but here's my pushback. We've all seen Castellanos for 3.5 seasons. Mm-hmm. Forget whatever he did with the Reds. Forget all that. We've seen him here. He's not a very good defensive player.
No.
I on one hand could understand and appreciate the manager saying last chance time. But my guess is this wasn't Rob Thompson saying last chance time. This was Rob Thompson saying, I raised the white flag. You've won. And I don't like that. But look, I mean, your theory or that reporter's theory and perspective could be borne out if after 4 or 5 games it flips back again. But I just think it's weak sauce.
I think he missed his
Topper.
shot. He missed his opportunity to hold the line here.
I agree, John.
Thought our manager was taking the hard line and holding it to teach a grown man a real life lesson. And I think Topper just, said, hey, you know what?
Down.
Sorry, Casty, I can't hold that hard line.
He just backed down.
And I just made our team worse as a result.
Do you think it would have been different
if
it was
sacrifice our defense to protect your feelings?
If it was a
that doesn't make any sense
game,
at all.
Like if because it wasn't really a nail biter until Matt Strom went in.
But a 3-run game's not a 7-run game.
No.
I mean, I can lose a 3-run game in the 9th inning. 7-run, not really going to happen.
And is this what you do or not? Like, are you
Right.
going to replace players defensively late in games to try and win games or not?
Right.
Like
it
it's
is
either
inconsistent.
something you do in a situation when that situation presents itself or you don't.
And let me just say, because I said this yesterday, I think it's a really good analogy. I'm going to say it again. I'm sure Saquon would like to get that ball when the ball's at the 1-yard line. He takes it down to the 1. Nick Sirianni has made the determination, and Sirianni is correct, that the best chance to score the touchdown from the 1-yard line is a Jalen Hurts quarterback sneak. There's no question. As great as Saquon is, you have a better chance, just right to Jalen, push, touchdown. No messing around, no matter how much Saquon might want that ball, and it might help his stats, it might help his MVP candidacy. It's all about what gives me the best chance to win the play and win the game. And I applaud Sirianni for that. And it might have cost Saquon Barkley an MVP. But it's what it is, man. And I found what Rob Thompson did last night really disappointing. Again, there's irony to this because Castellanos did make the catch. So we're not obscuring that, guys. We get it. And it was a thrilling moment. And it was funny. It was actually kind of funny. Like, if you don't chuckle in that moment, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Because it was funny that the ball found him and he caught it. But still, there's an underlying issue, in my opinion. This gives me little to no hope that Trey Turner will be moved anytime soon, that Bryce Harper will move back to the outfield anytime soon if he's healthy. Disappoints me.
No, you know what? It gives me a lot of hope that our manager does a great job of managing the feelings of these guys who have big egos.
Yeah,
he can manage egos. He can manage the emotions. I don't know that it makes us a World Series winning team.
Frustrating.
I think he's too kind. I think he's too gentle. And I think it came back, and we saw why last night. It's going to come back and bite us because we don't have enough discipline. It's like we have the idea of discipline, and he's trying to get that message across, but then he's not willing to commit and hold the hard line when it really gets tough to do and execute.
By the way, I want to get to something LeBron related that I think is pretty darn interesting from yesterday. But before that and some calls, I want to get to something Rob Thompson said after the game. He's asked a question about, I think it's Stott. He's asked the question about, but boy, oh boy, does he do a pivot to a big pro Costa. He's waving the Castellanos flag. Casty's his guy. Rob Thompson going out of his way to praise Casty after the game.
And we talked about Bryson, obviously, before the game, but how good was it to see?
Oh, it was great. He had great at-bats. 3-run homer was huge. Bohm swinging the bat, great. Casty, it's an amazing game, isn't it? And I'm so happy for him. He hit the ball great, swung the bat great tonight, had great at-bats, and makes that tremendous catch, and he backs up the Ranger error down in the right field corner, saved an extra base, really played well.
Question was about Stott, right?
I couldn't roll my eyes. My eyes almost didn't come back from rolling back in there. Are you kidding me? He backed up. He did his job? Is that what you're saying? He did his job backing up the throw to first base? Oh, my God. He played defense like he's supposed to. Wow. Great job, Nick. I'm so proud of you.
Well,
are you serious? I want to, honestly, I want to make a vomit sound. I wish I had it on my board, because that's what I felt like listening to that whole thing.
All right, what do you make of it? 215-592-9494. By the way, I was happy for Castellanos, but I don't think he should have been in the game. Let's go to Anthony in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning, team.
What's up, Anthony?
Hi, Anthony.
Hey, I think Rob Topper. I think he needs to go, man. He's the He's he has no backbone. Joe, you said it was Sirianni, man. Sirianni made the tough call.
Sure did. Hey, you know what Sirianni did? He sat Saquon Barkley when he had a chance to break a record.
He had a chance.
You know, that was
just
not
getting to
easy,
that.
man. I don't think that was an easy decision. And Sirianni, whether it's Sirianni or Howie, the decision was made. I think Sirianni had a huge role in it. I tend to think it probably came from Sirianni. That's my guess. He made it. He stood there tough and tall and proud on it. And there was a greater purpose in mind. And I feel like Rob Thompson was lame yesterday. And I like Rob Thompson. I'm a huge fan of that guy. But I found it really soft that Cassie gets to play defense again in a close game late.
Hey, I would like to see him do that. I know the better players got more cachet, but I would like to see him do that with Trey Turner.
Yeah.
Alec Bone, and whoever else is not doing their job at the particular time and is costing the team.
Right. Now, just to be clear, Anthony, what makes this situation a bit unique is that Rojas is an above-average defensive player. And
Right.
so, you know, that's why we're talking. I mean, we're only talking about defensive replacement really in the ninth inning. No one's clamoring for it in the eighth inning. But we're saying if you hold a 4-1 lead or a 4-2 lead or a 4-3 lead, whatever it might be, close game, late, put the better defender out there. And there are exceptions to the rule. There are. I mean, there could be a left-handed pitcher on the other team you think is going to pitch the next inning. Maybe Castellanos bats second. And you say, all right, well, in case the game gets tied, I value Casty batting second next inning. And that's reasonable. What's not reasonable is 3 days ago to say, this is my new strategy. And then because the guy throws a tantrum or whatever, a couple days later in a 4-1 game say, nope, forget that. That's not right, man. That's weak.
No, not right. Not right, man.
Anthony, give me an answer for a fictional trio, bud.
Hey, Joe, real quick.
Yeah.
Man, LeBron, you're going to get to the LeBron thing, man.
Right now.
Who do you think you are? I am. hey, Joe.
What?
Joe, what's up, man? You better get some working out done this weekend.
I am,
You're not
man.
coming in tomorrow. You got a 3-day weekend, Joe.
Or 4.
Or 4. Yeah.
You sure do, buddy.
Working, Joe. Get to work. Here's my answer.
What?
What? Joe, because here we come. It's been a while, but we back in style. I haven't in the chick months, man.
Oh, that's another good one.
I was wondering what he was doing there. He
Yeah, I
went
didn't know
for
where that
it.
was going
Shout out
at
to
first.
Anthony.
Yeah. And there
Alvin,
are...
Simon, Theodore. It's 3.
Yeah, 2 others. That's right. And name the guy that was like their...
David, wasn't it?
I think it
Yeah.
was Dave or David, yeah.
Dave, yeah.
No.
It was either
The
Dave or David.
Chipmunks?
The guy that was like their,
Yeah.
I don't know what you call him.
Alvin!
Yeah, that guy.
That wasn't David.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
It was Dave.
I thought it was Dave.
No.
Yeah.
It was
I'll
Dave.
double look it up.
Yeah, John, I think you're wrong on this one. It's either Dave or David. I think it's Dave.
I think you're both.
All right, we'll figure it out. All right, in the meantime, James, I want to play some audio here. So this LeBron thing from yesterday, it's going to cause a bit of a national stir today because one thing that's been a huge part of the NBA culture for a long time, as long as I can remember, is how many rings do you win? I mean, that's like there was a famous thing in '92, Dream Team. True story. Jordan, Bird, Magic, Dream Team, and Barkley. And Jordan tells Barkley, "You got to stop talking. You haven't won a ring. You don't get to say anything." Like he's joking, but he's like not. So what's the point? The point is LeBron James weighed in yesterday. Now LeBron's 2 short of Jordan, 1 short of Kobe. But way ahead of a lot of other people because, LeBron's got 4, Jordan got 6, Magic and Kobe both got 5, Bird got 3, Duncan got 5. LeBron weighed in yesterday, and I'll be really interested to find out if people agree or disagree with his point. My opinion may surprise you. Here's something he said yesterday.
I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport and why it's the A-all, B-all of everything. You sit here and tell me, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, it wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys because this guy won 1 ring or won 2 rings or won, like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady or Mahomes because he only has 1 ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport.
Right.
Or telling me that Dan Marino is not the greatest slinger of all time. Or he can't be in the room with those guys because he didn't win a championship. They don't discuss those things, I don't know. Did Barry Bonds win a World Series? I don't think so. I don't think so. Barry Bonds never won a World Series, and you can't sit here and tell me that he's not the greatest baseball player to ever touch a bat. I mean, Jerry West, I think, went to like 9 straight NBA finals.
Right.
And was only able to win one. And he's the logo of our league.
Yeah.
So you can't sit here and tell me that, okay, well, because he only won one, the guy can't be in the same room with the guy who won 2 or 3 or 4. Like, why not? This guy, he's our logo.
All right, that's LeBron. Now look, and obviously Peyton Manning won 2, not 1. That was the one mistake he had. But there's 2 things, 2 different ways to look at this, and I'm fascinated to how people will react. Option 1, he's salty. He didn't get to 6. Mike got to 6. He didn't get to 7 to pass Mike. He didn't get to 6 to tie Mike. And he's devaluing the ring thing, and this is his way to do it. And that's what I think most people in America will say. Option 2, and believe it or not, this is where I am, is that he's actually basically right.
Dude, well, first of all,
talk to me.
Both things can be true. He is clearly doing it because he's salty. He's clearly, I mean, we've seen what LeBron does. Like, this is his whole thing. Like, it's about framing himself as the greatest of all time. Like, this is so soft and so weak. Like, whether he's right or not, I disagree. I think rings matter.
They do matter.
I think rings
but
matter more than everything else.
Well,
like, for me, personally.
I think they matter a ton, but I do think it is a bit overrated.
Yeah,
I'll just use
his whole
example.
Career chasing Jordan, talking about getting to Jordan, all this stuff, and now that he didn't, he's spinning it around this way. It's so weak, dude. It's one of the lamer things.
I think it's weak. I agree. It is weak. He did not succeed in his goal. His lifetime goal was catching MJ.
Well, it may not have been. His lifetime goal may have been.
Let me spin it around this way. If he passed Jordan, you think he's saying this?
No.
There you go.
Yeah.
End of discussion.
No, I know. Look, I definitely believe it's framed by his experience.
Michael Jordan is still the best of all time, and that's not going to change.
Well, it's not going to change. But I will tell you, his underlying point, I agree with to a large extent. Even if he arrived at it in a convoluted way based on his own experience, I actually do think at times too much is made about rings. I do.
Well, I don't. First of all, I don't. But second of all, he's also wrong about the fact we do talk about that with football. Like we do say that Tom Brady is above Peyton Manning.
But it comes up more in basketball
because of the championships. Like that's why part of the reason Tom Brady is above Peyton Manning is because he won 6-7 titles. Yeah. And he had whatever.
But part of the reason why people say Brady over Manning is because Brady played better in playoff games, which is why he got to 7 rings. I mean, Peyton Manning lost the playoff game to the Jets, like, what was it, 41-0?
Yeah, he got
or 41-10 or whatever that was. Anyway, so there's a lot in there. Now, one more piece of audio, and then right back to the phones, because we got all this Philly stuff, which is really our main thing today. After last night, a wild win, Ranger, Casty, Topper, all this stuff. But there's also Stephen A. This is kind of funny. Because Stephen A. thinks it's option 1, salty, not option 2, wise. And Stephen A.
Shocking.
The way he can this is actually pretty funny. Listen to Stephen A. yesterday.
You brought up LeBron and the rings, okay? Who's devalued LeBron? See, that's the BS that we have to stop letting him and his camp get away.
Lots of people have.
Once again, no, excuse me. When we talk about the GOAT, because he's not. In a lot of people's eyes, it's Michael Jordan. That is it. That is it. Everybody recognizes him as a 4-time champion. Everybody universally recognizes him as one of the top 3 players in the history of basketball. What the hell else do you want? A diaper and a bib? What do you want? Do you want us to feed you some applesauce or something? My God, what more can you do? Other than saying he's not the GOAT, he's number 2, or number 3, if you want to put Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's resume in there, what else is there? There's nothing else to deny him. And everybody recognizes that. It's factually incorrect when they walk around acting like he's been devalued. It is not true. It is not true.
Preach.
Pretty strong, but
he's correct.
He is correct.
It's both funny the way he does it, but he's dead on correct. Like, we all acknowledge, second best player ever in the history of the game.
Certainly that I've seen.
Yes,
I'm not going to say related to Wilton Russell.
And he is right about Kareem, too. And Kareem should be mentioned.
Yeah. Yes, he
but,
should.
like, no one is devaluing LeBron. We're just saying Jordan's better.
Right.
Like, it's crazy.
No, it's Look, there's a lot in there. I mean, I'm actually pro Stephen A. and pro LeBron on this one, which is weird because they're on opposite sides. I think LeBron's basic point I actually agree with, but I do think it's squirrely how he got there. I think he got there because he got to 4 and Mike got 6. But Stephen A.'s thing is pretty funny. All right, what do you make of the ring culture in the NBA and sports in general? What do you make of it? 215-592-9494. Last night, obviously, was a heck of a Phillies game. Ranger was great. We'll get to the reality of a real conundrum the Phils are facing with Ranger Suarez, both short-term and theoretically long-term. We'll get to that coming up in the next few minutes. Corey in Pottstown right now. Hi, Corey.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, I love Jimmy. Jimmy is my man. I love him to death. Jimmy, you're wrong. Let me tell you why.
I can't wait to hear.
I understand. Two things. First, if that's Allen Iverson saying that, I think we all agree with Allen Iverson.
Nope.
Okay.
So Corey, I'll tell you where I disagree with James on that. And this is where I think the ring thing goes too far. Because don't get me wrong, winning it all matters. It clearly does. Okay? But I will say this. I am certain of this statement. In 2001, if Shaquille O'Neal played with Allen Iverson and Dikembe, who I adored, played with Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal and Allen Iverson would have won the title, which means Allen Iverson would have won a championship. There's no question in my mind. So, like, when Kobe gets this, before he passed away, of course, I won 5, and it's true, and AI won 0, but who you play with matters in whether you get to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4.
I mean, I'm saying the whole conversation, don't get me wrong, the conversation with the rings, regardless of the fact that because of our ages, we've seen Jordan. Jordan was still chasing Bill Russell. No one brings up Bill Russell.
He does not get brought up enough. There's no question about it.
Absolutely. So
correct.
If rings matter, then the go-all-be-all is Bill Russell.
Well, and Corey, I'll say this. To Jordan's credit, because I've seen him interviewed, probably hundreds of times, he has never said he's the best player of all time.
No, he hasn't.
He has always been what I'll call respectful and, to a certain degree, deferential to the players that he knows came before him, which obviously include Wilt, Russell, Oscar, Jerry West, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely.
It's incredible. And when you look at the hard facts of like Russell averaged more points in the regular season and the postseason than Michael Jordan did.
No, that's not true.
Will,
not Russell.
No,
Will did. Will.
No, not
Wilt
Russell.
And
Not
Russell,
Russell.
more combined points, rebounds, and assists than Jordan.
Well, hold on. You just said rebounds and assists. If you're saying points, it's not points. But
averaged more combined points, rebounds, and assists.
Well, that's different. Rebounds,
never even heard of that
both the
stat.
regular seasons and playoffs.
Well, Russell would get like 25 rebounds a game. So, yeah, I get
that.
Does
skew things a bit.
Well, it does.
All
right,
you
Corey,
get all the rebounds.
Corey, I know you initially called about the Phillies. What do you got on that?
As far as, Joe, you and I are pretty much right around the same age or whatever. Do you ever remember Pat Burrell coming out of a game for defense?
Well, I can't say. Well, yeah, because Bruntley would go in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Bruntley
Yes,
would go in.
for
That's
sure.
Yeah.
I think Taguchi went in sometimes too.
Burrell, and the only reason why I bring that up was because up until 3 days ago, we never even thought of taking Castellanos out of the game.
I did not. That is true. I did not. I should have, but I did not.
So this is such a bigger deal because of what happened, what he said. But if that had never happened, we would never be talking about this today. Which means, as much as I don't agree with his wife, which means she's right. He's been stand up with no errors on the team, whereas we're getting killed with guys at shortstop or guys, other players. Now, and the only reason why I bring that up, too, is let's say, is any lead safe with this bullpen? You can't say that. So if you bring in Rojas to play right field or whatever, and then they give up the lead, now Nick Castellanos is being batted for by Rojas. I mean, it's a catch-22.
Look, I think it's not a catch-22, Corey. I think it's very simple. If I got a 4-1 lead, it's the ninth inning. Even though Joe DeCamera didn't think of it a week ago, and I should have. I've seen enough Phillies baseball; it should have dawned on me. But even though I didn't, Rob Thompson and other smart people did. and he should have stuck to his guns. 3 days ago, he made a determination in a close game with the lead that he goes with his 3 best defensive players. Last night, after the right fielder over the last 2 days had the issue that he had, Rob Thompson turtled up in a corner and said, "You win," and that's weak, just weak. Corey, give me an answer, pal, for a fictional trio.
His top 3 adversaries in his first 4 movies: Apollo Creed, Clubber Lang, Ivan Drago.
You know, I don't think it works. I thought of it. They never
They're all in
all
different
met.
movies, yeah.
I mean,
Apollo's in all 3.
Apollo and Drago met, and Apollo and Clubber met.
More or less, like he was
But
in
Clubber,
his corner, yeah.
Clubber and Drago never met. That's not a trio. That don't work. That don't work. Don't work. All right, I'll tell you what does work. When we're looking for perspective on this Phillies thing, and if you're just waking up to last night, maybe you missed the game. Entertaining game. Phil's played a good game. I mean, there was a base running gaff that caused a ridiculous double play, but Ranger was superb.
Bryson Stott actually homered.
You know what? And I was happy for Stott with the homer from not only because it was a big spot in the game, from this standpoint. His first at bat, he struck out. I don't know how many people caught this. He strikes out, and the camera catches him as he's wheeling away from the umpire and the catcher. And with his bat, he just kind of like does this thing with his bat. He's not throwing, he's not pulling a bone. He just kind of like waves his bat, and it struck me as a player with limited confidence in the moment, like, man, what do I have to do to get a hit? Like, it struck me as low confidence guy.
I don't know.
Swinging the bat.
And well, he walked last night, which I thought
no, but I'm
was
saying
a nice sign.
No, but I'm saying the first at bat, he had a reaction that spoke to, I'm really in a hell of a hole, because he was. And then, let's get to it, the spot in the 4th inning. This was a big one when Bryson Stott, so you got a 1-0 lead. And in the 4th inning, obviously, this was the biggest hit of the game.
And the pitch. Stott swings and hits one deep. Up the alley, right center. Long run, Hernandez, and it is gone. It clears, and it's a 3-run home run for Bryson Stott. The Phillies with a 4-0 lead on Stott's 5th home run of the season.
So you got to hope that it jumpstarts him. I don't know that it will, but it was a big moment in the game. I hope it gets him going. Ranger was great. He goes 7 innings and gives up only 1 run. Bottom of the 9th, total high wire act. So first off, Strom's struggling. Second off, there's guys on base. Third off, Rob Thompson's made the decision to keep Casti in the game in the 9th inning with a 4-1 lead that becomes a 4-2 lead. Now, it's extremely rare that a manager would ever pull a player out during an inning. That would be kind of
almost
disrespectful.
never, unless it's like a pitching double switch type thing or whatever.
But, you know, as the game gets closer to being close, like 4-1 becomes 4-2, it's like, well, now it matters even more for good defense. Cassie's kept in the game. Incredibly, ironically, the ball finds him late.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field. Backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall. Jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall, and he hangs on. And Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence. And the Phillies win the ball game. And you got to be kidding me the way baseball works out sometimes. Nick Castellanos in the game still in the 9th inning, and he makes the catch at the wall to end the game.
All right, so it's really unbelievable. It's ironic, and he made the play, and good for him, he made the play. What I think's bad for the Phillies is that Rob Thompson had him in the game for that moment. First off, I think Kepler would have made the play, so let's not act like Castellanos made a Jim Edmonds-style catch in center field 20 years ago. It was a good play by Casti.
Although Kepler did somehow blow a very simple catch
2 nights ago? Yeah, but I'm not going to act like Kepler's worse than Castellanos defensively.
No,
he's not.
Kepler is a better defensive player than Casti.
So I think it's weak that Rob Thompson, just acquiesced to Casti. That's it. You want my opinion today? There it is. I think it's weak.
That is what happened.
That's what happened.
That's the manager saying, hey, I'm going to back off. No hard feelings. I hope that your streak being broken isn't hurting too bad for posterity purposes. Like, it really did feel like that was an apology.
Just weak.
Almost last night when I thought our manager was about to teach a hard lesson. And that's not easy. That is so difficult when you got a room full of grown men. You've got adult men who don't feel like being preached to. They don't feel like being taught a lesson. That's for sure. You had a chance to take a hard line here and do what was right, and you started down that path.
Oh, he totally did.
You weren't able to hold it and do the hard stuff the second day, apparently.
Yeah, I'm disappointed
and
in
it
Topper.
ruins the whole concept.
I'm disappointed, and it gives me limited to no hope that someone like Trey or Bryce would be moved to a different position
Well, that's
if they
the
don't want to do
thing.
it.
Let's project this out. Do we really think that this team can pull together and do the hard things, make the tough decisions? I know that they'll feel happy with the manager. I don't know that means they'll be good enough to win a World Series.
Well, that's the thing. Some of these issues, I think, hurt them. But anyway, you can react 215-592-9494. Speaking of reacting, Ruben Amaro reacted. Now, I want to be clear. This is prior to yesterday's game. So Ruben's podcast, he's got a podcast, and in it, he reacted to what had happened the prior 48 hours, not projecting forward what was about to happen last night. So know that going in, his timeline is before yesterday's game. I think his perspective on what had previously happened is dead on. And when you hear him talk, ask yourself, why did Rob Thompson relent and let Casty stay in a close game? And yes, I know they won the game, and I know he made the catch, but I think Kepler would have made the catch. It's about moving forward now. But listen to Ruben about Sunday and Monday, and I guess Tuesday. That was the day I think he was sat. Listen to Ruben.
I said to myself, okay.
Oh, James, hang on 1 second.
I got to believe that.
I got to set this up better. Sorry, my fault. I forgot to say that this is Ruben specifically talking about while he was watching Sunday's game. This is key. Phillies held a 1-run lead. As we know, Castellanos was not taken out of that game late for a defensive thing. So Ruben is giving you his mindset while he watched the game Sunday when the Phillies had a 1-run lead. He talks about Casty not being taken out. Then there's more here. Listen now.
I said to myself, okay, I got to believe that for defensive purposes, Rojas is going to center, Kepler's going to right, and Marsh is going to left. He didn't do it. And I thought to myself, sometimes he doesn't do that with a 1-run game because he still wants that bat in case it gets tied up. But with a 2-run game, which is what that situation was on Monday, I absolutely think that's the right thing to do. I have to say that the move that Rob Thompson made is perfect, especially in that ballpark, over a 2-run lead or over a 1-run lead, get the best defensive players there and go. That's what you do. That's what you do as a manager. You put your best defensive team out there, as Jim said.
So when he's saying the move's perfect, he's then saying Monday's move, which is the one Casty bucked at, which led to the Tuesday benching, which led to now Wednesday somehow he's back in there at the end of the game.
It's crazy that this has just quickly become, the main story when we're talking about the Phillies defense. When Ruben and I on our show on WIP on Saturday morning, we're talking about Otto Kemp. And when Bryce Harper comes back, hopefully eventually, whether it's sooner or later, what do? Do you move Bryce back to first and then do you keep Otto up? Do you send him back down? And Ruben essentially said, I would start platooning right field where you move Max Kepler in when you need a stronger defense out in the outfield. And he essentially said that exact, you have Brennan Marsh left or Otto Kemp, Rojas in center, Kepler and Castellanos in right field. And now it's just blown up into this, big thing with Castellanos. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I'm like, wow, it's a really good idea because Castellanos isn't that good at right field and you don't always trust him there. So I don't know. I think Ruben knows what he's talking about.
Well, I do too. I think he's dead on right. And so for Rob Thompson to walk it back is disappointing. One other thing, and then right to the phones. So if you don't know, a little social media dust up last night. You got Devin Caney in one corner, and you got
just another Wednesday,
and you got Nick Castellanos' wife in the other corner. So, and by the way, Rhea out today. Devin in here, which normally Devin's in, Wednesday and Friday primarily, but Rhea out, Devin in today. So, James, read if you can what went out on social media, and then we'll get Devin's reaction to the reaction.
Sure, yeah. So yesterday during our show at 9 in the morning, Devin tweeted out the Phillies fielding run value leaderboard via Statcast, and it has Nick Castellanos at the bottom. He is -9. He's the worst fielder on the team according to Statcast.
So you put out a graphic, Devin? Is that?
Yeah, wasn't he? Yeah,
it's a graphic.
Literally not.
It's a graphic.
An opinion,
there's no opinion. It's just what she put out is the only tweet. So after the game, Jess Castellanos, Nick's wife, replied to that tweet with bleep Statcast. which is the graphic there. Devin had also put out after Cassie made the catch saying, okay, Cassie, proven he can play right field just fine. And
can we just say this real quick? And Devin, you're probably at that moment. It's like a little ha-ha-ish, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, I hadn't seen her original. I didn't post the graphic and defensive stats as like any type of. I wasn't trying to be a hater or anything. I just thought it was interesting.
Sure.
Like when you see it laid out.
Yeah. But the second one is like he made a nice play.
I was genuinely like I know that we have issues with Rob Thompson not being consistent, but I was happy for him. It was a good kind of prove it moment for him. And in his home, he's from Florida. He's from Miami, so he probably had family there. So to be able to do that and come back after being benched, it was cool. It was a genuine tweet.
And by the way, when I say I don't mean that in a funny way. Probably the wrong. I just mean you were happy for him, and it was ironic the ball found him.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like it was a lot of things all coming together.
It was like
at once.
a cool baseball moment.
It was. All right, I'm with you. All right,
so
Devin,
after that
James,
tweet,
keep going.
just saying, nice catch, Cassie. Essentially, Jess Castellanos replied to that as well, saying to Devin, 414 straight games, no errors, National League record holder, eyes off the computer, watch the game.
Yeah, to which I would say it's great that he hasn't committed errors, and that is appreciated, but it's the balls he does not get to.
Yeah, you have to actually be able to have the speed to get to the ball to commit an error. Like you have to be able to touch the ball or get near enough to the ball for it to deflect off of you or for you to, look like, well, anyway.
I love when Devin's in the eye of the storm. Cracks me up.
It's happening
so
quite often these last couple months.
Yeah. After the last couple of days, I'm like, you know what? I'll step back.
Maybe we should say eyes off of the social media to the Phillies and their family members.
All right, let's get to the phones. Your reaction on all of it, 215-592-9494. Also, our Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question, who wins Game 6 tonight? NBA season could end tonight if the Thunder win it. Who wins Game 6, Pacers or Thunder? Second poll question, aside from Zach Wheeler, which Phillies starting pitcher do you trust the most for the playoffs? 4 choices here, Luzardo, Nola, Sanchez, Suarez. Obviously, Nola's going to finish in last place. We put him in here because
he's Aaron Nola.
Because he's Aaron Nola, and he could get a start. But in my opinion, Ranger has risen above the rest. And
Rob might not want to make him mad. Rob might say Nola's
James,
Nola. I know. I'm half joking. Like that was meant as a half joke. You know?
Maybe a quarter joke.
That's what I mean.
That's like real talk.
I know.
Yeah, Aaron Nola might get the ball.
Yeah,
because he's Aaron Nola.
Because he's Aaron Nola.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm okay if he gets the ball if in the next 2 to 3 months he proves he deserves it. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But if he doesn't prove he deserves it, and right now with Luzardo, Sanchez, and Ranger, you cannot say that Nola deserves it over those guys. So come on. All right, 215-592-9494. And something on Ranger I want to get to in a moment. John in Mullica Hill. John, good morning.
Good morning, Hermione. How are you, sir?
I thought you were talking to me.
Don't you mean Hermione?
All right, let me try it again. Hold on, let me try it again. Hold on. Trying to get from Harry Potter. Hermione?
Do you know how to spell it?
I really don't. So I'm
Hermione. You're adding an extra N in there.
So I got to just extend the I. Hermione.
You put
not
Hermione in there. You put a ninny at
Hermione.
the end. Hermione.
Okay,
Do you know
Hermione.
her last name?
Hey, Devin, I take umbrage.
Incorrect.
No, the other guy. She got with the other guy at the end, right? You got with Ron.
Yes, she ends up with
So
Ron.
she's the Hermione Ron.
So you didn't know his
Weasley.
name either.
Weasley.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
Weasley.
Hermione Granger. Is her
Granger. I do recognize that. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, John.
No, I was going to say I take umbrage in the fact that you think that doctors golf all the time, because that's not true either.
Was that a
Dolores
Harry
Umbridge
Potter
reference?
pun?
Was that on
Censor
purpose?
said
You
that.
like that, didn't you, John? You like
That
that?
was really
Nice
good work,
work.
dude. Good work.
Yes.
Oh, and speaking of which, Richie, I have Jedi robes. Not a good look unless you're going to a premiere.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, are yours really Jedi robes, or are they actual robes that are meant for daily wear?
No, they're Jedi robes.
They're from the
I got
planet
them,
Hoth. He actually got them
the
from
ice
a Jedi
planet
on
Hoth.
the,
Well,
on the
those would
planet
be
Hoth.
awfully
Yeah,
warm.
so-
I don't need the insulated ice planet Hoth robes. I just need comfort robes.
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
but don't ruin your sweatshirt for that.
That's a good point.
Okay.
John, what do you make of the Philly situation? It's got a lot of tentacles. What do you make of it?
So, I actually look at it this way. I get it, and I'm with you guys. I think Topper, probably back down. But you're paying the guy this much money, you might as well put him in.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that, John. You know what I call that? I call that the Bryce Huff rule. Well, the heck with that. If someone else is better, they play. And by the way, let me be clear. Nick Castellanos is 4 times the baseball player Johan Rojas is from the first through the 8th inning. 4 times. And I don't know. 4 times.
I don't know if you can.
But if I have a lead in the 9th inning of a game, 1-run, 2-run, 3-run lead, I'm putting in the better defensive player. I'm securing the game. That's my intent. That to me, that's clear. Like really, to use a Jack Nicholson term, crystal clear. It's not complicated.
I don't know if you can compare Bryce Huff with Nick Castellanos because they, 2 different. I mean, we never got to see Bryce Huff play.
Well, let me ask you this question: did you enjoy in 2021? When the Eagles kept shoving Jalen Reagor down everybody's throat to watch him? Did you enjoy that?
Not from my seat, nope.
No. I mean, my point is organizations need to make decisions, and sometimes it's a little uncomfortable. But I think to Nick Sirianni's credit, Sirianni does not give the ball to Saquon at the 1-yard line. Sirianni did not permit Saquon to play Week 18 to break the record. Sirianni, I think, is tough. In a way that, frankly, especially once you prove that you can win, people buy into that. And for Rob Thompson, 3 days after removing Castellanos to just relent, okay, uncle, okay, all right, uncle, you get to play in the 9th inning? That don't work for me, man. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, John?
No, you're right. I probably still would have taken him out.
Again, John, I said this earlier. I'll say it again. The only justification for Topper playing him, I'm not saying this is a justification that would make me happy, but I got to acknowledge this theoretical possibility. If Nick Castellanos was going to pull an NBA player, temper tantrum, where you stomp off for the next 3 months and don't try, James Harden in Philly style, James Harden in Houston style, Anthony Davis in New Orleans style.
Ben Simmons in Philly style.
Ben Simmons in Philly style. Like, if he was going to pull one of them, then, I can understand Rob Thompson crying uncle in that case because it's to try to have, frankly, the
path of least resistance.
The lesser of 2 evils. Yeah. I doubt Castellanos was going to do that.
I definitely think the fact that he probably had family there and he's from there.
Well, that's a huge part of all of this.
Well, okay, so what about tonight?
Has been mentioned repeatedly.
What about Friday night? Forget tonight. Friday night, New York. Zach Wheeler starts. They somehow navigate the 8th inning. They don't blow a lead. They hold a 3-2 lead. It's the bottom of the 9th. Friday night in Shea, whatever the hell it's called, Citi Field. No, I'm asking you, John. Friday night. Yeah. Who's the right fielder?
Kepler. Take him out.
Okay. I think you're going to be wrong,
I think so too.
But I hope you're right. John, fascinating phone call. Give me a great answer for a fictional trio.
Well, since my Athos and Porthos and Artemis were already taken, I will go with Huey, Dewey, and Louie, Donald Duck's nephew.
Oh,
that's nice. That's pretty good.
That's a good one, too.
It feels like John would have a lead on real lightsabers, like lightsabers that might work. I don't think that's. I don't even think that's realistic.
I'm going to say I don't think that's a real thing. John.
I want a lightsaber that looks.
It'd be so
real.
cool. Are you kidding me?
But I don't think you can make
the actual light, even
that
if it doesn't.
Stops.
Yeah.
I don't think that's possible. Where it just goes out to whatever that would be, 3 feet, and then stops. I don't think that's creatable. Unfortunately.
Well, I tend to think it's not. It would be my unfortunate guess. Here's something.
That doesn't seem like it hurts your soul
no, it
like
does.
It does mine.
No, I was just trying to think about something from Star Wars, but I figured I'd back off from
How about
asking.
the purple lightsaber of Mace Windu? Think about how cool
is it too
that
deep
was.
A cut?
Yeah, it's going to take us down.
And we don't want to go because not everyone likes Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean,
you know that my girlfriend has not seen Return of the Jedi. She hasn't seen Empire Strikes Back.
How have you allowed that?
You guys have been together like a year
I'm very
almost.
troubled.
What are we doing
I'm
here?
upset. I'm actually upset.
So
by
make her
this.
watch them.
It's not that
I
easy.
mean, you're watching
just...
Lioness and all these shows with her.
I know.
Like, say, hey,
trust
guess
me.
what? It's time to watch Star Wars. This matters to me.
I know. I should put my foot down.
You're
a
damn
little bit on
right.
that front.
I'm going to say something that you're not supposed to say in the year 2025, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Oh, no.
John Ritchie,
be
a man.
Yeah, you know what? I can get down with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that feels like it works.
Yeah.
All right. Men caused a problem in the last 48 hours. Let's
What a
see if anyone
segue.
can, let's see if
Segue.
anyone can get it. A time-honored tradition that's both unfortunate but kind of funny happened again in the last 48 hours in sports. What is it? It has happened many times. Many times. It is unfortunate, and it is kind of funny, and it happened in the last 48 hours in sports. What is it?
Did they break the Stanley Cup
Yes.
again?
No, did they really?
The Stanley Cup
Dude, come on, guys.
again has been dented.
It's unbelievable.
Of course.
Again, the Stanley Cup has been dented. And somehow
No
they
character.
always fix it.
Yeah.
They always fix it.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of metal. You know, it's like a little give,
Pound it right
little
back.
bend.
I
You
don't
can
know-
put it back.
I don't know how they do
Pound it out.
All right, I want to present a Ranger topic here because other than this Castellanos thing, I think the Ranger thing would have been the biggest topic coming out of last night because he was awesome. And he's been awesome now for about a month and a half.
Every start except his first.
Correct.
It's been awesome.
Yeah, he's got the second lowest ERA in baseball since May, whatever the heck it is. Like early
So
May.
you have total faith that
Other than
his
schemes.
low back situation is not
Well,
even
I'm
a
not.
situation.
I can't say I have total faith in it, but I know when healthy,
Yeah.
he's in
Yeah.
the prime of his career,
Well,
as he
yeah.
showed last year before he got hurt.
But we know that every time he comes in, it's going to be low back stuff to start the season.
Well,
and then
all right,
we
make
just
of it-
hold out hope
yeah.
that it stays good.
So yeah, that's. I don't know if it's every time, but it's all. Yeah, it's happened. So here's my question: what do? You're the Phillies. You've got all these starting pitchers. Now let me remind everybody on this show, and not only this show, around town as recently as about a month ago, there was talk of can trade Ranger this season because you're going to lose him as a free agent. Let's go get an outfielder or maybe like a closer. Maybe it's someone that even stays here beyond this year. Let's trade because I got Nola, I got Wheeler, I got Sanchez, I got Luzardo, I got Abel, and I'm going to probably have Painter. So that was like totally on the table in our minds like 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. Now, what has changed? Nola's out for a while. Luzardo hasn't pitched as well. He's not a disaster. I mean, I think he's reestablished he's not a disaster, but, certainly hasn't pitched as well. I believe, and what else has changed is Ranger has done it now longer, meaning, a couple extra starts. I believe Ranger is the Phillies' second best starting pitcher. Debatable, but that's what I believe.
I don't know if it's that debatable today. Like, he might not be in a month. Like, we know with Ranger that it can fall off.
Yeah.
But I think today, I think it's a better. I think the argument is he above Wheeler, and he's not.
Well, he's not.
But my point is, I think he's closer to Wheeler right now than the other guys are to him.
I don't agree with that, but I love Ranger, and I give him credit
Just
for
what he's doing right
accomplished.
now.
I know.
I'm saying right now. I mean, he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball.
I understand. All right, so here's the question. Here are your options. Ranger is a starting pitcher for this team in the postseason. Ranger is moved to the bullpen for this team in the postseason. Ranger is traded before the trade deadline next month to try to get an outfielder or a reliever. Option. Hold on. Option 4. You really want to try to keep him, and you really want to sign him next year, which a lot of us thought as recently as a month ago was probably less than a 20% chance.
How great a
What do
player
you do?
can he net you?
Who knows? It's
I
about the
would not
market.
trade him.
Yeah, it's
I
about
would
the
not
market.
trade him
I
either.
wouldn't either.
I'm
but-
not either.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade him either. Like, I don't
Can't
think
trade
you
him.
can. You can't.
You need
he's your game 2 starter.
I'd rather
Yeah.
lose him as a free agent and get nothing
Guys.
than
Right.
trade him and not have my second best pitcher this October.
I think you have to keep him.
Well, and he's done so well lately as a starting pitcher, but with the state of the Phillies bullpen, they can. I hope that they will do something at the trade deadline, whether it's bringing in, an outfield bat, a bullpen piece, what have you. They can't bring in 5 new players.
I agree.
It's just not
Not
possible.
gonna
So
happen.
you're going to need bullpen help. And I think, regardless of what happens with Ranger, as long as he stays healthy, he's the best option of the starting rotation to move to the bullpen.
I agree.
To help
that
them
comes
in the
down to
postseason.
I agree with that. That comes down to Nola. Does Nola reestablish?
Yeah.
Or do you trust Painter to start?
Right.
Or do you trust Abel to start? But here's the other complicated thing. Does it put Ranger in a bad mood if he gets moved to the bullpen? This time. Past times he was younger. You had him under control for years. Now he's about to be a free agent. If I'm Ranger, I want the ball in October to start a game.
It's different now.
It's different. I'm like James has been telling me for a couple weeks, Rangers not getting $100 million. Guys, unless he suffers a huge injury in the next 4 months, Ranger Suarez is getting $100 million.
Hold on. What I said is you keep saying he's getting $100 million. I'm saying it's not a lock he's getting $100 million.
You ready for this? Here we go.
He might get $100 million.
Here we go. Lock.
I mean,
unless he suffers a major injury in the next 4 months, lock. This guy is getting $100 million.
I don't think it's a lock.
And frankly, probably a lot more.
It's possible. I just don't think it's a lock. I really don't.
So,
he's 30
John,
year old.
I got you. John, what do you do? What do you do here?
If that's the case, if he's a lock for a $100 million contract, then we need to try to get something for him because of the glut of starting pitching that we've got. It's a beautiful
But he's
thing
my second
to
best,
have,
I think.
Would you trust him, whether he likes it or not? Would you trust Ranger Suarez in the bullpen over a guy that they bring in that you haven't seen pitch before?
Well, without knowing who that player is, probably. I mean,
right. So why? I just think if you know that you have someone solid who you can move to the bullpen, even though you might not like it, when the time, like in the postseason, if you need him there, then why would you trade for an unknown?
And let me throw this in the mix. This is a whole nother thing that ties into what you're saying, Devin, but it kind of shoots in a different direction. Part of why I don't want to trade him, now if I'm Dave Dombrowski, I want to figure out a way to keep him. Now, I don't know that way yet, but I'm not in a rush to remove Ranger Suarez from my organization. I want to talk to his agent November 15th and say, let's saddle up for a couple more years.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'll also depend on what happens with Schwarber and JT. Somehow that neither of those guys work out, and then...
Anyway, it's complicated. Yeah. By the way, we'll tell you more of the complications coming up next because the contracts with the starting pitchers, and I've got them all in front of me by year, unbelievable numbers that I'm going to tell you that just paints the picture of the complication of trying to keep Ranger. We'll get to that, but he is really pitching dynamite these days. 215-592-9494. What to do with Ranger? Are you disappointed in Rob Thompson keeping Castellanos back in right field last night in the 9th inning? But credit Casty for the catch. It was a nice catch. Plus the LeBron thing, the culture in the NBA, that's where particular, where it's about winning championships. And LeBron says that concept basically is over-discussed and overrated. Agree or disagree with LeBron? And is he just being salty because he didn't catch Mike? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Busy day on 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Gonna be gone. Oh, it's cleared.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is Rhea Hughes here to talk to you about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. You know, I've been working with them for years, and there are a lot of good reasons why. They are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. It's the great people and service you will receive when you enter the dealership. 2025 Lexus models, they're in, they are moving fast, and Lexus of Cherry Hill is now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You will see the Lexus of Cherry Hill difference when you stop in, visit Tony Labello and his team. They'll help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing I really love is Lexus of Cherry Hill is a veteran-owned and operated business. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Breaking news coming in from Never Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This Friday's Mega Millions jackpot now is an estimated annuity of $302 million. $302 million. Buy at a retailer or online. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. When it comes to toughness, hockey players are a breed apart, folks. Consider that Florida captain Alexander Barkov split his hand open in the finals opener. Sam Reinhart sustained a grade 2 sprained MCL in the Carolina series. And Matthew Tkachuk played the entire postseason with a torn adductor and a sports hernia. No news on the Edmonton injuries as of yet. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafoods at unmatched prices. Fire up the grill because Wild Fork has every kind of burger you can imagine. How about a thick and juicy Black Angus beef pub-style burger, 2-pound pack, only $12, or their white truffle veggie burger, 2-pack, only $6. Or one of my favorites, you have to try Wild Fork's Bison Burger. It's made with 100% bison meat that's free of antibiotics and added hormones. This meat has lower fat than traditional beef, and it's so rich in protein, iron, iron, and omega-3 fatty acids. And don't forget to pick up their 100% beef hamburger 10-pack. Only $1 per patty. You can't beat that deal. And Wild Fork also has ostrich, which makes great burgers, and it's really hard to find everywhere else. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. If you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store. Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Labor's District Council Lesset Fund. Phillies beat the Marlins 4-2 last night. Ranger Suarez struck out 8 and allowed 1 run through 7 innings. Nick Castellanos stayed in right field and made the game-winning catch for the final out.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field, backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall, jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall, and he hangs on, and Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence, and the Phillies win the ball game.
The Phillies are now 1 game back from the Mets in the NL East. Sixers draft prospect Ace Bailey canceled his planned visit to the Sixers. The Rutgers star was set to visit Philadelphia tomorrow for a private workout and dinner with the Sixers front office ahead of the draft next week. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Weather today brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Sunny with a high of 90. It's currently 77 degrees. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Starting your day with a This is the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is that what's
all over?
Is that what that means? Because after all, here I am.
Why do you always have to take it directly?
I lay myself bare. John just talks. I mean,
because he's a child.
You always have to take it directly to the horny guy part.
The horny hammer, man.
Could be your horny gal. You never know.
The horny hammer does have a ring to it. I'm just saying.
It kind of does.
The horny hammer. All right. So now I got to make fun of Devin.
Oh.
So
Great.
It's been about an hour and a half. So when this happened earlier in the show, there's some people listening right now that probably weren't listening earlier. James, I like to separate things sometimes because we have new audience.
That's right. People tune in and out and whatnot.
Here I thought I was spared for no drop of the week this week.
Drop of the week winner in
drop
likelihood.
Of the day, I guess.
So, John, let's set this up here. We're talking about Rocky earlier. And Devin hadn't given us a Devin doozy in a while. This was a 2023 oops, I did it again. So we're talking about Rock, and somehow we're talking about when Paulie got mad at Adrian and threw the bird out in the alley and the whole deal. It's Thanksgiving. Let's listen to the exchange that happened on WIP about 2 hours ago.
Haymaker type answers.
I mean, I remember Thanksgiving when Rocky, Adrian, and Paulie spent the time together, and Paulie said, "You want the bird? Go get the bird!" And he throws it out in the alley. Let's go to the phones.
Man, I got some real deal winning answers that I'm waiting for. I just want to throw that out there. Please say these answers, Carl.
All right. Let's go to Gary.
That crushed me when he threw that bird.
Oh, it was horrible.
Because it just felt so wasteful.
And he pulls out the baseball bat.
Tasty, too.
Did he kill it? I haven't seen. I'm sorry.
Devin. Have you ever eaten turkey on Thanksgiving?
Did he kill it? Did he kill it?
Is the turkey dead when it's bought?
Yes.
Okay. So do we have the oops, I did it again? I mean, I know it's been a couple years.
When you say bird,
That's great.
Oh my God.
Makes me happy.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. So I think
it's worse hearing it back than it even is.
So much worse hearing it back.
Ask your parents if they ever bought a live turkey for Thanksgiving meal.
I can confirm that my parents have never bought a live turkey and killed it themselves.
If they had one, they'd kill it with a baseball bat.
I did say the bat.
But the idea if they took a bat to the turkey.
I know.
I think I missed the Thanksgiving part, and I just heard bird and bat, and my brain immediately went to wait, they were batting at a bird, and then
wow,
yeah, not great. Not a great look for me.
All right. Well, we kid because we care. Just having some fun here. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. By the way, mini update on me versus Jack. Mini update. So I cannot tell you that we have definitive dates locked in because they are not what you'd call locked in. What I can tell you is it seems like we are very close to locking in 2 dates.
Circling those dates?
Circling for our first 2 competitions. There is a great chance that the golf competition will be Sunday, June 29th.
Ooh.
Put another way, a week and a half from now.
Yeah, that's 10 days.
Yeah,
That's soon, man.
Oh, yeah. And baseball, good chance, will be Wednesday, July the 9th.
Okay, so it's just things are out. So 10 days, 20 days to that
Things are happening.
Things are happening.
All right?
It's all happening.
Richie, name the movie. It's all happening. Penny Lane, name the movie.
Oh, almost famous.
There
Correct.
it is.
Well done.
Nicely done,
Well
John.
done. Well done. But anyway, we're getting closer on the Me vs. Fritz thing, and I look forward to it. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. I got to get to the contracts of the Phillies pitchers because it really does frame how complicated it will be, really, frankly, to even try to keep Ranger. We'll get to that shortly. Gino in Northeast Philly. Hi, Gino.
Morning, guys. How you doing this morning?
Doing great, Gino.
Oh, my God, this LeBron James. This guy is so weak. He's so weak. Michael Jordan he lives rent-free in this guy's head. I mean, I couldn't agree more with Jimmy. I mean, he's the guy who ran from team to team to team to chase rings.
Mm-hmm.
He ran everywhere to chase a ring.
He did.
And now it doesn't matter?
It's a great point, man. It's a great point.
It's just so weak. And, I can't stand this guy. Like, oh my God, he boils my blood. He boils my blood almost as much as Jack Fritz does.
Oh, good man.
Gino.
Good man. I'm glad to hear you talk that way, Gino.
Why does Jack Fritz boil your blood?
Oh, he's just such a weasel. Did you hear
Jack Fritz here.
Did you hear him yesterday? Yeah, Jack Fritz.
No.
That's one that kills me. Yesterday, he was crying about that people talk about him in the chat on YouTube.
Was he actually crying?
Like, he was saying that he blocks people in the chat. And
oh, my God.
Like, it's so weak.
Well, you got to understand, Gino, there's a soft
a tight
underbelly to every
shop.
element of his existence.
Speaking of, we've talked about comments today, I've told Jack many times,
to stop
just
using
stop
that
looking at him,
analogy.
dude. Stop looking at him.
You know what it is? You know what it is that annoys me too? Like, okay, Joe, you do annoy me with the Jalen stuff, but he takes little digs at Jalen. He goes into commercial breaks and takes little digs at the guy. Like, it's just so weak.
And Joe's not one.
No,
to
I don't do it in a
that.
commercial break.
Ever.
I do it during the segment on the air.
Yeah.
I know what he means. He does take. It's more demeaning in the way Jack does it. Jack.
I don't think you personally hate Jalen.
I don't. And Gino, I appreciate you saying that because a lot of people this week have thought I do, and it's just not right. And
I think Jack does hate him. I think he does.
Well,
hate
that's a
Jalen.
shame. Okay.
I really think he does.
Well, I don't know if that's true or not. All right, Gino, give me an answer, bud, for a fictional trio.
Okay. Beverly Hills Cop, Axel, Taggart, and Rosewood.
I love that one.
It's a good answer, too, man.
Nice.
I mean, it's classic. Judge Reinhold. How do you get the name Judge as your first name? What's up with that?
Creativity.
You sure?
I don't know.
I think it's a creative name. I mean, that's
Well, sure. Yeah.
What if you become a judge?
It's an admirable
That's a different
name.
thing.
Judge.
Judge Reinhold.
You're
I mean,
right.
You're a wise man if you've worked your way up through the years to become a judge.
That's pretty cool, but it's a little weird. So wasn't it Maria Shriver's father was Sergeant Shriver?
That is amazing. That's an amazing name.
That's a boss, man.
Sergeant.
Sergeant Shriver.
So that was his. I think
that
name.
was his first name.
And we're not talking like Sergeant.
Like not a title.
Slaughter.
Like that was his name.
I believe that was his
Sergeant.
name. Sergeant
His real
Shriver.
name, like on his birth certificate.
I believe so.
Sergeant Shriver.
I think.
That's incredible.
He probably wasn't happy with Arnold.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know,
I
Arnold-
think the whole Shriver family was not super psyched.
Just
with
saying,
Arnie.
things went off the rails right there.
They sure did, buddy.
All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Make sure you do more and get more. And in 2025, maybe he was dead by that point. I don't know. Okay, just going to put that out there.
That's true. But from the grave, he'd probably not happy either way.
I don't know. Hey, do more and get more. And in 2025, Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question, who wins Game 6? Pacers, Thunder. Second poll question, aside from Wheeler, which Philly starting pitcher do you trust the most for the playoffs? We've got Luzardo, Nola, Sanchez, and Suarez listed. By the end of the season, this could be a Luzardo Painter Sanchez Suarez poll.
You're right.
But we're not there yet.
By the end of the season, Suarez could be traded.
Oh, James, there's no doubt.
Christopher Sanchez has the toughest pitch to hit in all of baseball. That's crazy.
I don't know, man. I like Rangers changeup quite a bit.
Well, it's interesting how
That's
it's
a nasty
changed.
pitch,
But
man.
Christopher Sanchez, slide it on in there, man.
Yeah, but the more I watch Ranger pitch, the more he's reminding me of Jamie Moyer. He's not that slow with it, but he's a totally different tempo than any other pitcher on this staff.
Hit last night when he batted down that hit and just like you don't think he's going to make it in time, and he just picks it up, tosses it to first base, gets the out.
He's fun to watch.
So fun in that sense.
He's fun to watch.
You're right.
He's crafty.
Yes.
He's really, really crafty.
You're right.
Let's get to Mike in Douglasville. Michael, good morning.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Super. Crafty Ranger.
DK, how are you? It's been forever.
Christopher Sanchez is also
He's
crafty.
very good.
Christopher Sanchez is also smooth.
He is
man.
smooth.
I like Sanchez.
Yeah.
I like them all.
Yeah, the main four are tremendous.
Yeah.
Meaning Wheeler and the other three.
It's incredible.
You know, it is pretty amazing. All right, Mike, I'm sorry, buddy. What were you saying?
Nah, you're good. It's been forever, so I just wanted to call in. I wanted to call in actually yesterday, but I just didn't get the chance to with this whole Casty situation. Listen, I have a little bit different perspective on it. I absolutely love every single aspect of pretty much everything that's happened. I love the fact that Topper was was willing to take him out of a game so that way we could have a better defensive setup. I love the fact that Casty was pissed off about it. In my eyes, it kind of shows like a dog in him. Almost,
Yeah, competitiveness.
You know?
Absolutely. I respect that. There's a way to handle it properly, but I respect the competitor wanting to play. I'm with you. By the way, get to the end of this sequence because I'm gonna just obliterate your final point. But go ahead.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Well, you said you're happy with the whole thing. Or let's get to the final point.
Hold on. I'm wrapping it up.
All right.
I'm wrapping it up. Easy now, Joe. Come on now.
I got you, buddy.
But no, you got a guy who's played every single inning for a year and a half. He's just coming off a game where he's hitting a grand slam. He's getting benched, and he's pissed off about it. Fine. Cool. Now, I love Topper's response being like, you know what? You acted out of line. I don't care about your streak. I don't care about this and that. You need to sit down. You need to chill out. Now, the thing that annoys me most out of this whole situation is the fact that Topper did not stick to his guns.
Well, of course. Yeah, your original comment. Hold on. No, now you got to hold on, Mike. You started the whole damn thing saying you're down with all of this. You're happy with all of it. You're not. That's my point. I agree. I'm with you on that. It's ridiculous that Rob Thompson amended. I mean, if 3 days ago, if Nick Castellanos is not the guy to be in there late in a close game with the lead, then why is he, if he can't be the right guy on a Monday, why is he the right guy
because
on a Wednesday?
Because his family is in the stands.
Garbage.
I really think that came into play here.
But, John, Friday...
And I think that's a mistake. I think it's a major mistake by Topper to ease off the way that he did, and I've heard about the family thing
I don't give a damn. Mike, here's my prediction, and I could be wrong. My prediction is this. Friday night, New York, close game, Phillies lead, Castellanos in right field. I think that's wrong.
No, I agree with you. And Richie, I'm so tired of hearing about the family aspect. Is it Nick Castellanos' rookie year? No. He's been in the major leagues for, 10 years, 11 years? His family has seen him play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so tired of being like, oh, he was in Miami, his family was in the stands, and they've never seen him play. That's a load of crap. They've all seen him play. They've seen.
I agree, Mike.
Honesty, they watched him play for 8 innings.
Look,
one
I'm
and a
with
half
you.
innings.
I'm with you. I think they are deferring in large part to these guys way too often. It is too soft and cushy and kind, and I think it's going to come back and hurt us, catch us when it matters most. We need to be more disciplined than what we are, and I hope that this doesn't come back and bite us and cost us a World Series.
I agree,
that
Mike.
Sort of thing.
I agree, John. I agree, Mike. Yep.
I agree. I hope it doesn't cost us anything. I hope it doesn't raise tensions. But in all seriousness, I am tired of hearing of players running the team. Topper is the freaking manager.
Dude, you're with me.
Yeah.
Mike, give me a fictional trio.
Listen, these are actual real people, but it might as well be fictional because we all had hopes and it turned out to be freaking nothing. But the trio of Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey might as well be fiction.
Well, yeah, pretty funny.
It's pretty good.
I don't think that would be. What would be the third with Ben, Markelle, like Jaleel?
Harden. Oh, you're talking about draft picks.
Yeah, I mean, any way you want to get to
probably
it.
Jaleel.
I mean, they were horrendous.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaleel Okafor, man.
Unbelievable.
If only basketball was played at the professional level at the age of 15, he would have been the greatest of all time.
Yeah, or if he had been, brought up 20 years earlier or whatever.
20 years earlier.
Yeah.
Even then, I think there was something
maybe
missing.
40 years. Yeah, you're right. As a like
if
a
Moses
player,
Malone played Jaleel Okafor,
no, you're right. He would have buried him. He would have buried
me. So, James, Friday night in New York, Phillies hold a 3-2 lead. Who's the right fielder in the
Nick
ninth inning?
Castellanos, 100%.
Yeah.
I would be so shocked.
So
if he does anything.
Topper back down.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I think so too.
Yeah. Hey, reminder, you can watch our show on YouTube. So check it out anytime you get a chance on YouTube. Obviously, we enjoy the comments that come in, and you can pose questions, and Seltzer from time to time grabs them and throws questions and comments at us. Make it interactive with YouTube. Check out the show when you can. All right, let me give you some information you can check out by listening. And so, John, I'm now moving.
Do you need your glasses to read?
Small numbers, yes. Small print, indeed, I do.
Wow.
Yes.
Your eyes are getting worse.
John, you wear glasses.
I know, but I don't need them. I take them off to read.
Then keep them off.
All right, I will.
What do you mean you don't read? You literally just started wearing glasses like a year ago, and you wouldn't stop talking about how you could finally see.
Good point, Devin.
So now you don't need
I thought something was
Devin,
wrong with
my
He did this whole
eyes
thing. He's like,
got
something's
better.
wrong with me. I'm really worried, and it turned out I just needed glasses.
You know what I say to Devin's comment?
Oh, yes!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Guys, my eyes got better, though. I think maybe from wearing the glasses for a year.
Well, if you don't need them,
now,
don't wear them.
I don't know. It's like I am caught in this weird place where do I even put them on?
Go to the doc.
I did.
Go back.
I just did. That's where I found out my eyes got better.
Good.
And so I got new glasses that are weaker, both near and far, than the glasses that I just got last year.
Don't know what to tell you about that one.
But I don't need them to read. I actually feel like reading is easier without them.
Here's what I do know to tell you. Philly's got a conundrum with Rangers. We were talking about this a little bit last segment, but let me drill down a little further. So he's a heck of a pitcher. And he's a fan favorite, right? Everybody loves Ranger. So listen how complicated it is when I lay out the money aspect related to the Phillies pitching staff. After this year, Zach Wheeler's under contract for 2 more years. Next year, $42 million. The year after that, $42 million. 42, Zach Wheeler. 2 years.
Right.
Okay. Aaron Nola. Brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Next year, $24.5 million. The year after that, 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 $24.5 million. Put another way, 5 more years, close to $125 million.
Ooh.
Okay, that's Nola. Now remember, the objective here is I'm trying to find a way to keep Ranger.
Oh, if you didn't have that contract, you probably could.
All right. Lizardo.
Can we swap him in for that?
Right. Lizardo.
Here's the rest of Aaron's contract.
Right.
You can have it.
Exactly. All right, Lizardo. Under team control, 1 more year arbitration. Obviously, he'll be on the cheap side, the money undetermined, but you don't have him long term. You don't have him long term. Christopher Sanchez. Check out this bargain deal. Phillies have him for the next 5 seasons. Next year, $3.5 million. Year after that, $6.5 million. Then when he would have been, moving toward free agency, remember, they got him early in his years. They ate up some of his arbitration years. 2028, $9.5 million. 2029, $14 million. 2030, $15 million. Obviously,
it's an absurd contract.
It's a great deal.
It's an It's the best contract Dave Dombrowski has signed as a Philly by far.
It's a Scottie Pippen deal.
Yeah.
It's one of those kind of deals.
Honestly, it's the kind of contract the Braves get their guy, like Acuna and all those guys sign these ridiculous contracts.
All right, so I gave you the deals of 4 guys. Now let's complicate it further. Painter's supposed to be up here next year. It's going to be super cheap. Abel could be up here next year. Be super cheap. But wait, there's more. But on the negative side, Taijuan Walker is still in the books next year for $18 million. We know he won't be in the rotation.
How many more years?
Just that one.
Next year's the last one.
Like, you know he won't start, but he may be a preventative factor from keeping Ranger. So how do you keep the guy? Someone answer the question.
Wait, what? So what do they owe Taijuan next year?
18 mil.
I just wonder, like, at what point does Taijuan become a tradable asset?
I don't think, not really.
Not for like...
Here's my asset. Here's my thing to keep Ranger. I go to Luzardo as soon as free agency opens. Need you to sign, bud. Need you to sign. Talk to me. Let's talk. And you know with Ranger, he's not going to sign the first day or the first week, so you do have some time. But I'm talking to Luzardo's agent, and I'm trying to get him to sign a long-term deal. If Luzardo's agent and Luzardo balk on a long-term deal, bird in the hand. Ranger Suarez. I go to Rangers guy, say, listen, you've been my guy the whole time. Love you. I'll trade Luzardo.
What if Kyle Schwarber asks for $400 million?
Well, I'm not giving Kyle Schwarber $125 million. I love Schwarber, but I'd rather keep Ranger. Now, let me be clear. That's if I can unjam the logjam with pitching. But if you ask me, like, independent of what I got, who I think will give better service to baseball over the next 3 to 4 years, Ranger or Schwarber, I feel pretty confident it's Ranger.
Wow.
Not certain.
Wow. I don't know. I don't think that's a popular opinion.
I think most people
totally
would say
wrong.
Schwarber, yeah.
Look, I love them both. They might be my two favorite players on the team.
Yeah, I like them both as well.
But
as well.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure out how to keep Ranger.
Yeah.
And my point is, it's complicated because of Nola's contract, because of Taijuan's contract, because of Painter coming up, because of Abel, can pitch.
These are guys.
It's tough.
It is tough.
Is there anyone in that clubhouse who has a problem with either of these? Like
I have no
Schwarber
idea.
and Ranger, they're both guys who it's like, holy cow, they always show up. They always show up to play. They always mean business. They always produce.
Well, except when Ranger's hurt, which has happened 2 years in a row.
Well, I guess but we understand that.
But that's part of the metric. It is what it is. It's part of the equation. All right, you can react to it all.
One quick correction.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it either. Someone just tweeted and they're correct. The Phillies are actually home this weekend versus the Mets, so it's not at Citi Field. It's here.
My fault. Yep.
Mine too. I didn't catch it.
I didn't even hear you say that.
I said it twice.
I would have caught it. Really?
Maybe give you a
wow, I need to pay attention more.
Gave you a Shea Stadium reference.
So who do we have? Who do we have pitching in this Mets?
Wheeler
game 1.
That's unbelievable.
It's Wheeler,
Abel, and Luzardo.
Yeah. And they're all national games.
Kind of a big start for Luzardo. Not like big, but I feel like it's his biggest.
Yeah.
Because I want to get him
without
back.
a doubt it is.
Let me tell you.
Mick Abel.
Let me tell you guys something Luzardo related. I'm just going to pass it along. I'm going to keep the name out of it. I found it fascinating. Was it 2 days ago that he pitched? I think it was 2 days ago, right? After that game, someone who, I'll leave the name out, who said to me privately, I'll leave the name out. Someone who knows 1,000 times more about pitching than we do. 1,000. Told me he thought Luzardo was still tipping his pitches. And he told me part of his evidence, even though the runs didn't add up, that there were hard-hit balls. I remember there was a rocket to left field. It was caught by whoever was the left fielder in that game, probably Kepler. There were a couple hard-hit balls, and obviously he gave up 2 runs while he was in it, 2 runs after he was out of it by way of the relief pitch. I think that was Banks. But I was told by someone who knows a lot about baseball, he can't prove it, but sensed that there was still a tipping element going on with his pitches. So
That's
just file that away. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Jerry right now. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, pal.
Doing well, Jerry.
So did you watch the Stanley Cup Finals?
Some. Not a ton, some.
And by watching that, I think the Flyers are way behind and have a long way to go.
Well, that's clear. That's very obvious.
And would you sign Claude Giroux?
No, it doesn't. I'm not there. If I was looking to get over the top and I thought Giroux could be my guy, veteran presence, that whole thing, let's welcome him home. I used to think about this with Schilling. I used to think about this with Cole Hamels as recently as like 3 years ago, but the Flyers aren't there. Giroux thing wouldn't fit. It serves no practical purpose.
I agree.
Yeah.
And then I have a guess.
Okay.
For the trio.
What do you got, buddy?
I had two of them, but I'll go with Jerry, Elaine, and George.
Pretty good.
It's a foursome, though.
It is.
Yeah. Like, if you're going to pick them, take Jerry out and take the other three, I think is like, if you had to.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Supporting cast. Yeah, I think, because honestly, I think the supporting cast are all better characters.
Of course. I think that's the point of the show. Yeah.
Seinfeld and Will and Grace, two of the rare examples where the supporting characters were better characters.
I've never seen an episode of Will and Grace.
Oh my! I was obsessed with Will and Grace.
John, it's unbelievable.
I wouldn't even know
It's so
who
good.
the
It's-
people are.
The two
Watch
supporting.
the rest of Seinfeld, please. Okay.
You talking to me?
Of course I'm talking
Let
to you.
me tell you something.
I don't know who the actors are on
Will
that
and Grace
show.
is good.
Jack
It's
and
fine.
no
Karen.
idea.
Jack and Karen.
It's
Yeah.
Megan Mullally and Sean
So
Hayes, I
funny.
believe.
I
John?
still don't know who those people are.
Jack and Karen are two of the great characters of all time.
You definitely know
They
Megan
really
Mullally.
are.
She's in like a million things. Like you would definitely, if you looked her up, she's Nick Offerman's wife, Ron
Yeah.
Swanson's wife. In
By the
real
way,
life.
Devin, I don't know if you know, by the end of the
Oh.
series, they weren't in many
She's in
episodes together.
so many
scenes
things
together.
John. You'll recognize
Karen
it.
and
You'll
Jack?
see
Yeah,
it.
they weren't getting along.
Really?
Yeah, the
that makes me sad.
actor and actress wasn't getting along.
Oh,
So by
I
the
know
end of
who that is.
that's
Yeah,
a bummer.
I
I
knew
love
you
when
would.
we have two different conversations happening.
I know.
I like her.
Not like we're on air
I love
or
her.
anything.
She's
It's
great.
fine.
Big fan
All
of her.
right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Will and Grace and Karen and Jack. Show should
Are
have
you
been
going to
called.
watch the rest of Seinfeld?
No.
I mean,
Maybe.
you watched one
Seinfeld
season.
is
I
definitely
watched
way
like
better
a
than
third
that.
of a season.
I thought, yeah, that's my point. So you've come on,
Maybe.
man.
What are
You
you
watch all
doing?
these shows you've already seen. Like Seinfeld is the
is
show that comes up on the show
superior.
maybe as much as any other show.
All right. Can I tell you what show I'm now trying to get Amy going with?
I can't. I don't.
No.
The West Wing.
Please don't.
Go further back.
Oh,
Back.
Oh God.
Chris Berman. Back.
Back.
Come on. Back. Let's go.
The
Solid
Honeymooners.
Gold.
You're very close.
Golden Girls.
No,
Lawrence
about
Welk.
30 years before the Golden Girls. James, you're very
my
close to the
God.
Honeymooners.
I Love Lucy.
Correct.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, poor Amy.
No, guys, Lucy may be the greatest of all time. All right?
We know.
And
We
she was
know
on-
how you
Why,
feel.
why don't you go back and watch 8 is
Dude, and I'm
Enough?
starting
Isn't that show in black and white?
Yes.
Of course it is.
Like it's
And
that
by the way,
old.
I'm starting my Lucy
Yeah.
book this weekend.
Go back.
I'm about to finish. I'm reading a
That's
book.
probably
on,
pretty interesting.
I'm reading a
actually.
book on Anne Frank right now. It's not the Anne Frank diary. It's a book about someone
it,
who
yeah.
studied it. It's
Yeah.
Why
unbelievable,
don't you
by the
Dick
way.
Van Dyke it up?
You're a problem, John. You're a problem. All right. But anyway, I'm getting to Lucy soon. All right.
Watch Seinfeld.
I may. All right, coming up in a minute, something
please.
related to the NBA draft, the Sixers, the third pick, this Ace Bailey guy, the whole deal. We'll get to something coming up in 1 minute.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earning the fans, then you need the best technology to back it all up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer in point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit PDQPOS.com. That's PDQPOS.com.
All right, great to be with you on this Thursday morning. By the way, lost in the shuffle of all this Phillies conversation today, mostly geared around Castellanos and Rob Thompson, and if Rob Thompson acquiesced to Casty and just backed down, that's why Casty was still in the game in right field at the end of the game. By the way, he made a great catch. The Phillies are actually only a game behind the Mets. And James, I think they were down to like 4 or 5 back.
They were 5 back, yeah.
Wow. So the
now
Mets
we get to play them
Yeah.
and beat them and pass them right by
this
and leave
weekend's
them in
gonna
the
be
rear.
Awesome.
That's a
Leave 'em
great.
here,
That's a
leave 'em in their
great
dust.
series, man. Phillies and Mets coming up this weekend. All right, so one more Phillies and Marlins, obviously tonight. All right, or today is it today or tonight?
Tonight, 6:40. In fact, come hang out with me tonight. I'm going to be at the Ladder 15 in Philadelphia. Miller Lights, hanging out. You can win Phillies tickets. We're watching the game tonight coming out. It's going to be awesome.
Hang with Seltzer.
Hang with me tonight.
I like that. All right, the Sixers may or may not be hanging with Ace Bailey for years to come. So he canceled his meeting with the Sixers yesterday. Now, we're going to play you some audio that is prior to that news coming out. I want to be clear. You're going to hear Jonathan Givony, who is like ESPN's main guy covering the NBA draft.
Like they're Mel Kiper for NBA.
He's their Kiper. Talking about the Givony's going to go to the Sixers, meeting, but we know it didn't happen. But we're going to present that because it's in a longer context to give you the Ace Bailey story. Know that a lot of people initially, when the Sixers got the third pick, thought he was the guy. And now a lot of people are like, he's absolutely not the guy. Listen to Givony. Again, this is prior to the news yesterday that he did not meet with the Sixers. Listen to what Givony said.
Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, been locked in at 1 and 2 pretty much this whole process. The draft starts with Philadelphia. Who did they take? VJ Edgecombe or Ace Bailey? Ace Bailey was 3 for a while. He slid all the way to 6 in our latest mock draft. NBA teams are a little bit perplexed about his pre-draft process. He's the only player who is yet to conduct a single workout to this point. He has not visited any NBA team facilities. Ace Bailey's camp is adamant in conversations that he's a top 3 player in this draft, and they're looking for a clear pathway to stardom, both with minutes and opportunity. Now, Bailey's camp seems to feel confident that if Philadelphia, where he's working out later this week, or Charlotte at 4 decide to pass on him, then Washington, New Orleans, Brooklyn, who are 6, 7, and 8, somebody's going to trade up to get him. A lot of uncertainty about how this is all going to play out. No one really knows how it's going to end up and where Bailey would pick. That's going to be one of the biggest storylines I'm going to be tracking on draft night.
All right, and again, that was prior to the news coming out yesterday that he didn't meet with the Sixers. So the theory a lot of people believe is that he just wants to play for a team with lesser players so he gets to play more. I mean, I guess it's an argument. I mean, some guys go to college teams for that reason. Like, I won't go to the University of Alabama. I'll go play at Ole Miss because I got a better shot to, start. Okay. I mean, it's, but here's the thing. There's reports that the Sixers are going to pick who they're going to pick regardless of that kind of thing. Look, let's remember 41 years ago, Charles Barkley famously, absolutely did not want to be picked by the 76ers and ballooned up to 300 pounds and made a point of that. Because he didn't want the Sixers to pick him because it used to how much money you had to sign guys and it had to do with how much money you had paid other players and all this stuff. And he was like, they just don't have enough money to sign me. They actually picked him and traded away some players to clear money for him. That was the backstory. But Barkley ballooned weight because he wanted the Sixers to not draft him and he wanted them to know he ballooned to 300 pounds. So guys try stuff sometimes. But here's the other irony of this whole thing. This Ace Bailey guy might not even be good enough. I mean, James, I don't think it's Charles Barkley. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it at least.
Going to put that out there. I don't think we got Chuck here coming in. All right, phones. Rob in New Jersey. Rob, good morning. Robbie. Rob is not ready to go. Let's go to a different Rob. Rob in South Jersey. Good morning, Rob.
Yo, what's going on, Joe?
Hey, buddy.
Yo, I love Lucy. That's a heck of a pool. My mom's name's Lucy. That's her favorite show of all time.
It may be the greatest show of all time. I mean, it's certainly up there.
Joe, so your greatest show of all time shouldn't necessarily be Rob's mom's greatest show of all time.
Nice.
That's not a bad line, John. Not a bad line.
That's kind of weird because my next segue is my wife's name is Devin, and Devin, I know they're getting on you this morning for the whole bird thing. I know this has probably been talked on the station. Devin, I saw your list. How could you put Zach Wheeler 8th?
Okay. So I was thinking about, because I stand by my list. I actually think I had him 9th or 10th.
I think it was 9.
I thought it was 10th.
I think it might have been 10th.
I think it was 10th she had him at.
So look, I'm not one for making excuses. I stand by my list for the most part. I will say I probably should have put Wheeler a bit higher. They had us submit those lists last week, and the Phillies were not doing very well, and I was very down bad when it came to the Phillies, and I think that affected my decision making there. I probably should have put Wheeler higher, though. I'll take that.
Hey, Rob, get her.
Didn't you just say, so you stand by your list, but...
Yeah.
Well, that's my only regret.
That's
my only regret.
I'm not going to go back and forth with the Devin because, like I said, I do that every day, and it's not great. So getting the Castellanos guys, I think my take is a little different on this. I think this is a nothing burger. I think, and I'm not saying you guys specifically. Listen, I know the sports media in Philadelphia has a job to do. I think this was a small fire that was accelerated by sports media. It's not that
Disagree. So, Rob, let me ask you a question, and I appreciate your perspective, but I'm going to now get to what matters most, which is not the brouhaha of a Castellanos comment or a one-game benching. What matters most is who plays to win a World Series. So I'm going to ask you question number one, Rob. On Monday night, when Nick Castellanos was removed prior to the ninth inning, was that a good decision or bad decision by Rob Thompson?
I don't know if I saw the end Monday night. I don't know the exact situation.
Well, I'll frame it for you very quick, real quickly. He was removed for Rojas, knowing the Phillies held the lead. Rojas went to center. Kepler went to right. Marsh was left. Okay, is that the right decision or wrong decision?
I think it's a good decision.
I do too. Okay, now let's go to last night. I got a 3-run lead. It's similar. It's not the exact score, but it's a 3-run lead. Is it the right decision to leave Castellanos in the game?
A 3-run lead. I mean, Strom's been
the answer is no.
Strom's been struggling ever since she had her beef with his.
So what? I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up 4 runs, and I need Castellanos' bat, and or 3 runs, and I need his bat in the 10th. Come on.
It's kind of a weird middle. I know
it's really not. It's really because Rob, I'll make the case.
Nick Castellanos has also made some of the best defensive plays in the playoffs for this team, and down the stretch over the last 3 years, he really has.
Correct, but with what? But Rob, with what caveat?
Like you guys said, he doesn't get to some of the ball.
He slides because he's barely getting there. Listen, other guys get there with ease.
We can debate it, but we know that who Topper is. Anyway, I wanted to end on my Ranger point, which is why I called, which you weren't even talking about, Joe. Then you brought it up, which was kind of ironic.
Okay.
You're dead on with Ranger. They have to find a way to keep this guy. I was thinking, he has to be the center trade piece, because you're not going to throw Painter in a deal or Crawford. I mean, they may throw Abel in a deal, but Ranger Suarez, he's underrated, man.
He's really good. People gave me a hard time for having him on my top 11. He's really good, man.
The most underrated part of Ranger Suarez, and this is big in October, he was last year against the Mets, he didn't give up any runs, but, he was in trouble, got out of it.
Yeah.
He's unflappable out there. He doesn't get worried or nervous at all. And his experience in a World Series.
Look, I wish he won Game 7 versus Arizona. Wasn't a disaster start, but it wasn't tremendous.
You got to score runs off of
You do. You got to score. But I think I'd have to look up where it is now, but I think he's still in the top 5 all time in baseball history of lowest ERAs in the postseason. I mean, that's saying something. Rob, give me an answer. Best fictional trio.
Real quick, you just mentioned Game 7 of the NLCS. That guy, Brandon Pfaadt of the Diamondbacks, he didn't record an out and gave up 9 earned runs like 3 weeks ago? But
it was 8 earned runs, but it's the worst start in the history of baseball.
Was it really?
No one's ever given up that many runs without getting an out.
Wow.
But he beat the Phillies in Game 7 at Citizens Bank Park. That's baseball.
Yeah.
Did anybody say the Stooges yet?
Yes. Give me a different answer.
I'm going to go with a movie back in the day, The Three Amigos.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Great answer.
Huge.
John
answer.
Candy.
No. Steve Martin Short.
And Chevy Chase.
Oh, I thought Candy was in there. Okay. My fault. The rare mistake by the Hammer. 215. Hold on. On behalf of the audience, I will play this drop for you.
That's it.
And you wouldn't be
Thank
right. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. We got a lot happening here, including life advice and more up ahead on 94 WIP.
Hello, June, and hello, warmer weather. Before you know it, we'll be deep into summer and searching for any way to beat the heat. Keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows with a 20-point inspection of every window upon installation. Right now, Window Nation is offering you 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. And Window Nation's installers can make your home improvements an immediate and silent reality. They installed my windows in all 3 of my kids' rooms while I was napping one afternoon while I'm asleep. But make sure you act now, because Window Nation's sale ends June 30th. Don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. As the NCAA's College World Series grinds on to next week's finals, one college baseball team has already been invited to the White House. It's LSU Shreveport, the remarkably perfect 59-0 NAIA champions. Oh, and by the way, they're represented by House Speaker Mike Johnson. And that would be a quick way into the White House. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Helen's Sausage House. Phillies beat the Marlins 4-2 last night. Bryson Stott hit his first home run in over a month to add 3 runs for the Phils in the 4th inning.
And the pitch. Stott swings and hits one deep. Up the alley, right center, long run, Hernandez, and it is gone! It clears, and it's a 3-run home run for Bryson Stott. The Phillies with a 4-0 lead on Stott's 5th home run of the season.
The Phillies are now 1 game back from the Mets in the NL East, who they will host at Citizens Bank Park this weekend starting tomorrow night. NBA draft prospect Ace Bailey canceled his planned visit to Philadelphia. The Rutgers star was set to meet with the Sixers tomorrow. Helen's Sausage House, with locations in Smyrna and Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, breakfast, lunch, and catering online, helensausage.com. Weather today brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Sunny with a high of 90 degrees. It's currently 80. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field. Backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall. Jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall, and he hangs on. And Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence. And the Phillies win the ball game. And you got to be kidding me the way baseball works out sometimes. Nick Castellanos in the game, still in the 9th inning. And he makes the catch at the wall to end the game.
You know, Fransky is a great announcer, and he really captured that moment well. You know, even the thing at the very end where he's like, you know, Castellanos still in the game, because that's part of the storyline, that he was still in the game. Well, we'll find out, today and the next day and the next day and the next day if he will still be in the game, ninth inning, holding the lead. Some people have a theory it's, where he's from, and that's why he was in the game. I tend to think he just got Rob Thompson to relent. John, what do you make of, I threw this theory out earlier, do you give Rob Thompson grace if he feels like Castellanos is going to buck so much that he NBA player stomps around and tries less? And then you say, okay, well, I guess I got to.
This is the way he felt like it was the least of all evils, sort of.
Pretty much.
Like he didn't have other options. He was painted into a corner, and in order to get the most out of this team in the situation, he had to relent.
And let me give one example of a guy who has stayed with the team. Forget the guys that switch teams. Steve Kerr has put up with 5,000 pain-in-the-ass things from Draymond Green. 5,000. And that might be in one season alone.
Yeah. No.
But he deals with it. There's the occasional suspension. There's the occasional public admonishment. But for the most part, Steve Kerr rolls with it because he says this gives my team the best chance to win.
I think there is something that we, as, fans sitting on the outside, cannot fully appreciate how important it is to keep the peace, again, with adult men. We're talking about men who don't like to be told how to deal with certain situations, how to be told with certain emotions. This is sticky stuff.
Yeah, it is.
So it's not cut and dry, and I think it is important to remember that.
It is a possibility. It is.
I find it simple to say from the outside looking in, Topper should have held the hard line.
Right.
I resent the fact that he was easy. He let Carl the dog get back into bed when he doesn't belong, when he didn't earn that.
That was Sean's analogy from earlier. Tuning in
initially,
now. If you don't know,
my new, quote, adolescent puppy thinks it's okay to come and pee on my bed. It's not okay to pee on my bed, so he needs to be reminded that will never happen again. You're not allowed in my bed. So basically, Topper said, okay, Carl, you're not allowed in the bed for one stinking day.
Right.
One day is not enough to send the message.
I agree.
But at the same time, Joe, to your point, it is possible that these men who tend to think that they are right 100% of the time, they are difficult to deal with. And as a general, sometimes you can get things to the point where it's almost mutiny. Where I've been in locker rooms where you've had to restrain players from going upstairs to whoop the ass of the head coach. So, you do have to play things.
Not the Eagles coach, ladies and gentlemen. He's talking about the Raiders.
That was.
After Gruden.
You have to be careful. You have to be careful, and every situation is unique and
wild,
different.
Man. Wild. All right, well, a lot to chew on here. We'll get to some life advice with the Hammer shortly. Also, one other thing to throw into the mix. We talked about Ace Bailey and not meeting with the Sixers. So Jason Dumas, this goes back to yesterday. Jason Dumas from Channel 6 put this out yesterday. He said, source, Ace Bailey was seeking a promise from the Sixers prior to committing to a meeting. That meeting appears to be unlikely now.
Larry Hughes all over again?
Did he do that?
No, he didn't ask. Remember, Larry Brown chose him because he promised him. That was what the story was.
Yeah. So if the implication of this tweet is a promise to be picked, I don't know if that's the promise. I don't know.
What other promise could it be, though, in that situation, right? Like,
we won't pick you? No, I'm serious.
But why would he come visit then? I'll come visit if you promise not to pick me. That's weird.
Yeah. Well, or a promise of you'll get X amount of minutes per game.
Yeah, could be that kind of promise.
Which you can't really make that.
It seems like he's looking for that kind of promise, which is crazy.
I mean, if he lands on a team where he's going to play, be an immediate starter, then it's probably not going to be a very good team.
Well, it's going to be a horrible team. But
he could also be an immediate starter with the Sixers. It's not like the Sixers thing. We don't know that.
We have no idea.
Joel Embiid might not be able to play. Paul George, who the hell knows with that guy?
Paul George and McCain guy could start. I mean, he might not be a starter. I know. All right, let me just say this one thing. Guys, dress in 6 days. Let me just go on the record with this statement. The Sixers got to pick whoever they believe is the right player. If they keep the pick, which I think they should, they've got to pick whoever they believe is the best player moving forward for years to come. And here's what I mean by that. They famously did not in 2015 draft Porzingis. They took Okafor, and it is certainly believed that part of the reason is Embiid had been hurt and like, okay, let's get a big guy. But another part, like a center potential big guy. But part of the reason is Porzingis refused to meet with the Sixers pre-draft. Didn't want to meet with them.
He doesn't qualify as a big guy?
Well, he did, but he wasn't viewed as a center, and Okafor is viewed as a little bit more of a center, even though, ironically, he's smaller. I'm just telling you, it's what it is. But the point is, you can't let, if J.D. Drew is going to happen, it's going to happen, and I'll take my chances. I'm not going to not pick who I think's the right guy because he's going to be in a bad mood. Too bad. Too bad. I'm serious. Because, I'm not saying Porzingis is, Kevin Durant, but I think the Sixers the last 10 years would have been better if they picked him instead of frickin' Okafor. Okafor is out of the league in 2 years. Guy was irrelevant.
Yeah, what is he doing? Is he overseas?
So he played, I think, a game or two with one of the teams that was in the playoffs this year. Because I saw an article that said he was eligible.
The NBA?
He was eligible to win a ring if one of those teams advanced and won the title. I forget which team it was.
Wow,
James, see if you can look up if he played a game or two this year. Something like that. Let's go to Chris in King of Prussia. Chris, what's happening, pal?
Oh, what's good, guys?
Hi, Chris.
Good. I was going to talk Phillies, but y'all brought me to this Ace Bailey thing.
Sure.
If I was the Sixers, I wouldn't even do it. If I was Daryl Morrow, I would look for somebody else and, focus on getting somebody that can ascend to being a star, not somebody that needs to be having the ball in their hand because it's not going to work out. And if the reports are true, and like you guys are saying, Ace Bailey is trying to drop so he can play more, I just don't think that that's a good fit.
All right, so Chris, two different ways to look at it. One, I agree. I generally don't want a guy, that's like a pain in the ass on the way in the door.
Right.
With that said, if I project him to be the best player for the next 10 years...
but you already have a Maxey. You already have an Embiid.
I know.
You already have.
Well, I don't really have an Embiid. I had an Embiid. I don't know if I have him anymore.
Speaking of, isn't it crazy we haven't gotten enough? Is he alive? Where is he? What's he doing? Is he recovering?
It's so bizarre.
It's crazy.
It's bizarre, but it's not. It follows suit of two things. One, that he's not getting healthy, and two, they're choosing not to tell people.
Yeah, which isn't anything new.
While they're trying to sell tickets and hoopla. Whoa,
right.
Look at us.
It'd just be nice to know if he can start the season next year.
You like that sound, John? Are they going to do another tweet this year?
They need to use that for their commercials.
What was that?
Stuff right there.
Chris, what was that tweet last year I didn't like by them? Is this real life?
No, this is really good. Yeah. No. Your little quote. Woo, look at us. I really think this is fun. I like it.
Us.
And you use falsetto. You use falsetto in your voice. And that's the new Sixers slogan. Woo, look at us.
Chris,
just like that.
I think it's got a shot, Chris.
But the whole Embiid thing is,
sir.
Too much for my brain right now.
I know.
I can't even think about him right now. But what I can think about is this LeBron thing that y'all did definitely get wrong. The guy has 4 rings. He leads the league all time in scoring. How could you even think of calling him weak?
No, it's weak move, he's saying. Weak move.
No, okay. The move's not weak because, first of all, we have a guy here, like I said, that has 4 NBA championships.
Chris, he's incredible. Okay? But to Stephen A's point, none of us are denying that.
He's the second best player of all time, Chris. I think he's the second best player to ever play in the NBA.
Yeah, and I'm saying second best I've seen.
I think he's the best player ever.
Yeah,
we can argue that another day.
We actually can't.
Yeah,
I choose to not be in that discussion.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that much of a discussion.
He's
honestly.
weaker than Michael Jordan. Did you watch Michael Jordan?
Weak
Chris?
at what, though, John?
How old are you, Chris?
He's weaker than Michael Jordan at basketball.
You're what?
I'm 33.
So there you go.
You didn't say
that explains it.
You didn't see Mike.
It's Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was transformative.
I watch a lot of basketball.
He's from Darius Slay there.
Yeah.
It's about basketball. This weakness.
It is.
Now listen, LeBron's great, but Chris, I'm just telling you, as someone who saw both, which you did not, like for their entirety. Not that I saw every Bulls game. I certainly didn't. But I saw both of them for their careers.
I'm a basketball fanatic. I watched a lot of
dude,
Jerry.
I totally respect that. I'm just telling you, I am certain Jordan was better. Certain. But anyway, we all have our opinion. All right, give me a great answer for a fictional trio.
About Powerpuff Girls.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Are they a trio?
Yes.
Devin really liked
Devin
that
was
one.
excited about that
No,
one.
it's just I hadn't even thought of the Powder Puff Girls.
Do they say,
Powder Puff Girls?
Look at us.
Maybe.
I
Honestly,
think that's
maybe.
a good slogan.
Okay.
Powder Puff Girls, if they want to attract attention.
I'll tell you, I don't know about the Powder Puff Girls, but I felt like a Powder Puff boy with the way people came after me this week on Twitter.
You earned it. You deserved it.
Jack
You did
squat,
deserve
man.
that.
Yeah, don't say silly things.
Sorry,
and then-
sorry, I said A.J. Brown. I think is a better player than Jalen, but
You said Ranger Suarez is a better player than Jalen.
Hey,
yeah.
You know what?
Shut it down.
Emboldened last night. I was ready to take my ball and go home. You know what? You guys, you're being mean. All right, I'm out of here. I'm going to get on a plane and go visit Fred Barnett. Like that, I was like, everyone leave me alone time. But
Yeah, Twitter was not happy. They were not happy with you at all.
Twitter was mean.
And because they will tag us in these things when
Yeah.
they put these videos out. So my whole mentions not that I looked at them when I was
Yeah.
checking, it was just people just mad at you. So yeah, we all got to see it.
Okay. By the way, am I ever getting back to Barnett, Bermuda? I mean,
if
2 years.
Fred has anything to say about it,
I think
absolutely
that's
not.
up to him.
I guess
Isn't
that
it?
would be up to him.
Yeah.
I guess so.
I mean,
What if I
do you
told
have to
you
ask
it might
him?
be tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Is
then
it tomorrow
sounds
morning?
like
Is this what you're
I just
doing?
said it might be.
Oh, get out of
I
here. Are you going this
You're
weekend?
doing the
Is that what
mystery
you're doing?
vacation thing again?
Oh, you're the worst.
Why am I the worst? Maybe he's the worst. People, it's going to be bad for his cred.
So is that what you're doing? What a fun time.
I mean,
Look at you.
I may or may not be about to get on a big old
This
jet
is-
plane
this is why
for,
you're the worst.
hang with Fred Barnett.
Oh, God.
It's his birthday week.
What are you doing, Fred?
I mean,
Do better.
all right, let's do a little life advice with the Hammer.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe Cameron?
But to
I'm an
be
idiot.
clear, I can neither confirm nor deny such a trip. Let's see what happens. All right. Life Advice with the Hammer is brought to you by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, get yourself to MHSLift.com. Seltzer, what does someone need help with?
So simple to the point, but I think something that can help a lot of people in a lot of situations. Question is no name attached, but how do you turn a frown upside down and think positive thoughts when the world is getting you down?
Oh, easiest answer in the world. Julie Andrews said it best. These are a few of my favorite things. That's the answer. That 3 or 4 minutes from The Sound of Music.
When the dog bites.
Yeah.
When the bees sting.
Right.
When I'm feeling sad.
Right.
Simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad.
Wait, are you saying the song
No.
Saying his
itself or
favorite
your
things.
favorite? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that approach, but apply it to your life.
Right.
So I would say Techmo Bowl and the Eagles and a fun red October. Hanging out with my friends and Amy from Villanova and my mother.
Nailing it.
Oh,
No,
that
this
was
is really bad.
beautiful.
But I'm just saying that.
Julie Andrews is just,
Were
right
you
in the
about to say
studio.
rolling in her grave?
No, I was going to say reincarnated, and then I
She's
realized she's
alive!
alive. I know, that's why I didn't say it. That's why I said I was going to say reincarnated in the studio, and then I was like, wait, not dead. So.
She's still here.
But anyway. All right, John, give me 5 of your favorite things. What are they, John?
Pomegranates are
Okay.
definitely at
Okay.
the top of the list.
What else?
Dogs definitely need to be at the top. How specific are we getting?
I mean-
skateboards.
Okay.
I love skateboarding.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to not fall off when I try it.
Yeah.
I love my family.
Okay, that's great.
My favorite things. And is Alicia includable?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's 5.
You're just
Got
going to
that.
leave it there. Okay.
Very
Yeah.
broad.
Yeah, I got you. Because I thought you were about to say something else. But then
Oh, did you?
You pulled back.
What? What were you thinking?
Yeah.
Horny hammer?
Horny hammer. So good.
Lean back. You got the lean backs?
Lean back, that's right. Lean back, that's right. Lean back.
All right. Good morning to everyone. We got times yours up ahead, more phone calls. Seltzer, what is going on? So that's life advice with the hammer. The point is just think of good things. James, what are you laughing at?
I don't know. I don't know.
You got to control yourself. And I don't appreciate this horny hammer comment. I mean,
I don't know where that came from, but it does seem
Oh,
to fit.
yeah.
If the shoe fits. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Hey.
That ain't right. That ain't right. I'm just saying. All right. We got time.
You deserve
I
it,
swear,
man.
I swear we're coming to the phone calls next. It's a wacky day on 94 WIP.
USA Soccer is back on the pitch, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you a chance to back them with zero pressure. Right now, FanDuel is offering a no-sweat bet on the next USA match. That means you can place a bet on the Stars and Stripes, and if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. No sweat, no stress. Just FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, for your shot to score big while repping red, white, and blue. Whether it's the first half or stoppage time, FanDuel has you covered with fast payouts and America's favorite features. From the money line to how many goals are scored, there's lots of ways to play and support Team USA. So don't just cheer. Bet on USA Soccer with confidence. Download the app at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and place your no-sweat bet today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. Again, FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, for your shot to win big.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued as no withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep
The hammer!
takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. One of my favorite bets for the 2025 NFL season is the Arizona Cardinals over 8.5 wins and to make the playoffs at plus 150. Marvin Harrison Jr. enters year 2, ready for a breakout year, and Jonathan Gannon finally has the horses on the defensive side of the ball to be tough all season long. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here.
Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are phenomenal at what they do, and they're also the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. I've been in good shape through the years with my teeth, obviously in part good luck, but also great care with PI Dental Center. If you're in good shape, awesome. Keep it there and get yourself to PI Dental Center for year-to-year maintenance. But if you're in need of a serious repair, maybe you've got pain, maybe you just don't like the way you look and it becomes a self-esteem issue, well, know that PI Dental Center, they can really fix you up. Start with their website, PIDentalCenter.com. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
This sports update brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill. Family owned and operated. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Phillies beat the Marlins 4-2 last night. Ranger Suarez struck out 8 and allowed 1 run through 7 innings. Nick Castellanos stayed in right field and made the game-winning catch for the final out.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field. Backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall. Jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall. wall, and he hangs on, and Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence, and the Phillies win the ball game.
The Phillies are now one game back from the Mets in the NL East, who they will host at Citizens Bank Park this weekend. Sixers draft prospect Ace Bailey canceled his planned visit to the Sixers. The Rutgers star was set to visit Philadelphia tomorrow for a private workout and dinner with the front office. Weather today, sunny with a high of 90 degrees. It's currently 80. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. Bang! This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There you go. That's a song. All right, good morning to you. And good morning to Bryson Stott. He's kind of gotten lost in the shuffle today, but that was a big homer last night. And just got to hope he can get on track, really on track, because it's been a rough, some would say month and a half, some would say year and a half. So, man, I hope he can get his act together. But last night was good. Let's go to the phones. As we listen to Clapton, we're getting Your Time's Yours and phone calls as well. Let's talk to Marcus in Percy. Marcus, what's happening? What's happening, bud?
Hey, I think we're going to just agree to disagree here, but hear me out. So what is Topper's job?
To manage the Phillies.
Correct. So a manager manages. And what works better, happy employees or unhappy employees?
Yeah, we talked about that essentially, and you may be right.
This is a subtlety that I hate the way it makes me feel to say, maybe this is the way you have to bend the rules here. I would like them to be hard and fast and disciplined and, hey, this is the way it is, Casty. I'm going to hold to the disciplined standard that I initially intended. But just maybe for the betterment of the team, the manager decided that he had to sort of like soft pedal backwards a little bit. Like he painted himself into a corner and he felt like, oh man, maybe this is the wrong hill to die on. Yeah. It's just possible.
Do you guys know what the butterfly effect is?
I've heard of that.
Yes.
Remind me.
The wind from a butterfly's wings can possibly cause a tidal wave somewhere else.
It's chaos theory, essentially.
Basically chaos theory. We don't know if Rojas was playing in that position last night if he would have caught that ball.
Well, it would have been Kepler because it would have been.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Let's say Kepler.
No,
Whoever.
but I think it's likely he would have. But listen, Marcus, your first point is the point that is the only counter to what I and John and many have said today. All right. But I'll just say this: it's predicated on would Castellanos have really caused that many problems if he was unhappy? Maybe, maybe not. Don't know. Can't prove it. Can't.
I stand by Topper's decision.
Okay.
John Ritchie.
Yes.
Go to saberforge.com, which is where you can build your own lightsaber.
Does it work?
It's not a plasma sword that you can cut through metal with. It's the most realistic that you can get.
Wow.
I'm sure you know that is a requirement of Jedi training.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
You would have to build your own lightsaber right away. One last thing before my trio, John. You do not make your girlfriend watch anything. You suggest, you deal, you bribe, you cajole, but you do not make. I know she's not your wife, but
she doesn't seem.
You can force her.
She doesn't seem like
it matters to you. Say it matters to you,
Marcus. I like your style. You're very good. That and the Rob Thompson thing are very similar points. You're coming from the same perspective on how to get the job done.
And Marcus, I really like some of the ideas that I see from like the crossguard sabers, which I never could have imagined for my own usage. I like that. Like the hilt, like the saber that has the hilt, that not only the blade, but the hilt on the sides. Man, I might have to get myself
All
one.
right,
of those.
Marcus, I need an answer from you. Give me a fictional trio.
I got a deep cut. The Stygian witches from Greek mythology.
Ooh, nice.
Wow, that is a deep cut.
No, which three witches?
The Stygian.
I don't know them.
Sisters. They, see the future. They're the ones, like Perseus goes and talks to them when he's about to go try to slay Medusa.
Okay.
And they give him
How do you know this so well?
the tools to do so.
You a Greek mythology expert?
I was obsessed with Clash of the Titans when I was like in second grade.
Okay.
I used to imagine that Medusa was chasing me when I was at swim meets. I would
Medusa is
imagine
scary.
that Medusa
She's a
was
scary
swimming
one.
in the water, and it would make me swim faster.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Yeah.
That is really weird, but hey. All right, Twitter poll question of the day.
Scary.
I would imagine. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. All right, poll question. Aside from Wheeler, which Philly starting pitcher do you trust the most for the playoffs? So the four choices are Luzardo, Nola, Sanchez, and Ranger. James, are you Ranger?
As of today, yeah,
You moved
Ranger.
there?
Yeah.
Devin?
As of today, Ranger, but it's changed. To start the season, I'd probably say Sanchez. So who knows?
So
by the
I'm
time
going to
that
say
comes
Ranger,
around.
but I'll also say I think it's just about a three-way tie.
Yeah, Sanchez
Okay.
would be my number 2 behind Ranger as well, and I would have Luzardo third.
Me too. But I think it's really, really, really close. I guess I don't want to just dismiss Luzardo because of a couple starts that haven't been phenomenal.
I think he's the highest ceiling of all these guys,
I think I agree with that. John, are you also pro Ranger in this poll?
I said earlier, Christopher Sanchez to me is, with the best pitch in all of baseball as per metrics last season. That's tough to beat, and he just picked up where he left off.
How do you
He's
think
been
people?
awesome.
How do you think people voted?
It's going to be close to three-way, but I think Christopher Sanchez wins.
So this is one of the more shocking polls I've seen in a while. The Ranger wins.
Luzardo?
No, dude, Luzardo got 3% of the vote.
Wow. Talk about
Well,
a
he's just
recency
had.
bias.
I think
I know,
we
but are
need to
people-
see Luzardo string together.
I
a
know,
few
but
good
are people
starts.
just throwing him out? I mean, I know it's a tough standard because Ranger's been so good lately, but I mean, 69% Ranger. I mean, if we did this poll a week ago, Luzardo might have won it. Anyway,
yeah,
69% Ranger, 24% Sanchez, 4% Nola, 3% Luzardo. I mean, Luzardo got less than Nola.
That's actually really
That's
surprising.
just silly. That's just
crazy.
nonsensical.
I don't know what to make of that. I think it's silly too.
Yeah, that's.
And I'm a Nola guy, but you got to prove you can reestablish before I can give you that. All right, other question: who wins Game 6? John, Pacers, Thunder. Remember the game's in Indy.
Gonna go to 7.
No. 67% say OKC.
By the way, Jahlil
Darn.
Okafor could still win a ring, theoretically.
Which one is he, OKC or Indy?
Indiana. And guess how many games he played this year?
I think it's 1, right?
It is 1. Would you like to guess how many minutes he played this year?
Can you imagine if he gets a ring?
3 minutes.
Wow.
Jahlil Okafor played 3 minutes for the Indiana Pacers this year.
And you can get a ring that
I believe
way, right?
if you play 1 second. I believe. I'm not 100%
No, I believe
sure, but
that's
I think
right.
that's correct.
That is.
Can I just interrupt this really quick to say that Richie has been looking up customized lightsabers on his computer?
He's a freak.
As soon as Marcus said that, I was like, the rest of Richie's day is
I
ruined.
look over, I'm
Yeah.
like, what is
The
that?
hilt. Think about that. You could get the hilt that's not only the saber that goes out and forward, but
The Darth Maul? You could do the
not so much the double
mm.
bladed. The double, I don't even know what you call that. Like the stick,
Yeah.
the baton. No, this is going perpendicular to the blade out the sides.
Oh, the
bladed
Adam
hilt.
Driver
So it's
guy had that.
perpendicular.
Yes.
Yes,
Kylo Ren.
the
Yes,
Kylo
yes.
Ren.
Yeah.
But his was red. I love the red. I love the
This
purple.
guy.
This
oh
guy.
man, and it looks like you can do like electronics to have the different sounds. You can have the different. Man, the sound upon unleashing the blade.
Someone should buy it
That's
for
what
you for
call
Christmas,
it.
man.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I need to learn more about like how bright is that blade? And then is it also, you got to assume it's just like I don't even, it's nowhere close to a real lightsaber
I don't think
concept.
it can strike someone down and kill them.
No, probably not.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you
also,
never know.
but I hate the idea. I hate the idea that it would be like an enclosed, like
it's not going to be whatever a real lightsaber is made out of.
right.
Well, it's gonna be
like a
disappointing.
light from
fake.
like a big long light bulb from overhead, like a fluorescent light from work, which I hate that idea.
You want the right type of light.
I know.
I understand.
I
got
wish
you.
it could be the right type of light, but I don't think that's reasonable to expect in the world that's
No, probably not.
real
All right,
life.
let's
that's possible.
Let's get to Taylor in Springfield. Taylor, he's like a boy man, this guy. Hello, Taylor.
John,
what's up?
dude, I have a lightsaber. Like,
Oh, my
you have
goodness,
to
this is unbelievable.
customize it.
You have a good lightsaber?
Yeah, dude.
Come on.
I spent, it's like made from aircraft material.
What?
Wow.
How much did it cost? Do you mind saying?
It's like, oh, man.
A lot?
A lot.
A lot.
We can take that as a lot.
How about
Sorry,
that?
I'm just looking at it.
Are you looking at it and regretting it?
so-
It sounds like.
It changes colors.
Oh,
When
wow.
you pick, like,
That what a
depends
great
on-
idea, because that is something that I was concerned about. Like, do I get the red? Do I get the purple? Do I go blue?
Yeah, so,
Maybe there's
I
another
mean,
color,
like-
aqua. Maybe I could go with Eagles green, like the midnight green. That's not like the
So,
Luke
so
Skywalker
mine
green.
goes like 8 different colors.
Oh man, that
And
sounds cool.
You can change it, and the sound is crazy. I wish it was charged.
Yeah, that
it
sounds
is not
wonderful.
right now,
I'm going to do some research today and dig in a little bit. But
Taylor, what do you got on the Phils, buddy?
I'm just depressed that Bryce Harper is not here.
Well, look,
I mean,
yeah,
I think that's the whole reason why they're kind of failing right
It's
now.
definitely not. First off, they're not failing right now. They were failing a week and a half ago. They've actually played good baseball for the last week. But there's a hole in the lineup without him. That's clear. Taylor, I'm going to give you a Bryce update in a moment. Give me an answer for a fictional trio.
Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman.
Nah, that ain't gonna work. All right, Bryce Harper update. This goes back 2 days ago. No, we could have played this yesterday. We didn't. Dombrowski was on. I believe this was at the NBC Sports Philadelphia, and talked about Bryce. Let's just give you some perspective on where things were, at least as of 2 days ago, with Bryce, according to Dombrowski.
I'm not concerned from what the doctors tell me as far as any type of long-term repercussions. They have found what the issue is, and they've been able to deal with that. Now it's a matter of when he can feel comfortable to play. I don't really know when that's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a long, long time down the road. But and he continues to make strides on a daily basis. But it will be a matter up to him. He's been cleared to go ahead and get back in the lineup whenever he feels comfortable to do that. So he has to work through some things and just in the rehab process, and he's doing that.
How about that? That news kind of
That
flew under the
is
radar.
Wild.
Sounds like it's a pain management issue, maybe?
Yeah, it clearly does. Like he said, he could be in the lineup.
Yeah, he's been cleared to play.
He's gonna be back soon,
he
theoretically.
feels comfortable to do it. So now this is
It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
A little strange.
A little strange.
A little strange. A little strange.
Well, and the fact that he's not, if he's cleared to
to
play, he's
get
not
better.
in Miami. Like, I'm assuming he's not in Miami, then just doing whatever Dombrowski just said, like rehabbing or whatever the treatment that he's doing to get better.
How much trouble is there
Kind of
in
odd.
Paradise?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't know, though. But I'll just say my guess is that there's he as a player could have worry also on aggravating this thing further. And so maybe there's a psychological look. I'm just speculating, guys. I have no
too.
inside information, but
Right.
I would imagine there's some concern about, when he swings and he could hurt, and maybe he's got to get over a barrier psychologically, and I don't know.
And as far as not traveling, like it makes sense in the sense that the rehab might be easier rehab here to work here to do all that stuff. And then on top of that, like they might know he's playing in the Mets series. And they're like, oh, just work here.
Yeah.
Just stay home. The Mets are coming here. Don't even go to Florida.
Right.
So, like, who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, with that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
All right, well, the first thing I want to say is I still can't believe the Lakers fetched the Buss family $10 billion. By the way, they didn't even sell it all. Kept 17% of the franchise.
Unbelievable.
Seems
incredible. So $10 billion. Although this number is
Good
still
deal.
not
official.
The most, no, well, that too. The most eye-popping number in sports that I've seen. Give me your most eye-popping ever.
Shohei Ohtani's contract.
No, well,
it's up there, but that's below. Nope. It's still A-Rod. In 2000.
Oh, in the moment.
In the moment.
I get your point. Yeah, 252 or whatever it was insane.
252. When he got 252, I think in 2000 or 2001. But these numbers keep going up.
The Soto's close. When
Soto's
Soto
up there.
85, 65 or whatever it was, it was like, that was, because Shohei got 500. And it was like, all right, like we've
Well, Shohei got all that deferred stuff also.
Was it 700 total? Maybe
Yeah,
actually.
something
It was
weird.
like a whole, but he pitches and hits. For him to go above that was shocking.
Yeah, that whole thing's weird. All right, time's yours brought to us by Xfinity Mobile. Although Beckham's deal was another big one. Didn't he get like...
How much was that?
Wasn't it like $250 to come to
See,
America?
I think it was.
Soccer's weird, though. Like, we don't... Yeah.
But I also think that could have had all sorts of other elements to it.
For sure. That was more of a... It wasn't about the players as much as the league.
I thought he had like ownership in a team.
What could be that? Romo's contract was up there with the frickin' CBS. When he got 100, when he got 170,
Brady's like tripled him or whatever. Yeah.
Anyway,
They just keep going up.
They're all in the mix. All right, time's yours. Brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with time's yours.
Of course, Cassie makes Stefano out in the ninth inning. How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Yeah, that element of it was very cool. I know we didn't dwell on that much today, but that part of it was really cool.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time Devin had a Phillies-related incident on Twitter, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice, right?
Adding up.
Yeah, it is pretty weird.
Adding up.
Hopefully we don't get a third.
Nick Castellanos has some gall to be offended about the fact that Topper took him out of a game for defensive purposes. This is a guy a few postseasons ago who came out and readily admitted that he doesn't try as hard in the field during the regular season.
What a great point,
It's hard
dude.
to stay focused.
What a great point.
Yeah.
I forgot
Great
about
point.
that.
I did
it's
too.
a great point.
It's a great. I mean, John, you've been talking about that for a couple of years since he said it.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys, but I'm kind of in a hurry. I have to go out and club my turkey for dinner tonight.
Way to go, Tom.
That was definitely Tom from Abington, and
wow.
that was very funny.
That's good. And with that, Tom, well done, buddy. With that, we shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call
That's good.
215-238-4500.
All right, we got to come up with a winning answer for best fictional trio. So first of all, I'll just say they all feel similar to me in levels. Three Musketeers. You got the Alvin. Help me out on the Chipmunks. Who are the
Simon
three?
and Theodore. It was Dave. By
was
the,
the guy's name.
Yep.
Dave Seville or something.
Yep. All right, so you got from Dewey, someone in Louie. Who's that?
Dewey, Huey, and Louie. The Ducks.
Wait, who's that? Really?
Yeah,
The Ducks from what?
From DuckTales.
DuckTales.
Oh, I didn't remember their names.
You were like, do you know DuckTales?
Really?
I loved DuckTales.
Oh, it's the best.
Yes.
The best.
When you're 9 years old or 8 years old.
Yeah, I just didn't remember their specific
What a
names.
show.
We all thought you could dive into gold coins and it would be super awesome.
All right, Three Amigos, Powder Puff Girls got some...
Powerpuff Girls.
Powder Puff, whatever they
Power.
are.
Snap
I
Crackle
like
and
the
Power
Three
Up was
Amigos.
one.
Rice Krispie. What are we doing here?
I like Snap, Crackle, and Pop a lot.
I think
Yeah,
I
that's a
like,
good one.
I think I like Alvin, Simon, and
I like
Theodore.
that one a lot too. I'm good with that.
All right, 2 votes for that.
Theodore.
John, what do you...
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's it?
We're the Chipmunks. CHIPMUNK. We're the Chipmunks.
Can I...
You have to sing it in the
Guaranteed to
chipmunk
brighten
voice.
your day. Doot, 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 doot.
I want to make 2 comments on the way out the door.
So good.
Number 1, I can officially say, John Ritchie, you are a happier person with a girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. Like so much happier. Yes. It's evident.
That's good.
The singing, the effervescentness.
Effervescent.
Nice use. It's close. No, effervescent.
Effervescence.
Effervescence. But it's the right use of effervescence, which is nice.
And number 2, you guys have fun. I'm out of here for a couple of days. Where I'm headed, who the hell knows?
Enjoy Bermuda.
Say hi to Fred.
Don't clog the toilet again.
I'm not confirming nor denying. We shall see. Everyone have a great rest of the day. We shall talk to Joe and Hugh up next.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music, sip refreshing Happy Dad malt seltzers at our tiki bar, or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week. Enjoy Happy Dad malt seltzers, now available in Delaware and Maryland. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Enter Stanford commencement address Sunday. 9-time Olympic gold medalist Katie Ledecky challenged graduates to find out what you're capable of. Canada's Summer McIntosh is finding out. The 18-year-old phenom just set world records in the 400-meter freestyle and the 200 and 400-meter individual medleys while qualifying for next month's World Championships in Singapore. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One ball, two strikes to pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right field. Backing up Castellanos to the track, near the wall. Jumps, makes the catch, bangs into the wall, and he hangs on. And Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence. And the Phillies win the ball game. And you got to be kidding me the way baseball works out sometimes. Nick Castellanos in the game, still in the ninth inning. And he makes the catch at the wall to end the game.
You couldn't have scripted that any better. Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. Phillies win last night. They are now just one game behind the Mets. Ranger, who we'll get to, was spectacular. Nick Castellanos back in the lineup. And the game ends with Castellanos in right field making a catch at the wall to save the game. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. And happy Juneteenth to all that celebrate. It's Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth, June 19th. Yes, yeah. And Hugh, we got a lot to discuss today on the show. We're going to get to Ranger, who was great last night again. More on the Ace Bailey stuff. The Sixers would be fools. I mean, total fools to draft this kid right now. And our reaction to the latest couple names in the top 11, including who has been ridiculously omitted from the list. We'll see what Hugh says about all this coming up. But Hugh, we got to start with last night. And specifically, I need to talk to everyone out there, every one of you, that supported Rob Thompson a couple days ago, supported Rob Thompson yesterday and the day before, because what I heard yesterday was the manager has to put his foot down. It's his clubhouse. The players can't run the clubhouse. And then what I saw last night was the manager threw all that out the window. Look, the Phillies won last night, which is the most important thing. That's great. And Castellanos, great catch. And I saw him in the outfield in the ninth inning, and I said, oh, that's interesting, because 2 days ago, the manager told everyone, including his outfielder, I don't want you on the field in late game situations. Late game, close, right? We're winning by a little bit, right? It's a close game. I have to take you off the field for defense because that's what's best for the team. Last night, late game close, it became a game that came down to one catch at the end. And who's in right field? That was Nick Castellanos. So everything that Topper said the other night just flew out the window. And it worked, but this isn't only about results. It's about the process. And what I said yesterday was, I understand why Nick Castellanos was upset because the manager is not consistent. And everyone yesterday wanted to tell me, well, no, Joe, he's got to do this. Okay, well then how come he didn't do it last night? I want to hear from everyone about last night's game and about what happened, because if you supported Topper removing Castellanos and then holding his ground when Castellanos barked back, then there's no reason Castellanos should have been on the field in the ninth inning last night. There's just not. Like, if we're using the same logic that Topper used a couple nights ago, then why is he on the field? I thought we have a new precedent now. Then now we're trying to win games. Now it's a new Topper. Now, no more wasting time. We got to get the best defensive outfielder on the field in the ninth inning. Then Nick Castellanos shouldn't have been out there. He made the play. I'm happy for him. I'm happy the Phillies won. But this is ridiculous. I mean, it was ridiculous he was out there last night because that's not the precedent the manager set a couple days ago. And if I'm Castellanos, although I know we found out he apologized, I'd feel vindicated. I would feel vindicated if I'm Nick. I would be like, listen, again, why did you take me out 2 nights ago? Do you trust me tonight but not then? I think you all should be, every one of you that supported Topper should be disappointed that he left him on the field the ninth inning, because now it shows there's no consistency and the players run the clubhouse. Hugh, what did you make of it last night? Castellanos trotting out to the field in the ninth.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to say hello to I Told You So, Joe. Because that's kind of what I felt today. You were
I didn't say those words.
I mean, but it kind of feels like you're taking a victory lap.
No, what I'm doing is I'm asking the people that felt a certain way how they feel today.
And I was one of those people that felt a certain way. I'm twofold today, Joe. I'm a little surprised.
A little twofold Douglas today.
I'm surprised and disappointed at the same time because now to me, it makes you wonder, number one, what was exactly said. And was it really that egregious where you had to pull him? And when you talk about moments, similar moments to the one that he had the other night where he pulled him for his defense, and you left him out there, granted, he made a hell of a play.
Which is the most amazing part of all
this.
Yeah,
like, you kind of wonder, what was it? You know, now, I will say that there's something redeeming about the play that he made.
Absolutely.
In that moment, and Topper believes in him. But to your point, you should feel vindicated because you said it felt heavy-handed, and then you turn around and in the same moment, you put him back out there. But the saving grace in all of this is the fact that he did make the play.
Well, when the ball was hit, when the ball went off the batter's bat, the right-handed batter went the other way to right field. My first thought was, oh, no, it's gone, right? It's going to be a 3-run home run. Then I'm like, it's a big park. It's probably going to stay in. Is it going to hit off the wall? And then instantly I'm like, oh, my goodness, this game's coming down to Castellanos having to make a catch at the wall. And he did. Then he untucks the shirt, kind of looks around like, yeah, you doubted me.
Like in your face.
Yeah, in your face, Topper. I mean, that's what last night was. I mean, that's what it felt like last night with Castellanos and Topper. 215-592-9494. Look, I expected it. I said this yesterday. Like, do you really think he's not going to put him out there tonight? And I fully expected him to put him out there and to leave him on the field because Topper is not consistent. That's the issue right now. There's not a consistent, from the minute Topper became the manager, if he was pulling Castellanos and Turner for defense, I know Turner wasn't here the first year, but if he was pulling everyone late in the game to get his best defensive team on the field, then Nick would have no, leg to stand on. Then that's how we do things around here. It's not how the Phillies do things. Now, you may think they should, and that's the better way to win games, and I'm with you deep down. Like, late in games, I think they should put the best defensive team on the field with the lead. Topper doesn't do that, though. So I understood why Castellanos was annoyed a couple nights ago, and now I'm just curious to hear from everyone out there that was like, yeah, go Topper. Well, what happened last night? Why did he leave him on the field in the ninth inning? That didn't make any sense, even though, yeah, it obviously worked. All right, let's hear from both Scott Fransky and Topper. Let's start with Topper. Before the game yesterday, what he had to say and saying he would do it again. Let's hear Topper.
Rob, we see Nick Castellanos back in your starting lineup tonight, as you said he would be, and I guess everything water under the bridge. Can we look at it that way?
Yeah, it's in the past. We're going to move forward. Nick's in there tonight, hitting fourth, and we'll go get him.
Do you anticipate more of the move you made the other night, taking him out for defense late in games?
Yeah, possibly. It all depends on the situation and where his bat is coming in the lineup and the score and the game state and all that. But, yeah, it could happen.
Do you have a I don't know, algorithm that tells you how many you need to be leading by and how far away his spot in the order needs to be to make a move like that?
Not really. I think it's just feel more than anything.
Okay, so 2 nights ago, we felt he had to come off the field for defense, and last night we didn't feel he had to come off the field for defense. See, that's why a player gets upset. That's why a player is vindicated to be upset with, like, why? Why are you pulling me out of the game tonight, but not this night? Topper said it's water under the bridge, and it might be. Maybe for him it is. I wonder what Castellanos deep down feels, because we saw him last night, and he looked
the same.
He to me, he looked a little bit focused, yet at the same time annoyed. And maybe he'll channel that and play well. But if I had to guess, it's water under the bridge for Topper. Castellanos strikes me as a grudge guy. I think he's still bothered by the whole thing.
You know what? Initially, I thought that, but I think it's water under the bridge for him too. Made a hell of a play in outfield.
Yep.
And Topper said something that cut, Joe, that I kind of agree with. It's the feel for the game. And sometimes, in the other night, not trying to make excuses for him, but the other night maybe he felt like in that moment that he needed to put another defender out there. And last night it wasn't the same case. And I understand. I do understand, and it does make you wonder what went into him doing it the first night.
Right.
But at the same time, he has his fingers on the pulse of his team. And it worked out for him. You know, when you talk about the outcome of the game and outcome of the last game, by leaving him in there and him making that play, it worked out for him. We got the win.
Yeah.
So you have to have. I'm not going to be too down on Topper. I am surprised that he did it because I thought that this was going to probably last a lot longer than it did. But I can't be too down on him for making the right decision in that moment. Because that's basically. I mean, because when you look at it, we did win the game.
Yeah, but I don't even know if it was the right decision.
That you could wonder that. You could definitely question
Castellanos is not a very good defensive outfielder. Like the other guys would have made the catch, I'm guessing, just the same as he did. Now he did it, and I'm happy for him, and I'm happy the Phillies won the game. But I think if you were supporting him yesterday, you should be disciplined. Let's hear Scott Fransky about Topper saying maybe he wouldn't do the same move tonight, even though he did it 2 nights ago.
18th double of the season for Castellanos, who of course was benched yesterday, left out of the lineup, out of the game entirely after what happened on Monday night. Here's a swing and a dribbler that'll go foul up the line. Nick addressed it before batting practice yesterday with the writers, and it was rather brief. Said what he had to say. He had already talked to Rob Thompson on multiple occasions, including right after the game Monday night, as well as again on Tuesday. Castellanos did apologize to the manager for what was said and done on Monday night after he was taken out for defense. And Rob Thompson said today that he would not be taking him out tonight as the pitch is fouled away. When asked during his pregame media briefing, he said, "Would you continue to do that?" He said, "I'm not going to do it tonight." Pretty emphatically.
All right, so let's just hold on a second. If it's for the best for the team on Monday, but you won't do it tonight, what are we doing? So, like, Castellanos won because he got upset. He didn't get to come. I don't understand. What if Castellanos dropped that ball last night? Rob Thompson would have cost his team the game because he didn't want to upset him again? Like, if you want a disciplinarian in the dugout, you should be pissed off today. If everything you said yesterday was, this is the right move, Topper, take the team back, he gave it right back to the players last night. 215-592-9494. I really am curious today how everyone feels, because there was a lot of bravado in this town yesterday. Yeah, get him, Topper!
A lot of bravado.
Put him in his place! And then he was right back out there on the field last night. Kyle, how you feeling after Castellanos has himself quite a night last night?
Yeah, I feel like that whole 12-minute rant was directed right at me. You might as well have just been looking me dead in the eyes.
He's on a heater.
Well, I'm talking to everyone.
Look, and you should savor this moment, Joe, because you were right yesterday.
Wow, I don't hear that on WIP very often.
And in another very rare moment, I was made to look like an ass.
Well, that's rare.
Total idiot. I mean,
it depends on who you ask.
Castellanos punked and emasculated Rob Thompson.
Damn, that's strong.
He did. I mean, that entire thing was a joke. That was the same exact scenario last night that Topper removed him for defense for the other night. Castellanos freaks out, and Rob Thompson all of a sudden is like, all right, fine, like I won't do it tonight. Like, what are we doing here? I was pumping up Topper because I thought he finally showed a backbone, and this was going to be like a change in the way that he manages, and like he is the authority figure in that clubhouse. And I mean, and Castellanos made him look like a total fool. I mean,
Way to clean it up.
I mean, he did. And then, like, the way that he was acting last night, like the almost like mopey attitude, the swinging at the first pitch, every single at bat, like that whole thing was a joke. Like Rob Thompson looks ridiculous right now. So I didn't understand it at all. I feel like a total moron. I feel backstabbed, heartbroken by the entire situation. Like, and I think you're right. Everybody that was with me yesterday saying that, like, this is great, good for Rob Thompson, should feel like a moron today.
Just because he made the catch doesn't change the idea, right? Like, the idea is 2 nights ago, he looked at his right fielder and he thought, I need better defense in the outfield late in the game. And that's, from a baseball perspective, Rob Thompson has nothing to apologize for that. He's right. You know, and we'll get into it, and someone close to Castellanos disagrees, but the numbers don't lie. I mean, Nick Castellanos is one of the worst defensive outfielders in baseball. He doesn't have great range. Now, when he gets to the ball, he typically catches it. He's kind of sure-handed, but he's a slow runner, and he's not a very good fielder. It's just, and that's not even my opinion. Those are the facts. So, and Topper knows those facts. He has those numbers. And he has eyes, right? But he has eyes on every.
And he also has a feel for the game.
Right, but why would the feel be different? If you're a bad defensive outfielder, you're not bad on Monday and good on Wednesday. You're bad. I mean, you don't get better overnight. Like, so the feel for the game feels like luck to me, Hugh. He got lucky last night that Castellanos caught the ball. So if he dropped that ball, this town is losing its mind today. He caught the ball, so we're like, but see, it's okay. Everyone's happy.
But see, I think that's a part of the manager's job in trusting his players. And I also look at it like this. Maybe it was a thing where he sat Castellanos down to regroup, recharge, and refocus. Because you might look at it last night as him being mopey in the dugout.
He was.
Might have been laser focused.
Maybe.
Might have been focused on the task at hand, the fact that he got benched and he's trying to redeem himself. See, I'm disappointed in the way that it went down. I'm no question about that. But I don't have enough information to definitively say if it's one thing or another. That's the thing, because I've been in locker rooms and, you know, I've been in situations where, you know, in the heat of the battle, certain things happen, but at the end of the day, when you need a player, you have to go with that guy. So it might have been a little bit of that. Now, I totally agree with you when you say that the message looks weird, especially when you go out there. Now, this is where if I have an issue with what Topper did, it's for you to go out there and say, regardless of whatever the situation is, he's in the game. Now, that, to your point, makes it look like, well, damn, okay, what was the point of you putting him down in the first place?
Yeah.
But Topper has a feel for this game, and he has a feel for these players. So I just think there's a lot more to this than we know for us to draw these certain conclusions.
Yeah,
to
it
this.
just feels like, and I think we've all been there. You know, you're out with your kid, and then
act a fool in the store.
And you told them they could get ice cream, but they act a fool, and then you said, you know what, no ice cream now. And then they cry the whole ride home, and you got a choice to make. I mean, you got a choice.
Yeah, you got to get them some ice cream and make them quiet down or suck it up.
Or you got to put your foot down and say, no, we can't act like that. You don't get ice cream. Topper yesterday basically rolled up to the ice cream store and gave Castellanos a sundae. I mean, we can't. What are we doing last night?
To get sprinkles on that thing.
He got
the whole shebang.
Castellanos got everything he wanted on that ice cream last night. You saw that reaction after the game. 215-592-9494. What a catch. What a moment. A really nice win for the Phillies, who, by the way, are just one game behind the sliding Mets right now. If the Phillies win today and the Mets lose, which is obviously certainly possible, if not probable, the Phillies will be tied with the Mets when they come in here tomorrow. I mean, it's a big week for the Phillies. But this backdrop of the top, again, if you supported Topper yesterday, I need to know where you're at right now, because that guy, this backbone, I don't know where it went yesterday. Let's talk to Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Happy Big Head Joe Day.
No,
Big
Chris,
Head Joe.
It is. Let's
I
air it out.
I told you so,
no,
Joe.
I never said the words. Never said
you.
them.
You don't have to say it, Joe. You're peacocking a little bit. You're
No,
peacocking
the only
around.
one that peacocks around here is you when the Eagles sign an offensive player or something. Go ahead, Chris.
Did you have to slather some Vaseline on his head to get it to wedge the door there?
You know what's funny? When we were in the meeting, he kind of hit it very well, but when he cracked that mic, he went full on.
Well, I'm not going to do it twice. I mean, go ahead, Chris.
Joe, I want to address the situation here. I just cards for you. Joe, you're an idiot.
Okay.
He benched him because he acted like an ass, okay?
Yeah.
You seem to gloss over the point. I mean, you're peacocking around that, you still want to build your house on sand. I can't help you for that. You're trying to justify everything off of Castellanos. Joe, pick a better horse to bet on.
Well, that's the horse. This is the race we're talking about. And Chris, he did act like an ass. I don't disagree. Why did he act like an ass? Because the manager suddenly, in the middle of the season, decided to change how he manages. And I understand why Castellanos is like, "What are you doing, man? Since when do we do this?"
See, that's where you're wrong. It's not that. He didn't disagree with the manager. He acted like an ass.
Because the manager acted impetuous. As impetuous as Castellanos was, the adult in the room is Topper. He acted impetuous. In the middle of the season, when we don't do this around here, and whether or not you and I agree they should do it, and I'm all for taking Castellanos off the field. He's not a good right fielder. I'm all for taking Turner off a shortstop late in games and put Sosa out there. I want to win. But when there's been something established, my stars get to play. My stars don't come off the field. Then when you do it to a star, especially in his hometown, he's going to be pissed. And then for you to be a baby about it and bench him. And then, Chris, if you wanted me to support Topper, then Castellanos should have been off the field in the ninth inning last night. How was he on the field?
That's where you're wrong.
Okay.
That's where you're wrong.
Okay.
See, here's what happened. Castellanos was acting a fool because he was told that he didn't agree with because he didn't like it. Wait, now let's rewind.
Okay.
Lineups. We've seen Ranger sent to the bullpen, which he did not want to do, but he would do it. You've seen a lot of moves this year because Topper is making a lot of moves that he's never done before because he's trying to get this team over the top. And for the most part, the other players, Trey Turner being moved in the lineup, all these guys being moved in the lineup. Now, I think Trey needs to go to the outfield, but that's above his decision, above Topper.
I agree with that.
But all of this stuff is going on. Have we seen anyone else melt down to the point where Topper, as you're saying, soft-handed Topper, went to the extreme to bench him? And you keep acting like everything's so rigid. Oh, well, if he didn't do it this time, he should never do it. No, that's not how you do it. Just because you made a mistake in the past doesn't mean you keep making it. And he is a field guy. He will make a move.
Hold on. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. You just said if he made a mistake. So then that makes the player justified. If the manager...
No, I'm talking about... You said he should have never done that because he's a player's guy.
If you supported the first one... Should he have been on the field the ninth inning? Topper told everyone, including Castellanos, in front of his teammates, "You're not one of my three best outfielders late in the game with a lead." And then 2 days later, he changed his mind.
No, and here's what happened,
Okay.
Joe. Here's what happened with that. You're using a bad analogy, but I'll stick with it. He took the ice cream from him, and then you're saying, oh, but then on the way home after he pitched a fifth, then he gave him the ice cream cone because he let him play last night. No. He said tonight he plays, which is 1 of 162, which was more like him saying they had a conversation, and he said, you're a bad boy. You're not going to do that again. But as an offering of an olive branch, here's a spoonful of ice cream. That's all he gave him was a spoonful. He didn't give him the whole thing.
Yeah, no.
So let's not act like, my God.
That's a good analogy, Chris.
That's not.
I like that. That was a good analogy.
Castellanos won. Castellanos didn't win. Castellanos got his wings clipped or got that chip knocked off.
He really looked like it last night.
Let me ask you guys a question. I asked the same question. I asked the same question yesterday. And
can we all get along?
Tonight, on Friday against the Mets, do you think Castellanos coming out of the game late in the game for defense? Because if you say yes, you guys are all nuts. He's not taking him out anymore. It's over. It's over.
I'll make a bet with you. What do you want to bet, Joe? I bet you it's going to happen again.
You talking about tonight or this course of the season?
So hold on. Ever again? Maybe. If he sucks out there and has 3 errors, then maybe. No. The next time. You said last night the game was spoonful.
When was he ever removed for defensive replacement other than them making a lineup change? Very rarely ever.
Right. So why do
again this season? And it's going to happen. I'll make it easier for you, Joe. He's going to do it more than once.
Okay.
You want to take the bet? We'll
I do
figure
want
out
to take the
term.
bet. I do want to take the bet.
We'll figure out the time. We'll let Kyle figure out the
Okay,
term.
we'll
How
figure it
about
out. You got it, Chris. Sorry.
And you know what? I had to do a chant on the way up, but we're not going to do that. I just yelled at you. That's good enough.
That is. With more, this phone call is more than enough. All right, Chris, we appreciate it. 215-592-9494. You guys are nuts. I mean, like a spoonful of ice cream. He took him to the ice cream place and let him get whatever he wanted yesterday.
I think there's a lot more to this than we know. I really do.
But I just got to react to what I know.
No, you're right, and you should, because I was disappointed in it. But at the same time, you look at it and say, okay, what happened in this situation that warranted him to say what he said at the beginning? Said he's not coming out, and what changed in that moment? Maybe Castellanos got what he was trying to say, and he's like, all right, then, coach, I got you, or manager, or whatever they called each other.
Yeah, or the manager just went soft on us. I mean, I think that's exactly what happened. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? I mean, a couple nights ago, he takes him off the field for defense. Castellanos barks back. He benches him. All right, everyone supports Rob Thompson. He shouldn't have been on the field last night. I mean, I know he made the catch, and that's wonderful, but if the manager's logic is his logic, Castellanos is not one of his best three defensive outfielders late in the game with a lead. Where do you come down? If you support it, I really want to hear from you if you supported Topper 2 days ago, because feels like he cowered. He said it before the game. He wouldn't take him off the field for defense. What are we doing here? 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on all this. The Phillies win. Reaction to Castellanos. We got to go through the whole night. We had the whole Castellanos experience. Pre-game, post-game, in-game, after the game, with more people close to him chiming in. We got a lot going on here. We got Phillies tickets to give away. Phillies Padres on July 1st. We'll play some Hughes Clues coming up on the Midday Show. Well, I don't know about yay. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
USA Soccer is back on the pitch, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you a chance to back them with zero pressure. Right now, FanDuel is offering a no-sweat bet on the next USA match. That means you can place a bet on the Stars and Stripes, and if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. No sweat, no stress, just your shot to score big while repping red, white, and blue. Whether it's the first half or stoppage time, FanDuel has you covered with fast payouts and America's favorite features. There's lots of ways to play and support Team USA. So don't just cheer. Bet on USA Soccer with confidence. Download the app at FanDuel.com/JOHNR and place your no-sweat bet today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued as no withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Next refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
Did you catch Luisito's header?
Yeah, I just recorded it on my new Samsung A36 5G phone I got for free at Total Wireless.
Oh, I'm actually live streaming the whole match with my new Samsung Tab A9 that I also got free at Total Wireless.
I got that tablet too.
And I got that phone too. We both got both.
Switch to Total Wireless and get both the Samsung A36 5G and the Samsung Tab A9 for free.
For a limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Requires new phone activation on the Total 5G Unlimited plan or higher. External port and ID verification and new activation on the Total 5G Unlimited 3-month tablet plan. Restrictions apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi everybody, it's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Castellanos' story was the big story last night. 215-592-9494. So he's back in the lineup. That wasn't surprising. We knew it would be like a one-day suspension or benching, whatever. He's back in there hitting cleanup. So let's kind of go through the whole Castellanos night and then back to your phone calls on where you stand and if especially if you were a Topper supporter yesterday, what you feel now because. I just feel the whole thing looks ridiculous now. If you supported him and said, oh, no, he's got to get tough on the players, okay. To me, he went backwards yesterday. I know it worked. They won the game. Castellanos caught the ball. But on Monday night, the manager of the team said to all of us, including his right fielder, we're better late in the game with a lead if you're not on the field. And I think that deserved our support because he's trying to put the best team on the field. Castellanos barked back. They had an exchange, obviously. It led to a one-day benching. And then the same scenario played itself out. Ninth inning, save situation. Obviously, you want your best defense on the field, and a predetermined decision, as Topper told us, that he's going to leave him in right field. I just think that's letting the player walk all over you. All right, let's go through the night, though, Hugh, because it was an interesting night with Castellanos, even before the catch late in the game. So he got to the plate 5 times last night. He swung at the first pitch in 4 of those plate appearances, and he swung at the second pitch in his last appearance. So he saw 6 pitches in 5 plate appearances. Now, he did have 2 hits, right? Like, he performed.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder if any of that was a little like, I'm going to do it my way. Like, you benched me last night, I'm doing my thing tonight.
I mean, from what I've been told about hitters in particular, they don't like to change their approach.
But he has, and the whole team has.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part.
Yeah.
So he probably was locked into what he was trying to do. You know, not making excuses. I'm just trying
sounds like an excuse.
No, I'm just trying to give you a little bit insight of what I've been told about, different approaches.
But that's not the approach for the team this season.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably was locked into that. I don't think you're trying to paint the picture like he's being a little defiant.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think he was being defiant. I think that he was trying to do what was best for the team in that situation. Because being defiant, well, I guess you couldn't do that if you just let the ball sail over your head. That'd probably be a little bit too.
Well, he wants to
obvious.
win. I don't think Nick doesn't want to win.
I mean, but I and that's why I think that with his approach, that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to knock it out the park, trying to win.
Then we had the Bryson Stott home run.
No, that was majestic.
Well, it was great. I mean, he needed it too, because Stott hasn't driven a ball like that in like a month and a half. So it's the home run. It really won the game. The offense, that was their offense for the night. But there was a shot of the dugout, and everyone explodes in the dugout, and they jump up and down. And then there's Castellanos, and I wouldn't say his reaction was like everybody else's. He looked a little, I don't even know.
Locked in? Well, see, this is
the most company man thing.
This is what
he looked annoyed.
See, listen.
He looked annoyed.
This is what you can't do, because I think a lot of times when we had these conversations, especially when you already feel some kind of way, we're driven by emotion. So now everything that we see it as egregious. Now,
I didn't think it was egregious, but I didn't think it was a normal reaction.
Wait, that's what I'm saying. Well, normal reaction, whatever. You want to be nitpicky.
Well, no, if everyone jumps up and down and you stand there like you're annoyed at the world, how is that normal?
Isn't he always been known as a guy that was a little different?
Yes, but I do think he's someone that supports his teammates. Like I can't think.
So you're saying that in that moment he wasn't him jumping up and down. You read it as him not being supportive.
3-run home run. Everyone's excited. He's the only one not cheering. Well, how am I supposed to read that?
Maybe he's mad at his at bat in the way that he looked at his. I'm trying to play devil's advocate.
You're being a company man.
I'm not being a company man. I just feel like in moments like this, we tend to look at the negative and enhance that when it doesn't. I don't think it necessarily needs to be that way.
Well, but
that's all I'm saying.
But we know he was annoyed.
We also know he's a little different.
That's true.
We know he's a little bit of a space cadet at times.
That's very true.
So it's one of those things where I can't say definitively whether or not he was whatever he was in that moment, because he's had moments in the past where he's answered questions, and I've heard him do this, and it's been like, okay, what are you saying? Like he's out there at times. Yeah. He's different.
All right, then let's get to the base running one later in the game. I'm actually going to take him off the hook for this one. So he got doubled off second base. He was on second. Bohm was on third. There was a ball hit to first base, and it was the way I read it was kind of like a sinking line drive ground ball. Like off the bat, it wasn't a clear grounder. It ended up hitting the ground, as it made its way towards first base. And Castellanos ran from second. Hugh, I think he thought Bohm was running on contact. The ball hits the ground. Bohm's running home, so I'm going to trail, right? Bohm's going home. I'm going to run a third. Bohm held up for whatever reason. Maybe he was afraid it was going to get caught, and he didn't want to get doubled off.
Yeah, he is kind of slow.
Yeah, and it ended up with Castellanos getting hung up and out in a double play. I'm not going to kill Castellanos because my guess is he thought Bohm was going to run, and Bohm didn't run.
Yeah.
But if you just add it to the night, it's like, well, you also got doubled off the bases. So there's that. And then there was after the game. Hugh, we know Castellanos has a lot of supporters out there.
Yes, he does.
We heard them in Miami a couple nights ago, chanting free Castellanos. Well, last night after the game, there was also a situation where his wife was defending his defense on social media, which is great. Maybe she could do that. But she happened to want to correct or educate, I guess, or whatever the word you want to use is, our own Devin Caney. So Devin tweeted last night.
You mean Scoops?
Scoops, yeah. Is she Scoops?
You can't match Scoops?
Well, we don't have a name for her. What do we want to call her?
I thought it was Scoops.
But she Scoops on the morning show, isn't she? Or the news?
They call her that on the afternoon show.
Scoops on the news and the morning show?
Yes.
She doesn't have a name on our show.
Okay, so we got to give her on that with Devin.
Wow.
It's very
creative.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just call her Devin until we workshop this. Anyway, so she tweeted last night when he made the catch, "Okay, Casty, proving he could play right field just fine." There was a response here, Hugh, from Jess Castellanos, which is Nick's wife.
Mm-hmm.
She tweeted, 414 straight games, no errors, National League record holder, eye off the computer, watch the game. How would you have reacted if you were in this situation?
He was clapping back.
Well,
he was clapping back.
I think Devin professionally just let it go.
Devin's a professional. And Devin is not the type, from what I know of Devin, she doesn't want, it's not like she tries to stay away from as much controversy as she possibly can. She just wants to do her job and keep it
Also,
moving.
her tweet was not...
It was not egregious.
No, I mean...
That's the word of the day for me, egregious.
Yeah,
Good job.
He did... It's a normal tweet off the
Sesame
couch.
Street.
It's egregious.
You're egregious.
Oh, yeah. If it was me, I probably... Because it was his wife, I would have probably clapped back with a little bit of... I'd have toned it down a little bit.
Yeah.
But she has to understand where she is. And the more that she does that, the more she's going to open herself up for, a lot of different stuff. So I would probably tell her, hey, it's great that you support your significant other, but you probably want to lay out on this one.
Is this what you would have said?
I would have probably told her, but you know what? I would have been a little bit more I would have said something like baby girl. And that would have been real. You know what I mean? Now that,
we can't do that.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what.
But
that's what I'm saying. That's what. But she's not a reporter. She's tweeting, right?
Yeah, she's just.
I am a professional, correct?
Well, not with a response like that.
No, but what I'm saying, if she feels the need, to try to clap back at me, then I'm gonna clap back.
Okay.
So that's what my first thing would be.
We got to this.
Yeah.
Because you were acting.
I'm just saying it would be. Listen, I know it's not lost on me how that tweet started would have probably got me in trouble. But that's why I would have started it that way.
So sometimes when someone close to a player chimes in with something, right? This happens across all sports.
Yeah.
I always think it's really just an extension of what the player thinks, and that conversation's been had.
With his wife, the pillow talk.
Right. So here, when she tweeted 400 straight games, no errors, National League record holder. That's what's in Nick's head when he gets removed from defense 2 nights ago. So when everyone yesterday's telling me he's not that good of a defender, I know he's not. He doesn't know that. Nick Castellanos is a prideful player. We've seen this now for years. He was embarrassed the other night. And if Topper really felt strongly that this is my best team, then Nick's got to deal with that. But obviously, Topper doesn't feel strongly enough to do that because he just acquiesced 2 days later. He gave the player back what he wanted. He gave him his toy back. And Hugh's okay with it.
And I will say this. If, I understand, there's a bond between a husband and wife that you share, but at the same time, there's a lot of nuance that goes into professional sports that no matter how you try to explain, the significant other is not going to get. So she shouldn't, in my opinion, shouldn't be tweeting stuff like that.
Well, I think it's good content. So we'll see.
It's great content for us, but you put yourself in a position where somebody might not be as nice.
I'm just surprised she didn't chime in when you refused to apologize to Castellanos last season. That would have been great.
Listen,
I love that.
Listen, she don't want to do that.
I think it'd be great for the show.
Devin should apologize, by the way.
What?
Not to her or the Castellanos family.
For what?
For the abomination of her list, dude. Putting Zach Wheeler below Matvei Michkov.
Did she do that?
Yeah.
Oh, we have to talk. Next time she comes on the show.
I had beef with Devin.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but
that's
a problem.
And I know he's a very promising rookie, and he looks like he could be a great player.
Preaching to the choir, man.
The Zach Wheeler, disrespect. It starts with you. I mean, and Elliot. I mean, it's ridiculous. All right, I got to take it.
So I was just told I can't start the tweet. I was told by somebody I trust emphatically that probably wouldn't be a great way to start my tweet.
It would have been. We tried to tell you that.
We just tried to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. You
tried to warn
you
don't
believe us.
I don't really trust y'all.
Why?
Because y'all. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know about y'all.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Dude, I would never put you in position where you look like
no,
an
that
ass,
would be.
ever.
I know that would be bad, but I would probably be feeling some kind of way because she tweeted.
No,
me.
I'm here to make you look good, man.
Yeah.
Of
course.
Let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
I think I could read Castellanos' lips after he caught that ball, and basically he said, bleep around and find out.
Yep, it's exactly what it was. I mean, I felt it if I didn't see it. I could feel that.
Exactly. So I initially was on Topper's side for benching him because of most likely what was said in front of other people or what he directly said to Topper. The idea that he put him on the bench in the ninth inning or whatever, that goes against what he's normally done with the star players. But he has always managed on feel. Now, he may have made a mistake on that feel. And that may be that's where I'm kind of confused. Like, is he going to do this again? Would he do it again? I don't know. I mean, I prefer Castellanos to not be in the lineup in the ninth inning in a close game.
Me too. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. I think most of us do. I mean, he made the play last night, but Jeff, Topper's... Like, Topper deep down thinks he's declining as an outfielder. He's below average now. Rojas is here. Like, that's perfectly fair. Like, but he's got to be the manager and put his foot down then.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. That looked like a great catch, and for Castellanos, it probably was. And, yes, he doesn't make errors. But if that was Kepler out there or even Rojas, they would have been camped under that.
Of course.
They're a lot faster.
Right.
So the optics look crazy because it was Castellanos going up against
and he was hustling, the hustle.
But, yeah, this has got me a little bit confused as to what Topper's going to do going forward. I don't know if he'll do it again. And I don't know if he was doing it as a statement saying, hey, I can do this. You guys just need to pay attention because I might do it again. Or if he actually felt that was the need at the time. I'm not really sure, dude. I'm confused.
Jeff, I am too, man. It's a good phone call. I think we all should be confused. And that's when the manager changes how they do things, it's confusing. Let me just bring up a quick other thing. And again, we're not there. Trey has been better this year at shortstop. He has gone from like so bad it makes you want to vomit to, okay, it's kind of average this season altogether. It's better. But like if Trey goes backwards again at shortstop and he pulls him out one day, for Sosa late in the game, and Trey's upset. Are we just going to not do that ever again because the player got upset? Like, what is the point of this week? That's really what last night showed me. There was no point to this, and I now understand why Castellanos was even more upset. If this is the new way, the players got to deal with it. If we're just making it up as we go along, you're going to have unhappy players. Terrence in Springfield, what's up, Terrence?
Hey, what's up, guys, man? I want to get that clue, man, but I'll try that another day. I'm trying to hit that game, but I feel like I told Kyle, I'm not really like Joe. You might get mad at me a little bit, but I feel like Topper was trying to push some buttons with Castellanos, man. Put them in last night. I know Castellanos is in the wrong. He's definitely in the wrong, and I feel like Topper don't have right now. He don't have the authority in the locker room, and I feel like he don't have any respect out of the players. But I do feel like he tries to push these guys' buttons to get stuff out of them. So I feel like he put them in there to get the win. To win a game, you got to have your best players on the field. So I feel like Topper was thinking in that aspect of getting a W. But in the back of Topper's mind, he knows Castellanos he's not a good outfielder. He knows this stuff. But I feel like he's trying to push these guys' buttons. But to me, I feel like Castellanos not even in a position to be lashing out or anything because he hasn't had a good season at all. He's had a horrible season at this time. So I feel like Topper does have to get better respect out of these players because right now he doesn't have that proper respect. And to me, that starts with the leaders of the locker room, with Harper, with Castellanos, with Schwarber. To me, Nick ain't been a good example to these other players, as a leader of this team, showing Topper the proper respect of a manager.
Yeah, the whole can of worms, Terrence, was open because you have him taking him out of the game. It upset him. And then, I understand why he probably felt like, hey, I got to do something. I got to discipline him. But then he went right back to it. That's the part that drives me crazy. If you don't think he's the best right fielder in the ninth inning, then he's not. I mean, then you got to get him off the field.
Yeah, but it's kind of 50-50 because in a way, Topper's right. You're not performing as you should. You should come off the field. But in a way, it's kind of like devil's advocate because he's one of our best players hitting wise and on the team. So we gotta try to put him in a game in a situation to get the win. But at the same time, if you're not playing up the part, you gotta come out the game.
Well, totally.
Topper should back to his guns.
It's just we need consistency. Terrence, a good phone call, man. We appreciate it. We need consistency here. And the manager just showed a lack of consistency. I mean, that's...
He did. He opens himself up for a whole lot of speculation about how he's running the locker room. No question about that.
Well, now, if I'm Topper, like, am I going to second-guess my own self in the next big moment?
I don't think you can. That's probably why he was so adamant about him not taking him out in the ninth.
Okay, but let's play it out. Let's say tomorrow night against the Mets, they're up 3-2 in the ninth inning. What is he doing? Like, what is he doing now? Because if he goes off of his feel on Monday, he should take him out. If he goes off his feel yet, I don't get it. I don't get it. I think he made a mistake by not doubling down on what he believed. All right, 215-592-9494. Before we go any further, we do here have a great prize. We have a pair of tickets. Phillies, Padres.
Do it after Terrence.
Well, I didn't see. I mean, we didn't set it up first, right? We can't set it
no,
up. No,
you did. You did. You said you were going to set it up.
Terrence made sure to let us know that he was disappointed.
Is that on me?
No, it's not on you. I just thought it was fun.
Okay.
I mean, it's just fun.
It wasn't a slight at Terrence in any way. I'd love to hang out with Terrence at Phillies game. It was not a slight at Terrence. Do you not want to go to the game with Terrence? I'd love to go to the game with Terrence.
I would love to go to the game with Terrence.
Doesn't sound like it.
You know what? I think you should buy Terrence tickets to a game. Well, because you want to talk that much.
You owe Terrence Phillies
tickets
now.
Okay. Wait a minute. I do? Wait a minute. You agree with him?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Bottom line is this. We usually set up Hughes Clues after a caller.
Especially when it comes with money. You know, my pocket's a little light now, man.
We've only been doing this for like 3 years. We usually set up Hughes Clues when before we bring a caller on, not while he's on the air.
We do.
Yeah.
Terrence, that's on you, dog. That's on you.
Okay.
Joe,
Terrence,
that's on you.
Terrence, tomorrow's Friday, and you'll have another chance, I promise. All right. We have a pair of tickets. Phillies, Padres, Tuesday, July 1st at 6:30. Citizens Bank Park. After the game, it's Xfinity Fireworks Night. We'll be there hanging out with you, watching the game. Excited to go out with some listeners to watch the Phils play, and we'll see if Castellanos is in the game late in right field. All right, before we go any further, let's set it up. A little game we like to call Hughes Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hughes Clues. Come on in. Hughes Clues. It's Hughes Clues and you.
So is everybody ready for this first clue?
Yeah, no, I don't know if anyone's smiling as much as you are.
I can just imagine, like, the people on the you people, they're getting ready to type some mean and hurtful stuff. But I think this one's a good clue.
Okay. What do you got?
This individual is very unique. Very, very unique. What do you mean?
We didn't say anything.
No, I mean, look, I can feel y'all looking at me.
You stew.
I can feel y'all looking at me.
Because I'm interested to see where this goes now and how everyone guesses in the clues today. But Hugh, everyone is unique.
No, this person is really unique.
Okay, so you got an extra.
Not everyone's unique.
Well, I mean,
some people are like.
You mean like twins because they're the same?
People are like.
Some people are.
But
unique.
every individual's different than every other. All right.
Well, no, it's some people that are when you hear them
really unique.
They're different.
Okay. Oh, see now I like that word.
Different. Different is different is kind of like John.
Okay. All right. So this person is unique.
Yes.
There it is. There's your first clue today for Hughes Clues. All right. Let's talk to Zach in Collinswood. Hey, Zach.
Hey guys, so Topper's handling was absolutely masterful, and here's why.
Okay. Masterclass.
Let's hear it.
A masterclass, if you will. So here's why. The goal is to ensure that we can make those moves in October, right? That's what you're saying. Like that's what we should do, right? So that's the goal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How do you get there? Well, you start now. Just like with anything, as a parent, as a teacher. When you are going to make adjustments, you do not expect it to happen immediately, but you start planting the seed. So he planted the seed, right? And Cassie did what he did. Topper then benched him. And here's the biggest thing. Castellanos apologized. And since he apologized, he recognized and then told the rest of the room that was wrong of me. Then Topper, being a good teacher, doesn't hold it against him beyond the immediate consequence, puts him back in, and then in a game that doesn't really matter in the whole stretch of things, it's 1 out of 162, gives him a chance.
So I followed you to the last one. Then if I'm if I'm Castellanos, I could have the same feeling about Monday night. Wednesday night against the Marlins doesn't matter, but Monday night against the Marlins, that mattered?
No, here's the thing. It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter to Topper. Let him have his night. Let him have it. Let him think he won. Whatever. Let him make that amazing catch. Because in October, when we say, remember when we did that thing and we did it and you flipped out? I
do, Zach. I do get it, and I think you bring a good point up. But he kind of broke the seal, right? Like he could do it now, and it's not as big of a deal. But I question if he's going to do it as often as he should. And also, Zach, they got to get to October 1st. I want to win the division. So like these games all to me matter to obviously a certain extent. Mets game's bigger than Marlins. Zach, it's an interesting point though. What do you got for us? What's your first guess today? The first guess for Hughes Clues. This person is unique.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous clue.
It's an awesome clue.
Pee-wee Herman.
Pee-wee Herman that's a good guess. Yeah, Zach, we appreciate it. I mean, I didn't know.
It wasn't that ridiculous.
But it's your fault that we start the day with Pee-wee Herman. Like
that's
because you. What do you mean? Why?
Isn't he unique?
He is unique.
Think outside the box.
Do we really want to talk Pee-wee Herman on the show?
He came and gave a great analogy, and then you don't want to think outside the box.
I don't want to think about Pee-wee Herman.
Shame on the caller.
Shame on you. 215-592-90. He had a good guess based on a bad clue.
No, but just saying, you can't be ridiculing the first guess, first clue.
Shame on the caller.
All right, we'll get to Rangers night last. You guys are nuts. And what it should mean moving forward. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning. Wait a minute. Is that me? That's me, right? Yeah, because you're about to cut me off. Hey, winning on the field starts with how you recover off it. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. Celebrate this 4th of July with big savings at Mattress Warehouse, up to $1,200 warehouse-wide. Right now, you can save $500 on Tempur-Pedic's best-selling Breeze mattresses designed to feel up to 10 degrees cooler all night, every night. This is the best part about all of this that's going on, people. You get $300 in free accessories with your purchase. I suggest you get the pillows. And you can score a free adjustable base with select mattress purchases. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. You get the pillows, you get the adjustable base, it'll change your life. So do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse 4th of July sale. Shop the entire selection and find a location near you at mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Gonna be gone. Oh, it's cleared.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. I want to take a second to acknowledge our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. I always tell you, they're the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. Well, now it's official. Don't just take my word for it. Family and Company Jewelers was named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. You can get her the best ring, the best diamond. So why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Go to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgates. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at Dover Motor Speedway. factoids.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with the little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco brewed from fine wine and good spirits. Mix with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jeannie Buss is selling the Lakers for a reported $10 billion, a record price and a seismic shift. She's long been the steward of her family's legacy, but now she joins a trend that's hard to ignore. Mark Cuban, Wyc Grousbeck, two of her closest allies in NBA ownership, both out within the last 18 months. Are valuations just that high, or are stalwarts of a generation seeing the peak and heading for the exit before the next curve? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's a swing and a miss at a high fastball. And there's strikeout number 8 for Ranger Suarez. That'll end things here in the 7th.
Welcome back for this show. Hugh Douglas shows you guys with us. 215-592-9490. We'll get back to all your calls on Topper Castellanos. It's really more about Topper today. I mean, Castellanos He was in the game. He was put in the game. He got 2 hits. He was left and right field. He made a great catch to finish it. But Rob Thompson going back on what he's put a precedent out a couple days ago, which was Castellanos should be replaced for defense. Didn't do it last night. I think every one of you that defended Topper should be disappointed today because that was a manager just saying, I guess we don't have to do it tonight. That doesn't make any sense to me. But Hugh, here's what does make sense. Every time I watch Ranger Suarez pitch since his first start, he had a tough first start when he came back against Arizona. Everyone since then has been basically excellent. I mean, he's pitching right now like an all-star. He's pitching like someone that might make his second straight all-star game, which is pretty incredible because he missed the first 5 weeks. But if he finishes strong in the last 4 or 5 starts, he's got a real all-star case. And Hugh, the more I watch him, it is getting tougher and tougher for me to just kind of wrap my mind around the idea that he's not going to be here. Like, he's almost forcing them to have to want to re-sign him. Hugh, what are you feeling on Ranger? Because this is he's been excellent his last 2 months.
He's pitching like somebody who wants to get paid. He's pitching like somebody who was not, wasn't going to go to the bullpen because he wanted to show you his worth.
Oh, so you're term for the I told you so.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He's showing you his worth.
Yes.
And he's been super clutch the last couple of outings that he's had, man. And you look at that, and the Phillies have a decision they have to make. Now, this is where it gets a little tough, Joe. It's because this team is a little older. And I think going into this, the reason why they ran it back, because they wanted to see if they can get it done with this group. And the reason why they've been kind of standing pat as far as the decisions or non-decisions that are made about some guys that are up for contracts is that they want to see how it's going to play out. They don't want to be hasty in their decision-making because, you still got Andrew Painter waiting in the wings. You don't know what's going on with Aaron Nola, and his injury and everything. So they don't want to be hasty in their thinking. But when you look at the way Rangers pitching, one or two things could potentially happen. He could become a guy that you want to sign to a long-term deal, or he could become a trade piece.
So I don't think they could trade him. I mean, there's only a month. We have a month and 12 days till the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
How could they trade him right now?
I'm just saying it because that was a conversation that was had early on.
So I've removed that though, and I was okay with that. Like if you told me they get a good piece back, and he's a free agent in B, and you mentioned all the other arms they have. I think a lot of us would have been okay a month ago. Hey, if we can get an outfielder, hey, if we can get a lockdown reliever, we just swap Ranger for him. I can't trade him right now, Hugh. I mean, he might be their second best starting pitcher. I mean, like he is
looking like it.
He has. I know Luzardo was that the first month or so, right? 2 month and a half, but then he had the couple bad outings. He was only okay this past week. Ranger Suarez, his last 8 starts, 53 and 2/3 innings pitched. He has a 1.17 ERA. He looks dominant. He looks like the guy he was last year before the injury, right? The first 2 months of last year, the guy that became an all-star. So let's workshop this a little bit. Would you extend his contract right now? Would you try to sign him right now?
Yes, I would. Because I don't know, like right now, you got Andrew Painter waiting in the wings. I don't know what's going on with Nola. Has anybody said anything about Aaron Nola and how he's doing?
He did say last weekend it's going to be 2 months.
Yeah.
But he also stunk when he was pitching.
Yeah.
I would let it play out. I mean, we know last time we had this debate, obviously I was not in favor of signing Ranger Suarez. My voice got a little out of whack when we talked.
Sign Ranger to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth it. A long-term deal. That was last time. I think I'll keep myself composed this time. I still would let it play out because Ranger really hasn't had full seasons of excellence. But I'm open to the idea of re-signing him now. I'm not against it anymore because I've always liked Ranger. I just didn't think he fit into the long term here. I just was like, where's he going to pitch? Long term, they have Wheeler for at least 2 more years, or I guess just 2 more years. They have Painter for 6 years. They have Abel for now for 6 years. They have Nola for 5 more years, which doesn't seem great right now, but that's his contract. And they have they have Sanchez for years to come on that long term deal. So I kind of got it in my head that Ranger was gone, and it was a matter of do they let him walk? Do they trade him away? But Hugh, this guy's too good to just. He's too good for me to say, whatever. If he's gone, he's gone. He might make a second straight All-Star game. We were looking before the show today, and I couldn't find. And if someone has a memory of this, and you could tell me, I'd love to hear it. I can't find ever a Phillies player that made 2 straight All-Star games and then was allowed to walk away. I mean, I can't find it. And Ranger right now looks like an all-star. Kyle, I thought this guy was as good as gone, and I'm like, I don't know. I want to keep him.
He's becoming untradeable.
Yep.
I would say that. He looks like he could potentially be their second best starter when it comes to an October rotation. I mean, the guy's just pitching out of his mind right now. He looks like the Ranger from the beginning of last year, which I think you could argue is the number one most positive development for the Phillies this season in terms of like World Series chances. I would say I'm not extending him right now, though. Like, I feel a similar way that I do with Kyle Schwarber.
Wait.
Yeah, wait. Like, if he's pitching so well right now, it feels like he's pitching for that next contract. Like, why would I'm not rewarding him for that just yet. I would rather keep him pitching this way.
Keep him hungry.
Yeah, throughout the whole season and maybe into October. And then also you protect yourself from him potentially getting another back injury, which derailed him last season for, whatever reason. I know Hugh had his theories on it, but I mean,
why?
But that could throw the whole thing out of whack. Like if you extend him and then he hurts his back again and it's a recurring back issue, that's like a nightmare situation. So, I mean, look, if it ends up that he goes to free agency and he secures a long-term deal with somebody else, I can almost live with that more than I can live with the Schwarber thing just because of the wealth of starting pitching that we have coming up and just like on the team in general. So I think it's almost like the perfect scenario to let him play it out through free agency.
I got to say, and we don't say this around here often, and he may have stumbled into it with his reasoning, feels like a win for Hugh. The Ranger thing feels like a big Hugh Douglas victory. I'm giving you a win on this one.
But thank you.
You're welcome. You didn't know how to take that. You didn't know.
But no,
you thought it was going to be a backhanded compliment.
I don't. You know what I mean? I don't want to peacock around. I mean, I don't have to.
You do.
I don't.
Yes,
I know.
you do.
I told you so, Gilio, this morning. I just.
Again, I never said the words.
There's only room for one. I told
you.
It's
only. There's only one.
But you nailed this one. Keep him in the rotation. He's pitching for a contract.
Well,
now the reasoning of why he couldn't go to the bullpen,
because he's trying to get paid.
Yeah, but like that.
Yeah, we don't care.
You stumble into a win. Just take the W.
I know you don't care, but I'm trying to tell you
take the W.
That's a driving motivator. And them frosted tips. You ain't see his frosted tips last night.
Frosted tips are electric.
Yeah. He's out there with the frosted tips. Got his wife back. He winning on all fronts right now.
Kruk said this after the game last night, and I think I agree with him. Like, watching him pitch is so fun.
It is.
It's not Zach Wheeler where he'll blow one by you and he's just like, I mean, you just know Zach Wheeler he just exudes greatness when he's up there. But like Ranger is so crafty.
So this morning I heard Joe compare him to Jamie Moyer a little bit.
Sure.
I see a little bit of that. Right now, Framber Valdez from the Astros, the guy who pitched against the Phillies in Game 2 and 6 of the World Series, like a crafty lefty, doesn't throw that hard, but he just finds a way to get outs. I mean, it's rare that teams square him up. I know he had the error last time, but he fills his position really well. He's a Gold Glove kind of pitcher out there. I mean, and he's good in the playoffs. I think his ERA in the playoffs like won something. I mean, he's the kind of guy you want on your team. I'm with you, Kyle. I would let it play out.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. They can't trade him at the deadline.
Well, and
they just can't.
The playoff thing's never been on full display more than against the Mets when he had been shaky throughout the season.
Yep.
And that was one of the most gutsy performances that you could have possibly asked for.
It felt like there were runners on base every inning.
But he was getting out of jams all the time.
It was
he's
wild.
just so fun to watch.
He is. A great job by Ranger last night. 215-592-9494. You can chime in on Ranger. And would you re-sign him right now or let this thing ride out? I'd let it ride out. He wants to pay him right now. But
pay him.
He's untradeable at this point. They need him down the stretch of the season. Hopefully he stays healthy. And, of course, Topper, what are you feeling after last night? I think if you were a big Topper supporter yesterday in the whole Castellanos saga, you should be disappointed because Topper told us a couple nights ago that he thinks their best defense is without Castellanos late in the game. And then one night later, after Castellanos barks at him, he changes his mind. That, to me, is a manager that is just going with the wind. Like, that's not consistent enough, and I think you should be disappointed in Rob Thompson. Let's go back to the phone lines here. And, of course, your guesses for Hughes Clues. Pair of tickets in the line. Phil's Padres, July 1st, a fireworks night. We're going to be at the game. Hugh, the first clue was this person is a unique individual.
Unique individual.
Pee Wee Herman was our first guess. Not it. Ron and Monk goes up. This is a unique individual. What's up, Ron?
Hey,
Ron.
guys.
What you got, Ron?
Listen, this Phillies team is like a Rubik's Cube that, like, everybody's trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Even the people that run it. But I'll say this. Thompson is a guy who's along for the ride, and the ride is almost over. Okay? Schwarber is going to be going elsewhere next year because eventually they will not win the World Series. They'll probably get knocked down the first round, and he's going to get a beautiful offer from some other contender, get a fresh start, and he don't have to come back to this hornet's nest. Okay? And that play that Castellanos got caught on that rundown, so you know what? You don't even look at him. That was the third base coach's fault. Okay? He sends Bohm, he stops Bohm, and then resends them. Okay? So you can't put that all on Castellanos.
I agree with that. It's not that one. I didn't think it was on Castellanos. Yeah, he just got caught in it.
No, it's not on Castellanos. First of all, it's on the third base coach. Okay? And did you see the play that he made out there at the end of the game?
Of course, yeah.
That's what he's been doing. That's what he's been doing since he got here. I'm shocked, but he's held down right field. Now, I want to talk about the B word. All right? So can we talk about the B word real quick?
What word?
Well, the Bohm word.
Oh, I know what he was talking about.
What did Mr. Bohm go for last night, Joey? How'd he do?
Get a few hits.
That's it, Joe? A few hits?
I mean, what do you want me to do? Put him in the Hall of Fame?
Joe, you better start puckering up.
Oh, stop.
Okay?
Stop.
You better start puckering up,
We
Joe,
do this every year with Bohm. Every year.
No, you don't go through this every year, but you got a short memory, dude. Since
memory?
he got up here, he's been the second best hitter next to Harper since he got here up until last year, okay? Now he's finding his stride, and he's going to hit the rest of the year. He possibly could make the All-Star team.
No.
And I'm not listening. Listen, there's nobody on this team that I would hang on my wall. Nobody. There isn't even, in my mind, there is no All-Star on this team. You know what I mean? But
Schwarber and Wheeler are All-Stars.
Nah. Schwarber's striking out a lot again.
Oh, come on.
You know, no. You know,
he's got over 20 home runs, an OPS over 900. What are you talking about?
I need more than 45 home runs to be an All-Star. I'm sorry.
By the way, Ron, you tell me I would not do this every year. Alec Bohm's OPS is 744. His career OPS is 743. We literally do this every year. He's the same guy.
Yeah, but, Joe, you could go up and down the lineup with this.
No, but you want me to pucker up on Bohm?
Look, I know why you're picking on him. I don't like the way he beat.
I'm not picking on him today.
I don't like the way he behaves, Joe.
Right.
But guess what? You can't be dishonest about the kid's bat because he can hit.
It's an okay bat. It's an okay bat at third base. Okay.
Yeah. He went to the All-Star game.
Now you sound like you over here.
He did go to All-Star.
Now you're egging him on.
Well, listen.
Yes,
I'm putting you in charge of this. You're going to be driving the bus on the Bohm thing.
Oh, then we're
okay.
I'm in charge.
We're driving right into a lake.
I want you to pound him like a tent peg every time he goes against Bohm. Pound him.
I would have rode him until he told me no. That didn't.
Yeah,
you up to the task? You up to the task? You driving the Bohm bus? And you should drive the Bohm bus. You want to be a Bohm fan. We all see it. We all know it. Listen to Ron. Drive the Bohm bus. Drive him right to the All-Star game.
I got the answer.
Two of you guys could stay there. Yeah, what's the answer?
I have the answer for the menagerie that is Huge Clues.
Goodness.
I personally know this guy. He's got one testicle. His name is John Crutch.
That is a unique person, yes, Ron, and then very interesting detail to add to that.
Unnecessary.
A lot of things you could say about John Crutch without using that.
What?
Yeah.
Just move on.
Yeah, it's a medical thing. Just move on. We don't need to go there. I think he's right. It's not John Kruk, by the way. John is unique, but that's not the answer. Hugh, I think he's right. You should drive the Bohm bus right to the All-Star game. See who hops on with you. Become a Bohm guy.
Y'all know I'm stuck. I'm trying to move forward. Okay, that's fine. Let's just do that.
All right.
That was way too much information.
So it sounds
short time to get there.
Well, we got to get the social team on this. Hugh and Bohm in a bus heading down to Atlanta for the All-Star game. You get to go back to Atlanta.
Yeah, I do. I had a ball when I was in Atlanta, too.
Heading to Buc-ee's. And then
well,
you get to
that's
Skip your
more
neighbor.
Carolina.
He should come, too.
No, Skip can't come.
Oh,
but, they got a Buc-ee's.
They
got a Buc-ee's not too far from the stadium. It's like 20 miles outside.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it might be a nice little road trip.
You should do this, and then you could tell us he's a two-time All-Star.
Like, it all depends. If we get out there and we get the voting, because you get to vote as many, you get like 5 votes a day or something. No, I'm just saying.
He deserves to start the All-Star game. No, I mean, what do we do? What do you?
Trey might need to go.
Trey, I think he should.
Ranger. Trey.
I think Trey has a case to make the team. I don't think he's going to start, but he's a case to make the team. I mean, you're the one that wants Bohm to go. I mean, you should be pounding the table for
No,
this.
I just pointed out the fact that he went last year.
Yeah, well, that's you point that out as if that has anything to do with anything.
But our all-stars do carry a little bit of cachet. A little bit. A little bit of cachet.
Right.
What?
I mean, they do. I mean, I understand. Listen, it's not lost on me that every team is represented in Major League Baseball.
It seems like it is lost.
No, it's not. It's not. But he was on a good team and he went to the All-Star game. So that has to count for something, right? Yeah.
They had 8 members go to the game.
Yeah, they did. They were deep. They were deep last year. They were. Yeah. They were real deep last year.
But you like to bring up the Bohm one as if that's.
No, I'm just saying I didn't I didn't bring it up that time. Ron,
you bring it up with Tobias Harris, dude.
No, I'm just.
Congratulations, Tobias Harris.
Weren't the Detroit Pistons in the playoffs this year?
No one cares.
Were the
20 teams make the NBA playoffs?
Were the Sixers in the playoffs?
First of all, how dare you?
No, I'm just saying. Were the Sixers in the playoffs?
No, they suck.
He went to a team, and however you want to parse it, he went to the team, and they made it to the playoffs when he was there. The year before he was not there, they didn't make it to the playoffs.
I don't give a shit.
That's just the fact. That's the fact. I'm just pointing out the facts.
What about context? Okay. Context. Like the Cade Cunningham kid took a lead.
CJ drop. You just couldn't wait.
You talking about?
It fits our show so well. I mean, it's just every day with this crap. All right, Paul in Downingtown. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Paul.
Oh, man. So we're actually talking about two of my favorite Phillies. I love Ranger, and I feel like I've been defending Castellanos since the day he showed up. But if we can do anything to sign Ranger, I'm a big believer in him. And if there's a chance, I'm worried about other contracts and the ability to sign this guy if we don't do something now. At the same time, I understand the motivation to keep him pitching. So I'm kind of split on it. But I think if the Phillies have I don't want to say team friendly because but if they have a way to sign him now, if they have a way to get him, I think they'd be foolish not to let that arm walk. I think would be a really silly thing to do.
Paul, I agree before you make your next point. And I think the difficult thing is to figure out how much money he's going to get because he's a unique pitcher. I mean, speaking of the word unique, he was on Unique today.
Yeah.
I don't look at Ranger as a guy that's going to get $100 million, but, I'm sure his agent is like, hey, look at this guy's ERA, look at his production in the last 4 years, and you look at the last 2 years, Paul, his ERA is like 3.1 since the start of last year. So I don't know what his market is, but if they could get him on something like, I don't know, 3 years, $60 million, I would do that right now. I think that might be worth it.
100%. I agree with you. And as far as Castellanos goes, I think he gets the short end of the stick like a lot. I was a fan of his when he was with the Tigers, but I understand, and I wish that. And I know he's a prideful guy, but someone has to be able to sit down with him. And I think Castellanos is a team guy. And someone has to get through his head that he is the slowest option in the outfield. And it's not that he does a bad job of catching balls that he gets to. It's not that he has a rag arm. It's that somebody else on the team can prevent a ball from being a double, prevent a ball from being a triple that he can't. They can catch a ball that he can't. And I really believe Nick wants to win. And if you approach a prideful guy, from the aspect of this is what's best for the team, swallow your damn pride. Swallow it.
So I think it's interesting the way you frame. Yeah, well, the way you framed
like a baby the other night.
He did.
And it really tipped me off.
I think it's interesting the way you framed it. Like talk to him, show him. Paul, there was a story back in the day when Derek Jeter was a free agent, with the Yankees, and they were trying to re-sign him, maybe let them test the market. He didn't know he had become a below-average shortstop. They had to show him. I think people assume these players know what they're good and bad at. I'm not sure. Right. I think Castellanos, because he's prideful and he's been an everyday player for a long time, I think he believes he is a good or above-average outfielder. And Paul, I don't know if he thinks of it like that unless they show it to him. So I understand why he was upset the other night. Hey, that's my spot. Yeah. Why are you taking me out now?
That's why I think it needs to sit down. And that's why I was really disappointed, with the mixed messaging. When you're doing something as a group, where you have individuals involved, consistency is very important. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you're talking about a classroom setting or a team setting. Consistency is important, and you can't waffle. You just can't do it. And, so I'm disappointed from a lot of aspects with what happened, last night in terms of, not making the defensive replacement, not maintaining that consistency. But the big thing is like I really believe Nick's a team guy, and like you said, like he is prideful. And I think he does believe that like he can do it, but someone really needs to sit him down and break the reality to him that he's the slowest option. End of sentence. Own it, understand it, act like a team guy.
Paul,
and that's all there is to it.
It's a good point. All right, Paul, what do you got for us? What is your guess for Hughes Clues, a unique individual?
This is crazy because we don't know live, dead, male, female, but I'm going to go with Flavor Flav just because.
Flavor Flav is, that's unique. Paul, appreciate the call. Not it, but.
Paul was mad at the clues.
Well, of course he was.
Oh, he'll be all right. I'm just saying.
Because people want to win the prize.
They do, but you don't never get
it.
You don't never get it on the first guess. So y'all need to stop being. See what's happening is this: y'all get mad at the first clue, and I'm just gonna make them worse. Just gonna make the first clue even worse.
So you're gonna be petty now.
Oh, super petty.
Okay, well now we got to get a second clue. Hopefully this one is actually a decent one. All right, your phone calls and all this. What to do at Ranger? Sign him now. Let it play out.
Too.
He was mad.
He was like, I don't know if he's live or dead. It don't make no difference. Just give a guess.
No, I don't think he meant you're alive or dead. The person.
The person. Yeah, he didn't know if it's live or dead.
Well,
Don't make a difference.
Help.
It don't.
What do you mean it doesn't help?
It just it means you need to open your mind up and think. Just think outside the box.
Yeah, but it cuts it off. If you say they're dead, they're dead.
Or maybe, like I said yesterday, let the sacrificial lambs go first.
Yeah, I think Hughes included on.
I know. This is like Castellanos.
What?
He doesn't realize how bad it is in the outfield.
What are you talking about?
And I guess we're a topper. We're letting him get away with this.
Yeah. We need to bring the doctor's outfit back in for Otis clues.
First of all, I give great clues.
Nope.
You just have to think outside the box a little bit. You got to think outside the blocks.
Yeah, you're outside the blocks. You're outside the blocks. All right. Do you feel differently now about Topper after the whole Castellanos situation? If you supported Topper yesterday, you should be disappointed.
You should be ashamed of yourself. That's what you want to say.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
No, because we don't have all the information.
We have every information we need.
We are going off emotion.
What do we do every day here?
Emotional.
I mean, like WIP.
Emotional.
He took the guy out for defense. The guy didn't get any better at defense. He left him in.
I'm not riding that. I just want to say this too, because I don't know if you looked at your phone. I'm not riding the Bomer train. Ike.
You are riding the Bomer.
No, I'm not riding the Bomer.
Everyone knows you want to ride the Bomer.
He had enough nerve to send the hashtag.
Everyone knows deep down you're a Bomer lover.
I'm not riding the Bomer. And lather Vaseline on me.
All right, another clue as well. 215-592-9494. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Castelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Castelli is a nice place to do business.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Some strong storms later this afternoon. High 92.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Mick Jagger, right?
Whoa.
It's Mick Jagger? It's not?
That's an L.
Who is this?
I'll give you one more chance.
I have no clue.
Dude, you don't even have a guess.
Got a guess or no?
I'm trying to think, because to me it sounds like Mick Jagger.
No.
Tom Petty?
I think it sounds more like Mick Jagger than Tom Petty.
I would agree.
Doing that.
I think you're going to get ridiculed for this in the chat.
I probably will.
You should.
This ain't the Beatles, is it?
It is the Beatles.
Stop playing. My bad. It's like it ain't like this ain't the first time I screwed up a Beatles song.
It's not. You usually do, yeah. That's okay. You had a win earlier this hour.
Yeah.
How many wins are we going to give you one day?
I mean, that one for you is rare anyway.
We don't give out
I win every day. Every day.
I'm not sure. All right.
Sure
215-592-9495. I know who lost last night. Well, on the field, it was the Marlins. In general, it was Rob Thompson, though. I mean, if you support her, and you, I mean, I'm not looking at Kyle, but I mean every one of you out there.
You might as well be.
Every one of you out there that was very heavy-handed, and Topper did the right thing yesterday. Well, where are you now? Like, what do you feel today? Because, yes, they won the game. That's awesome. And Castellanos made the catch. Awesome. It was a fun moment last night. But the bottom line is, 2 nights ago, Rob Thompson made a decision. He thought his team was best if Nick Castellanos is not on the field for defense in a close game late.
Yes, he did.
Nick Castellanos barked. He didn't like it. They had obviously words about it. Nick had to have a game where he was benched because of it. And he gets back in there, which that was obviously where this was headed, right? I think we all expected Nick to play yesterday and to hit in the middle of the order. And he hit, and he made the catch. But the same situation played itself out in the 9th inning. Save situation. Defense, and that's a huge outfield in Miami. That's one of the biggest outfields in baseball. That's a hard outfield to play.
You got on your horse.
Yeah. And Topper, instead of doing what he knows is right, what he told Castellanos, I felt like I had to do 2 nights ago, he went the other way, and I feel like he lost all that leverage. I just, there's inconsistency here with the manager, and to me, that's disappointing. 215-592-9494. Hugh, where'd you come down? Like, what was the feeling? Disappointed? Where were you on Topper? Because that was not what he preached 2 nights ago.
I was disappointed, Joe, no question about that. But at the same time, I try to be understanding about the position that Topper was in. And, you're the manager. You're trying to navigate these different egos and everything like that. And he said something to the effect that it all depends on the moment and how he feels in that moment. And I just think last night he was trying to give Castellanos a chance to redeem himself, and he did.
Company stuff.
You have something in your mouth, dude.
I got
we are on the air.
I'm sorry, I thought it was, man, tasty though. I didn't feel like taking it out.
I can tell.
I didn't want you people to give them any ammunition, but
I'm sorry. We kind of have a little bit of an operation.
But nobody would have known if you wouldn't have said nothing.
Well, I mean, I noticed it like right away when you started talking. So.
Did you?
Yes. Why do you think I said something?
I don't know, because I thought you saw me shifting it in my mouth, kind of from one side to the next.
Can you clip this 45 seconds? This is how we get the Marconi. This is how WIP wins the award. I mean, this is it right here.
What are you
doing?
What are you talking about?
I think that's if we had to submit 45 seconds audio.
I ain't even supposed to be here today. I'm doing y'all a favor.
You chose to show up.
Hey,
since you're here, you decided you're going to mail it in.
I ain't supposed to be here today.
When you choose to work on a holiday, you can't just half-ass it.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. They ain't even supposed to be here. You calling me out for a mint. What you doing?
This might be all-time spin stuff. Actually, it's a holiday today, so I didn't have to show up.
I'm gonna mail it in.
Yeah.
Pop this mint.
There's more Nick Castellanos and Hugh Douglas than together. Like the same. There's pettiness. I told you so.
What are you talking about?
I mean, couldn't you see Castellanos going out there in the outfield and making an error in the ninth? So I'm not even supposed to be out here.
No,
you don't even want me out here.
He wouldn't do that.
Well, deep down he would think it. He would think it. All right, I need to hear from the people out there.
Oh my goodness!
Whether if you have a mint, please spit it out before we talk. 215-592-9494. Or where do you come down on Topper? I just feel like if you supported him yesterday, you should be disappointed. I'm not surprised we're here, and frankly, I expected it. I thought he'd be on the field in the 9th inning, but I did. I had a Hugh Douglas reaction, like, very interesting. It's very interesting that he's out there.
I find it fascinating.
No, because I'm telling you because. You look at moments like that, and you're just trying to figure out.
Spit the damn mint out.
You still have it?
Okay, fine. But you look at moments like that, and I try to just take a deeper dive instead of just looking at it from the surface. I feel like a lot of times, y'all just want to look at the surface of things. And I'm like, okay, what led to this? First of all, this is the range of emotion I went through. Okay, irony. The irony was that he was out there in a similar situation. I get that part. And then it's like, okay, I'm thinking maybe what he said wasn't as egregious as I thought it was. And then you start thinking about being in a managerial spot. How are you trying to get the most out of your coworkers? And maybe, he felt that in that moment he was trying to let him redeem himself, because at the end of the day, you're going to need Nick Castellanos.
So I think there could be something to that. But he didn't – you say redeem himself. Like, he wasn't pulled out of the game on defense because he did something wrong on defense. He was pulled out of the game because Topper doesn't think he's a very good defender anymore, right? He didn't say that, but that's what it is.
Well, it sounded like that – this is how I read it. It sounded like that was part of it, right? But then I think the thing that got him benched that we kind of missed
was the words.
The words.
Yeah, sure. And then they had it out, right? He said he apologized, and he put him back in, right? I think he should have played yesterday. He's still one of their best 9 players, and his bat helps them win more than it makes them lose, right? Like I'm all for I think everyone wanted Castellanos back in the lineup yesterday. I don't need to see their fourth outfielder. I don't need to see more Rojas at bats. We have seen enough of those over the years, but. The defense thing, that's where the whole point of contention came from. Castellanos was upset. He was pulled out of the game for defense. Then that led to everything. Topper made a decision. 2 days later, he changed his mind. It doesn't make any sense to me. All right, let's go to Bruce, who's up on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Good morning, or should I say good almost afternoon.
I'll call it an almost afternoon. Morning. Yeah, it's still morning, but...
Yeah. Man, I tell you, Joe, I'm glad that you actually are talking about this, because this problem, and I'm going to use a fancy word. The issue with Topper's leadership is a microcosm of the leadership problem with the Phillies. This is another facet of why the Phillies are going to be struggling this year, as long as he's there. As long as the hitting coach is there, I tell you, I mean, this is just one more instance, and this is the reason why the Phillies, they'll have their winning streaks, but it's another problem that's going to be persistent because he doesn't have total control over the players, and there's no clear leader amongst the players to say, hey, you need to get it together or chill out or do whatever you need to do and put a cap on your frustration. That doesn't exist in the Phillies. It's like nilly-willy. We'll do with it what it may whenever the situation comes up. And
it is a lot of nilly-willy. I mean, it is. It feels like it.
Yeah. So, and I just don't see any end to it. I don't see it. Even when Bryce comes back, he's not really. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's a Philly fanatic leader. He's nothing against Bryce. I mean, I love him, but pandering cheap. But I mean, he's not a true leader of the team. I don't see who is.
Well, I think it's Schwarber. I think it's Schwarber. But the players run the show. I mean, that's Rob Thompson. Any thought we had that he was in charge, I think it went out the window this week. I mean, that's not where we're at right now. All right, Bruce, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
Exactly. Okay, so with that said, I kind of went back and forth here on this. I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts. I mean,
Jalen Hurts. That's not a bad guess.
Well, what's his whole thing? His brand, breed of one, right?
Breed of one, yeah.
That makes you unique, right? Your breed of one.
Yeah.
That's not the answer, though. It would fit this week, though. A lot of Jalen talk on the station this week. Mm-hmm. Have you guys?
The heavy breathing cop. What's about to happen now?
Well, we do know this. Afternoon show counting down the top 11. I believe we get into the top 5 today. Is that correct? We know Jalen hasn't been listed yet. He will be listed.
Yeah, he will be.
And he'll be on the overall list. Because I guess the vote was 50% of us here and 50% of the listeners. And most of us here at WIP had him on our list somewhere. So he's clearly going to make the top 11, the official top 11. But it sounds like he's going to be top 5.
What percentage of the listeners do you think have him top 2?
Too high percentage, whatever that is. A significant percentage. Yeah.
80%.
Which is ridiculous.
80%.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I know it's your top 2. I'm calling yours ridiculous. It's just not better than Barkley or Wheeler. I mean, it's just not.
I'm not about to entertain this conversation today. Because you both know when this starts where it's gonna go.
He's just not a better player than Barkley or Wheeler, right?
I'm just saying, why are we going down this rabbit hole knowing what it's gonna do?
Well, our caller brought up Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, he did. He did. But now here we are, and we could have just kind of let that go.
Yeah.
But you couldn't.
I can't. He's not as good as Barkley or Wheeler.
You could.
Actually, well, here's why I can't let this go. I'm upset at all of you out there that have made me have to be
heavy-handed.
Well, heavy-handed when I like Jalen Hurts. This is your fault. I mean, everyone out there that is ridiculous, it's your fault that I have to bring some sense of
talk about my spin. That was epic spin right there.
I believe this. Ready?
That's just like when you get an ass whooping from your parents and they're like, you made me do this. You didn't have to whoop my ass. You didn't have to get the switches out on me.
Well, that's a lot. I'm not going to pull that on anybody. But I will put you in your place when you put him too high on the list. I mean, I think that the heaviest Jalen Hurts discourse this week has really been because the people that want to now support him heavily have gone too far. I mean, that's all. I mean, we could find some sort of middle ground here. We haven't done it.
He's number
Apparently
two.
not.
That's not middle ground. Middle ground. I think if you have him between 5 and 9 on the list, it's fine.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, and you have him 1, 2, 3. It's ridiculous. I don't agree that he should not be on the list. I don't agree. He should be on the list.
He definitely should be on the list.
Yeah, we find some common ground there. You and I.
Yeah.
It's just the Hurts people, and I have a theory on this. Have I told you?
What's your theory?
So some people have painted me as a Jalen Hurts hater. I'm not. I was one of his first fans. I think the people that are the strongest on Hurts now, it's a guilt thing. They didn't like him.
You think they're trying to course correct?
They're course correct. The people that I think are the strongest on Hurts now feel like morons because they thought he couldn't play, and now they're like, "Whoa, jeez, he's the best quarterback in Eagles history. I got to say, he's the best player." No, that's not true. He always could play. You were wrong in the beginning, and now you're wrong now. I mean, that's unfortunately that's where we've gotten to. No one can see this thing clearly. Ray in Penns Grove, what's up, Ray?
Hello, how you doing?
Ray,
hey, what's up, Ray?
What's up?
Not too much. I just want to bring up one quick point that I haven't really heard anybody bring up yet.
Okay.
Topper, how long has he been a bench coach in the majors? Like almost 30 years?
Well, he was like a field assistant early, but he was a bench coach for a while. Obviously here with Gabe and with Girardi, and then he was with the Yankees all those years with Joe Torre.
Yeah, I think that is the biggest problem. I think he's an awesome X's and I's, X's and O go, but I don't think he can manage people. You know what I mean? I don't think. And Joe, I swear to God, I'm sticking up for you for the last 2 days. What the hell was that? You benched a guy to tell him that he's, you took him out of the game because he can't play defense. You see that catch he made last night?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't blame Nick for doing what he did and everything else. And it ain't like it was 2 years ago when he was swinging out, at everything in the dirt on the outside and striking out and everything. That guy's actually pretty good, man. And I just don't agree with the way Topper handled that at all. And now,
and Ray, to your
worry about a locker room thing.
Yes, and to your point on it, like if Topper has decided, and Ray, it's his prerogative, he's the manager, that he doesn't think Castellanos is good enough in the outfield anymore late in the game. Whether or not you and I agree, that's okay. He's in charge. Then he's got to stick with that. Like, you can't change your mind a day later because the guy got upset. Like, what are we doing?
That's my point. Yeah, I think he lost. I hope not, but I think he might have lost the clubhouse on that one.
I'm curious, Ray. How did he lose the clubhouse? How did he lose the clubhouse with that move?
Just because of maybe disrespecting Castellanos like he did. I mean, Hugh, I love you too, man. And by the way, my guest might be you for the unique. Oh,
that'd be a spin.
No, it's not. It's not me.
Himself.
But no, I'm just saying. The guy's there every day. He plays ball. And it's like the coach made an example out of him, but only for like 12 hours. And went right back to, you know what I'm saying? I played, and I'm not a professional athlete by any means. I played football and baseball from the time I was 7 until high school, all the way through high school. And I played with a lot of coaches that I respected a lot more than the head coach or the manager, you know what I mean? And that's what I think is going to happen now. I don't know who's under Topper, but I'm worried about when Harper comes back. Are they going to listen to him more than Topper, And then you're going to have a real problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think can of worms has been open. Ray, man, we appreciate the phone call.
See, I don't know if I believe that because, and we're trying to put a timeline on on the message and everything. It doesn't need that. I think that we're looking at this in the wrong way. I think the message was sent, the message was received, an apology was given. Let's go win a baseball game. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. I think a lot of times, man, that, this is where the road between reality and sports kind of veers off, because we're making a big deal out of the fact that it wasn't over 12 hours that he got reprimanded. I remember being in a game where I came to a meeting late, right? And I had to miss the first quarter. And you probably don't remember it because it was nobody ever said anything about it, but I came to a meeting late and I had to miss the first quarter. That killed me. You know what I mean? And the message was received, and after that, I never missed another meeting. So I say all that to say this. It doesn't have to be, I'm going to do you like this the next time or the next time after that. Castellanos probably got the message.
I disagree. And I understand your point, but the benching may have sent a message. Maybe he won't mouth off again, right? Maybe that won't happen.
Mm-hmm.
He sent a message to the team that he didn't think Nick was one of his 3 best defensive outfielders. And he changed that 2 days later. Let me use Trey for an example. And I want to make sure I say this. Trey's been better this year at shortstop, right? He hasn't been so bad that we got to get him off the field. But Trey's not a very good defensive player. We all know this. It's been 3 years of watching him. If I'm just putting myself in Trey's shoes, let's say in the playoffs or down the line, big game, August, Topper says, Sosa, go play shortstop in the 9th inning. And if I'm Trey, all I know I got to do is be annoyed at Topper, and the next time I'm going to go right back in there. He set a precedent that if you don't like the managing, you get annoyed, and I will change my managing. To me, that's not managing.
See, I don't believe that was the case. I mean, I know what it looks like. The optics of it leads you to believe that is exactly what happened, especially when you talk about the fact that he was out there in the same similar moment. But I don't think it was that. I think what was probably the most egregious thing that happened is what Castellanos said. And that's probably what was the catalyst. Like, there probably was a conversation that was had about benching you in this moment and all this other stuff. And Castellanos was probably on board with that. I think that it might have been, speculating here, that it was something else that triggered the benching.
Well, yeah, but the defense thing, that's where I'm stuck at.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah. I know you are.
It's inconsistent managing.
It's one of those things that what Topper has done and what he did for me, and this is why I was disappointed, is because you talk about the similar situation, and we don't know what the conversation was, and you kept him out there. That's the problem, because it does look like, to your point, that he didn't know what he was doing, or he caved in this situation.
Or just it also maybe feels like he wasn't even sure of himself the first time. Like maybe he said, you know what, Nick was right. Nick was right to be wrong. Maybe he's not as like, it just are you in charge or you're not in charge? Because otherwise, let the players run the team. All right. Before we go any further, you only gave out one clue so far.
One clue,
today.
so I got to give out.
And obviously, it's not hitting. People aren't there yet. The last guess was you, which would be. Have you ever done that? Have we ever had you as the Hughes clues? Gotta pocket that for one day. That might get people. Go ahead. What do you got for clue 2?
This person has a distinct voice, very distinct voice.
So it's a unique person in terms of personality and a voice.
Yes,
right?
He has a distinct voice.
So it's a he?
I said he?
You said he.
I did.
Okay, so he has a distinct voice.
He has a distinct voice.
All right, well, I think now you've at least given something to the people. That first clue.
That's how it usually works when you do Hughes clues.
Oh, trying to tell us
I'm just, all this ridicule and hate and vitriol that I get.
I don't think it's hate. I think people
want they want better clues.
People want a chance, and they feel like sometimes you're not giving them
I did give them a chance.
Well,
with the first clue is a chance.
No.
Individual's very unique. Makes you think a little bit.
Like in batting practice, they lob it over the plate so the hitter can get some good swings.
Yeah.
They just want you to put it over the plate.
I did put it over the plate.
Sometimes those first clues are almost like you're rolling the ball to the plate. Like they can't hit it.
Like a spring training pitch.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to do that. I knew as soon as you said that, you teed him up for that.
You know what? It is on brand. It is totally on brand for Hugh. All right, 215-592-9494. That is Hyper. We do have a pair of tickets today. Phillies and Padres to give away. Go to the game with us. 6:30 first pitch on Tuesday, July 1st. It's a fireworks night, by the way, after the game. Xfinity Fireworks. Tickets, Phillies.com. We got a pair to give away today. The correct answer to Hugh's clues will win that. All right, where you come down on Topper, and if you were defending him yesterday, I need to hear from you today, because a lot of people are like, oh, Topper, he knows what he's doing. He's putting his foot down. Well, then 12 hours later, it's like, well, Nick, you can play right field, even though you stink at it. I mean, it's just crazy what happened yesterday. Great catch and a nice win last night. The Phillies out just one game out, so that's all good. But I need to know where you come down on Topper. Do you are you disappointed? I mean, Kyle is heartbroken back there. Are you disappointed in Topper? Also, we got to get to the latest on Ace Bailey. What the Sixers might end up doing. I'm so done with this guy. I mean, I can't believe there are still people out there that may want the Sixers to draft him. We'll give you the latest on the guy the Sixers have been probably the most closely linked to. They have the third pick in the draft less than a week from right now. Latest, and I'm telling you, it's going to annoy you if you haven't heard it yet. 215-592-9494. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes. The chocolate-coated cakes with creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpers are a light sponge cake topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You got the frosted mini donuts, you got the powdered mini donuts, and who can forget the delicious dip and stick flavors? I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm gonna ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rick Carlisle's got a decision tonight, and it's anything but clear cut. Tyrese Halliburton's hurt, but how badly? He's not moving like himself, but he's still the guy who hits game winners and pulled off late game magic all postseason. Then there's TJ McConnell, relentless, efficient, but built to sprint, not stretch. With the finals on the line, does Carlisle bet on health or on history? I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey!
On WIP.
Them be sweet little lies. A lot of lies going on around here. Who's the biggest liar? Topper? Yeah, Topper lied to all of us. Lied to the team and took it all back. Welcome back. Midday show. I'm actually not as disappointed as I think you should be in Rob Thompson. I expected this because I didn't buy it. I understood why Castellanos was annoyed. It felt like just oddly managed down in Miami.
It's all willy-nilly stuff.
Willy-nilly. Nilly-willy, as one of our callers brought it up earlier.
Yeah, he made me look like a clown.
He did. You personally.
Yes, me. Like, I'm taking this personally.
I know. And you should. And everyone should. The people that really defended Topper, you should feel like he made you out to be a fool because now he's going to put his foot down and doing what's best for the team. A new Topper. Wasn't a new Topper. Last night, 9th inning, you want your best defense on the field? No, Nick Castellanos is out there. And we all know he made the catch. But 2 nights ago, great catch. 2 nights ago, he wasn't one of your 3 best outfielders, but last night he was. That doesn't make any sense. I understand why the player got frustrated.
Yeah, a little hissy.
So hissy fits gets you to get what you want.
Well, that's what it looks like, but I just think it's deeper than that. Because on the surface, that's exactly what it looks like. I give you that. But I think it's deeper than that. I don't think Topper is as shallow as we try to make him out to be.
I don't know if he's shallow, but I don't know if.
Or you say he's soft. I said, okay, soft.
The backbone's not as strong as it needs to be. I mean, I'll just say it that way. It's not what you want.
That's what he's a little soft.
He's soft.
He's soft.
Yeah, and look, there are soft managers. I don't need Topper to be Larry Boa. Like you have to be who you are, and that's why I think the other night was so awkward and weird for Topper because that's not who he is. He hasn't, since he got here, he's been player's manager. I back the player. Now, all of a sudden, we do something different. The Castellanos has a reaction to it, which should anyone be surprised by? Look, he's a very emotional person and player. So, and then you bench him for it. The whole thing, I just thought was a bad week for Rob Thompson. Where do you come down on the Topper situation? And, of course, Ranger Suarez. Should the Phillies re-sign him right now? Let it play out? I know you want to I'll let it play out, but I think one thing we all agree on, they can't trade him. That idea went out the books. Would you trade him? No. I just think they need him too much right now to even entertain that at the deadline. All right, 215-592-9494. 2 clues on the board here for Hughes Clues. Pair of tickets to Phillies and Padres on Tuesday, July 1st. All right, let's go to Matt in Fort Washington. Hey, Matt.
Matt.
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks so much for taking my call. A couple quick thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm.
First is, admittedly, I think this is getting a little blown out of proportion. It could just be the topic of the day, or topic of the last couple of days. But just because he made this, and this is separate from the discipline part of it, but because Topper made this defensive move once, does that mean he has to do it every single game thereafter?
He doesn't, Matt. But before the game last night, he said he would do it again, and then he said probably not tonight. Matt, if you're predetermining moves before the game, the only reason you're doing that is because you don't want to upset the player. Like, he didn't get faster overnight. He's not going to get faster from the first inning to the 8th inning. He's the same player. So if you're predetermining, I'm not going to do it tonight, it tells me you're not managing strictly to win. You're managing because of his emotions.
Well, so I hear you on, well, let me say this. The manager's job is to see the vulnerabilities on at the plate and in the field.
Yes.
And navigate that, right, inning by inning, game by game across all these months. And so, yeah, it's a balancing act. You got to make some calls. You take pitchers out here and there. Trey's a vulnerability, and he seems to be getting better. Koski's actually, of all the outfielders, the best composite outfielder we got. So I just think that it's like, hey, listen, the guy, I don't think we have a new trend now that in the 8th or 9th inning of a close game, you have to pull Koski. I just think it's like, all right, he did it once. Let's let it kind of play out and see where it goes from here.
We will. And, Matt, I think it will probably blow over to the point where he's going to keep him out there a bunch in the 9th inning. I'm just curious next time now. Yeah, next time, like when is the right time? Because he did it once and he got upset, and then we go.
And maybe he saw something that night, but all of the previous times he kept them in there. That's why, like, I'm not hanging on the edge of my seat to see if he's going to pull him. Whatever it's been, 60 out of 61 times, he's left them in there. So one time to me is the exception, not the rule. If it starts happening with some frequency, eyebrows get raised. But for me, not until then.
All right, Matt.
Hey, can I give you an answer?
Absolutely. What do you got?
Here's a legitimate guess. Howard Cosell.
That is a great guess.
That's a good guess.
It's a great guess, Matt. We appreciate it. It's not it, but that's probably our best guess today.
People are thinking now.
The voice is clearly unique and distinct.
Get people to thinking. That's what I'm here for, to get people to think a little bit.
That's what you're here to do.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, you do make us think.
Think
that you're crazy.
I've heard that before. That's
so when you came up with defense a luxury, not a necessity, that was to make everyone think?
Oh, no, it's the truth. And I just feel like, see, that's one that I don't have to say a whole lot about because there are so many different examples that you see on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
That it allows me to live in your headspace rent-free.
Well, no, you also have the Eagles winning the Super Bowl on the back of their defense last year. I mean, that like
half the guys that were on that defense aren't here anymore.
What does that have to do with last year?
Isn't it ironic?
No, it's not. It actually has nothing to do with one.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It just plays into the narrative that, that great take that I had that AI said it was an awesome take. It just plays into that.
Yeah, AI is not how we judge these things.
I'm just saying, it's just I don't, I've gotten to the point now where I have people that slide into my DMs and say, you know what, Hugh? I didn't see it before, but now I see it.
I hope you're proud.
I have vision.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Vision, and I've been trying to sprinkle everybody on this station with games since I've been here. Doesn't help that I'm blind. I'm just saying, man. That's what I'm here for. I'm just here because I'm just trying to help people.
Yeah.
I'm just here to help.
Do you not find the irony in them winning the Super Bowl on the back of the best defense ever had?
I never said the defense didn't play well.
But you see the irony in it.
But
defense a luxury, not a necessity. The defense carries them to a Super Bowl.
But you know,
the irony is thick.
And now we have to restock that defense and try to do it again.
Again, yeah.
But the offensive players, the staples, the guys that that we want to talk about that were non-contributors down the stretch, they're still here.
Where they're under contract.
No, I'm just saying, but that's the point, that the defense is a luxury, not a necessity type.
But situation. It was a necessity.
Oh no, they played well last year
because they were a necessity,
and they came up big. Yeah. In some of the biggest moments.
Well, they won the game. They won.
Denying that.
They were the best unit on the team.
Well, Jalen Hurts was he was the catalyst for all of that.
The best unit on the team was the defense.
Defense played well.
Just say it. I mean, the best unit on the team was the defense.
Defense played well, but
so you can't even muster the words.
No, I'm saying they played well.
Yeah,
they played extremely well.
It's so backhanded.
No, it's not. I mean, I played defense. It's not. It's just,
if someone came out of outer space and listened to this show, they would say that guy's never played football in his life.
They would say,
and that Giglio guy, he must have 80 sacks in the league.
No, they would say, man, he's pretty smart. He has his fingers on the pulse of like everything.
Okay.
Like everything.
Everything, yeah.
And the
ambiguity.
Let's go to who we got here. We got Joe at Mayfair. He has his finger on the pulse of things. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, before I get to the topper thing, I'm going to have I am a huge Jalen Hurts fan, as the station knows, but I'm also a logical person. And I think the reason that people are so one-sided or the other, it's the Rocky Balboa feeling. You have an underdog guy who has battled so many things since he's been in college to become a champion. And I think that's where the passion comes from, the everyday blue-collar worker in Philly that follows his team, that drinks a six-pack on a Sunday, the fan who just loves the story.
Joe, I agree. I agree with this.
I'm going to come with some facts today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first 15 plays of a game are scripted. Jalen Hurts is in the bottom 5 in the NFL quarterback ratings. I have my homework in the first 15 plays of a game. Second half, he has a 73% completion percentage, third behind Tua and Jordan Love. Fourth quarter, 76%, number 1 in the league. 78% in the fourth quarter in games less than 7 points. And his average yard per attempt in the fourth quarter of games is 11.3. The guy went from being one of the worst readers of defense, can't change a play at the line of scrimmage to get the ball to Barkley in the run protection needed for him to go the distance on a lot of his runs, to becoming one of the best at doing it in one off season to help the Eagles win a Super Bowl is such an improvement in the underdog story of there is no way this guy can go from here to here, but he did. The beginning of games, he is not good. If he cannot take sacks, he would go up to top 3 probably in Philly. I have him at 5. But the conversation of he's not good, he's good, he's overrated, underrated, can't we just enjoy the progress that somebody has made from not being wanted to earning the starting job to going through the obstacles of becoming better? He's short, can't read defenses. He doesn't have the arm strength. From where he went to where he is now, why can't we just enjoy it as a Philadelphia sports fan and say, you know what? He is a top 5 player. I'm going to put him lower because all the fans want to put him in the top 2 or 3, or I'm going to put him number 1 because I have to make up for all the fans who don't like him. It's all hogwash.
So, Joe, I agree.
The guy has put in the work to become one of the best individuals at the hardest position in one of the hardest sports towns in the country, and we're slacking that. And I think it's just a travesty that we don't give the guy credit for going from maybe a ham and egger, maybe not to having a good career, to taking advantage of the situation with all the talent around him and making his teammates better as well as himself.
I agree with a lot of what you said, and I think you're right about the kind of the psychology of the whole thing. And two things came to my mind. One, maybe this is just like we're crazy. Like we just have to argue. We have to argue about the Eagles quarterback. So now it's like first world problems. We're arguing how good he is rather than can he play or can he deliver, because we know he can play and we know he can deliver in the big spot. So I think there's some of that. Joe, the other thing, and I don't know, but I don't think this is you. I think there's also something to where there's a guilt factor. Some people, I'll use your analogy. Some people out there thought Rocky couldn't win. And let's use Jalen. I remember talking to people on this station that said, this guy can't play. We got to get rid of him. Get Russell Wilson. Get Deshaun Watson. And I think those people feel guilty now because he's the best quarterback in Eagles history. I don't feel guilty because I always thought he could play. I didn't quite know he'd be this good, but I thought they could win with him from the first time I saw him on the field. I said, this guy's got something to him. So I don't have that guilt where I feel like I have to go over the top. But, Joe, and I'm not saying it's you. I think there are people out there who said he was a bum, who said he couldn't throw, and now they feel deep down like, oh, crap. I said this about the best Eagles quarterback ever, and now it's like they're trying to yell at me because I don't think he's as good as Patrick Mahomes. And I'm just like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I just think there's just people in the city that just bashed him just to bash him because he wasn't Carson Wentz.
Yep.
And here we go again. And proving somebody wrong, yeah, you're going to go one way or the other. That's how the human nature is. You're either going to go all one way or the other way, and it comes with everything today, and social media has a lot to do with it. Real quickly on Topper, if you're going to, and I know Kyle's going to come in here and jump in. If you're going to allow someone who's hurt to struggle to play through an injury for 10, 11, 12, 13 games, or get hit in the elbow, and still have the wrist issue, not putting him on the IL. No, that's Bryce Harper. Let him play through it. He's hurt and he's a detriment to the team, but we're going to keep putting him out there even though we know he's hurt. Or the situation with Turner or anybody else. The reason that Nick Sirianni was successful because he was not fake. Whether you liked him or not, you knew you were getting somebody real in your face every day in that locker room, in the clubhouse, talking to an individual. He was himself. Topper's not himself every day. He does what he thinks he should do based off the individual and not being consistent. And that's a problem in that clubhouse. You have to treat everybody the same exact way when it comes to who you are as a person. I'm going to do it this way all the time because that's who I am. He's not doing that in that clubhouse or locker room. He picks and chooses his spots, and if other players say, well, hey, that's not right, I don't have respect for that. If you don't respect the man in charge, you're never going to give him everything you have every single day.
Joe, I think there's something to this. Yeah.
Whether you liked it or not.
Yep. I think there's something to it. And I think 100%. He feels that. He feels it. That's why I brought up the point yesterday. And I don't know if he said it, and we don't know what he said, but I'm just telling you, if I was Castellanos and I was pulled off that field in Miami, the first thing I would think of is you let that shortstop, when we have a better shortstop on the bench, play every inning of every game, including the postseason, you never take him out, and here in front of my family, you did this to me? Like, that's not fair. And maybe he said something he shouldn't have said, but I would feel it if I was him.
Yeah, and the thing with JT also, games 5, 6 in a row, he struggles. He hits in the ground ball double plays. He is an older individual, but we're still going to bat him 5th. We're still going to bat him 4th occasionally. He is not a 4th or 5th place hitter. No. He is a 7, 8, or 9 hitter and should be playing 5 times a week max.
Yep.
At a guy his age and how slow he is and how his bat speed is. But Topper's going to keep putting him out there because I can't offend him.
Well, and that's that. You're going to, but then you offend someone else, right? And then now we have a can of worms. All right, Joe, what's your guess? He was close.
Well, I'm going to go with a guy who's unique, and he's old as anything, but he's got the most distinct voice alive. That's Morgan Freeman.
Oh, Morgan Freeman's a good one. Joe, good one. That is a good guess. That is not it. All right. Lots Joe brought up there. All right, before we go any further, we did promise you an update on a name you've heard connected a lot with the Philadelphia 76ers, who hold the 3rd pick in the draft next week. Hugh, you know from the jump here, as soon as we started this, when they got the 3rd pick, I said, that's the kind of pick that can help change the franchise.
Yeah,
if they
you
get
want somebody life-changing.
But here's who I don't want. I don't want Ace Bailey. I didn't want him from the beginning, and that was really just based on his play. I didn't know anything about the kid. I mean, he went to Rutgers, right? He didn't make the tournament. I didn't like the way he didn't shoot the ball smartly to me. To me, he takes too many contested shots.
Yeah.
Not a great free throws. I just think there's a lot of red flags about the player. Nothing to do with the person. But now we're finding out some red flags about maybe the guidance he's getting as a young man. So there was a story that last week VJ Edgecombe became the most likely pick for the Sixers because he came here for a visit. Very good impression. Meanwhile, Ace Bailey hadn't come for a visit yet. And that was kind of weird. Like, did he decline? Did he not want to come? All right, so that was that. Hugh, we got a story a couple days ago that he is going to come for a visit. So no worries on that. Well, this morning the news came out that Ace Bailey has canceled his visit with the Philadelphia 76ers to the point where they had a hotel booked for him. They had a flight for him. And he, the last minute, said, nah, I'm not coming. Hugh, this is the last straw. I mean, if the Sixers have half a brain, they won't take this kid. The reports are out there that he wants to get to a team that will give him the ball a lot early. You know, I could translate that like not other star established players. He wants to play where he will be the man. And I will read into that as he doesn't mind losing a lot early in his career as long as he could shoot the basketball. I think they would be out of their mind to take this kid. Refusing to come visit, canceling a visit, wants to be the guy and kind of get the ball a lot early instead of playing with other good players. I'm totally out.
It's different. Like, we talked about this morning, Joe, and talked about how the fact that these kids are different. And I brought up the young defensive end for the Cincinnati Bengals was Shamar Stewart and his situation. These kids have a strong sense of self nowadays, especially the ones that have the athletic ability that Ace Bailey has. And he feels strong. I'm assuming all of this, reckless speculation. I'm assuming he feels that he's in a position where he can't fail. He's in control of his destiny. That's what it sounds like he's trying to do. And it sounds like he's trying to be in a place where he can maximize his dollars as much as he possibly can. And in his mind, that means playing for a team that's devoid of stars so that he can become the star. And you know what's funny? When I think about him, I think that he's trying to be like Ant-Man a little bit, you know, and go to a team where he can be the focal point because it's about the shoe contract and the endorsements for a lot of these kids.
You may very well be right. I don't care about any of that.
I know you don't. Yeah. You're looking at the bigger picture.
Well, I don't want him on the Sixers.
But he's not. This is the thing that I don't think that his team is telling him. That even though you're looking at the short term and all of this could potentially have long-term ramifications by the way that you're handling your business.
Let's hear Jonathan Cavoni. He covers the draft for ESPN. He had this kid falling, I believe, to the Wizards, their latest mock draft. Here is him on the situation.
Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, been locked in at 1 and 2 pretty much this whole process. The draft starts with Philadelphia. Who did they take? VJ Edgecombe or Ace Bailey? Ace Bailey was 3 for a while. He slid all the way to 6 in our latest mock draft. NBA teams are a little bit perplexed about his pre-draft process. He's the only player who is yet to conduct a single workout to this point. He has not visited any NBA team facilities. Ace Bailey's camp is adamant in conversations that he's a top 3 player in this draft, and they're looking for a clear pathway to stardom, both with minutes and opportunity. Now, Bailey's camp seems to feel confident that if Philadelphia, where he's working out later this week, or Charlotte at 4 decide to pass on him, then Washington, New Orleans, Brooklyn, who are 6, 7, and 8, somebody's going to trade up to get him. A lot of uncertainty about how this is all going to play out. No one really knows how it's going to end up and where Bailey would pick. That's going to be one of the biggest storylines I'm going to be tracking on draft night.
So the last thing this morning was that the Sixers are not ruling out still taking him. I'm trying to help the Sixers out here. They would be out of their minds to take this player. He doesn't want to play with other good players. I mean, they could say it any way they want. That's what he wants. A clear path to stardom and usage means the ball in his hands. If he plays with a lot of other good players, you got to share the basketball. That's the way the game works. If he wants to score, kid can knock himself out. If he wants to go to Washington and play for the Wizards, go score 25 points a game. I mean, I'm happy for him. I think if the Sixers took him after he canceled on the day of the meeting, they just look like fools.
That's a bad look, but I don't know, Joe.
Like Ace Bailey.
You're
becoming an Ace Bailey guy. Wow.
Can I just tell you what I heard?
Yeah.
Can I just tell you your rant made me change my mind, by the way. I just heard the opposite of Joel Embiid. And everything that you said about him, he wants the ball in his hand. He wants to be a star. Not Joel Embiid's a star. Listen, I'm not trying to slight Joel Embiid. But what have we been saying about Joel Embiid in the playoffs? A lot of times he shrinks. He doesn't do this. We've complained about effort in the past and all the other stuff, the want to. And now you have a kid that is trying to control his own destiny, and he sounds like he wants to be a star. To me, like this, I know how you feel, and for the most part, I'm with you. But you have to think, Joe, these kids are different nowadays. Yeah. That's kind of what you want in Philadelphia, though.
But I heard a lot of
I get that.
And none of that was, hey, he wants to get to a place he can compete to win a championship. There was none of that.
That might be part of it, because you got to understand.
Well, if you want to play for the Wizards, I mean, you're signing your career away.
What were the Timberwolves before Ant-Man got there?
Yeah, but at least they've had moments. I mean,
but I'm just saying. I mean.
But Ant-Man was the number one pick.
No,
he didn't run from that.
He didn't run from it. But when you look at it, I mean, the way you present it, I kind of want that. I kind of want that attitude.
I
kind of want that bravado.
Next week if we get
when you said it like that, because initially I was with you, but then when you start talking about it, that's what we like. Kyle, isn't that what we've been missing from the Sixers?
A loser?
We had plenty of those.
Tons of those.
Listen to what? No, that dude that wants to be that dude. That's what I heard.
He wants to be it with a bad team. He didn't say he wants to come to the Sixers and become the best player and win a championship in Philadelphia.
No, I hear what you're saying.
He wants to be the focal point.
Yes.
That seems like it's not going to mesh too well with the Sixers. Like, Embiid wants to be the focal point of the team, doesn't he?
Well, we don't. Well,
you think he's going to be cool with Ace Bailey taking over?
I am operating off of the premise that Joel Embiid is not going to be the Joel Embiid that we remember. I mean, man, listen. The one thing we don't know, or we kind of do know, about this procedure that he's had or allegedly having, how many people have had success stories behind it?
Yeah, he might be cooked. I mean, you're right.
I mean, let's be honest. So it might be an opportunity for him to get everything that he wants here, because we talk about Maxey as being the leader, right? But he hasn't stepped up and became the leader.
Well, not to the
Jared
extent
McCain
of winning.
is you know what I mean?
I just think. I just get vibes he's going to
No, I get what you're saying.
He's going to score 20 points on a team that wins 25
games. Now, I get what you're saying, because we're dealing with, we don't know what the kid has said. We don't know how he fit. We're going by the messaging.
Yeah, and it maybe he's being given bad advice.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. But the way that you presented, you did a good job of presenting, because you did sway me. It just sounds like that's probably the kind of attitude we need here. We need a little bit of bravado here now.
Maybe show up for the job interview, though.
Yeah, you got to do that. Yeah, you got to do that.
He didn't do that. All right, 215-592-9494. I'm fully out on Ace Bailey. I mean, I was out from the beginning, but this kid is ridiculous. All right, we got a lot to talk about here. Topper, I thought he made everyone that supported him look foolish by keeping Castellanos on the field in the ninth inning last night. Where do you come in on that? And we'll get to a player that finally had a big night last night. And is it a sign of things to come? That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, Hatfield just dropped something special, people. Marinated carnitas boneless pork roast. It's tender, juicy, flavor for days. This isn't your average pork roast, people. This is a next level pork roast. The new Hatfield Marinated Carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one of these, or maybe two. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simply Hatfield.com. Find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Gonna be gone. Oh, it's cleared.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. so you can get the car you want at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Stars and Stripes Harley. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
Payments based on nicer models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxon.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
Kick off summer at Castelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Castelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Castelli has it all. And at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Castelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Castelli is a nice place to do business.
O'Reilly. Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Scott with a chance to add on here against Major.
And the pitch. Stott swings and hits one deep. Up the alley, right center, long run, Hernandez, and it is gone! It clears, and it's a 3-run home run for Bryson Stott. The Phillies with a 4-0 lead on Stott's 5th home run of the season.
Boy, they needed that one, and he needed that one. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. Last night, Bryson Stott, 3-run home run, really was all the offense they needed. And Hugh, I don't know if I've ever, or not ever, but like it's been a while since I've seen a player need a home run and a big hit like he did. So it's funny it happened because I think he struck out his first step at, and I took a screenshot, I sent it to Kyle. So I looked at the OPS leaders in baseball, and I just scrolled all the way to the bottom. We were bordering on one of the 10 worst hitters in baseball this year in Stott. Like that's where his numbers were, and they're still not obviously great because he's not having a good year. It's 1 home run last night, but he just needed that. It's been so long. I think it was like the first week of May, he had a home run against the Rays, and
then he got real quiet.
Real quiet.
And not only that, it was one of those situations where he was flying under the radar because we were, up in arms about everybody else. Yep. It was like a lot of other stuff that was going on, so he kind of flew under the radar a little bit. But yeah, last night that was a real big clutch hit that he had. And big home run.
And he's just like, when we talk about this team and how they could go from where they are to being good enough to win the World Series, like, fix all the holes. Mm-hmm. He can't be a hole, right? Like,
no, he has to be one of he was a part of the team that helped keep them afloat early on. Yeah. Like, a couple years ago when I first got here and the daycare started. So, yeah.
And even in April this year, he was the leadoff hitter and they moved him to leadoff. I think at the end of April, his OPS was over 800. I mean, I don't need him to be a superstar, but
you need him to contribute.
Yeah, like when we get to the deadline and we're figuring out, all right, what do they really need, right? We're probably going to get another outfielder and at least one reliever, if not 2 relievers, right? That feels like what Dave Dombrowski has to focus on. Mm-hmm. It can't be to the point where we're like, we also need a second baseman. That
you
feels
start
like
filling
a lot.
holes that you didn't think that you would have to fill at this point of the season.
So it's great to see. I've always thought Stott could be good, and it's just been like, man, maybe I was just dead wrong. Like maybe he stinks, and I want him to be good. They need him to be. So hopefully that's the beginning last night. And of course we know the Castellanos, pair of hits, the catch in the outfield. Can we hear from Topper after the game about the 2 guys that won it for him?
And we talked about Bryson, obviously, before the game, but how good was it to see?
Oh, it was great. He had great at-bats. 3-run homer was huge. Bohm swinging the bat, great. Casty, it's an amazing game, isn't it? And I'm so happy for him. He hit the ball great, swung the bat great tonight, had great at-bats, and makes that tremendous catch, and he backs up the Ranger error down in the right field corner. Saved an extra base, really played well.
So Topper giving some credit there to his guy Castellanos and that was interesting. He even credited him for backing up the ball that Ranger threw down the line. So there's Topper on Stott and Castellanos, his 2 guys last night. Where do you come down? I haven't looked at the poll here. The poll question, of course, today is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. We have a few polls up now about Ace Bailey, about the Ranger Suarez, but I haven't looked at the Topper one. What's your reaction to Thompson's handling of Castellanos last night? We have 3 choices: surprised, disappointed, expected it. 58% expected it. 26% surprised, 16% disappointed, crushed, hurt like Kyle came in today. And I understand that because he let you down. That's it.
Yeah, I almost want to put a poll up like, do you feel like a clown like I do? For backing up Rob Thompson yesterday.
I don't feel like a clown.
Well, you kind of should.
Because you're always
because I have vision.
What vision?
And I've had vision.
What is the
and
vision you
I
have
like
today?
to see. I'm just saying, you got to see it from
You can't
all
just
angles.
use that for everything.
Why not?
I have vision.
Why not? I do. I have vision. It works. See? It works.
But it doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. Mm-mm. It's because you kind of look. See, I know we're all operating on the things that we know, like the things that we see and we know.
Sure.
But I just find it fascinating that we've had a lot of callers calling today, and they've given perspective, like they're in the locker room and they actually know what's going on. That's not fair because we don't know.
No, we're just giving our guesses, our opinions.
Yeah, but but no, it's a lot of people called in and they gave it like they got it right from the horse's mouth.
Well, because you kind of read between the lines.
Well,
that's what I do.
I don't think that in this situation that's fair. That's why I say I have vision because it's like
no, you don't. So hold on a second. Stop this because you and I yesterday came in here stuck up for Rob Thompson
Yes.
and this whole thing with Castellanos.
And he made you look like a
We
fool.
were made to look like a horse's ass yesterday.
No, but see, we don't know all of the stuff that was
I'm
going
lumping
on.
you in with me. We look like idiots.
No,
right now.
see, Kyle just don't want to look like an idiot by himself.
Well, he's
I don't want
upset
to-
that you're
Kyle,
not admitting
we
to
don't,
it.
we don't, Kyle,
walk
this is
with
how
me.
we have to look at it. And I am walking with you, brother.
You're not.
brother.
No.
I'm walking with you, brother.
You're not.
We don't take.
You're leaving Kyle to dry.
We don't take L's, Kyle. We learn.
No, we took a
We
took
learn
an glorious
from
L
these.
This is
We
ridiculous.
learn from these decisions that we make.
Yeah,
as
I
adults.
learned. I'm an idiot.
Wait a second. We gave you a W earlier for the Ranger stuff. We gave you a win. You don't get many wins around here. We gave you a win.
I get a ton of wins.
No, not many. This is a clear loss for you.
Not a loss.
You backed a
not a
spineless
loss.
manager. You did.
I don't think that top is.
We got punked.
You know when Castellanos ripped his jersey up last time when he caught the ball?
Yeah.
That was right
that
to
was
me
that
and you.
you.
That's what it was.
That was Hugh Douglas back in Topper. Oh, you clowns. All right, 215-592-9494.
We are so ridiculous.
Yeah.
These clowns.
That's a good well, there's a lot of clowning
There's
going
a
on.
lot of
here.
clowns going on.
Yes, there are. Let's go back to the phones. But first, Hugh, can you give everyone a third clue?
You act like you say it like my clues are horrible.
No,
though.
actually, the first one was bad. The second one was better. We got some good guesses
Alrighty
off
then.
the second
All
one.
right, then. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna give you a good clue. This is gonna be a clue. Let me get ready to get a clue.
On that paper, what it's on.
There's a paper as I pick up my paper.
Yeah.
You are very familiar with this person if you listen to the station.
All right, so we have a very unique individual.
Yeah.
Right? With a distinct voice.
Distinct voice.
And you are familiar with them if you
listen to the station.
Which anyone that just heard that is obviously a listener to the station.
Yeah.
You can't have heard this.
So
if
I
you're not
expect the
listening.
next person to call in and get it.
I don't know if that's going to be exactly
I
that way.
expect that.
I
From
love
them.
when he puts it on the next.
I put it on. Yeah,
You know what?
listen. I deflect well.
Sometimes I try to find the right caller for the moment, and when I see I don't get Hugh, that gets you on the board right now. Jay in Philly, what's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Jay?
Hey, so you know what, man? Let's just get the Hugh clue out the way. I'm gonna go Merrill Reese.
It's a great
Merrill
guess.
Reese, that's
It's
a great guess.
It's not it, but Jay, I thought Merrill applied today to almost every clue. Go ahead, Jay. What do you got on Hugh?
All right, so you compare the Castellanos situation. You brought up yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and how, but you were a dog. You were a dog, man. You like you said, man, undersized. First of all, football players and these baseball players, they're completely different dudes.
Mhm.
But you also had to have that dog in you. You talking about a dude who said to the press and everybody, I don't play that hard during the regular season. Did we forget this man said that?
I forgot that.
You chose to forget.
No, I didn't. No, thank you for bringing that up, Jay. I forgot that. I didn't.
Yeah. So the man already. So that let me know right there, man. Topper, you do not police this locker room. For a dude to say that freely is crazy. Like one thing we know about sports is they don't tell the truth. Everybody knows the right answers. And then 10 years later, in an interview, somebody tells the truth about the real situation that we all knew what the real was, and they're not telling us. So we're going to find out a lot about this club. But that man in charge is not really, he's not policing the locker room. And the fact that when we say who's the leader, people say, I think it's Schwarber. That lets you know there's no leadership. Like it's never a hard, this person or that person is, I guess it's Schwarber. Like that's crazy. But we look at baseball so differently from every other sport. So I'm going to just leave it at that. And please, we cannot draft Ace Bailey. The Sixers can't. We are not set up strong enough, man. He cannot learn from Joel Embiid and Paul George after the way he's talking. It's not going to work.
Jay, thank you. I mean, it's the most obvious it's not going to work I've ever seen. And it's just so obvious.
Yeah, not built for Philly. And then the guys that we have in front of him to teach him are not even built for Philly. So it's just not going to work at all. It's crazy if we still draft him, you know. But we got Daryl Moron running the show. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did draft.
Oh, geez, I'll lose it, Jay, man. I'm glad we're on the same page with it. Jay, we appreciate it. I could just see, let's say they do take Ace Bailey, right? Even though they're not coming for the interview, they do take him. I could just see a game next year. They lose by 30, and after the game's like, yeah, I scored 25. And I will come in here and I will melt down. This guy is just... And there's been a bunch of NBA players over the years and other sports, but NBA, you kind of tend to have it more because you can control, or you could shoot, you could score, but you lose, right? Other sports, it's a little different. I've seen these players. Like, there's players in the NBA who if they show up and score 20, whatever. I mean, like, that's I can't control the rest.
No, I
and
hear
we
what
lose.
you're saying.
He just strikes me. I mean, he did this in college. I mean, like, you would think it'd be impossible for a team that has the guy that's going to be the second pick in the draft, because the Spurs are going to take Harper, and this kid. How did they lose games? Or at least how did they not win enough
You're still stuck on the tournament.
He's a losing player. It all adds up, and it almost feels impossible. If you have two of the best 3 or 4 players in the country that you don't even, again, I don't need them to win the national title, but you don't make the tournament?
Yeah, you don't make the tournament.
Something's off.
I hear you, Joe. And that would be a bad look if you did lose and you say I scored like 20 points.
Yeah. For who, for what? I mean, like, it's just, I feel it there. All right, let's go to, we got Drew in Westchester who wants to talk Topper and Jalen Hurts. What's up, Drew?
Yeah, guys, I won't take up much of your time, but with Topper, look, I'm not a huge Topper fan just because I don't know where he stands on so many things, and it's like he's so this is just another chapter for me of it ends up being non-committal. Like, he says one thing, but then he does another thing, and like you're not sure where he stands. And so overall, I mean, his presence, let alone his, I'm not happy with the way he manages the pitching bullpen stuff anyway in games. But so this is just to me another example of why Topper, his flaws, and just so that's the bottom line with that for me.
Well, I mean, it's not a great look for Topper. No matter what happened, no matter how it played out this week, I agree with you. Not a very good look for Topper. All right, what do you want to talk about? What hurts?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, Joe. So, are you saying that if you have a bad game, you can't have a great season? Because it seems like that's what you're kind of saying. Like, he had a couple bad games early last year, and then I think he threw like 1 interception the entire last 10 games he started, threw 1 pick. So I mean,
the way you're hearing it is not how I want to say it, or at least maybe I'm coming off the wrong way. So I don't think that you can have a bad game and have a great season. There's obviously 17 regular season games and they played 4 playoff games, so that wouldn't be fair. Drew, the way I believe it and why I didn't have Hurts at 1 or 2 or 3 on my list, though he did make my top 11, is I just don't think he was consistently excellent last season, and that's the best way I could frame it. Drew, I look at the other quarterbacks in the NFL that were consistently excellent, right? Like the Allens who won the MVP, the Mahomes, the Burrow, Lamar. And they're just more consistently excellent than him in terms of passer rating. And that's not a number stat, right? You don't have to throw it 40 times to have a passer rating. His passer rating, his sacks taken. He takes a lot of sacks that I don't think he should behind this offensive line. I just felt like it was more every other week, if you averaged it out, that he was excellent, and then every other week he just wasn't. And I don't know how I rank him over guys like Saquon Barkley, who's excellent every game basically, or Zach Wheeler, who's excellent every game. I don't know how I put him over those guys who show more consistent excellence. That's where it was for me.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, I guess we just differ there because when I look at his body of work last year and how he took care of the ball for 3 months solid all the way through the Super Bowl, and even in that Rams game, he was 15 for 20 for 150 yards or whatever, and no touchdowns, but no interceptions either, right? I mean, and Matt Stafford, I mean, like, that was a tough weather day, and I mean, so I mean, overall, his body of work and what he accomplished, not only MVP the Super Bowl, but 2 years ago, he would have been the number one reason we won that other Super Bowl if we had won, So
I agree with that. I thought he was better that season. I mean, to use the consistent excellence, like 2022, I thought he was the driving force. He was consistently excellent. I don't think we did a top 11 then. Maybe we did a top 10 on our show. I had him way higher. I just thought that was his best, and at times last year, Drew, he was like that, but not always.
So look, I just think with what he was asked to do last year, he did a great job. And Joe Burrow, 43 touchdowns. He threw the ball 650 times, Joe. I mean, Jalen Hurts threw it half of that much. So I mean, Jalen had his highest percentage completion rate last year. I think he had his highest rate, close to his highest rating last year. So I just think he did have a great season last year, and I do appreciate you putting him in your list. I mean, there's no way he can't be on that list.
Well, Kyle didn't have him, but I agree with you, Drew. I agree with you. All right, Drew, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Who's Clues?
Ike Reese. Distinct voice.
Well, it's a good guess.
That's
We're getting closer now, Drew. That's not it. Yeah. Now, I think Drew and I had a productive conversation. That was
pretty productive.
Was the best Jalen conversation. Civil when we had, and I didn't want to continue and go back and forth. We have to acknowledge part of the reason why he didn't have as many interceptions as other quarterbacks is he was asked to throw less. Right? If you look at his interception percentage, if he threw the ball as much as the other quarterbacks, he probably would have had, 10, 11 picks just based on the percentage of times he threw an interception compared to the other guys. Like, he only had, 5 or 6?
All those percentage
things. He only
things.
attempted a certain amount of passes.
Right. All the percentage things are skewed by lower volume.
Yeah, of course.
Like, that's just how statistics work.
And that doesn't mean he didn't take care of the football, but when you're asked to throw the ball 20 times or 18, you're just less likely to throw 2 or 3 picks in a game. There's just less passes.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Allen threw a whole lot of passes last year, and what did it get him?
But he didn't throw that many passes.
No,
he didn't have that many picks.
He threw a lot. He threw the ball a lot, but he didn't go to the Super Bowl.
Got him the MVP.
Didn't go to the Super Bowl,
his team didn't.
No, his team didn't go, but Jalen's team did.
Right.
On Jalen's lack of throwing, if whatever you want to call it, Jalen got his team to the Super Bowl.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying. He was the catalyst.
It's not all you're saying.
Well, yeah, I'm saying Jalen got his team to the Super Bowl.
But he wasn't the catalyst.
I mean, he was.
Saquon Barkley was the catalyst.
Jalen. Saquon Barkley played his part, but Jalen was that dude.
This is defensive erasure.
I really think
it's not defensive erasure.
This is why I said amnesia the other day. That's not true.
I'm just saying. I mean, who was the quarterback? Who was the winning quarterback?
Jalen Hurts. The driving force of the team was Saquon Barkley. I mean,
not how you start.
I feel like this has become a week-long practical joke.
it's not a practical joke.
It's actually can we say things to get Joe to lose his mind?
You decided to go down this route. I left it alone.
What route? The
guy Jalen Hurts route.
This is Drew's fault. We had Drew called it.
Would you? Damn it, Drew! Stop it.
No, Drew did a good job. I like Drew. We had a civil conversation.
We was doing all right until you called in with your nonsense. Jalen Hurts talk.
He was the most civil and made the most sense of anyone I've talked to this week. Catalyst.
The catalyst. I mean, you can't.
The catalyst is out of control.
It is.
It's just. I just. Never mind.
It's like I actually blame myself. I blame myself.
What?
I take the bait.
You really do.
I take the bait.
I sit here. And I can't not say anything because, dead air is not good for radio because,
Well, you could say something different.
Say what? Say what different?
Or you can just pop a mint in your mouth and just...
I haven't had a mint in a while. Just wanted to put that out there.
And you picked today during the show.
An hour ago.
It was tasty. It was tasty.
Yeah, you're on the air.
Okay, my timing can, I could do better, but I ain't even supposed to be here today. It's Juneteenth. What you talking about?
Again, this was completely your decision to work today. No one told you to.
I'm not even supposed to be here.
I know.
I ain't even supposed to be here. Probably the only black dude working today.
You might be one of them. Yeah. I mean, I didn't see anyone else today. I mean, is I coming in?
No,
he's not working. So you.
No, but I mean, yeah. I mean, I felt like I couldn't leave y'all to your own devices today, so I had.
Oh, did you come in here for the people?
I came here for the people,
man. Jalen Hurts was the catalyst.
I am a man of the people.
Right, I get it.
On Juneteenth, I'm the only brother working on Juneteenth.
So you could say whatever you want. 2 minutes on the air.
Hey, well, I did. I thought I was gonna get some grace today. No, not with Kyle.
Well, the mint an hour ago. Kyle, you might have to isolate the audio.
Hugh thinks that he should have got off scot-free about the mint today.
Unbelievable.
It's true. I can eat a mint. It's Juneteenth.
I need you to isolate the audio by the end of the show. We need to hear how loud that mint was.
It's going to come up. People are all over it.
Are you chewing a mint?
Hey, sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Yeah, well, that's true. I think most of us should actually operate that way. Let's go to Joe in the Northeast. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe. Are you, Kyle?
Hey, Joe. What's up?
Okay, how you guys doing?
Oh, we're good.
It's just like Lou Gehrig. You don't want to miss out a day and have somebody take your spot.
Yeah, it can't have nobody
Wally
take my spot.
Pip. We don't want Wally Pip. Get Wally Pip.
Okay, that's okay. I get that wrong.
Yeah, but
that's fine.
Garrick took Wally Pip's job. You had it though. Yeah.
Right. In reference to the Phils, Suarez. You gotta the way that because of Nola's injury and Luzardo, you got to keep Ranger as a starter because you have Sanchez, you got Wheeler, you got Ranger, and you got McCable. And you're going to find out a little bit more about him on this weekend. He's going to pitch probably Saturday, right? So, if you can sign Ranger, sure, now fine. But if not, then he walks. But you Everybody laughed at you about a few weeks ago when you made the thing about who would you take a starter and put as in the bullpen, and what did you say?
When they were talking about not as long as it wasn't Ranger.
You said Luzardo.
Luzardo,
and that's
yeah.
when we got it. We laughed at you.
Exactly. And I wanted if Nola wouldn't have been hurt, and he was back pitching, close to what he has done, then I would have tried closer to the deadline. I would have tried to trade Luzardo because the Dodgers, they're just bringing guys back. They just started a rookie last night for only 3 innings.
Well, they're so desperate they ran Ohtani back in just for an inning the other night. I mean, they need innings.
Yeah, he got racked up with it. They had this kid that came off of surgery last year. He only went 3 innings, gave up a run last night. So they're in trouble. But now that Luzardo is having trouble the last 3 of the 4 outings, he is your guy for the bullpen, for your closer, because now they're questioning, is his pitch count. Is how many pitches he pitched last year and now this year. This way he only comes in the 9th inning, airs out the fastball, and he has to go with a couple pitches, airs it out. Now you got hopefully you have your closer, and then you got Kirkring. They still have the deal for some relief help.
But it would help, yeah. And Joe, I do think we're barreling towards, when we get to October, one of those lefties, and Joe, we appreciate it, is going to be in the bullpen. The Ranger is now less likely than he was before, though he still could be in the bullpen in October, but he looks like their second best starter right now, so you got to do that. I think Sanchez has a real chance to be that guy because he's done a relief thing before. The Luzardo thing isn't as crazy as it was then, but I don't know if this is a W for you. You already got one today. Jesus Luzardo is not going to the bullpen anytime soon. I mean, October, maybe.
First of all,
maybe.
I am humbled by a real baseball guy calling in.
Joe loved it.
Giving me my props. But
I'm not surprised. He has a Taiwan Walker jersey. You guys are like kindred spirits.
I'm just saying, but
kindred spirits.
When I talk about vision and the third eye, when I talk about the third eye, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I got ridiculed a few weeks ago for saying that. People thought I was crazy.
Oh, and you were.
Few weeks ago, but that's where the vision kicks in.
Oh my God!
See, listen, you people, this is what I'm talking about. When y'all talking crazy to me and all this other stuff, this is the vision.
Is you people appropriate
that I'm talking about? No, I'm just saying
of all the days to say you people,
it hit a little different.
Well, at least it's you saying it. That's better than me. All right, 215.
We are so in trouble.
I know.
We gonna get in trouble.
Tomorrow might be mandatory day off for us. All right. Your phone calls here. More on the defensive erasure by Eagles fans. Something happened with the top 11 list that is out of control. And we need to give this prize away. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in Bleed Green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost but it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey, navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
At Colonial Hyundai, it's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With the NBA draft less than a week away, the focus has shifted to the San Antonio Spurs at number 2 overall. Everyone assumes Duke star Cooper Flagg will go to the Mavs at number 1. That means San Antonio would take the second best player, presumably Rutgers guard Dylan Harper. Problem is, the Spurs have a loaded backcourt and don't need Harper's skill set. That could mean trading the number 2 pick. If you're a fan of NBA offseason drama, next week should be a lot of fun. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Odyssey Sports Station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies, and look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, man, I appreciate you embarrassing me in front of my family like that.
Yes.
You do it again, I'm going to put hands on you.
I mean, you added a little sauce to it, but that's what happened.
And then he came back.
And he left him in the game.
And he said, you know what? He's going to be in there regardless.
He did. He told Fransky that.
Now, I will admit, the regardless was a little over the top.
Yes.
Because especially when you don't know how the game is going to play out. I get that.
It's preposterous what happened.
Yeah, I don't think
it shows.
I don't think Topper's soft.
Well, I think he is. And listen, you can win with a soft manager as long as everyone knows he's soft. Topper tried to be a tough guy. It didn't work.
He tried to be a tough guy.
And then we went back to being soft, and that's where we're at right now. All right,
Soft.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's where we're at. 215-592-9494. You should be disappointed in Rob Thompson. I'm sorry. I expected it, but a lot of you people out there.
You people.
You've been disappointed in your. Well, be careful, Joe.
I should have done that. It's all right.
Not today.
Talking to the YouTube audience.
Yeah, we won't get in trouble. Yeah, we won't get in trouble.
This is your fault.
Could you? Somebody tuning in out of context.
Go ahead out of context.
Tuning in
What
for the
are
first
they
time
doing?
today. It's
Yeah.
like, what did Joe just say?
And why is Hugh working today?
Why is he here?
Why did he show up today? All right. Let's get back to the phones. And then we got to get to something that pretty egregious that went down in the city this week. And it's nothing to do with Jalen Hurts and his ranking on this list. It has
Does that have anything to do with Hugh's Clues?
Well, yes.
Wait a minute.
People need help.
I'm gonna catch it straight regardless. So you don't have to add any fuel to the fire.
Let's grab Black Gritty, and then we will get to the clues. And the egregious thing that I could already feel Hugh taking a victory lap for. That is just going to drive me nuts. Black Gritty's up. Hey, what's up, Black Gritty?
Hugh, what it do? Free Hugh.
What's going on, Black Gritty?
Hugh, it's Juneteenth. Okay, I'm gonna get the top. But let me listen. Joe Giglio, watching you people. You got too many you people sliding up out of your grill right now.
You
okay?
people watching on YouTube,
look,
you know what I
look.
mean.
Yeah. Well, you people, you might as well change that because I can't trust you, Joe Giglio. and the man had to come in on his day off to make sure y'all stayed in line. Okay?
Oh, stop. He could have taken a day off. He chose not to.
No. He got to keep you on that Jalen Hurts line because ESP set your show on fire the other day. Oh, he was on there back.
He spoke nonsense. Brought up Nick Foles.
You got ripped by a dude with a soccer jersey on. I don't want to hear nothing.
That's just because everyone wants to agree with him. He didn't make a single point that made sense. It's nonsense.
That is true. It is the one few times I agree with you. You're right about that. I give you that. That's 1 point for you. But otherwise, this Juneteenth, shut your mouth. Okay, now as far as Topper's concerned, let me tell you something. Topper is soft as baby back ribs. This dude out here, Ohtani got hit the other day. $1 billion player got hit, payback. That's a manager. That's how you do it. Next man, I don't care if you work for $1 billion. You hit my guy, you get hit. Top right here being soft. Stay soft, Top. Don't open your mouth. Because Castellanos don't play. Reporters don't want to interview this dude. I wouldn't want to manage him. I think he's like connected. I don't want to say nothing on the airways. I ain't trying to get nobody in trouble. But when Nick come up with his little chain out and his buttons pop down 2 times, I'm just saying, he connected. He knows somebody. You better put that boy out there in the field. Anybody listening to Topper and his funk stuff, he sounds soft like you, Joe Giglio. Soft. You don't know nothing about sports. Kyle, shut your mouth and don't do nothing on the board. It's Juneteenth. Free you. Free. Watching you people. I talk to y'all.
All right, Black Gritty. We appreciate your phone call. He wanted to free you.
I'm not enslaved, I guess. I don't know what other way to say it.
I don't think anyone thought that.
Free to come and go as I please.
I think it's almost time to go.
I mean, it's a heck of a word to use on this.
No, I'm
particular
just saying
day.
on this day. I mean, I'm just saying the way he said it. I thought,
Yeah.
I mean, I had to just let everybody know, I had the opportunity to take the day off.
We all did. I mean,
but we decided to as a show of solidarity to the show. I was like, hey man, I'm working today.
I got to now that we're here.
Yes,
now that we're here, I just want to point out. Now we all had the opportunity. Today is a holiday, right?
Yes, it is.
It's a holiday, and so obviously anyone working could take the day off if they choose.
If they chose to.
If their company, it's like not. I know every job's different, but like a company like ours, we acknowledge all the holidays you could take them off. It felt like you particularly were asked, do you want to work today? No one said to Joe, are you sure you want to work today?
No.
That's fine. I just thought it was funny. No one actually said it like, hey, you really want to work today?
Since we're here,
yep.
I mean, I had a conversation. The boss, like, we have a great boss. Let me say that first. But, I'm at the point, like being, like when I got fired from ESPN with a shirt, with a suit on, when I get called into the office, I get a little nervous. You know what I mean? I get a little nervous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you don't know.
Are you in trouble? They just want to know if you want the day off or
But for whatever reason, I am just programmed. Whenever Rod said, hey, man, I need to talk to you for a minute, I got a little nervous. So he pulled me to the side and he said, hey, I know, Thursday, Juneteenth, and, it's recognized a holiday. If you want to take the day off, I have no problem. Then I'm like, no, I'm good. I mean, because the way I looked at it is this. Like, I work from 10 to 2, and I have enough time to hit all the Juneteenth festivities if that's what I want to do.
Sure.
I understand. Ike works later in the day. It's a different dynamic. I get that. So I was like, no, I'm not. It's not a big deal because anything that I want to do Juneteenth related probably is not going to start until I get off of work. So I'm, that's kind of how I looked at it. And plus, I thoroughly enjoy what I do on a day-to-day basis.
And you thought you can come in here, chew some mints, and get away with it.
At least I thought I was going to, at least get that, going.
We're happy to have you in here.
And Hugh Douglas just keeps working.
All right. Before we go any further, now that we have you here, and we have not that much time to go, we need to hit this because I could feel your reaction already. So we know that afternoon show is unveiling the top 11 athletes of Philadelphia, right?
Yes.
And the final voting, like the actual list, not just my list and yours and Kyle's and everyone's, but the actual list, the official WIP list is half of our voting as a staff and half the listeners. So that's how the voting is done. Mm-hmm. And then we get the list, and they're unveiling some of the spots day by day. So here's what we found out so far. Number 11, Devontae Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Number 10, Joel Embiid. Number 9, Jordan Mailata. Number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Number 7, Jalen Carter. Number 6, Lane Johnson. Now, they did unveil something yesterday, and you could probably kind of start guessing in your head who the top 5 are going to be in some order.
Mm-hmm.
But with what we know and what we're going to find out, they did unveil yesterday that Zach Bond did not make the top 11. That he did not make it. I think I heard Spike say yesterday that the WIP staff had him a little bit higher than the listeners, and it just didn't equate to him making it. He just didn't get enough votes. I think it's crazy. How is Zach Bond not a top 11 athlete right now in Philadelphia? And look, I love Devontae Smith, and he's a really good player. He wasn't close to as impactful as Zach Bond. Joel Embiid is a part-time player now. He plays half seasons. I'm just using those because those are the last 2 guys on the list. I found it crazy that Zach Bond, all-pro linebacker, the real 53 for the Philadelphia Eagles, did not make the list. Your reaction to Zach Bond not making the top 11?
Oh. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the you said the list of the people voted, and right now, as it stands, the Eagles that are on the list are Jalen Carter's one, right? It's only one defensive player.
One defensive player. It's just Jalen Carter.
And the defense led the way. From your guys' perspective.
No. You can just go where you were about to go before you tried to couch it with us. Tell us the truth of what happened.
No, I'm just asking before everybody gets all violent and everything.
No one's violent. No one's violent.
Okay, well, loud.
What was your first feeling when I told you Bond didn't make the top 11?
What was my first feeling?
Yeah.
Luxury, not a necessity. I'm trying to tell you, all this. this is what I talk about when I say vision. No. I have vision.
Was Zach Bond a necessity on the defense last year?
Zach Bond was
a necessity on the defense last year.
Can I tell you what Zach Bond was? A pleasant surprise.
That became a necessity.
What?
You're dodging the question.
I'm not dodging the question. I'm trying to expand you guys' minds so you could kind of see where I'm coming from when I come from the perspective that I'm coming from. I'm not trying to diminish Zach Bond's contribution.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. Mm-hmm. But if we're being honest about it, Zach Bond, when he came in here, was a huge question mark.
Of course.
He was a huge question mark.
But he became an all-pro.
And he put himself in a position to become an all-pro and take care of his family in a way that he wouldn't have done it if he would have stayed in New Orleans.
Absolutely. Well, we're on the same page.
And when you talk about, this is the thing that I think is lost on.
It's a lot lost.
On my stance when I say defense is a luxury, is that most of the defensive players, by the moves that this team made in the offseason, were deemed expendable.
But wait, they re-signed him right away.
He was the only one. He was the only one because he was an outlier, because he was a pleasant surprise. That's what made him the outlier, because he did more than you thought he was going to be able to do.
Right.
He contributed above and beyond his pay grade, so you had to pay him.
So your reaction is, I was right.
I didn't say that.
No, you did.
I didn't say that.
You went back to luxury necessity.
No, I'm just saying that there are so many different examples that are just falling out of the sky, like manna from the sky, that shows you every day the vision that I had when I had this take, this AI take that is like a universal take, that is like the hottest take on the planet, like it's super hot right now. That it just validates it every day.
So instead of saying the voters made a mistake, it's I was right.
No, I'm saying it is what it is, because you now, like, see, one day, in one day soon, you will see the vision that I had when I made this beautiful take.
I want you to tell the voters that they were wrong to not put Zach Bond on the top 11.
No,
That's what I want from you.
telling them. I'm just saying they see it the way I see it.
It's a joke.
I
it is a total joke.
Listen, I know that this has been tough sledding for all of us that believe the way that I believe. Now I'm talking to you people. I appreciate you.
You're like a politician.
I know, it really is.
Having such an open mind and realizing what I've been trying to teach these two the whole time.
I think they forgot. They forgot about that.
Here's what I find the best part of this. Like, it's like sometimes the irony is so thick. Every time that I just try to just bring everyone back to some reality on Jalen Hurts, again, a good quarterback, a winning quarterback, not number one on this list by any stretch. You know what I get told a lot?
What's that?
Joe, it's so important that he didn't turn the football over. Zach Bond forced a turnover in every playoff game.
Oh, he was a baller.
Right, but wait.
No question.
But if the quarterback protecting the ball is such a big deal that I need to not let that go, we didn't vote a defensive player that forced a turnover in every playoff game that the team won the Super Bowl onto the top 11 list.
Because you know why?
Because it's ridiculous is why. He's a top 11 player in the city.
He may have been their best, like besides Saquon, from front to back of the season, from game 1, minute player. 1 to the Super Bowl.
Can I help you out a little bit? See, Zach Bond. Realistically, this is probably why people didn't vote for Zach Bond. Is because it's a small sampling size. I am not, like, to your point. It is.
Well, Saquon's on there. Same sampling size.
Saquon has, number one, this is the same thing that Jalen suffers from when we talk about quarterbacks, because he was drafted lower. Zach Bond is not considered one of the elite athletes because he was a special teams player, and he came here, and I'm just telling you what it is.
I don't think that's
okay, so what is it then?
Well, hold on, because he's never been a special teamer like here. Like, Eagles fans only know him as a player that dominated from game 1 to the final game.
And that's what I was trying to tell you, is that people don't look at it. They look at him as a pleasant surprise. And there are some out there that might even say that he benefited tremendously from the front line that he played up against, or played with, I should say.
Well, the Eagles
then
don't
what did
think
Jalen do?
Because the Eagles let the front line go to keep
I am saying Jalen is the most important player on the field,
Right, but
he was the one that made it go. It's not the same. I hear what you're saying, Kyle. It's just not the same.
No, it's a double standard.
It's
Because
not
if you're going to use that, then it's a double standard.
It's not a double standard.
It is because Saquon benefited from the offensive line.
It's not a double standard.
It's erasure of the defense.
Well, it's not an erasure of a defense. It's the way people see it.
People are blind. Like, what are we talking about here?
I'm telling you, this. I just want to know. I want.
Don't shoot the messenger.
When was the meeting to see how many things we could do to drive me up a wall? Because, like, we're just. It's almost like the season that we watched together. Everyone decided I saw it differently. What season did I watch?
I am just trying to.
I watched a season where the defense led the way.
I am trying to enlighten you.
He was an All-Pro. And forget the Eagles for a second. Joel Embiid got voted onto the list. The guy doesn't play basketball anymore. Joel Embiid hasn't hit 40 games in a season in 3 years.
I hear you, but I think that you're missing what I'm trying to say. I mean, it's not the way that I guess it is kind of the way my philosophy.
Okay, it is your philosophy.
It's kind of my philosophy,
This
too.
is your fault.
But it's one of those things, man, where Zach is probably not getting those props because of where he came from and how people view him. He balled out last year. He deserved everything that he got.
Wasn't he
question
second in
about
Defensive
it.
Player of the Year voting?
Yeah, he was, but he deserves everything that he got.
Okay, so why does everyone in the world know how good he was except us, apparently?
Because.
No, because we're lunatics.
Well, no.
This is what Joe and I have been trying to explain to everybody for a while. People have lost their minds.
No.
They're clouded with this idea that Jalen Hurts carried the team somehow to the Super Bowl for some reason, and now Saquon and the defense's contributions are totally diminished.
It's
ridiculous.
You're going to need a gummy after this.
What this has become is total disrespect to anyone not named Jalen Hurts.
It really is.
It's total disrespect. I mean, it's actually incredible. I mean, I don't understand why. And you are partially responsible.
Luxury, not a necessity.
See, this is why I am going to shoot the messenger, because you delivered this message to all of the people that are listening to this station, and they follow you. You don't know.
Have vision.
I'm tired of your
You're the
stupid
Pied
vision.
Piper, and they're following you off the cliff. And you're okay with it.
I'm just trying to tell you how it is.
It's the way it is wrong.
Okay, that's another argument for another day.
It's the only argument. It's stupid.
It is what it is, man. I don't make these rules. It's just that's the way teams are built nowadays.
Did Elliott have Bond on his list? We got to find Elliott's list. Because if that guy who came on here yesterday and tried to, spin a nice little web that, Nick Foles against the Falcons in 2017.
Now you ready to go? You ready to go back around?
Who cares about Nick Foles in 2017? What does that have to do with this year?
Bond is not on his list.
So Zach Bond's not on his list, but Jalen Hurts is number one. I don't know if the guy was watching different games.
Yeah, I mean, that's a disgrace. He has Bond at 12.
Oh, that's a nice consolation prize.
At least he put him on. Even though it's a list of 11.
He didn't put him on. The 12 through 20s are what you call,
that's
honorable mentions.
It's the most egregious omission from the list that so far.
He was an all-pro at linebacker. The city that used to like defense now has become Hugh Douglas delusion over here. The defense doesn't matter.
That's worse than me and DeCamera leaving Hurts off the list.
That's a good question. They're both, I think, enough to get people angry.
The people have spoken, man.
But everyone's going to throw a hissy fit and bring out their pitchforks about leaving Jalen off when Bond is just as much, if not a bigger disgrace.
He's the quarterback.
And what
I don't understand.
And people are babies.
I don't understand what y'all don't understand about being here in Philadelphia in the way that we think about.
Can you just say that people are wrong for leaving Zach Bond off? Just can
I just
do me a favor. Just do me a favor and say it.
Defense is a luxury.
But this isn't.
Not a necessity.
Do you realize what you're saying? This is not the Philadelphia that any of us know. Defense is what this city was built on. Do you forget who you are?
I have not forgotten.
You have.
No, but
can we hear the Sean King sack? Defense is what this city was built on.
No, it was.
You are an imposter.
But I think the people.
And it's hit just as he let the ball go, or did he let it go? This might be the Eagles' ball. I think it is.
I'll tell you, Hugh Douglas came from that backside and really unloaded on Sean King.
Unloaded on him, Hugh.
They weren't cheering for a pass. They were cheering because you knocked his block off.
This is a defensive town, but
Was apparently.
It was.
No, it is. It is.
No,
but
no. Joe, we should revoke this town's defensive guard.
I think this is a show one day. Is this still a defensive town? Obviously not. I mean, you've led the city astray.
I have not led the city astray. I was just I'm Lee Iacocca in this situation. Ain't got nothing to do with nothing. He used to work for Chrysler. He was the guy that ran Chrysler. And he was a visionary. I just felt like throwing it out there. But the point that I'm making is this. The point that I'm making is this. The Chrysler Bear was hot back in the day. He was leading the way with them Chryslers. But anyway, it's something that you see. Like when you look at these teams and you look at the way that they're built, it's always offensive centric. Every team that we talk about that is we talk when we talk about the Detroit Lions. We don't really talk about their defense a whole lot, even though their defense was hurt last year. We talk about their offense.
Their offense is better.
And their offense and their defense is going to come back healthier this year.
Right.
But, man, when you talk about the NFL as a whole, defensive players are interchangeable, expendable way more than they were when the years that I played. It's just the way it is. They don't even play as many snaps as they played when I played. Like you would average on average. From the linebackers, secondary, and everybody, you're getting at least 60 snaps a game. That was the norm. The defensive line in this NFL, they're lucky to get 40 snaps. It's more like 30 because they rotate them much.
No one disagrees on that.
No, and that's why it's become more of a luxury because the focal point of most teams, to score more points than other teams.
I'm just stuck on Lee Iacocca. I'm stuck.
Yeah, I just had to drop that. I felt like being a visionary in that moment.
Using references, guys born 1924.
Yeah, it was poignant.
1920, not poignant. 1924. All right, your phone calls here. Well, Hugh, could you give everyone their fourth clue? Because we're still.
They didn't get this?
I don't know how else to say this. You are not thinking.
You're not thinking.
There you go. Can't get no better than that.
Is that the fourth clue right there? You're not thinking?
He's going to be on the show later on. He's going to be on after us.
Oh, so wait. This person's going to be on the air after us today?
Yeah.
Okay. There's your fourth clue. 215-592-9494. We'll check in with disgusting. You people. Plus, a funny moment in the Mets game and some propaganda targeted at me that we need to address. All right, it's all coming up. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's go to Game 6 of the NBA Finals. We're taking Pacers' T.J. McConnell to go over 10.5 points for -105. With the injury concerns for Tyrese Halliburton, backup point guard T.J. McConnell could see more minutes. Last game, McConnell was a force. He had 18 points in just 22 minutes, and he's hovered right around 10 points for the entire series. Let's go T.J. McConnell over 10.5 points. Bet smarter, beat the book. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care and craft it deserves. Visit a Helzberg store or helzberg.com.
Kick off summer at Castelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Castelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Castelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Castelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Castelli is a nice place to do business.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This Friday's Mega Millions jackpot now is an estimated annuity of $302 million. $302 million. Buy at a retailer or online. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
With Drake Baldwin on deck. And Ozuna wouldn't bite at that, and again Torrens able to block it.
Torrens so athletic. What's the call? Balk?
Look at Torrens when he goes after the ball. He uses his mask to touch the ball, which is patently illegal.
So
that's an error that causes both runners to move up.
We haven't had a good LOL Mets in a while. They're on, what, a 5-game losing streak? Oh, they're getting beat up by the Braves. Shut out by Chris Sale yesterday. Could get swept today.
Thank you,
That's
Hugh
good for
Douglas.
us. Oh.
Yeah, now the Mets are just 1 game up on the Phillies, which means no matter what happens today, the Phillies could take first place this weekend, right? Even if the Phillies lost and the Mets won today, they're only back 2. So no matter what, they could be tied. It could just be 1, whatever. We'll see. But it is fun to see the Mets lose because they're winning too much this year. Like, I
They
think,
started off hot.
Yes, I think the rivalry is fun that they're back and they're both back at the same time. I kind of like this. It adds a little juice to it because Mets Phillies aren't always typically good at the same time. So I don't mind them like being there so we could play them in big games, but like not too many wins.
Well,
let's calm down.
I mean, look, this weekend is like the most
Massive.
excited I've been for a baseball series in a while.
It's massive. I think by the time we get in here Monday, we're gonna have a feeling on this summer, like the way people are gonna feel about the Phillies. If if the Phillies beat up the Mets this weekend, there's gonna be a feeling of
euphoric.
Like, hey, maybe this is different. Maybe they got it. And obviously, if the other way goes, it's going to be a morgue. I mean, it's going to be like, we just can't beat that team. So it's huge.
I mean, is it crazy to say it's the biggest series since the playoff series versus the Mets?
No, it is. It is. I mean, the closest thing was that Dodgers series, the second or third series of the year, but that was really early.
But again, that's the third series of the year.
Right.
Like, we played the Mets right around that time, too.
Yeah, and we got beat up, and I remember how people felt.
Like, this is in
feeling.
June. A lot of the seasons come into focus now. Mm-hmm. We know a lot about both teams, that maybe they're a little bit up and down, but both, if 14, 15 games over 500.
Yep.
And they're both going to be going back and forth, most likely, for this division. So, now there's more of a backdrop to it.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it's the biggest Phillies regular season series in a while. I mean, again, we remember last year the Phillies were front running. I mean, they just got up on the Braves so much that not many of those series the last 3-4 months last year before the playoffs felt very big, right? Like we got nervous and let's hope they don't collapse, but none of them felt like the season's on the line or like our opinion of the team's on the line. This one is one of the biggest series I've had in a long time.
Well, do we think that almost works to the Phillies' favor? Is that now there's something else to play for?
A race
for the rest of the season?
I think so, yeah. I mean,
it does feel like they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit last season.
And I don't think they can, no matter what. The wild card is tight, and obviously the division, it could be tight the entire year. So the Phillies won back of the Mets, and we'll see them here starting tomorrow night. All right, the other thing to address, Mets-wise, is now I didn't take the bait on this one. I saw it.
I did.
Well, I felt it.
Got me good.
I felt it. But I didn't really take the bait. So I think I was being trolled by Jack yesterday, Hugh. I think we all were, actually. But me in particular. Well, you ever see what would you rather have, A or B, and then there's 2 scenarios you got to choose, but it's kind of vague what each one means. Have you ever seen one of those?
Yeah.
Like I give you the stats of one player, I say this is player A. I give you the stats of player B, and then they kind of look similar enough to make it confusing.
And then you try to figure out which player is who.
So he put up a tweet yesterday. He also sent this to me. When he sends me his tweets, it's like I don't
He's on fire.
Well, he doesn't want me to miss it. So I get it directly.
He says you don't want you to miss it.
Yeah, I might just miss it and then I don't react to it. But if he sends it to me, I can't ignore it. So player A, shortstop A, both shortstops, 275 average, 349 on base, 817 OPS, 14 home runs, 13 stolen bases, 7 errors. Player number 2, 308 average, 366 on base, 831 OPS, 9 homers, 19 steals, 5 errors. So the player B has a slightly better OPS, less homers, more steals, fewer errors. The deception here is that player B maybe actually is better, but player A is obviously better. It's Lindor of the Mets. That's A.
And Trey.
Trey, player B.
Yeah, I kind of figured the second one was Trey.
Yes.
I kind of figured that.
So a couple things. One, 5 more home runs is it's a pretty big difference, okay? 2, I told him this when I saw him. He picked the moment that Trey had reached the peak of his season. Like,
yeah, because he's been on one the last couple games.
But I don't know if there was any moment this year before yesterday morning where Trey jumped him in OPS. Like he found the right moments. Like right now he's above him. Second thing is the errors thing. I mean, come on. Lindor gets to every baseball, and Trey does not. That's part of the errors thing. Look, I think Trey's having a pretty nice year, and I did say yesterday I think he has a case to make the All-Star team. He's not better than Lindor. I mean, what are we doing here?
No, I guess he just comparing the numbers in the moment.
Well, he did ask which you'd rather have.
Yeah, and this
Lindor.
This is the thing with baseball. A lot of times, the small sampling size isn't what you want. You know what I mean? Because when you look at him in that small sampling size, it looked really rough. But when you look at him and it spreads out during the season and the run that he's on right now, then you say, okay, now he's starting to turn around a little bit. So, it's baseball is a fickle mistress. And I say this all the time. And a lot of time, because we're so close to the game, it's kind of hard to see what you see, and that's why Jack put that out there, because he's being a visionary in this situation.
He's trolling. I mean,
a little bit of that too, yeah. but mostly it's a visionary.
Well, he also put Trey in his top 11, so he's trying to justify it.
Oh well, yeah, that too. Jack has an agenda. He got a little bit of agenda.
Well, at least Hugh likes Trey.
He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey. Excuse me.
I'm amazed it took us so long to get the double use out of that. Like, we got our own Trey here. We don't even need Trey Hendrickson. He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey. Then he just run it back, huh? Just run it back again.
You did it, dude.
I mean, I did. I walked into that.
Deep down, you kind of like the drop.
I mean, it's all right.
It's funny.
So funny.
I mean, we on that shenanigans. We were just talking in the break, like, man, I wonder how, the people in New York, how close have we been to the line of, crossing it, a lot? I think
you in particular.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about we're a group.
So you're trying to lump us in when you get in trouble?
We all in this thing together.
So when you
left me high and dry today on the topper thing. Now
I did
we're
not.
a group.
I'm with you.
Did.
So
You did not.
We're a group, and I'm just kind of wondering how many times I want to just
you do a 4-hour live talk show. It's inevitable. You're gonna maybe say some things you wish it came out a different way.
Yeah, sometimes. I would have rolled him until he told me, no, this ain't the Hugh Douglas drop segment, Kyle.
They all are.
It's not. That's not what this is. I was just reflecting, just being a little reflective today.
Most of the drops I can remember the context. What was the girth one?
Oh, I know what it was.
I don't remember.
I think we got Primo's dropped off. And he was talking about how girthy the hoagies were.
That's on you. I mean,
Yeah.
That was a big-ass hoagie, though.
The rode him until he said no. That was Embiid in the
I would have rode him
playoffs.
until he told me no.
Yeah, how many minutes on his knee?
And then this one was...
they got thick wood hard.
That was
that was the faux pas.
Jumbling up your hat.
I do that, and I just laugh when I do, because every now and then I screw up a word. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, so does everyone else.
Yeah, it's funny.
We laugh at it together.
Guilty.
Yeah, you are. All right, let's go to the phones. We have a prize to give away. Your clues it's 1:39. What are we doing? Let's see if Catherine has the answer. What's up, Catherine?
Catherine.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey, Catherine.
I'm well. How are you guys?
Awesome.
We're good. What's on your mind today? What do you think about Topper?
He's a pansy.
Damn,
wow. Well, that's strong. I mean, that's strong.
Okay.
Yep.
It is. And I have mad respect for him, but I have more respect for Nick.
Sound like it. You can't call someone a pansy and then say you have mad respect for
Well, because she's upset. I get it. He let us down, Catherine.
Well, yeah. I feel like he could have used other players as examples. You ask me.
Well, and to me, Catherine, to do it when he did it in Miami, in front of the guy's family, I'm just not surprised it led to frustration.
In front of his wife and everybody that led her to do the angry tweeting.
She's tweeting. You better not tweet about Castellanos. You're going to get some.
I'm not going to touch that.
Yeah,
I was advised to stay away from that.
Yeah, that's your own fault for workshopping that thing live on the air. Catherine, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? Do you have the answer?
I don't know, and honestly, I haven't been listening too closely. I'm going to just make a wild guess.
Okay.
Go for it.
George Foreman?
I guess it is Juneteenth.
That's a horrendous guess. Sorry.
But it's Juneteenth. That's probably.
You know what she just did, Hugh? she did with all due respect, Topper's a pansy.
I know that sometimes people don't actively listen, and the clues are given, and they miss one. Like, George Foreman died 2 months ago. He's not going to be on WIP today. George Foreman is not with us anymore.
Oh, that was you stuck on. I just
forgot
thought it because he was black. I thought that was
George Foreman has passed on.
I did say he was going to be on the show.
The last clue was he's going to be on WIP this afternoon. I can guarantee you George Foreman won't be part of the show.
With certainty.
Remember when the news did that with Joe Frazier? They said he was going to be at the library.
No, that's not Devin, the news. Or
No.
This
It was one of the news networks. I forget which one it was.
It was one of my favorite things. Joe Frazier will be here.
He's going to be at the library today.
He will not. I'm sorry,
Died
folks.
like 6 years ago.
This happens to me sometimes. The news cycle moves so fast, I forget that someone passed away just a couple months ago. It's like, But George
6
Foreman.
years.
Yeah, you can. I mean,
this is also his hometown too. Like that's
the Joe Frazier thing was terrible. I mean, that was
so bad.
I think they issued an apology afterwards.
Well,
you had to. After that, I mean, there's no other recourse, is it?
That was tough.
Because he damn sure ain't showing up.
There had to be someone watching that was like kind of
What are
it
you
was on
talking
the
about?
background and just thought they were in a time warp. Like,
What are you talking
Joe
about?
Frazier will be
Well,
there?
I mean, think about. There's probably a small percentage of people who are like, "Ooh, Joe Frazier's going to be at the library today."
Hey, maybe this is my last chance to get his autograph.
Imagine being the person who goes out to get Joe Frazier's autograph at the library 6 years after he passed because the news said he'd be there. Where's Joe Frazier?
He's not here.
What are you talking about?
In the upper room. He's in the upper room.
Wrong room. All right, let's grab Jen. Jen's up on WIP. Hey, Jen.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, Jen, what's up?
All right, so listen, I know there's only a little bit of time left. I am Team Topper, but I also want to say this. Bond definitely should be on that list.
Absolutely.
I agree with whoever said he's a necessity. He is not just a necessity. But I'm really excited. I know his guess. I know huge clues. Is it Luke?
Luke who?
Luke, like
Hangs out with John Johnson?
the producer Luke.
The deep voice.
Yes.
That's a good guess.
Jen, it's not it. But
Don't
it's
know how else to say this. You
it's
are not thinking.
You're not thinking, Jen. It's a great guess. He does have a very distinct voice.
He does.
I don't know if we've worked.
He has a
with-
radio,
did
like
we,
a
Did
true
we have
radio
Luke
voice.
once when you were on remote with us? I'm not sure if we have.
I'm not sure.
His voice is very distinct.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah, it's not it though. My goodness. Andre is up next on WIP. You guys aren't thinking. Andre, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? I was calling to talk about Topper. So,
Give your guess first, though, because this might take a long
I think
time.
it's Tornado Shapiro.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, no, it's not.
See,
but
now this ain't on me. This ain't on me.
No, Tornado has a unique voice, and he's a unique character, and he often appears on the app. But he's a Friday guest.
Yeah, Andre, you got to make it quick, dog. We up against. We got to get this guess
Man,
this
good.
thing
That's
away.
what I had. I'll let y'all go.
All right, well, Andre, we
He
appreciate
thought he
you.
had it.
We're like turning two, like the morning show here, guys.
I
Unique person.
I think we're good.
Distinct voice.
This
Going
ain't
to be
on
on WIP this afternoon.
This ain't on me. This ain't on me, y'all. I just want to say that.
I'd never seen.
These last few are not on you. You're right. Yeah, this is a disaster.
We're trying.
You is right when he says that they're just not
people don't listen.
Well, maybe if you. All right, never mind. Robin Delco.
What you about to say?
Delco.
What if I get better clues?
Yes. What if you get better clues?
Rob, what's your guess, Rob?
Listen, I mean, it can't be spelled out anymore. I'm going to say Jolly. Polo Jolly.
Jolly!
Hey, oh, my
As
gracious.
Kyle breathes a sigh of relief.
I told you, we don't get to go home until the clues are done. This is. I want to get out of here. Come on, Hugh.
This ain't on. That wasn't on me.
No,
That ain't on me.
Yeah, that's me.
Joe, you couldn't give these away, Joe. Are you kidding me?
I know. I mean, it's like the old days when bad teams can't give away tickets. You get them in the supermarket. They just put them on your car, like way back in the day. We're basically like the old days.
Joe, listen, I want to chew your ear off real fast. Ace Bailey's the perfect picture real fast.
Oh,
'Cause
God.
We had James Harden. No, listen. It's a joke. It's like
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
We had James Harden, and we have Paul George here. All guys that don't want to win. Well, Paul George can't score anymore, but when they could score 20, 25 a game, don't care about winning, make as much money as they can, he'll fit right in here, Joe.
So we'll just add another. How many losers do you need to create one winning team? And that actually might be a fun basketball experiment. We might try
And
that.
this is what I'm gonna, and Joe, this is what I want to chew your ear off about. And I know you're gonna call me crazy, but I don't care, Hugh. I'm gonna die on this hill, Hugh. Okay?
I'm listening.
Pat Mahomes is 30 turnovers the last 2 years, Joe. 30.
Please don't.
25 interceptions, multiple fumbles. His defense has carried him the last 2 years in these back-to-back Super Bowls. People forget that, Joe. He doesn't walk on water. He's not head and shoulders above everybody like everybody says he is. Like, do you see the numbers?
So,
see you, Rob.
Yeah.
He said he ain't got time.
I mean, Joe, come on, like, for real.
I do not think in the last 2 seasons he's played and been as dominant as he was earlier in his career. But Rob, he's been a part of 5 Super Bowl teams. They won 15 football games last year. And I mean, let's not forget, last year his number 1 wide receiver was out for the season. Travis Kelce is a half a podcaster now, and the young receiver had to figure out what he was doing. He wasn't playing with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Well, here, why does Jalen get punished? Because of the offensive line and weapons. Do you think if Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Mahomes had his offensive line and Saquon Barkley and our wide receivers and our tight end when he does play, their numbers won't take a drastic hit? Do you think they would take a drastic hit?
To answer your first question, I think
What are you talking about?
I think it's because of where he was drafted. He like those guys you're talking about were first-round draft picks. I think it's a little bit to do with that.
I know, but I'm saying their numbers would be drastically different. You're saying, oh, well, he doesn't turn the ball over because they limit, his attempts. Well, their attempts would be limited too, right?
I'm losing brain cells.
I mean, I'm just saying, though, like everybody rips Hurts. Hurts is producing with the talent he has around him. 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. He was the best player on the field in both of these games, in 2 of the last 3 years. I'm just saying, Mahomes is better. But it ain't like he's like in another universe.
All right,
he hasn't been in that other universe for the last couple of years.
Let's also forget, part of that he did win the Super Bowl, and then led a game-winning drive in overtime just 2 years ago. So in his career, fourth quarter or overtime, the drive ended with less than a minute to play, and the offensive team was either tied or trailed by 7 or fewer going into the drive. In his playoff career, he is 7 for 7.
Come on,
Mahomes.
Yeah.
7 for 7, down 7 or less, last minute of the game, he scores every single time. Like, do we?
Are
we goldfish? Like, do we have any memories here, or we just the last thing we saw is the only thing we saw? Okay.
I mean, you're only as good as your last game.
Okay.
That's right. That's why Saquon stinks.
Then I didn't say that.
You said you're only as good as your last game. So
Andy Reid stinks as a
Terrible.
coach. He got crushed.
He got crushed. He did get crushed.
Also, Mahomes
Good one,
stinks
Hall of
because he's only as good as his last game. Yep. That's glad we got there. Good job.
Well, then we just let the best pass rusher of all time go because Josh Sweat had 2.5 sacks.
He had a ball. He was balling.
Right. So if we're only as good as last
Defensive
game,
luxury, not necessary.
all right. Can we hear from you people? Because I'm
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
I'm starting to agree with this first comment here. You guys are dead to me. I'm tired of all of you. All of you.
We made it through the day. Happy Juneteenth.
Here goes cue ball and 8 ball again, stirring up controversy.
Cue ball and 8 ball. That was a good one.
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. All right.
Yep.
That
was a good one. We'll take that. On Juneteenth, though, that's disrespectful.
You could have just stayed with the cue ball thing, and let the 8 ball alone.
This is Rod Lakin's fault. Not entirely sure what the context is, but not happy with Rod
That's
today.
evergreen, yeah.
Hey,
well, he did put this show together.
That's
This is his creation, yeah.
Joe could get sunburned from a nightlight.
I can.
We've established the fact that Joe's white.
Joe's white, yep.
Yeah, we can
Again,
move on from that.
I'm very aware of what I look like.
Move on.
I don't think the lighting in here.
Come after Joe today than you.
Yeah. I don't think the lighting in here helps me on this conversation, but I can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Let the man manage his team, Joe.
Let him manage the team, Joe.
No. And let me comment on how he manages it. I mean, he can do what he wants. I'll do what I want.
Yeah, they think you need another visit with Dr. Carp.
I do not. We're done with that. Don't take those calls
He's
anymore.
definitely
That's a real quack, not me.
Hey, Joe, they won the game.
This is like Hurts against the Rams. They won.
Yeah, the best is when you just like. Okay.
Does anyone have to separate process from results, or do we just go with the results?
No, we just go with the results.
Right.
Yep.
Show me the bacon.
Remember when we had Eagles chants when the Phillies were doing really bad?
Yeah.
In the YouTube chat? We got you people chants. It's pretty good.
I like that. Yeah, you people are good.
Come on with these clues, man. WTF.
Another evergreen. It's every day.
Does Hugh even know where he is right now?
I don't know. With
that
that, well,
that worked.
Chewing mints on the air.
I think that's what people are questioning. I'm happy Hugh came in because he had a duty today to give horrendous clues.
Listen, boss, I got work to do here.
I have to make these clues as worse as I possibly can.
Yep. Hugh does have vision, double vision.
I mean, that if I'm wearing my contacts, that's probably some truth to that.
Maybe the contacts were out during the Eagles games this season. That'd be part of the problem.
Last thing, we're working on a nickname to add to the bracket. It might just be Mukbang Hugh, but somebody suggested John Johnson Douglas because he had a snack of the midday today.
Oh.
Man, tasty though. I didn't feel like taking it out.
I can tell.
Yeah, that didn't sound right. I didn't want you people to give them any ammunition. Yeah, that didn't sound right.
I'm sorry.
You know, in the moment when you say it, it's just like, damn.
You know what I realized? You know what we had a classic case of today? This wasn't about the mint. You guys realize what happened here today?
What happened?
You people are so far in your head. When we came back from the commercial, you knew you had a mint, and I think you probably realized you had a mint, but you didn't want them to see you on camera.
I didn't want to. I didn't want. Yeah.
So you just thought you could get through it before it dissolved, and then Kyle outed you.
Yeah, Kyle was.
This was all about the cameras. They're in your head.
Well, because I didn't want to be like pulling mints out my mouth and the camera's on and everything. I didn't want to do that. But then when Kyle put me in a position where I had to,
Well, I could hear it. It sounded like you had something. You were like, I was about to step in it real bad right there.
It sounded like John Johnson.
Yeah, it was very John Johnson.
It was mukbangy. Man, tasty though. It was pretty tasty. It's a good mint.
I bet it was.
There's a time and a place.
As we all self-edited, everybody did a self-edit with that one.
Obviously.
Everybody did a self-edit.
It was about to get ugly.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I think
it's time to go. Ain't it?
It's about time to hand it off. All right, afternoon show coming up next, which means we get to hear number 5 and number 4 on the top 11 list. Quick prediction: is Jalen Hurts on the list today, or is he named in the top 3 tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
You know he's going to be in the top 3.
Yeah, he's tomorrow.
He should. Based on what I know, he should be today. Based on what I know of the list, he should be today. We shall see. Afternoon show next. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on BetMGM. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Philly, get ready for an unforgettable weekend. Cheerleaders Philadelphia proudly welcomes the one and only Ember Snow. She's bringing the heat for 2 sizzling nights, Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st. Famous for her jaw-dropping stage presence and captivating performances, Ember Snow is ready to ignite the stage. This is your chance to experience one of the industry's brightest stars, live, up close, and personal. Don't miss Ember Snow, June 20th and 21st, only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson doesn't say much in the offseason. He's pretty low profile, but he did talk to reporters this week and issued a warning. He said the Ravens will come out this season with vengeance on their mind. Baltimore looked like a juggernaut heading to the playoffs last year and blew it at Buffalo. Sounds like Jackson thinks he has unfinished business, which could be bad news for the rest of the AFC. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Back on a Hertz Day, WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, it's a hot one out there. There's no Ike today. Sorry, just me and Jack and Fran. Jack, how you feeling, buddy?
Don't change that radio dial.
No, stick with it. It's going to be a good show today.
We got a good show for you today, finally. We're going to have some truth about the quarterback.
No.
Looking forward to that. It was a big day early. I golfed this morning.
Oh, yeah?
And let me just inform everyone out there. This guy's got no shot.
The camera.
Yeah, he's got no shot.
He's going down.
Even if I don't play well, like I wouldn't even say I was great this morning.
Yeah.
But I still got it enough.
Yeah.
I might have to play left-handed in order to lose to Joe DeCamera at golf. So we're feeling a little cocky early.
All right, there you go.
It's definitely hot out. But you know what? We're going to power through like we always do.
I'm used to the holler at your boy.
I don't do the holler at your boy.
All right. Fran's producing for us. Fran, holler at your boy.
Holler at your boy.
All right,
wow, you didn't do before you open the mic. That's crazy.
Do I do that?
Yeah, every time you crack the mic, it's always...
I feel like if you're attacking me about something, I do that.
But we're always attacking you.
Yeah. Most of the time.
Always defensive, Fran.
Well, it's a big show today. It is Top 11 week on the WIP afternoon show.
Really?
Yes, in case you haven't heard.
Haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah, Rage baiting it up all week long. At 2:30, we will reveal numbers 5 and 4 on the official list. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. You can probably guess who is left on the list. It's just where everybody is. So we'll reveal 5 and 4 there. At 3 o'clock, Jake Fisher, now known as the People's Insider.
Wow.
Jake Fisher will join us to talk about Ace Bailey canceling his visit with the Sixers.
What a bad guy.
Canceled his visit. So we'll talk to Jake about Ace Bailey and who he thinks the Sixers will take at 3.
By the way,
what?
Not even in the top 20 of weird Sixers stories.
No, not even close.
I'm sure that Ace, when this came out, he's like, this'll get him.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No,
not even close.
Yeah, we're numb to this. Canceled? Okay. It just means we have a free night. That's all that means.
On to the next one.
Yep. Jolly joins us at 4 to give his top 11 list, and James Seltzer joins us at 4:30 so we can fight with him about Jalen Hurts.
What do you mean?
So I have to say, I was stunned listening to Giglio today and listening to a bunch of different callers, thinking that Rob Thompson handled Nick Castellanos the wrong way yesterday.
DeCamera too.
DeCamera as well?
Yep. Also, he had no backbone.
So I don't think I don't think you understand what the job of the manager is for the Philadelphia Phillies. The job of the manager, and Rob Thompson's job, is to get the Phillies to play as best as they can. And he has a bunch of different things, right? He has to put people at different positions. He has to set the lineup card. But his biggest job is to get the very best out of every player he has, to manage the personalities of the team. The job of Rob Thompson is not to be some disciplinarian hard ass and make sure everybody knows that he's boss. There are some guys that handle coaching that way, but if you are managing a baseball team in 2025, coaching a professional basketball team in 2025, a pro football team, this hard ass thing where you're the boss and everybody's got to know it doesn't work. It's not the military. It's not boarding school. So his job is to get the best out of every player, including Nick Castellanos, and that is by pressing the right buttons with all of those players. So with Nick Castellanos, and I think he did the right thing. I get it. Okay. He embarrassed him on Tuesday night. As far as Nick Castellanos is concerned, he embarrassed him on Tuesday night by pulling him out of the game for defense. Then he embarrassed him on Wednesday by pulling him out of the game, breaking his streak, and publicly saying that it was a punishment for something that he said. Nick Castellanos knows the message from Rob Thompson at this point. So if all Nick Castellanos needs from an ego perspective is to know that it's not going to happen again last night, that's fine. Nick Castellanos is going to be a Philly. If they're not going to trade him at the deadline, they need him to produce. Rob Thompson needs a good Nick Castellanos. And if Rob Thompson thinks, who has, by the way, pressed a lot of right buttons this year, Rob Thompson, and gotten a lot of players to do things that they're not comfortable with. If Rob Thompson thinks that Nick Castellanos needs the assurance last night to know that it's not going to happen, then I trust Rob Thompson making that decision and making Nick Castellanos comfortable. And I think Nick Castellanos knows in the deepest part of his heart and the deepest part of his brain that in a big game at some point, it could happen again because it already happened once. But I think Rob Thompson, I don't think it's about backbone. It's not showing that he's tough. It's not showing that he's the boss. It is getting the best out of everyone. He laid down a line. He let the guy know it was unacceptable, and then he gave a little bit so Nick Castellanos isn't completely emasculated. The goal in this isn't to make Nick Castellanos feel small or feel emasculated. The goal is to get the best out of Nick Castellanos, and I think that's what Rob Thompson has done a good job of doing.
Yeah, and I just don't know. I think the thing that gets lost is what you said there at the end about you don't want to lose Nick Castellanos. I think he's a replacement level player. I think he's a below average defensive player, but ultimately they need Nick Castellanos if they're going to win the World Series. He's going to have to be on the team. I'd find it hard pressed to believe that they'll be able to find a right field at deadline, whatever. And I don't know why we can't just accept that what happened here was two grown men had a conversation, let the feelings out. I'm sure Nick Castellanos let some feelings out. Apparently, he apologized to Rob Thompson a couple times, which is good to hear. And I think last night was a good example of, hey, maybe it worked. I mean, Castellanos looked pretty spry in right field. He made the play at the end of the game. He smoked some baseballs. Now, he only saw 4 pitches and 4 at-bats.
Yeah,
so
but that's Castellanos.
He was out there. Yeah. He was out there trying to be super, super aggressive, which you want because you want aggressive Castellanos. And I think that there became an understanding between both of those guys of, hey, maybe don't spring it on me like that. And right. Thompson had to say, okay, well, I'll give here, you give there. That's what compromising is. You can't just be like, well, I need to do it again all the time. This is how it's going to. That's not how it works where you work. It's not where it works where we work, right. Where there has to be a little bit of give and take. And I don't think Rob Thompson's going to have any hesitation to do it again at some point down the road. I think it's going to be obviously dependent upon where Castellanos hit. Like if Castellanos was up the next inning on Monday night, he's not pulled out of the game in a 2-run lead, but he just hit. And it was very hard to believe that he was going to come back around with the 2-run lead. So I think it was I was worried yesterday, and it was real worry. I wasn't doing a bit. I don't do bits with the Phillies. Dead serious at all times. Very scared at all times.
It's hard to get you to do a bit with the Phillies.
Yeah, I don't play along.
Yeah.
And I was legitimately worried about the Castellanos-Thompson situation possibly blowing up. But I think both now, looking back and seeing how yesterday went, I felt like it was two guys that came together, and I think it's going to end up ultimately being a really positive situation.
215-592-9494. What do you think of the situation, the resolve of Nick Castellanos and Rob Thompson? Do you think Rob Thompson did the right thing in bending and letting Nick Castellanos stay in right field last night? And by the way, I don't think that the precedent that Rob Thompson was trying to set the other night is that Nick Castellanos is always going to come out of the game for a defensive replacement in a close game. I don't think that's what Rob Thompson was trying to do. Rob Thompson was just trying to get a win the other night, thought it wasn't, and I imagine he didn't think it was going to be a big deal. No. And Castellanos reacted the way that he did. Again, Rob Thompson, his whole job here is to get the best out of these guys. And one other thing, because I hear this thrown around, and a caller said it yesterday too, about Castellanos being a replacement level player. Well, replacement level players are not valueless. There are plenty of players out there that are below replacement level players. So all a replacement level player is means that he's not hurting you from wins. He is not additive over what an average player is.
Sure.
But most players, there's not a lot of players that are there's not a lot. A replacement level player is valuable because he is more valuable than a sub-replacement level player. So whoever they're putting out in right field for Nick Castellanos, if it's not Nick Castellanos, is not just in one inning as a defender, but as a player, he has value on the team. He has value on the team as a leader. He has value on the team, his bat. He is a good hitter. He's a bad fielder. There are plenty of bad fielders in baseball. But again, like, I don't think Rob Thompson's changed a lot this year. I think he's adjusted a lot. I think the two guys who have adjusted the most this year are Trey Turner and Rob Thompson.
I think you possibly put Schwarber in there.
Okay.
Just hitting behind Bryce and getting used to that situation.
I don't think his approach has changed very much, but I think moving in the lineup, I agree with you the most. But I've been impressed with Trey Turner's, his approach at the plate, and I've been really impressed with Rob Thompson's decisions to, move Schwarber around in the lineup, drop Bohm down when he wasn't hitting that well, and knowing the right time to move him back up, dropping Bryson Stott from the leadoff position. He's done that too. So I think Rob Thompson I think to a certain extent, you just have to trust that Rob Thompson knows that he pushed Nick Castellanos far enough to where Nick Castellanos knows what he wants out of him and knows what the line is, and not that he has to embarrass him and pull him every time he needs to.
Yeah, what I find interesting, it doesn't seem like there's a benefit of the doubt with Rob Thompson. And it feels like there's this, he's like this soft guy. I don't see a soft guy with Rob Thompson. I think he's mild-mannered. I think he's definitely laid back. But I think I think he's a baseball man. And baseball men are different than like football guys that are in your face, and it's just a different kind of sport. I think he's a good quality baseball guy. And, I think it's been a little bit too black and white with how this thing has to be handled. I think the truth is that there has to be a level of compromise. And by the way, Castellanos seems like a guy that could benefit from having a kick in the ass.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
Once in a while. Again, you don't want Nick Castellanos emasculated. You don't want him to be, have his head down and
publicly shamed.
Again, he was embarrassed and shamed 2 consecutive days. I just think that's enough. I think Rob Thompson made his point. I don't think he needs to continually make his point. And again, I don't think it makes Rob Thompson weak, the fact that he gave a little bit. When you're in the position that Thompson is,
and the position like you were in,
well, it's not dissimilar. I mean, it's true.
It is true.
It's true.
I'm laughing, but you were a manager of super talented, not as highly paid.
No, but highly paid.
Paid, and that have egos.
Yeah, ego, and you can't you have to understand that part of being a great baseball player for some of these guys is their ego, is their confidence. It's the same as here, and you don't want that ego to be gone, and you don't want that confidence to be gone, and you can't just. Especially today. Today is different than 30 years ago. I think one of the issues with Chip Kelly is that Chip Kelly came to the NFL and acted like it was college.
Sure.
And acted like the players would just do whatever he said, whenever he said it, and you saw what happened there.
You got to give.
And we see that, by the way, the coach that is thriving now for the Eagles is the opposite of that, is a guy who I do think gives, last thing on this is think about Nick Sirianni last year and Jalen Carter, 2 separate instances that he handled differently. One, Jalen Carter was late to a bunch of meetings. I think that's what we figured out it was. And he didn't start. Jalen Carter did not start for a game. Jalen Carter knew what happened. Yet later in the season, Jalen Carter and Nick Sirianni had a conflict on the sidelines. And there was nothing that happened out of that because Sirianni knows when to press the buttons, when to draw the line, and just like Thompson does.
Well, and it happened with AJ too. I mean, it happened on some of the biggest stages. I mean, AJ had the thing in the Super Bowl, and and AJ's a high wire act where you got to be able to manage that. And I think that's been that's why I was so impressed with Sirianni last year. I thought he had an unbelievable year. And final thing before we wrap this part of the conversation up.
Yep.
I just think you have to give Castellanos a chance to redeem himself. Last night, after everything that happened, he did it a couple nights ago. You have to. I think you run the risk of possibly losing the player, and I think that you give him a chance, make him feel good, and hey, again, like we mentioned a little bit earlier, maybe you get the best version of Castellanos defensively, and you get him back on track because he's always been a below average right fielder. But it hasn't been as bad as it's been this year. I don't think he runs pretty hard out of the box. doesn't move that quickly.
Yeah.
But there has been better moments for him in right field than has happened this year. And maybe this is kind of a little bit of a wake-up call from that standpoint.
215-592-9494. What do you think of the Rob Thompson, Nick Castellanos situation? By the way, just so you know, after seeing what Castellanos did in right field after he caught that ball, after I have a good take on the radio, that's what I'm doing. I'm pulling my shirt off every time.
Clip that photo, Morgenstein.
Do not, Morgenstein.
Yeah, get it on the internet.
Do not. 215-5. Hey, that's for the YouTube people only. It's only for the live YouTube.
YouTube after dark.
I swear, Justin, if you put that clip up anywhere, you're done for.
Send it to me.
Yeah. Joe and Ben Salem, you're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Yo, happy Juneteenth, y'all.
Happy Juneteenth, Joe.
So I just wanted to I think this all Casty, Rob Thompson is a bunch of nut and burger. They're together for 6 months a year. There's going to be fighting. There's going to be disagreements. And I just think he just draw the line. I heard Giglio this afternoon, and he was grasping for straws, saying that he looked unhappy after Stott hit a home run. He looked pretty happy with his teammates at the end of the game. And if that's the Castellanos we're going to get, that's the Castellanos that's going to make this team win a World Series.
Well, by the way, look at how happy Marsh was for Castellanos at the end of that game. Like he was celebrating for him. Those guys like Castellanos.
And by the way, so does Rob Thompson.
Yes.
Rob Thompson said multiple times, I love Castellanos.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
I'm sure Rob Thompson was thrilled for him.
Yes, absolutely. And the other thing is, Joe, you said I don't think it's a nothing burger. And I guess in the grand context of everything during a season, it's all sort of a nothing burger. Every one game is, every one moment is. But I do think Thompson taking that step when he took it and them getting through this, you have moments during a season which at the time seem small, right? Or seem big. And then you look back at the end of the year and you say, wow, that was a moment where something changed. And we'll talk about the bye week last year forever, but
we really will.
Well, but I mean, it's the bye week and it's also Sirianni after the game against the Browns. And when he had it, I'm sure get talked to by the owner and by his boss and all those things about how he handles himself. And I think he took note of that. Sure. And he is a better coach now because he was disciplined for what he did.
And the BG comments.
Yes, absolutely.
And I mean, it's a long season, 162. You got to find a way to motivate these players.
Yes, absolutely.
So you got to do something sometimes to shake it up and just be like, look, this ain't going to fly. And I bet you Cassie went out there and was like, I want to prove to the manager a big, F you to him.
Yes, and to everybody else and to everybody who says he can't play right field and all those sorts of things. And if two things come out of this, one, he takes a little more pride and a little more energy. Like we're all going to take that in right field. And the other thing is even though he didn't do it last night, I know now that Nick Castellanos knows that he can get pulled in an important game for defensive, and he's not going to react the same way. And what Rob Thompson did was he gave himself, in a game in the middle of June, he bought himself the ability to do it in September or October when he needs to do it, because now Castellanos knows it's important. I'll tell you, Joe, this would have been a big deal if it happened in the division series in October, and Castellanos was pissed off and blah, blah. If it didn't already happen here. So I think setting this line here, I think is important for the future.
I think so too. They just have to do it to Harper next.
No.
Make it,
No.
Well,
we're good there.
Yeah, well, thank you for the call, Joe. Look, man.
I do wonder, now Trey's been better defensively this year.
Yes.
But I wonder, if in a big game, they're up by, they're not, but I also don't think they're going to do that.
No, but Sosa, that's who you put there. For Bryce, it's not the fielding, it's the dumb base running. Yeah. And
dumb base running is whatever. It's the if he doesn't run first base, will something happen?
Yeah, or if he doesn't run to first base, or when he hits a ball that he thinks is a home run and it hits the wall and he winds up on second rather than third or first rather than second.
Yeah, but he's been screwed by the baseballs this year. You see that story?
No.
Higher seams?
No.
Ball's not traveling as much as it used to.
4 feet shorter?
4 feet shorter, Spike. What do you got to say about that?
Guys, shut up. 215. It's not 4 feet shorter for Aaron Judge.
Yeah,
or
well,
Shohei
first off,
Ohtani.
Yankees probably have different baseballs because MLB wants them to be great.
Oh,
torpedo bats.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember your torpedo bat fear?
Can you stop it?
I was thinking about that the other day, though.
Yeah.
I was like, remember Spike Man the first 2 weeks saying baseball's ruined? This is the steroid era all over again because of bats?
Look. It was a scary moment, and we had to do shows.
I know.
All right. 215-592-9494. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP. What's up, Tasty Cake?
Hey, Spike. Hey, Jack.
What's up, Tasty Cake?
What's up, Dom?
So Spike, yesterday, I'm not walking too good yet, so I went to the doctor's, and they have to get a transport. Somebody take me there. Right?
Okay.
Guy named Lamar, he's your biggest fan.
Nice.
Oh, what's up, Lamar?
Listen to you guys in the. I don't know if it's it's a transport.
Okay.
You know, where they put the wheelchair right in the back.
Yep.
The back is they load the wheelchair right in the back.
Right.
And I did not have to tell him he had you guys on already.
Now,
what's up, Lamar?
Did you guys bond over like saying how crazy you were for where he ranked Jalen?
Yeah, no. His biggest thing is a message for Ike, who's not here.
Okay, what's
and
the
Lamar
message?
says that as a member of the delegation, he thinks he should have a stronger vote on the 5:30 comeback song.
See, again, the delegation's objecting to the 5:30 creed. I mean, like we mix it all in. We mix it all in.
It's all in. There's hip hop. It's all there. It's just the creed. And the other thing, TCK, and I promise we'll get to Castellanos, Rob Thompson, is that Ike loved 5:30 Creed. Like
originally, did not like 5:30.
Well, originally
Creed.
liked it, but then we could see him sort of like he grew to love it. It was not like Ike was just like, has been kicking and screaming the entire time. Ike likes singing Creed. He keeps, if you'll notice, he keeps singing when we're done singing. He starts singing the next line, too. So.
And sources close to Ike say it started to be played at the Ike Brees household.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Lamar was the first guy I ever heard talk against it.
Well, Lamar, we're talking about a potential song change in July after Creed is here, and we will think very deeply. I've thought about every delegation's desire for what that is. So
the other thing, so I'm in the doctor's office, Jack, so I missed part of it, but Lamar claims that at some point in the thing you were affected deeply by criticism on YouTube. Did you say something like that?
Oh yeah, the YouTube chat's a bunch of morons, except for one guy who makes a lot of sense in there. And yeah, I just listen. I don't have time to deal with people, so I block people. I'm very pro blocking.
Jack, see, the problem is Jack won't ignore the YouTube chat. Instead,
I need to check in and see if I'm doing a good job.
Yeah. Well, newsflash, you're not.
You guys are the best show on radio.
Well, of course.
Case closed.
Thank you.
You guys are, and Spike, you know this. I've been listening to this station for 30 years.
Yes, and we appreciate the. You are a foxhole guy.
Cool moment. I don't want. I stick to you. So my point about Castellanos, Spike, is
yes.
As an old man, but in my life, even a ham and egger like me, I like to be coached hard.
Yep.
I always respond to coaching hard, and my example of that is my best phone calls are to call after you rip my ass. So
he's managing you, Tasty Cake.
That next phone call is usually brilliant.
Yeah, you bring it. Yeah. Well, and I've talked about this with Ike sometimes. I think football players actually love that, like love being coached, but quarterbacks not always the same, wide receivers not always the same. So I think generally I think they want to be coached. They also want to be told they did a good job when they do a good job. So that's not all. Coaching them up is not always about telling them when they did something wrong. It's about telling them when they did something right, too. And it's not about making them feel small. It's about bringing out the best of them. And Casty's a different guy. He's a different guy than any. The whole clubhouse is full of different kind of guys. And I think to an extent, he pushed Casty when Casty needed to be pushed, when he crossed a line. And now I think Casty, A, knows where the line is, and B, knows that it's possible he could get pulled for a defensive replacement when Rob Thompson wants to.
He got benched, and the streak is not nothing here.
Nothing
for
him.
For a prideful guy like that. He knows that to be able to do that to that guy sends a clear message.
Yes.
Sends a clear message to him.
And the rest of the team,
the rest of the
by
team.
the way. That there are rules for everyone. All right, Tasty Cake.
Can I throw one more thing at you from the wheelchair gang?
Yes, sir.
Because we talk baseball.
Yep.
And it's great mentally for me, Spike, because I'm the youngest guy by about 15 years.
Okay. Wow. All right.
In that gang. I mean, but so they claim if you put Spike, Acuna and Trey Trey Turner's numbers again and removed the names, 8 out of 10 guys, just based on stats, would check off Trey Turner.
Do you mean Lindor?
You might mean Lindor.
Yeah. Lindor.
Well, thanks for the call, Tasty Cake. We'll talk about it. The difference
That was pointed out yesterday.
Yeah, the difference is that if you have 2 eyes, you can watch that Lindor is a high level defensive player, which Trey Turner is not.
If that's true, he has more errors than Trey Turner this year.
Can you stop it? He has more errors because he gets to more balls.
I stand with Jess Castellanos.
No. What, just talking about errors?
Just talking about errors.
Look, Lindor is a good hitter. But he goes through great streaks. He is a good hitter.
I think he has a broken toe right now, too.
He is. And he's an outstanding defensive player.
All I wanted to do is point out that Trey's having a great year as well.
I had him number 10 on my list, and you had to be convinced to put him on your list. He wasn't on your list.
I had to get my backbone in order and get Embiid off my list.
All right. Coming up next, speaking of the list, it is Top 11 week on the WIP Afternoon Show. We will reveal numbers 5 and 4 coming up next. These are big because we're wondering where we haven't seen Bryce, we haven't seen Jalen, we haven't seen AJ, we haven't seen Saquon, we haven't seen Lane Johnson. We did see Lane Johnson. All these guys. So we will find out 5 and 4 next, along with your calls on Castellanos and Rob Thompson. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Gonna be gone. Oh, it's cleared.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Active Actual speeds vary.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
USA Soccer is back on the pitch, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you a chance to back them with zero pressure. Right now, FanDuel is offering a no-sweat bet on the next USA match. That means you can place a bet on the Stars and Stripes, and if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. No sweat, no stress, just your shot to score big while repping red, white, and blue. Whether it's the first half or stoppage time, FanDuel has you covered with fast payouts and America's favorite features. There's lots of ways to play and support Team USA. So don't just cheer, bet on USA Soccer with confidence. Download the app at FanDuel.com/JohnRJONR and place your no sweat bet today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued as no withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This was a test of the emergency alert system. Equipment that can quickly alert you during emergencies was being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official news and information would have followed the alert tone. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I just want you to know, it ain't where I've been, but where I'm about to go. Now I just want to love you, but be who I am.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike off today. Just me and Jack. Just Spike and Jack.
Yep.
Hanging out.
That's right.
Irritating the hell out of you.
That's exactly
Which
right.
one's worse? 215-592-9494.
Sounds like a Twitter poll.
Yeah, you want to do which one's worse?
Who's worse?
Oh, you know I'm going to get worse.
I know.
Yeah, do it, but you know that's what's going to happen. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you want the Sixers to draft Ace Bailey? 79.3% say no.
Wow.
Do you think that feels like a huge change if we had taken that poll a month ago?
Yeah, well, they probably listened to Elliot's tweet, Ace the pick, a million times. And they're
Right.
that's who the side we want to be on?
Right.
That?
I also think the deciding not to come here.
That's the biggest factor.
For Philly people? In this city?
Yo, in this town?
You don't want to.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be here. Bleep him.
Disrespect Daryl.
Even though Embiid didn't want to be here, probably. I mean,
that's wrong.
You saw his face on TV, and his
the
first
timing was wrong.
Oh yeah, I bet you tell yourself that at night.
All right. We are talking about the Nick Castellanos, Rob Thompson thing as well, and we'll get to your calls on that. But it's 2:30, and it is Top 11 week. So all week we've been revealing 2 a day, and we're going to do 3 tomorrow, of the official Top 11 list. We've all given our list. The official Top 11 list is based on your votes that you voted last week and staff votes. So I think there were 27 staff members that voted.
We have 27 people that work here?
Yes, between producers and hosts, yeah.
Wow.
And then thousands of people that voted online. So far, we have revealed 11 through 6. And just to recap, we're going to reveal 5 and 4 here. Just to recap, number 11, Devontae Smith. Number 10, Joel Embiid. Number 9, Jordan Mailata. Number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Number 7, Jalen Carter. Number 6, Lane Johnson. And as we revealed the last 2 days, Zach Vaughn did not make the list. And Trey Turner did not make the list. So let's reveal the next number.
This is the Top 11. Number 5.
Number 5 on the 2025 Top 11 list is A.J. Brown.
Nice.
Too low.
Like if we're doing best pure athletes in the city, it's too low.
I hate when we say athlete. When you say
Player.
athlete, yes,
Best player.
Best player at his position, too low. Now, only had a good year last year. Was not an outrageous year for AJ standards last year. But and this is all how much his resume, blah, blah. His resume here is outstanding. And the team, he is one player. Him and Lane are 2 players. When they're not playing in the game, it's a different team.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys where, and I think the top 11 voters voted this way, where it's just eye test. Like it's even though he had a down year, I forgot he missed 4 games.
Yes,
I guess I felt it early in the season because everything was kind of sputtering.
Yep,
but he is a great example of just use your eyes and see how great that guy is.
He's outrageous when you just watch him.
Yeah.
He does make you think of T.O. when you watch him.
He does, and it's just we're like I to do the whole Eagles thing. We are so blessed to have that guy.
Yes.
As an Eagle, we went through the doldrums here at the receiver position, and to have him, oh my gosh, he's unbelievable. Would never consider trading him for Patrick Surtain.
And I don't think. I think it's too low. I don't think 5 is disrespectful.
No,
but I think it's too low.
I think it feels like he's been on everyone's 4 through 6.
Yes,
I don't think I've seen one person have him lower than 6.
I had him at 3. I haven't seen him higher than 3 though.
No,
no. All right, let's get to the next one.
The Top 11. Number 4.
Number 4 on the 2025 Top 11 list is Bryce Harper.
Nice. Good to see. Good to see that all you guys that try to run him out of town, you did not succeed.
All right. So Bryce Harper was number 1 last year, so he did drop. Embiid dropped from 2 to 10, and Bryce dropped from 1 to 4. I think it's fine to have Bryce at 4. I think I had him at 5 or something like that. Maybe I had him at 6, something like that.
I had him 6.
He is given, I think, more leeway than any player in Philadelphia.
I can see that.
Given his last year. Given the strikeout against the Mets, I know it's just one at bat.
Yes.
But there are certain players that we would have held that at bat against him for years.
I mean, Judge's entire postseason was held against him last year.
Yes, yeah. Well, and he's hitting 390 or whatever, and with leading the league in home runs, and people are still like, yeah, but
what happened in the postseason? Where he dropped that ball in the World Series game?
Well, and Ohtani. Nobody says about Ohtani. Ohtani hit 200 in the playoffs last year.
He hit 200 in the World Series.
200 in the World.
Try to tell you, his shoulder was ripped off the bone.
Oh, you shut up.
It was like you poo-poo that like it's nothing. I'm shocked the guy couldn't hit.
Why do you think Bryce Harper is given the leeway that he is? You would admit at least that there's more people are more forgiving with Bryce.
I think they are more forgiving. I think it has turned a little bit in the last year. I think there's been a sharper tone, a quieter, sharper tone starting to develop. Especially with Jalen winning the Super Bowl and that making them feeling all chesty now that they can attack the other stars in town. But I think it is because he hasn't choked in the postseason. I know he had that at bat, and I know he had 6 and 7 against the Diamondbacks. Like I've pointed out many times, no one wants to hear it. He hit a ball to the wall in Game 7. He just missed it. It could have been Bedlam at the Bank Part 2. Sometimes it happens. It's baseball. But I think
it's baseball when you don't hit the ball.
Correct.
But it's not baseball when you do hit the ball.
Yeah, you're a god then.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why it's the best sport on earth. I do think he's given leeway. I'll be curious to see where he lands after this year. Obviously, if they win the World Series, it changes things. I don't think it's going to end in a World Series. I think it's going to end in a playoff loss.
Right.
And I wonder if that drops him down even further. How is he playing? What does the rest of Bryce Harper's season look like?
Well, because part of why Embiid dropped as much as he did is not just because of last year, is because people are looking ahead and don't think he's going to play anymore, right?
Sure.
Like they think his career is over. I don't think Bryce's career is over, but it's at least on the table that we don't see the sort of Bryce that we've seen for the first 6 or 7 years of his career.
You could make the case the best days of Bryce are behind him. Right. And going forward, you're going to get still a good player. I think Bryce is always going to be a good player. But I don't think he's do we get a 35-290 year again from Bryce with playing 150 games? I wouldn't bet on it. But I think I'll be curious to see how the rest of his season, does he get back on track a little bit power-wise? If he ends the season hitting 260 with 25 home runs, he's not going to be, regardless of what happens in the postseason. If he goes on a Jalen run, we could prop him up. But yeah, although I think he's going to be back this weekend, so we'll see how that goes.
You think he's going to be back this weekend?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Are we going to find that out soon?
I don't know.
All right. Okay. Wow. There you go. Well, of course, 3 national TV games. Why wouldn't Bryce come back?
Well, they're only a game out of the NL East.
Well, it's still June. So here's what we know about the top 11 list. We know for sure now Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean don't make the list, which I think is fine. They were rookies. They have plenty of time to make the list.
And by the way, let's finally bring some sense to it without getting bullied off of our points.
Yeah.
By Ike.
Yeah.
Quinyon deserved to be on that list above
Cooper DeJean. Yes, I completely agree.
Let's use our eyes.
I don't know what Ike's doing with the Cooper over Quinyon.
And I love Coop, right? He had some clutch plays.
Yeah.
He's a cute little nickel cornerback. I get it. But Quinyon's a lockdown cornerback.
So no Coop, no Quinyon, and we basically know who the top 3 are. We just don't know the order. So 3 guys that have not been named, and we will announce this tomorrow at 2:30. Zach Wheeler, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts have not been named. We will reveal that tomorrow.
Well, we'll see if Jalen makes it.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess it's possible Coop is number 3.
Yeah, my bad. Coop's number 3. Not to give it all away.
Yeah, and Jalen not on the list.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really, really interesting. And I wonder how people react if one isn't number 1. Are we going to be able to handle it if
Jalen's not number 1?
If he's not number 1.
Yeah. Also, we will tomorrow on the show release what the audience, what the listener list was, and what the staff list was, because there are some differences in there.
Real quick, last thing.
Yeah.
Who do you think's been more disrespected on top 11 week? Do you think it's been Jalen Carter or Zach Wheeler? Because I actually think the Wheeler stuff makes me more mad than how high Jalen is on people's list. I'm talking about Hurts, that is.
Well, so in the final list, it's Jalen Carter because Zach Wheeler's top 3.
Right.
So, but on individual lists, as we've talked, like Devin disrespected Zach Wheeler, Elliott disrespected Zach Wheeler, Hugh disrespected Zach Wheeler. So
it's the one that actually makes me mad.
Well, because to me, he's number 1 on my list. He is better at his job than anybody else on this list.
He's been doing it forever. It's like 5-6 years.
Yes, yes. He's a playoff performer. He's better at his job than anybody on this list. He doesn't whine, doesn't complain. The Jalen stuff we talk about, being able to take the pressure of the city. I've never heard Zach Wheeler bitch about anything.
I want to redo the top 11, maybe later in the summer, of just individual players. Like, I just want to, who are the best players in the city?
215-592-9494. Get your calls right after I tell you. Now, I've said this before. There's top 11 athletes. There's not a top 11 places to buy a brand new Hyundai. There's only one. Number 1 is Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the cars are, make sure there's only one. Now, they do that by making your experience better, faster, easier, better. You're in and out. Everybody's super nice to you. You get the car that you want. Now, it's going to be even better. Save 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. 20% off only at Colonial. That's up to $10,000. And how about a trade? You trade your car in. Again, they're proving they're better than anybody else by guaranteeing you, no matter what condition it's in, $6,500 for your trade. Even more proof right here. You get 3 years of complimentary maintenance with every brand new Hyundai. You get America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. You know it. The faster, the easier, the better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. 215-592-9494. Doug in Reading. You're on WIP. What's up, Doug?
Hey, fellas. Real quick. Talk me off the ledge here. I know Castellanos is a very above-average player. The fans love him. I personally find him like a jerk. Like, when I see his interviews, he just seems so smug, and I don't know, he thinks he's funnier or wittier than the people interviewing him. And listen, I love the 93 team, and I know those guys were full of jerks too. And I'll tell you what, Topper is no Billy Martin or Lou Piniella, some psycho. I'm sure this was building up for a while.
Yep.
He finally shot his mouth off over the top, and boom, there you go.
Yeah, I was, as you were saying it, I was going to bring up 93. We all love the 93 Phillies. Lenny, jerk. Schilling, jerk. And at the time, I think they had that aura of don't really care what you think. I think a whole team of Nick Castellanoses would suck. I think having a Nick Castellanos there is sort of it just makes me chuckle. I can understand watching Nick Castellanos and thinking, or hearing him talk and seeing how he acts and being like, I don't like this. I completely empathize with anybody who feels that way. He kind of makes me laugh. I agree with you. This was probably building up. I agree but I think that's why it's important that Thompson did both things that he did, that he pulled him, that he benched him, but then that he gave a little bit, because part of what makes Castellanos good is that attitude. I think if Castellanos doesn't have that attitude, he's not Nick Castellanos, and that's what you need him to be. So
agreed.
I hear what you're saying, but
pop off.
Yeah, I just think a clubhouse could use a Castellanos.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Doug. Yeah, I think I can understand anybody that's irritated by Nick Castellanos.
Well, he irritates me, but he's, because sometimes it's just there's a lack of energy there. Sometimes it looks like, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And I thought he was gonna be more of a killer on the field, and he hasn't really done that. But at the same time, he was the only man they had besides Bryce in that Mets series last year that looked ready to meet the moment. And I agree with you from the standpoint of, I think they need that wild card in that clubhouse.
Specifically, how everybody else is built.
Yeah.
He's the only guy in that clubhouse, to me, from my eyes, that seems built the way that he is.
Well, and he's not afraid to say what he thinks, clearly.
No.
Because it got him benched.
Yes. 215-592-9494. Marcus in Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, boys. How we doing today?
Doing great, Marcus. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Can't complain. I guess to start, I'll start off with the Rob Thompson, because it's kind of my shortest point. The only thing I'm really worried about is how it affects the clubhouse. Whether or not, because obviously we're probably not going to know what was said, but or if it was in front of the guys or not. But that's
Right.
kind of what concerns me the most.
Yeah, I think,
honestly.
I felt that same way yesterday, Marcus. But I thought how they reacted last night and how everyone seemed happy for him and how Thompson talked and like Castellanos definitely played with a little bit of an extra edge last night. But I think you would have noticed it more if there was something really, really wrong. Like let's say he called out Trey or another star on the team. I think you would have felt it. And I didn't leave that game last night feeling like this clubhouse has an issue here.
Oh, yeah, not at all. I'm not saying there is an issue. I'm just saying whether it would loom or kind of linger, or whether it be in the back of people's heads. But my real point that I wanted to get to was regarding the top 11.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you completely. My number one would have to be Zach Wheeler. He's by far the most consistent and the best at his job. But if we were going off of, and it's probably, I guess, based off of numbers, if it was straight athlete, I would have to put Lane Johnson at my number one, to be honest.
Well, when you say straight athlete, what do you mean? Like just athletic?
Yeah, just athletic.
Yeah,
I mean, the guy's
yeah.
like 6'8", like 350, and he's walking around with a six-pack. I mean, it's kind of scary.
Oh, yeah. Well, and he's a lock Hall of Famer. And look, I'm not some, I don't.
Well, you do put 250 push-ups a day.
No. I mean, like, I can't watch a football game, and unless he obliterates somebody. The thing about offensive line guys is that usually, unless they level somebody, you only know when they've done something wrong. Like, if nothing wrong happens, then you must assume that he's doing a good job. So I'm not going to act like I can watch Lane and tell if he slipped, but it does not seem as if he has slipped at all in the last several years as he hits, like, the final part of his career. Not only is he guaranteed Hall of Famer, but he's still awesome. So yeah, from an athletic perspective, I agree with you. Though I would put AJ probably on that plane as well. But
yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I had to pick like athletic wise, it would be a tie between him, AJ Brown, and Saquon. Honestly.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Thanks for the call, Marcus. Yeah, I think Zach Wheeler. Well, we'll see where he ends up.
We'll see where he ends up. I don't think you can go wrong with either Saquon or Wheeler.
And you can go wrong with Jalen.
100%. But like with those two specifically, I don't think you can really go wrong.
What do you think is crazier, having Hurts number one or having him off the list?
So I actually think it's off the list.
It's crazier.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do. I think I just think that's super unfair. He did, like, taking a step back.
He was Super Bowl MVP.
He did win Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
So I get why he's number one. Or could be number one.
Speaking of DeCamara, though, one thing he may have been right about, we'll talk about this later, is like he had Ranger on. Nobody else had Ranger on. Ranger has an argument.
Well, Ranger's on the list last year.
He was. And he has an argument.
He has an argument.
All right. Coming up next, you may have heard Ace Bailey had a workout and meeting scheduled with the Phillies.
With the Sixers.
With the Sixers, rather. With the Phillies. Would have been weird.
Didn't they have a dinner planned and everything?
Had a dinner planned, hotels booked, all that. And he canceled.
Nice.
He and his people canceled. So coming up next, we will bring on Jake Fisher. And Jake works with Mark Stein, Mark Stein, legendary, NBA insider.
Steinline.
And Jake Fisher, now the People's Insider.
Wow.
And Jake is good at this stuff. So we will find out, one, why Ace Bailey canceled.
Yeah.
Two, if the Sixers could still take Ace Bailey, even though he canceled. Three, where Jake thinks the Sixers are going to go with this pick at 3.
And 4.
Yep.
Is he really friends with Moshe?
Is he really friends with Moshe? We will find out that all. We'll find that all out next. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that, got a little family of 4, had to get a bigger car, obviously, and I purchased the all-new, all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. And let me tell you, I love this car. I love getting in the car. I look forward to getting in the car. It glides it's almost like, Trey running around the bases. That's what it feels like getting into the Honda Prologue. It's super great. So when you go, make sure you test drive it. And I think you're going to like it because I love it. But Scott Honda, of course, made the process so easy. Transparent pricing, exceptional service, and an always thoughtful and always professional team. They made the whole car buying process super, super stress-free. So that was awesome. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. I want to take a second to acknowledge our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. I always tell you, they're the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. Well, now it's official. Don't just take my word for it. Family and Company Jewelers was named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. You can get her the best ring, the best diamond. So why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Go to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination. Hey, it's Show to Camera. See the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Maybe the only thing the Florida Panthers do better than win the Stanley Cup is celebrate with the Stanley Cup. Their second straight title is not even 48 hours old, and that cup is already damaged in 2 places. It's been to the players' favorite bar, to the beach, and Captain Alexander Barkov was ringing neighbors' doorbells yesterday morning at 5 a.m. to show them the cup. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94
About it is the People's Insider, Jake Fisher, born and bred Philadelphia. Jake, how we doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, man. How are you? It's an honor to be here as always.
Oh, listen to him, Jack.
Buttering us up.
You can subscribe.
No, man. Yeah. Listening to the intro track coming back from commercial takes me back to being in the car as a kid. It always does. It always does.
There you go.
We'll grill you on Moshe later, but we got important things to get to.
Yeah, we have some Moshe questions later. By the way, you can subscribe to Jake's writing. Jake works with Mark Stein, legend, there at markstein.substack.com. Definitely, if you are into rumors, if you like the NBA and you're into rumors, that is a good place to be. So, big story today is that there had been some whispers about Ace Bailey only working out for certain teams, blah, 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 blah. And then the Sixers schedule the meeting for him to come in today and the workout tomorrow canceled. So, as best as you can tell, why did he make the meeting and then cancel the meeting?
To be honest, there does not seem to be a sensical reason as to why this has all unfolded, because the only savvy chicanery agenting that would be behind this that would make sense is if you have a promise somewhere else in the top 5, top 6, wherever your range that you're comfortable with, and you have that secured and you just want to make sure you try to clear the way and do what you can to get to that spot. But we have not heard he's worked out anywhere else. And from all my conversations around the league, I don't think he's locked in at Charlotte. I don't think he's locked in at number 5 with Utah. And there's some serious questions about even if the Washington Wizards would be a home for him, or even the New Orleans Pelicans down at 7. So I could be completely in the dark, but there is no word right now that Ace Bailey actually has a spot. And I don't really understand what the strategy here is. I really don't.
Yeah, there was some talk that he wanted to go somewhere where he could sort of thrive. I guess the idea being that he wouldn't want to go to a contender. He would want to go to a team where he would be able to be featured more. It just doesn't seem like it makes any sense to not work out at all. It's not like he is everybody knew Cooper Flagg is a locked-in player, right, at number 1. Sure. You don't go and work out for teams unless you know, when Markelle Fultz came and worked out for the Sixers, unfortunately, he knew they were going to take him at 1. So if you are a guy trying to increase your stock, it would seem that any meeting you could have and any positive workout you could have would only make your stock go up, right?
I would agree. And I think there's always been some type of, what agents can try to maneuver things and figure out exactly how to get your star to a spot. But when you look at Ace Bailey in particular, the shot selection is a bit questionable to teams. He doesn't have as much on-ball creation stuff that you would want in a, surefire top, franchise-changing guy. So when you put it at Philly, obviously that situation isn't there. He's going to be behind Joel Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey at a minimum. Charlotte, that team is pretty much run through LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller right now. Utah has the vacuum and has the opportunity for any prospect to come in there. They have not hit on a guy in the last however long this rebuild you want to call it with Utah is. Same thing with Washington. In theory, there's no clear-cut number 1 option there. But it doesn't seem like teams are even looking at him to be that type of player anyway. I haven't heard scouts talk about him nearly in the breadth of Cooper, of Dylan, or even just a general someone who you're going to bring in and think that this guy is going to be potentially one day the best player on a championship team.
Jake Fisher with us. Jake Fisher, the People's Insider. You can find more of Jake's writing at Mark Stein's website. Just Google Mark Stein. It's right there. So let me ask you two Sixers-related questions based on the decision that Ace Bailey made. If you're the Sixers, if you were going to take him, do you think this affects whether they would take him or not?
No. At the end of the day, I think Daryl Morey is the type of I will go against the green thinker type guy to just pick the prospect that he wants no matter what. That being said, I think with Philly, this is such a weird spot, being that you very rarely see teams trade out of a top 3 pick. And you also very rarely see a top 3 pick immediately contribute to a championship caliber rotation and roster. And that is, of course, what the Sixers hope this group will be when everyone is theoretically back healthy next season. Those are big ifs and big theories. But if that is the outcome, that's what obviously is the North Light and the guiding star of what Daryl and that group is trying to achieve throughout all their offseason roster work and whatnot. I don't think you take the project guy. I do think you want someone who has more of a clear cut. We see him translating and contributing in some degree right now. Like, you're kind of trying to have to split the baby in thinking about this group long term, knowing the concerns that Joel might not be healthy, and then you have a bigger question on your hands. But in the event that you are a top of the Eastern Conference team, you do want someone who can help you right now. And I don't know if that's Ace Bailey.
Jake, how real is the Paul George rumors out there? Like, do you think on opening night he's going to be a Sixer?
I do. I've never gotten any credible word that Philly's actually talking about him in trade rumors. We've written that the last little stretch here on the Stein line. And I think also, I don't know how Daryl can come around with giving, Mike Levin a cap space jersey on the rights to Ricky Sanchez, and
he did,
then come back to ownership the next year and say, you know what, my bad, that wasn't the right call. I should also still be the person leading this organization. I don't think you can just about face on your absolute, like, this is the most direct path to a championship decision in 11 months. I don't really see that as something that, like, that's not Orlando moving off of KCP, for example, very quickly, putting all their chips in to go get Desmond Bane. That is the top free agent on the board that you cleared all this cap space for, that you potentially, it didn't have any near outcome, but you potentially, tricked up Tyrese Maxey's extension to delay the space. All this for Paul George and only Paul George. I don't think you can just snap your fingers and about face so quickly like that.
Well, certainly, unless they are getting a better player than Paul George. I think the question,
sure,
the thing that people are asking about is, would they do it just to rid themselves of the contract? And that seems incredibly unlikely to me at this point.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. Could they, in theory, call up Utah and try to see if a Paul George for Lauri Markkanen thing exists? I saw that got reported somewhere. Sure. I just don't see why Utah would do that. I don't see why. Like, I don't think there's options out there. Like, same thing. We talked about the Memphis deal. People started texting me right after that trade, like, oh, well, who's Memphis going to go out and trade all that stuff for? Like, probably someone like Desmond Bane. Like, there aren't that many players, I think, on the board that you could turn Paul George into that make you so much better. I'm sure someone listening in the car is screaming, Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant. Do you really want to go after KD after all the stuff that's been plaguing this team? Like, you want to get an older guy who has more injury stuff and isn't secured long term?
And by the way, who wants 2 more years at $60 million after he gets traded too. So all right. So a couple other things. There's been a lot of, and we've talked a lot about the idea of the Sixers trading back. It felt like what they were going to do, but if there's not a team that's desperate for Ace Bailey, I wonder if that's going to happen. What do you think the odds of the Sixers trading back at this point are?
So I think like you said, it wouldn't necessarily be for Ace. I think if there's a team that just at the end of the day, they wake up next Wednesday morning and they think to themselves, we need VJ Edgecombe, that's probably the best chance, I think. And the one team I've heard all along to really monitor for that has been Washington picking number 6. I don't know how aggressive the Wizards will ultimately get to do that, but that was kind of the one scenario that I've heard all along that I believe to be true, that I've kept in my back pocket thinking, let's be prepared for this. But outside of that, at this point in time, I am starting to think it's far more likely that Philly stays pat. And I know from talking to a couple people amongst those teams right after Philly, they're starting to operate and conduct their business as if the Sixers will stay at 3 and most likely take Edgecombe as well. So that's where I'm at right now. But I do think with Philly, with Charlotte, even down to Toronto and Houston and others in the lottery, I think a lot of this trade stuff is going to potentially really come down to the wire when they're on the clock and how the order really starts to shake out.
Jake, I find the insider game so fascinating. Like I think it's so cool actually. Like how hard is this time of the year trying to decipher what's real, what's not? Are you being used? Like take us inside this last week up until the NBA draft.
Yeah, to be honest, and this is probably a bad thing to say to shoot out the majesty of what we do. The draft is honestly the easiest time of year because there's so many people involved. There are, college coaches and college graduate assistants and the trainer from the agency and the intern at the agency and the actual agent, and certain people played for Team USA. So there's contacts there, and they played in an AAU program, and that coach is involved. And then every single team, everyone picking behind Philly, for example, knows that I could potentially be on WIP talking about the Sixers. And they're like, what's Philly up to? And then you talk to those teams, and then you talk to the teams below them and the teams below them. Everyone's trying to hack this order this year, 1 through 59. It's not like the trade deadline or free agency where, for example, the mid-level market right now is kind of all the rage, right? And we're trying to pinpoint, which centers are going to go to these spots. One team just might decide, oh, this trade came about and we're actually not in the mid-level market anymore. And the thing you were chasing just disappears. With the draft, there is going to be a 1 through 59. And everyone who is remotely tied to the NBA is trying to figure it out. So you kind of can help everyone that you are friendly with, have rapport with, help them do their jobs and vice versa. And it is almost like you're putting together a puzzle and someone brings you a corner piece from somewhere else. And then that helps start to piece together these other things. So the draft, I think, is maybe the easiest time to triangulate all this stuff. But to your question, there is, because all those people are involved, there is more information than there is at any other time. So it does take some BS meter stuff to be able to, suss out what's real. But I do think I have enough people that I trust that are actually in the room where it's happening to be able to suss out some of the things that I don't necessarily buy.
Last thing, Jake, we did hear some rumors about the Sixers potentially trading up to 2. Anything on that, or is that dead? That always felt like a long shot to me.
It always felt like a long shot to me too. I'm sure they tried in earnest, but in the very beginning, once the lottery broke, I think there was some, real initial skepticism that Dylan Harper would fit next to Castle and De'Aaron Fox. But after that initial kind of shock, there's been nothing but direct word, I'd say, that Dylan Harper expects to go to San Antonio number 2, and San Antonio expects to draft Dylan Harper.
All right, there he is, Jake Fisher, the People's Insider. You can go subscribe to his stuff with Mark Stein. Can they go to steinline.com? Does that work too, or is it
markstein.substack.com? I don't know anything else.
Yeah. There it is, markstein.substack.com. Thank you again, Jake.
Thank you, guys.
Well, seems like
it's a real insider.
VJ Edgecombe, as opposed to what, me?
Elliot.
Oh, yes.
And by the way,
yeah,
you said they're going to stay at 3. You told me for months. You shouted from the rooftops, "No way, Daryl's just going to stay there at 3.
He wants to trade back
and take a player."
Well, look. Jake could have been spinning us.
Could have been.
He could have been spinning us.
Could have. Edgecombe. I think, man, I like him a lot. You see the talent.
He's a good player.
Worry about the bag.
Well, whatever. I mean, that's the.
He could be Oladipo.
He could be Oladipo. He could also be. Look, all I know is my nightmare is Josh Hart. Josh Hart was my nightmare in that Knicks series. And not that you want to take the number 3 pick in the draft and make him Josh Hart, but if the floor is Josh Hart, if the floor is a guy who is going to grind and like at 6'4" is going to defend his ass off, is going to get rebounds. By the way, he's not like a great create for himself shooter, but he's a great spot up shooter. Sure. So I would, there are worse that they could do with VJ Edgecombe. And the other thing I'll say, by the way, is like the Ace Bailey thing is over. Like, I would just, if you went, because there was a group of people led by, or at least that included Elliot, that were, that he is some sort of like superstar in the making, and he is Kevin Durant, and he is Jason Tatum, like, he is the wrong guy for every reason. The most important reason that he is the wrong guy is because he's not that good. Like, he is not going to, I don't think the odds that he is going to be a star player are very good. And if he is going to be a star player, and this is from every person you talk to, this isn't just like some bias I have, is that if Ace Bailey is going to be a star player, Ace Bailey is going to be a star player in like 5 years. Well, first of all, we don't have 5 years. The second of all, the only way he becomes a star player in 5 years is if he gets a ton of playing time to become that player. He's just not going to get it here. He's not going to be the first option. And it doesn't seem like he is a good spot-up shooter. It doesn't seem like he has any desire, based on any rumor that has come out, that he wants to come in and play 12 minutes and shoot the ball when it's passed to him and play defense.
Well, he is a 43%, catch and shoot shooter from 3.
Great, but he doesn't want to be a catch and shoot shooter. He has no desire to do that.
Well,
and,
but
hold on. The last thing. Like, just watch him play.
Yeah.
If you watch him play and watch him play in college compared to every player that you are comparing him to, he doesn't look the same. He doesn't. Every shot he takes is hard because he can't get by his guy. He can't dribble. He doesn't have a great first step. He's just not the guy. The Ace Bailey dream is over. It's gone. Forget about it. They're not going to take Ace Bailey. He's not going to be a star here. He's not the future. It is over. No more Ace Bailey.
Well, besides that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
I'm just saying, it's done. It's over. Like, the first 2 weeks of this with the Ace Bailey stuff was the guy we just had on said he could slide to 8. 8.
Yeah, but who cares? Ty Robinson fell to the 4th round. Sometimes
right. We still don't know what was wrong with him.
Sometimes superstars just fall. Here's my thing.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. The report 100% worried me. Right?
Of course.
But if you can say be a star in 5 years, okay.
That's his second contract.
Isn't Kevin Durant's trainer here the guy that helped train Kevin Durant?
Dude,
if you give this guy, to Kevin Durant's trainer, well, maybe.
Kevin Durant was Kevin Durant in college.
Yeah, but I was told that this is Kevin Durant, but more pros Kevin Durant.
Oh, right.
The Ace Bailey. I worry about getting a role player to help this team versus maybe taking the guy at the highest upside and passing on Ace Bailey.
I don't know that he has the highest upside. I don't know that he has the highest upside. When you talk about upside, you also have to think about what are the odds that he reaches that upside.
Well, you have to have some talent to be able to hit tough shots.
Yes, but the goal isn't to hit tough shots. The goal is to get easy shots.
You need ISOs. In playoff basketball.
Yes, and he was playing against college guys and had to take tough shots against college guys.
It sounds like you did more than just your little YouTube big board.
I did. I did too much reading and watching of these players.
Yeah, and you're letting it cloud your judgment.
I may have. I don't know. They are... I think this has been incorrectly framed as everybody else they're thinking of taking is going to be a role player, and Ace Bailey. It's just as simple as everybody else they're taking is going to be a role player. Ace Bailey is going to be a star, so they should just take the star. I don't think that's what's going on here. So if you had your dreams of Ace Bailey, if you were ordering your Ace Bailey Sixers jersey, if you have your posters, just if it's within 30 days, you can probably return them. 215-592-9494. Kenny in the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, what's going on, guys, man?
What's up, Kenny?
Oh, man. Dang. Yo, this draft is going to be a crazy draft, yo.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows where anybody's going, which is
nobody knows except for one.
Yeah. Well, 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, I think we know. But past
I wish
that,
they can go up and get Harper, man. I think he's a good player.
Yeah.
Yo, I don't think San Antonio really needs a guard, man. I think they might. I think they might put Ace Bailey with Weambo, whatever his name is.
Weambo.
Yep.
I don't.
That's how Ike says it.
Yeah. I don't think there's any.
Blueprint.
I don't think there's any chance. I don't think there's any chance the Spurs take Ace Bailey. I don't think there's any chance.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I like my man said. I could. This is going to be a hell of a draft right here, but
yep.
I wanted to call up about. This was I want to talk about why do people say next year they're going to decline, like Saquon.
Who?
People say Saquon won't have another year like this. Did you know his first contact didn't come till after 1,497 yards? So he had 1,497 yards for his first contact. Last year, the year before that was 700. He might have 2,500 next year.
No.
Come on, Kenny.
Maybe, but it's not just. But Kenny, it's not just about contact. It's about the torque that he puts on his body and the running and all of that stuff. It's not just about getting hit. And I think when you go back and you look at the injuries that guys had after touching the ball that much, most of them are not like. They're not contact injuries. They're non-contact injuries. So I hope he doesn't get hurt, and I actually hope he doesn't touch the ball enough to get 2,400 yards. But
my thing is, why we say negative stuff like Zach Bourne ain't gonna have another year like this? Can I say this too about Jalen Hurts?
Sure.
If he's not elite,
he's not.
If he was a statue like Tom Brady, how much would with this line? How much would Saquon would have had last year? About 1,500?
I think Saquon would have done just fine with Tom Brady back there, to be quite honest with you.
Come on, man. We saw the example in the Super Bowl when they solely they focused on Saquon, didn't wait for the fake. 3rd and 13. What Jalen do? Run for 20.
But here's the truth, though. And I know that Jalen running helps Saquon, but that is in lieu of Jalen passing the ball as well as a guy like Tom Brady. Like what is not being talked about here is, yes, having Jalen back there definitely makes it a little easier for Saquon to run. But hold on. If the quarterback, if they had a great passing attack, that would also make it better for Saquon, which they didn't have. So, yes, they wouldn't have a mobile QB back there, but there are plenty of like statue QBs who have had great running backs, have great seasons. I'm not.
But no, they picked their poison.
Okay.
They picked their poison.
Then fine. Then we should just then we could just put Justin Fields back there, right? Because he can run.
Listen, no. But all I'm saying is they went. What you forgot the games when he was Nino Brown and the other man. Is this what y'all want to see, or did you forget the Super Bowl? Forget the first Super Bowl he lost?
No.
You know Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback with 100% quarterback rating and 50 yards rushing.
Okay. In the Super Bowl.
In the second.
All right.
100 yards, 100 quarterback rating, and 25 yards. You know who he's behind? Montana.
Okay.
Same player, yeah.
So,
yeah.
They great players, ain't
they? Yeah.
You think Marino would rather have y'all say he's the best, one of the best quarterbacks, or have something in his cupboard? What do you think he would have?
Let me ask you this. Let me flip it around on you. If you were a general manager and you had a choice between Dan Marino and Jalen Hurts, the team is the same. Who would you pick? No. Who would you pick?
I'm flip it on you.
Who'd you pick? Who'd you pick? Who'd you pick?
I'll pick right now, Jalen.
Well, because Dan Marino's 60-something. Right. Yes, congratulations.
Dan Marino in his prime.
So I can't do. You asking me
No, it's not that hard. Just answer the question. Just answer the question. It's not. You're making it more complicated.
Come on with the office dry jokes. Come on.
The what?
That triple with the office dry jokes.
Well, it's just be honest.
Dan Marino got nothing.
Okay.
Elway went slinging it for 2 Super Bowls and got nothing. So what did he do? Dumb it down and got Terrell Davis. He won 2 back-to-back. Am I right?
Okay. What does that have to do with the skill of Jalen Hurts? It's fine. They won the Super Bowl. Can you just Kenny? Can't we just be happy they won the Super Bowl? Holy Christ. I was happy they won the Super Bowl. I don't know what I do not walk around. Here's the thing. I understand there are basically two schools of thought on how good Jalen Hurts is at this point, right? There is somebody like me, and then there's somebody like Kenny who thinks he's way better than I think he is. Okay, fine. Those are the two. I do not knock on doors and call radio stations and pester people to say that Jalen Hurts is worse than they're saying that he is. That's fine if you think he is what he is. I don't. But, why are you so obsessed with convincing me something that it's not like I just got here. It's not like I didn't watch the games. It's not like I haven't thought about it. I've thought about it. I think he's good, but I don't think he's as good as other guys. It's fine. We won the Super Bowl. Be happy. Stop worrying about convincing me that I think he's as good as you think he is. It's fine. It's fine. Can't we just come to an agreement where I think he's good and you think he's awesome and it's fine. And you don't have to I'm never, until he plays again, I'm not going to change my mind. There's no number of times that you can say that he won the Super Bowl and you'd rather have a guy that won the Super Bowl that didn't win the Super Bowl.
Unlike that loser Marino.
That is just going to snap my brain into thinking, oh, all this time I hadn't considered it, but the fact that they won the Super Bowl. Oh, thank God! Somebody called me and said they won the Super Bowl.
You forgot.
I have been thinking about Jalen all wrong. If somebody had just let me know that they won the Super Bowl, everything would be so much easier. Oh, for Christ's sake. He's good. He's better than I thought he was.
Yes.
I think he's like the 7th or 8th best quarterback in the NFL. We would die for the 7th or 8th best quarterback in the NFL 5 years ago. Or we had Carson at that point. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
It's fine. They won the Super Bowl.
They won the Super Bowl.
It doesn't make him more than what he is.
All right. 215-592.
Yeah, 215.
Well, the guy, it said Phillies up on the screen. I don't even blame Fran for that.
No,
I do not. But it went from Ace Bailey to why don't you think Jalen's elite to he's got a Super Bowl and Dan Marino doesn't. Dan Marino's still better. He's still better. He's still better. Dan Marino's better, even without a Super Bowl. For Christ's sake. Okay. 215-592.
Now you're bringing the big man into this.
I'm sorry. The High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report is next. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fitz.
How are you going to transition into a nice Blue Chew read here?
Well, I'll tell you what. You got to calm down. You got to look. That was anger, and this isn't about anger. This is about loving.
Yep.
It's about loving. It's about being your best self when you're loving.
Much like, we talk about the quarterback rising up at the biggest moments.
Yep, you want to rise up at the biggest moment.
That's right.
And Blue Chew can help you do that. Jack, I don't think anybody knows, but it's the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis and Levitra and Staxon.
Yeah.
But, which is what you need, but all the other stuff that you worry about, going to a doctor's office and having a doctor's appointment.
An awkward conversation. Don't want that.
Nope. Out the window. You just go to bluechew.com. Waiting in line at the pharmacy. Nope.
Don't want to look at people in the eye. No interest.
You're gonna get it mailed to you in a secure and
hard
package
and discreet.
And you're gonna get your first month for free.
That's the most important. How do you spell free? Fran, how do you spell free?
Free.
Yes.
Nailed it. Yeah.
Go to bluechew.com. Use code 94 for your first month free.
Yep.
And all you gotta do is pay for the shipping, and then you can
chew it. And do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Check.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
The summer heat is here, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable. With Horizon Services, get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. With Horizon, the job will be done right the first time. Click or call day or night. Horizon Services available 24/7. Book today. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94, WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Just Spike and Fritz. Ike off today. We'll return tomorrow as we're at Chickies and Pete's tomorrow.
Nice. And we unveil. So
we'll unveil, the 3, 2, and 1 on the top 11.
So we're going to unveil 3, 2, and 1. There's also the voting for the top 11 WIP personalities.
Yes, which you can still vote. 94WIP.com/top 11.
Are we going to unveil that tomorrow, or are we saving that for Monday?
We have so much to unveil tomorrow. Maybe we save it for Monday.
I know, but I'm also dying to know.
You just want to know that you're higher than me.
Well, when I'm higher than you, and I want to see how high.
See.
That's the key. By the way, I can report Jolly's already here.
No, of course.
Yeah, he's talking to Morgenstein back there.
Yeah, Jolly will be with us at 4 to unveil his list. He didn't even submit his list to me, so I don't know his list.
Jolly has been teasing his top 11 list for what feels like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Which is a total pro move.
Yep.
Not ripping.
No.
But it's a lot of teasing.
Yeah. The only 2 non-show members who have held their list for the show are Elliot and Jolly.
Yep. I mean, he teases almost as much as Buzz.
Yes, he does.
For his little Saturday night overnight show.
Jolly's a goat. Buzz is not.
Yeah.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who's worse, Fritz or Spike? I'm sure you've looked at the results so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
83% saying you.
78.9%.
Damn. Did they listen to that last rant?
Well, I'm going to retweet it, maybe get a couple of more.
Get the Ricky people in there?
Yeah, just like Fritz is way worse than I am.
Way worse. Frank, how would you vote on that poll?
Don't you remember when he tried to trade A.J. Brown for Patrick Surtain?
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Huh? Yeah. Yep. And then you got him to call in by saying that you pay his bills.
Yes, that is exactly what I said. Definitely wasn't taken out of context at all. 215-592-9494. Get to the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report right after we talk to Frank in Sewell. Frank, you're on WIP.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up, Frank?
Not much. So, a couple things. About Jalen. Like, everyone's dying to say, the quarterback's elite. You know what I mean? Like, ever since Brady, had a dynasty, he's a GOAT, and, back to the Montana days, you know what I mean? Everyone's dying to have their quarterback in that phrase, our quarterback's the best. So that's why they're not happy with the Super Bowl. This guy's not elite. If you take the push away, you probably take 2 or 3 losses off the board maybe. And, there's no reason, and I looked up the stats. This guy's the first guy that had the 29th ranked passing offense. With these receivers in this line, that's embarrassing. So, I mean, picture like guys like, I looked it up. There's no one else in 29 with a 2,000-yard back in the history of football and a 1,800-yard back. I looked them all up. This offense was the worst. Like, the Cowboys in 92 were like 7th, and like the 89 Niners were like 1st. Like, you could do both. This guy don't do both. He's a game manager, and he gets it done. But they got a great team. I mean, all year it's Howie before the season. Howie put a team together, and then they got the best running back in football by far this year. Mm-hmm. And then the number 1 defense. And all of a sudden, because he plays good in the last 2 games, and whatever. Yeah, I'll give him that. But like,
of course,
he's not elite because of that. I mean, listen. I want to. Randall Cunningham's my favorite quarterback ever, and he don't get his props every time they talk about this. Randall Cunningham played with the worst offensive line of football, the worst. He played in the best NFC. They had 4 or 5 Super Bowl champions. When he came out of retirement, he put up numbers that this guy could never touch out of retirement in Minnesota.
Well, and by the way, Frank, the point being, I agree with a lot of what you said. Point being, he we won the Super Bowl and it was good enough. And
exactly,
I am happy with good enough, and I'm happy going into next year with people thinking that he will pass better and they will be a great offense. And maybe it'll happen. And if it happens, I am happy that it happens, and I will be wrong and whatever. But as of now, I just sort of am where I am, and
I agree
it
with
is
you.
what it is. Yeah.
And when they get down to the goal line, if they're the 2 or 3, all they're thinking of is the push. There's no let's give AJ Brown a slant because he's not good at it. He's just not. That's just not his game. I mean,
and it's fine. He's good at other stuff. It's just whatever. Yeah, I agree with you, Frank.
But you're right. They won the Super Bowl, but everyone wants to push elite on you. He's not. I mean, 2 years ago they had him. ESPN or NFL.com had him at 28th ranked going into the season. Then he had an okay year, but then he's not elite. He's a great manager, and he's a really great runner. I mean,
he plays winning football.
He plays well, and Frank, thank you for the call. He plays well in big games. He is not bothered by the Philadelphia media. He seems unflappable in that way. There are a million, maybe not a million. There are a bunch of great qualities about him. I do not think the qualities add up to elite level or whatever. But again, not every team that has won the Super Bowl has had an elite quarterback. There are plenty of teams that have not, and I think we are one of them. But I'd rather be a team that wins the Super Bowl without an elite quarterback than a team that doesn't win the Super Bowl with one. Right? I mean, end of the day,
you take the Super Bowl.
I would take the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I would take the Super Bowl. I would take the awesome team with the good quarterback over the awesome quarterback with the good team. End of the day.
End of the day.
End of the day, that's what I would take. All right. We'll get to the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report right after I tell you about something that you need to improve. You need to improve your old drafty windows and doors.
Always.
Everyone's sick of it. Everyone's sick of it. Your family's sick of it. You're sick of it. You know deep down you are. You know you're sick of it when the energy bill comes, especially during the summer every month, and it skyrockets during these months because it gets hot outside and those old drafty windows can't keep the heat out. And Gaida is going to solve that problem for you and make you feel better about it because it's going to be even cheaper. The summer sales event, I don't know if you heard, 40% off is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost half. Almost half off, 40% off. You're going to get
good math by you.
Well, come on, man. I'm a mathman. I graduated college.
And we round up.
Yep. Yes. It's basically 50.
Yep.
40% off is a huge number. Every window, every door you're going to get at Gaida right now until July 31st. And not just that. You start this big old project of yours with no money down, go in there with your pockets completely empty. It's cool. And interest-free financing for up to 18 months. So you're going to get expertly installed windows and doors. You're going to save 40%. You're going to do it with no money down, and you're going to get interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Only until July 31st. Call them. 877-GO-GUIDA. Get all the details and your no-obligation free in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. All right, let's talk about our baseball team.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Finally, we are talking real ball.
Oh, boy.
Real baseball. So, first, me and Seltzer, who will be joining the show at 4:30 today,
yes,
are going to be at Ladder 15 here in the city tonight for the little High Hopes watch party.
Ooh, I got to come to one of those sometime.
Yeah, come
not
on
today.
over, pal.
Well, is this one of these things where you don't want me to come over because Jackie likes the attention? I'm not coming tonight.
Well, first off,
yeah.
I mean, come on, you're not taking attention off of me.
No, probably not. Not at a High Hopes event, that's for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So, looking forward to that. Where the Phils go for a nice little taking 3 of 4.
Would be happy with 3 or 4. Yep. I don't want to split in Miami. I want 3 or 4.
But we live with the split. As always.
No, we do not. We take 3 or 4.
Eddie Cabrera's kind of nasty.
Nah, see, there it is. You're already setting us up for a loss.
Take the under. Just take the under. So, looking forward to being at Ladder 15. Seltzer promised he's going to be in full Seltzer mode because he's not working tomorrow.
Oh, does that mean he's staying to the end of the game too?
Yeah, he's staying to the end of the game.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to be dancing. Like at weddings when he gets in full Seltzer mode.
Oh, does he dance?
Well, come on. He's the first one on the dance floor.
Ah,
he stays there all night, it seems like.
Okay, I didn't know that.
We talked about it at Elliot's wedding.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
You don't remember anything?
Nah, I'm old.
He's out of control at weddings.
Oh, well, there's alcohol at weddings, so that's, James You get a couple in, James. It's a different kind of James.
Yeah. Well, I would say that it's an enhanced version of James.
Yes.
So ladder 15 tonight. Come hang out and we'll watch Phil's Marlins as they go to take 3 or 4. Chris Sanchez on the mound.
Oh, there you go.
Sanchez has been like the last couple outings. I think we talked after Toronto how it hasn't looked right for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to slowly look closer to the Chris Sanchez of last year. He's pitching more in the 6th, 7th, not being out in the 5th inning and getting on those like Sanchez type roles.
Yep. It always happens during one of the good games of his. There's like 2-3 innings in there where he gets guys out without a ton of pitches too. You know what I mean? A lot of ground balls with Sanchez. So looking forward to watching Sanchez pitch.
For sure. Now, speaking of another lefty, are we sure? We want Ranger Suarez to just walk out the door at the end of the year?
Well,
so since May 10th, he's pitching to a 1.18 ERA. And he has him and Scoo Ball in their last 7 starts have basically the same numbers. And Tarek Skubal is amazing. He's the best pitcher in the American League. And Ranger, the fact that it seems like we're just comfortable with letting a guy who can be one of the 10 best pitchers in the National League just walk out of the door, it's tough.
Well, here's the good news. The good news is we don't have to pay him until the end of the year because the concern with him is that he cannot handle the load of a full season. Don't, Jack. He can't handle the load of a full season.
Yeah.
So and by the way, this wouldn't even be a full season. What did he miss? 6 weeks?
Yeah.
Look, if he pitches this way within reason, obviously
he's not going to pitch to a...
Yeah.
Yes.
But if he looks like Ranger Suarez all the way through the season, my worry is that you have 6 more years tied up in Bohm. You're paying not Bohm, Nola.
5 after this.
5 years tied up in Nola.
By the way, Nola officially placed on the 60-day IL today.
It has to be retroactive to when he stopped pitching, I would imagine.
I would think so.
Yeah. You're paying Nola. You're paying Wheeler. And my fear is that there will be a team desperate enough to give Ranger Suarez a contract that you don't want to give him. He's 30 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just like, let's see at the end of the year.
I think, yeah. And they are going to see at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And they're probably, I know I've brought up the idea of, well, what about maybe trading him and try to maximize his value with Nola being out for as long as he's going to be out. I don't think you can do that at this point. But yeah, the Rangers thing, and the one part of it is, does the Zach Wheeler ultimatum, does that factor into this of having 2 years left? And then what do you want to do with Luzardo or him? Because Luzardo has a year left after this year. At this point, you'd probably feel more comfortable paying Ranger. Like Luzardo's, so like Ranger, you have to manage the back, it seems like.
Yes.
Luzardo, you got to manage the arm.
Neither I'm super comfortable managing, by the way.
But Luzardo's 3 years younger.
Yes.
So that's also a factor in all this. And Luzardo can be one of the best pitchers in the National League as well at his best.
Yeah, thankfully, they don't have to make this decision now. You know what I'm saying? Like, thankfully, they don't have to make this decision now. But the thing that I would start to move off the table at this point is the idea of trading Ranger at the deadline.
Yeah, it's
I think is like a non-starter at this point. Because if he's hurt, then he's not going to be valuable at the deadline. And if he's pitching like this, their offense has been fine this year. Hasn't been great, has been fine. The strength of this team is the starting pitching, and you can't take one of the best starting pitchers off the team and still have that be your strength of your team.
He might be your game 2 starter.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, he could be your game 2 starter. So Ranger just dominant again last night. Now a couple other things. The Matt Strahm situation is really worrisome from the standpoint of they have to keep pitching him in high leverage spots. I know there's a lot of talk last night of like, well, you can stop pitching him in these situations. They don't have a choice. I mean, he's going to have to take down important outs. Now, they can manage a game differently to where it's not Strahm in the 9th or maybe not Strahm in the 8th, but at the same time, like...
Then who is it besides the only one guy we're comfortable with at this point is Kerkering.
Exactly. Yeah. And Kerkering last night, they put him in a situation where he faced the top of the lineup, and they bet on Strahm to be able to take down the 9th inning. Worked out, but it maybe against a better lineup, it doesn't.
Well, and the scary thing about Strahm is I hate to compare him to this. It reminds me of Taiwan in that even in the innings where he is getting out of the inning, everybody's hitting the ball. Like even the broken bat single or whatever, that guy squared that ball up. Like it doesn't seem like there's something going on with him where it doesn't seem like batters are having a problem squaring up the ball on Strahm. I'm nervous every time he's out there. I thought they were going to lose last night. I really did, because
you do have to start betting against the Phillies. I mean, like when they're up.
Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes it yields good results.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, it's a good emotional hedge.
Well, I don't think Strahm's looked good all year, and by the way, it's like the eye test. It's just not there. Whatever he had going on last year, I don't know specifically what it is, but whatever he had going on last year is not there this year.
Well, so one of the things is that his fastball's down a mile and a half, and that pitch is getting smoked. And by the eye, it looks like it's flat, and it doesn't have the same deception that it had last year. Like, what makes Matt Strahm good is that his 93 looked like 96 because of what he's able to do with manipulating the baseball. Right now, it looks like a flat 92, and it's getting hit like that. So, again, I would love to say, like, maybe when Alvarado gets back and Alvarado doesn't have to go pitch in the postseason, they can just wear him out. Maybe that's when you get the Strahm Phantom IL.
Oh, I forgot that we'll have Alvarado during the season. We just won't have him during the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we'll have Alvarado, the last 40 games of the year or so?
About the last month.
Yeah.
Month and change. So maybe that's when they can put Strahm on the IL.
Can I ask you, I don't know if anybody's thought of this. Once the playoffs start, assuming the Phillies made it, could you act like you signed some other guy that nobody's ever heard of, put Alvarado in a different jersey, and say that Alvarado is a different guy?
Sure. Everything's on the table.
Just throwing it out there.
But the biggest thing they need to figure out is, like, they need to find someone in between the Kerkering, Romano, Strahm thing.
Yep.
Like, they can be under Kerkering if you want to make Kerkering the closer, which seems like they were telegraphing the other night and then didn't do it last night. But I think they're interested in the idea of Kerkering closing. But getting someone in between Strahm, Romano, and Kerkering is just massive. And then, final thing on the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report.
Yeah.
So Fransky last night on the air addressed the Castellanos thing and how it kind of went down between him and Rob Thompson. Here's what he had to say.
18th double of the season for Castellanos, who, of course, was benched yesterday, left out of the lineup, out of the game entirely after what happened on Monday night. Here's a swing and a dribbler that'll go foul up the line. Nick addressed it before batting practice yesterday with the writers, and it was rather brief. Said what he had to say. He had already talked to Rob Thompson on multiple occasions, including right after the game Monday night, as well as again on Tuesday. Castellanos did apologize to the manager for what was said and done on Monday night after he was taken out for defense. And Rob Thompson said today that he would not be taking him out tonight as the pitch is fouled away. When asked during his pregame media briefing, he said, would you continue to do that? He said, I'm not going to do it tonight. Pretty emphatically.
I think that was the right choice.
Yep.
I think, like...
And it's good to hear that Castellanos apologized. Like,
yes.
that there was that kind of conversation. He wasn't just cold saying, all right, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Well, and that's why Rob Thompson gave back.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why Rob Thompson said, all right, you know, and I'm sure Castellanos asked. You know, I'm sure Castellanos wanted to know what the future was. And I also do think that Rob Thompson has set the line, and Nick Castellanos at this point can't be shocked that if in a big game that happens, that it's possible that it could happen in a different game. You know, and I think Rob Thompson setting that precedent now in June, doesn't mean he has to do it in every close game, but I think...
And both guys, I think, are going to handle it differently.
Yes.
And better.
Yes. Yeah, I would hope so.
Certainly.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have a big moment coming up next.
We do. Highly anticipated.
On the WIP afternoon show. A guy that I smoked in a debate about 3 weeks ago.
That's not what everyone said, though.
Well,
a lot of people said Jolly Cook.
Sometimes people are wrong. You know, sometimes people are wrong. I smoked Jolly in the Daryl Morey debate, but we are bringing Jolly back. Everybody loves Jolly time. We're bringing Jolly back to unveil his top 11. I haven't seen his top 11. Jack, nobody has seen his top 11.
No one's seen top 11, yeah.
Do you want to make any predictions?
So, here's my thing, is that there's only one team that's won a championship.
And he says that's the only thing that matters.
That's the only thing that matters. And stats are for losers.
Yes.
Which is... He tried to tweet that the Florida Panthers won a championship and then stats were for losers. You think they didn't use any numbers when building that team?
Of
at
course
all?
they use numbers.
This guy's full of it,
All
man.
right. Paul Jolovich joins us next for his top 11. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man.
You almost had a Chris Christie moment there.
Not Chris. Well, yeah, it was Chris Christie. I thought you said Chris Garland.
No, Chris Christie almost fell off the chair. Oh, my God. And we have Justin.
Yep.
Do we have video of that?
Yeah, but guess what? Elite athlete caught himself. Yep. Sorry, I got the figures mixed up. Both Garland and Christie, similar.
Oh.
Got him.
Yeah.
All right. I rebounded, though, like most elite athletes do.
Yeah.
Now, I want to share about my experience at Scott Honda. I love my Scott Honda family. Been going there for years. Got my first car at Scott Honda and continue to shop there to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, had to purchase a new car, get a bigger car. The new all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. I love it. When I get out of work, I can't wait. I can't wait to go in my Prologue. Flies around, very smooth. Take it from me. When you go to Scott Honda, test drive the Prologue. Scott Honda made the process so easy. Transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team always there to take care of you. They make the whole car buying process experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle, so visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse
mix it up.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stings that just will never come out.
Pouring out in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy rinse and refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The bombshell news that Jeannie Buss and the Buss family have sold the Los Angeles Lakers for $10 billion is also a stroke of beauty for Lakers fans, because the incoming owner, Mark Walter, has a proven track record of utter success with the Los Angeles Dodgers. They will turn the Lakers brand into a multi-billion-dollar money-making machine, and they'll do it through championships. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike out today. We'll return tomorrow. We'll be here at Chickies of Pete, so it is just Spike and Jack, your worst nightmare.
Don't change that dial.
Yeah, come on. Joining us now, GOAT level, that is Paul Jolovich. Jolly joins us. He has kept his top 11 completely secret, not online. Didn't submit. I don't know what the top 11 is. Jolly, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. The accounting firm of Amy and Amy is the only person who's seen this.
Nice.
Your wife.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we'll hear it now.
Yeah.
We're going to hear it now.
Yep.
So before we get to it, I guess your thoughts on the debate, the debates in general that have happened all week on WIP about the top 11. Have you enjoyed them? Have you taken?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
the great thing about this is our business is all about opinions. There's no facts. And so-and-so's not better than so-and-so if you think they are. And opinions, I mean, it's a slow month, June, obviously, not a lot going on. And everybody's got, this guy's better than that guy. It's classic. It's absolutely tremendous radio and a lot of fun.
Now, I'm very curious, because you are a big win guy.
Yep.
You're a big championship.
Only stat that matters.
That only stat that matters.
Not the number. You said before, I'm not saying numbers don't matter.
I know. I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
So, what was your criteria, I guess, for filling out your top 11 list?
And
That's
just
a great question.
Just for context, Ike Ike said he took the last year mostly into account. I said like 75% resume, 25% the last year. So what was like overall your criteria on this list?
Well, 2 criteria. First of all, tell Ike you cannot, and I think this was not just Ike, you can't say the offensive line. You can't cop out. That's
It's
not an
our
athlete.
list. It's our
ridiculous.
list. It's our list.
All right. But
Yeah.
anyway, I love Ike.
Elliot did that too.
Yeah, I sort of cheated and did it too. I mean, I said Lane Johnson as a representation of the offensive line, but in any case,
Well,
okay.
I got 2 Eagles offensive linemen on, but more last year. I
Okay.
made one exception, which you guys will hear right away.
Okay.
Gave him kind of a career mulligan. You obviously know who that is at 11.
Yep.
But
Harper.
no,
I know.
But it's just more last year. It's just a feel thing for me.
Okay.
I don't go 75-25. Just how's this guy feel right now in the pantheon of Philadelphia sports? But a little bit more last year than resume.
Okay.
So
sort of just a gut check. What's your gut? I always say that about Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame to me is less about numbers, more about is that guy a Hall of Famer? Is
Exactly
he not
right.
a Hall of Famer? All right, here it is. Jolly's top 11 list. We may ask you, interrupt as you're going.
Whatever you want.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
number 11, got to put him in there somewhere just because. Joel Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
Can't define him. Don't know what's going to happen. Kind of question everything around him, but he's got to be there to me.
Yeah, he was 10 on the overall list, on the listener and staff voted list. Ike did not put Embiid on his list, which I thought.
But again, it was just the last year.
Well, sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of people are assuming he's done, which I understand.
Yeah.
But it's possible he's not. So, and he is his level, your point, I mean, his level of play thus far, when he does play, has been pretty outstanding.
Well, you and I agree on one thing completely. I've heard you say on the radio many times, so have I. If somehow they get a year that he's healthy for the playoffs and able to do it, they have to take that chance because they're not going to get anything. They're going to get 5 cents on the dollar for him.
Sure.
So you sort of have to take that chance, and the fans have to kind of just swallow hard and rock and roll with it.
Yep. All right. Number 10.
Number 10, this guy should be higher. I admit it. So many good athletes in the city. I love him. Jordan Mailata.
Nice.
Okay.
He probably is good enough to be higher. If he plays at this level for a couple more years, he definitely will be higher.
Yeah, I think he's a product of just having an unbelievable Eagles team. I think if the Eagles didn't have as many good players as they had, he's probably
he would
really
be higher.
Josh Stoutland could be on this list, right?
Yeah, for doing coaches.
It's athletes.
That's athletes, right?
Yeah. We could do next year. We could do a list of non-athletes.
Hey, we got a long summer.
Yes.
we could make something else in.
Yep.
All right, number 9, Bryce Harper.
Nice.
Whoa.
He hadn't done anything the last couple of years. Not much. I mean, he is who he is. He's more a name than a game right now. More in the game than name. And he's, not the injury this year, but having a rough year. Didn't do a whole lot last year. He's just not what he was. Could he be again? Absolutely. But right now, at this snapshot of time, no.
So, I know you didn't. I don't know that you did a list last year. Where do you think he would have been last year?
Oh, real high. Top 3.
Okay. And he falls. So he was voted 1 last year.
He was voted
right?
1 last year.
Embiid was 2. That's for Embiid to go from 2 to 11, I get. Bryce going from 1 to 9 feels a little low to me.
Good.
For Bryce. Okay. All right.
Yep. All right, number 8, Jalen Carter.
Ooh.
Really? See, why? I'm surprised he's so low on a lot of people's list.
8 is, when you look at the athletes in the city, and
sure,
he is, he's going to be maybe Aaron Donald. That's a lot to ask. But I think he's a guy on the way up the elevator. I thought about guys like Matvei Michkov. They're rookies. They haven't done anything yet. You know they're going to be great. Carter's at a much higher level than that. I just don't think he is what he's going to be yet. Potential is what you haven't done yet, and he's great, and he's going to get better. So I put him 8th.
All right.
Yep.
That's interesting.
All right.
Number 7, Kyle Schwarber.
Nice.
A power source in a city, in a power ballpark that they have no other power source other than Harper. Castellanos might be the most overrated player in this city. I just don't get the Nick Castellanos thing. Kyle Schwarber is the best player on this team right now. And he's had a rough, I know June hasn't been.
I think he's 5 for his last 44.
Yeah. He's normally
Which is
Mr.
a second streak in June, by the way.
Yep.
Well, let me ask you this. So I did not have Schwarber on my list.
Okay.
I did have Trey on my list. My problem with Schwarber, it's not a problem. I think he's a great player. He doesn't play half the game. He doesn't play in the field. And I think it's hard when you're talking about guys that play everything, comparing him like being and I know that Trey Turner is not a good fielder, but the fact that he plays the field is of value. You know, like I'm surprised that I would think that you would have dinged Schwarber a little bit for not playing the field.
It's a fair point. I had Trey and Devontae, just missed my list.
Okay.
Are you? Because I know you were not the biggest Trey guy. Are you coming around to Trey?
I never disliked Trey, Jack. I disliked the signing. Mm-hmm. I thought Trey was a great player for a lot of years. I just didn't think they needed to spend $300 million on a shortstop and clog their financial lines up, and they have. And I don't dislike Trey. I dislike Trey's signing.
That's fine.
Paul George,
yeah.
I dislike the whole thing.
Right.
Trey, just a signing.
Well, at least with Trey, he's clearly been the best shortstop of that class.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Bogarts has been terrible, moved him off that position. Dansby's been all right, and Correa's been banged up.
But you got a guy like Perdomo, who they got for a bag of leaves, pretty good right now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to spend at every position. It's an important lesson, I think, for any team. Don't star hunt, game hunt.
Okay.
All right.
Are Schwarber 7?
Yep.
Okay.
Number 6 is a guy who, if you don't have him on your list, you're insane. Zach Bond.
Yes. No, he did not make the final list.
If Saquon Barkley's on this list, how can Zach Bond not be?
That was my point. And by the way, he didn't. We'll reveal the staff list and the listener list separately tomorrow. The full list is 50-50. I don't think he made either. I don't think he made the staff list. Now, there were staff that voted for him, and the three of us all had Zach Bond on our list. It's psychotic to me.
Guys, I'm not saying that I ever played in the NFL or I played football at a high level, because I didn't. But Zach, you have to understand how hard what Zach Bond does is. He's asked a new defensive coordinator to run the defense, to call the signals, to play off the ball, on the ball. He was a nobody. He got recognized as first-team All-Pro, so a lot of people recognized him real quickly. I don't think that defense is half what they were last year without Zach Bond. He did everything, clutch. He might be too low on this list for me.
Well, and the Eagles changed their 25-year-long policy of paying linebackers.
Yep.
That's how good he was.
For how good Zach Bond was.
And Fangio said last year, he said, this isn't a special team guy. I think he's an every down guy. And he hit, obviously, bullseye on that
Maybe it's because he was I wonder if it's because he was a one-year guy that there's a third-round pick. Like Saquon, people just were like, all right, he finally lived up to the hype.
Yeah.
I think if Bond was more vocal off the field, if he was more of a personality off the field, then we would have, because it's not a position where I just think even the whole offseason, we haven't heard. We've heard plenty about Cooper. We've heard plenty about Saquon. We've heard plenty about Jalen doing this, that, and the other. Zach Bond just sort of like disappeared. And I think even during the season, I don't even remember one Zach Bond quote.
Well, let's just
that
be honest
resonated.
about it. Personality sells in this city.
Sure.
And it always will. But this is a list of the best athletes,
I agree.
not the best entertainers. So
I agree.
Zach Bond actually is a pleasant guy to talk to. He's wonderful. He just doesn't come out and say, we're going to kill this team or so-and-so sucks or whatever. Just not that guy. All right, number 5, A.J. Brown.
Interesting. Right. Why? It's kind of low.
Low?
It's kind of low.
Well, when you hear the top 4 guys, hard to put him over any of the top 4.
He's 5 on the list. He's 5 on the main list. I had him 3.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
I think Devontae, I heard you guys talking about this week. Devontae, to me, is the number 1 receiver who's the number 2 on the team he plays for. I think Devontae could do almost what A.J. does. Not quite, because A.J. is a better player. But
and he's a physical specimen.
He's a physical specimen. That's it. He gets the 50-50 ball. So he's number 5 on my list.
Okay.
Number 4, Zach, don't hit me. It could be a little low for you. Zach Wheeler.
Oh, you're
come
crazy.
on. Jeez. Why?
Because he's number 4, because the other 3 have done more than he has.
Oh, my God.
Here we go.
He's not the best pitcher in baseball, first of all. Let's stop with that.
But he's one of the 4 best pitchers in baseball.
He is one of the 4 best pitchers in baseball, absolutely.
Okay.
Hasn't won a championship, which is not his fault by any means.
He's a playoff performer.
He's a tremendous player. There's just other tremendous players in this city.
Let me ask you this. Is there anybody on this list who is better at what they do, resume and currently, than Zach Wheeler is at what he does?
Yep. He's my number 2.
Okay.
Okay, who's your number 3?
My number 3 is Jalen Hurts.
As long as he's not
the most
one.
underappreciated guy. Listen, there's 2 ways.
Underappreciated?
Are you kidding me?
Not by the people that like him, by the people that don't. Like Joe DeCamera, who I love, not putting him in there, it's just classical insanity. How do you not put... All the guy does is contribute to winning. He's not a guy at a tryout camp that people would ooh and ah and go, look at that guy. He doesn't care about stats. He doesn't say 2 words. He just contributes to winning. He's very tough to prepare for. He runs. He throws. He does the whole tush push thing, which is He wins.
I don't believe he doesn't care about stats.
I'm sure he cares at some level.
That is a because okay. Only thing, and it's fine that you have him 3.
At every level
no
he's
problem.
played for too,
But
everywhere.
but he also got benched and left when he got benched
Well,
in
benched
college.
for a guy that was perceived to be better, who I don't think is.
All right, here's my only point. Is that when a guy doesn't talk, sometimes we assign what we believe his personality to be. The idea that he doesn't care about stats. You think he didn't care that he wasn't throwing for touchdowns last year? You really think he didn't care? Like now, it didn't change the team, but I think Jalen Hurts cares about stats. He's a football player.
I think everybody that's a human being cares how they do.
Okay.
But I think he cares about it a lot less than most people. If you said to him, throw for 400 yards a game, and we'll take our chances to throw for 200 yards a game, we're going to win a Super Bowl, he's taking the 200 yards. He's making $50 million a year, so he's been recognized financially.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yep.
Now, I know the Super Bowl weighs heavily, and I totally understand that.
MVP, I mean.
I know. Had they not won the Super Bowl, like just evaluating the player, where would he have been on your list?
That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, now thinking about it, 4 or 5. He wouldn't be that much lower.
Really?
I love the way. I just love the way he plays.
4-14-30. Let's say Jalen Carter doesn't get to Matt Stafford, and they lose that game.
He took 7 sacks.
Jalen Hurts is 4.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
your list.
That was a hell of a play by Jalen Carter.
It was.
It was generational. Obviously, this Philly special of 2024. Number 2 is the best player in Philadelphia. I don't know why I didn't remember 1. Because he's the best athlete, the best player, the best everything. Lane Johnson.
Number 2. Yep. I had Lane number 2 as well.
It's not sexy. He's a right tackle, not a skill position guy. He's not the left tackle. All he is arguably the greatest right tackle in the history of the game from people that know, not me.
I said it the other day. Ike scoffed at me.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that.
I know.
Yeah.
Like you said on the way in. Ball. Nobody watches offensive line when they watch a game. Even if you do, the camera's not on them all the time.
Sure. You just know when he screws up, and he never screws up.
Yeah, they're like umpires. You only know about it when something goes wrong.
I don't know. When's the last time he allowed a sack? I mean,
I think he allowed 1 this year.
1?
Yeah.
There was a streak before that where it's like 4 years.
Yeah.
Right. And that's never tripping, never whatever. It's incredible.
Yeah. And this lateness, he's already a guaranteed Hall of Famer, and it doesn't seem like he's slipped at all. You know? Yeah. So
he's a freak athlete, too.
Yeah.
You watch him work out, and he's a nice guy. It doesn't matter for this list, but I think he's very underappreciated, although he's very appreciated by fans. That's how good he is. And number 1, Luis Aguayo.
When he tweeted me that, I didn't know who that was, by the way.
You don't know who Luis Aguayo is?
No.
Utility infielder in the 90s, remember?
Ah, yes, I do remember him.
That's an old
The Vinny Bombats of 20 years ago.
Okay.
So Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley. I mean, what he did is, it speaks for itself.
All right, can we recap?
Yes, sir.
11-1, go ahead.
11, Joel Embiid. 10, Jordan Mailata. 9, Bryce Harper. 8, Jalen Carter. 7, Kyle Schwarber. 6, Zach Bond. 5, A.J. Brown. 4, Zach Wheeler. 3, Jalen Hurts. 2, Lane Johnson. 1, Saquon Barkley.
The only screw up, I think, is Zach Wheeler.
I think that's the one that me and you have been the most offended by all week.
Yes, yeah. We've got Elliott. Speaking of Elliott, had Quinyon Mitchell over Zach Wheeler. I
don't see how you put Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean on this list. They're rookies. Cooper DeJean had 1 unbelievable play that doesn't make him top 11 in the city.
Yep.
Cooper DeJean is going to be great. So's Matvei Michkov. Quinyon Mitchell's terrific.
Let him be great first.
Devin had Michkov over Wheeler.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Clickbait King's what I call it.
Yeah, that's what we call it here.
Elliott said the whole thing about Ace Bailey today.
Ace ridiculous too.
So, speaking of which, Elliott asked if he could call while you were here. Elliott is on the phone.
He's welcome to.
Hi, Elliott.
What's up, Elliott?
It's funny. Before I got hired by WIP, in my whole life, I called into WIP 1 time, and it was for Jolly.
Really?
There you go.
Do you know what the argument was?
Well, I didn't make it on. I was on hold too long, and I hung up. But it would have been fun if not. So I'm happy to be on with you, Charlie.
So
it's nice to have you. But what could Ace Bailey do? If Ace Bailey said, I'm killing the entire front office and bombing City Hall, would that put him on your negative list at all?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to take that into consideration. I guess just where I'm different than it sounds like from a lot of people is, like, the pre-draft process, this is all just silly to me. He's clearly their best option at 3. I heard Spike's rant earlier. This draft's going to be a disaster for the Sixers if they trade down or if they don't take Ace.
Why?
Ace is their best option.
So let me ask you this, Elliott. If he slips to 8, is also is it a disaster for Charlotte and a disaster for Washington and a disaster for New Orleans. They're all just complete buffoons, and you happen to know that Ace Bailey is like the big star.
Ace is trying to become Shedeur Sanders' basketball version, it seems like. Talk down to everybody.
Here's the thing about the agent thing, right? Yep. He's clearly getting bad advice. Now, if you want to fault him for listening, I could see that argument, but he's an 18-year-old kid. His client, his agent, I believe, has one client, and it's him. He's getting bad advice. I don't think that he's a bad kid. If you look at other reporting today, it said his teammates liked him. He was a good kid. He's goofy. I don't think he's a diva. I think he's getting bad advice. So, yes, it is not great he's not visiting the Sixers. I agree with you. But once he's on the team, the agent stuff goes away. I'm not even sure where the narrative is, or whatever, the talking point is coming from, where he just wants to shoot the ball all the time. Like, that's not what I've seen.
If they trade down, let me give you 4 guys that I would rather have. A trade down for assets. Give me Walter Clayton from Florida, Derek Queen from Maryland, Con Knippel from Duke, or John I. Broom, especially from Auburn. These guys are all going to be that Jalen Brunson type who are the 16th pick in the draft. They're all going to be terrific. Elliot, I don't think there's anybody in this draft, including Cooper Flagg, who are going to be generational. I think he's going to be really, really, really good. Not sure he's Batman on a championship team. Everybody else, throw them in a blender, see what you get.
So, look, I mean, if maybe you'll be right about those guys. Who knows? I just think with this draft, they need someone to save the team. They don't need someone that fits in with Joel. They don't need somebody that's going to be good next year. They need a star. Like, the window is closed. The Embiid-Paul George window is closed. So discussing them when making the selection, I think, is extremely concerning if the Sixers are taking them into consideration.
Well, you know what my problem with the Sixers is? It's not Embiid, it's not Paul George.
Well, and Spike said he cooked you on the
I did. I cooked you.
The
I
Morey
cooked you
debate.
in that debate, unfortunately. But now my focus is on the guy who seems to know star potential better than the first 7 general managers in the end that are picking in the NBA draft this year. The fact is, I don't care if he visits or doesn't visit. The point is, he's not that good, because if he was, they wouldn't care if he didn't visit. You know, they drafted Okafor, didn't work out for the Sixers. They didn't care. They picked him anyway. If he was that good, they would just pick him. So they haven't
had the draft yet, and all indications are that they don't care. Everyone that I've heard has said they would still take him.
Yes,
so
of course they would still
take
him. No, they don't care, but they're not going to take him because he's not that good.
Let me ask you a question, Elliot.
Can you say that definitively, or you don't think they're going to take him because you don't think he's good?
You can't say anything definitively about a draft, and that's the magic
Nobody
of drafts.
knows. Nobody knows. But my point to you is that, like, there are so many red flags on him as a player. As a player,
red flags on all the prospects. I don't know why it's only with Ace Bailey we point to his flaws.
There isn't. It's because lunatics like you paint him as something that he's not.
Okay, so here's it. All right, Ace Bailey was the number 2 recruit going into college. He's been the consensus number 3 pick all year. And now I'm the lunatic for being like, I'd take him at 3. No one was talking about the dude from Duke. No one was real. I mean, Edgecombe was someone people were talking about, but he wasn't highly recruited as Ace Bailey was, right? So I'm the crazy one for being like, I'll take the guy that was supposed to be a star all along. But everyone else
who was good in high school, who couldn't get easy shots in college.
Elliot,
but somehow,
potential is what you haven't done yet.
He's not a perfect player, but guess what? He can develop. No player is a perfect player. VJ Edgecombe, who I actually like more than I used to, he's not a good shooter.
Yes, he is a good shooter. Yes, he is a good shooter.
Well, he didn't shoot good in college.
So. He's not a great shooter off the bounce.
Well.
He is a good catch and shoot shooter. He is, and he's a
Ace
good
Bailey.
free throw shooter. But Ace Bailey has no desire to stand there.
How do you know that?
Elliot,
no, I'm serious. What's the reporting then?
There's been plenty of reporting. There's been plenty of reporting that they are trying to get him to a place where he can be the primary option.
So that's not what I've seen. And if there's been something else, I thought it was about his usage and development. I haven't seen.
Well, what do you think usage is, Elliot?
It's about how he's going to be used. I agree, but
usage is how much he has the ball. Guys who are.
He was at Rutgers last year with Dylan Harper, right?
Yeah, they didn't make the tournament.
They did not.
Hold on.
They were under 500.
Yep.
Right, but he played second fiddle to Dylan Harper there, right? So he has a history of being on a team with a great player. And for what it's worth, I'm happy if he comes to the Sixers and shoots a bunch. Who else is shooting? Embiid's not going to play. Paul George is cooked. Maybe McCain and Maxey are exciting players. I agree with you on that. But I think me and you are now aligned on that Maxey's not the guy. And McCain, as excited as I am about him, he played 20 games last year. He's coming off a torn ACL. The Sixers don't have
He did not tear his
anybody.
ACL. So,
whatever. He had a season. I apologize. Whatever the injury.
Well,
the point I'm making is the
different.
Sixers don't have any. It is different.
Yeah.
But the Sixers don't have anybody that I think is worthy of playing where Ace can't take the ball from him. Is how I feel about it.
All right. Well, I think you're going to be wrong on that one.
I just think other than Cooper Flag, you can throw a blanket over the next 28 guys. I don't see anything special about any of them.
All right, Elliot.
Exciting times.
Oh, there you go.
All right, Elliot. We love you, buddy.
All right, fun times. All right.
There
Yeah,
he is. There he is. Go Birds Podcast, wherever you get your podcast.
Jolly, not a bad list.
Yeah, you did
Fun,
good,
guys.
Good list.
Let's do this every year. I mean, it's a blast. Everybody's got one idea, another idea. Some people go on resume. What's the dumbest, not inclusion, in you guys' opinion, the dumbest inclusion on this list, whether it's where they had him or that they had him, from anybody anywhere?
So I think Michkov doesn't deserve to be. I know he's a flyer, and that people want to get a flyer on there, but he was a rookie last year, and there's so many great
Konechny's
players.
a better player than he is right this second.
And that's what Flyers people tell me.
Yeah, they are. They're looking toward the future with Michkov.
Yeah.
It's hope a little bit, and I think I haven't seen any crazy inclusions. Michkov, I think. I think there's so many good players who are already established that putting Mitchell, Quignon, and Cooper and Michkov on the list is unnecessary. I think they're more established good players.
But there's no Garrett Stubbs on anybody's list, right?
No. We took this seriously.
Yeah.
We took this seriously. I'm already looking forward to next year.
Yeah.
If you had an early take on who you think's number one next year, who do you think it's going to be?
That's a really good question. You're going to hate me, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah?
Well, then we're all happy.
Yep.
We're all happy except for Jack.
Plus 1,600 for MVP.
Yeah.
Plus 1,600, yeah.
Emotional hedge.
Jolly, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, guys. Been a blast. Okie City, I think, wins the title, but you got to love Indiana for what they've done.
Yeah, they've been fun.
Jolly's doing the text line, too.
Shout out TJ. Oh,
Yep.
Jolly text line today?
Text line right after this.
Yep.
Rocking and rolling.
We're making him work today.
Yeah.
Make me work a lot.
Seltzer joins us next, so we can fight with him about you. What do you mean? 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, it's an exciting time in National Appliance Warehouse, Spike.
It is.
You wanna
Friends
know
and family?
No.
Oh.
It's now
what
the
is
4th
it?
of July mega sale.
There we go.
Come on, Spike. Lock in.
Celebrating America with the best prices on over 100 brands.
From Sub-Zero to budget.
Yeah.
In a 15,000 square foot showroom. Listen, if you've heard us talk about National Appliance Warehouse, what are you waiting for? Get down there today. And for a lot of reasons. One, like we mentioned, the 4th of July mega sale is going on. So if you've heard us talk about Price Assure, go down and check out what Price Assure is all about, and you'll know that you're getting the best price on appliances. Also, again, you want the right appliance for you. Over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget, like we just mentioned.
Yes.
Now, Spike, a crazy person. He went in there, only wanted 2 options. They said, you sure? Because we got so many.
I have decision fatigue, and that I don't want a lot of choices. And I like knowing my wife, who I love. If they gave her 10 choices, we would still be at National Appliance Warehouse 2 months later.
Yep.
So I said, Yaron, I need you to whittle it down to 2 before we walked in there. And he did it because they care about the customer.
Yeah, again, and you walk in there, you treat you like the good part of your families.
Yes.
The family that loves you.
Yes.
That's what National Appliance Warehouse is there. And listen, it's hot out there today. It's, again, in the 90s, humid.
Yep.
Might not be great grilling weather. Doesn't matter. You got to make sure that your outdoor kitchen is ready. They have every major grill brand, Spike. So, listen, and they have industry-leading professionals on top of all that. Installation, delivery, a whole lot more. So go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Gonna be gone. Oh, it's cleared.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Atlanta Braves are looking for a sweep. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Braves look to make it 3 out of 3 against the New York Mets tonight. Spencer Strider on the hill, and he's minus 130 at BetMGM. I'm holding out hope this team can still get hot and still make a run. I think they sweep the Mets tonight. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires 6/30/2025.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
This Friday's Mega Millions jackpot now has an estimated annuity of $302 million. $302 million. Buy at a retailer or online. Pennsylvania lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Get to our guest in 1 second. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. I actually want to ask our guest his opinion on this. Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. James Seltzer of the WIP Morning Show. The question is, who is worse, Fritz or Spike? That is the Twitter question. What could you weigh in on that? Who's worse?
How you doing, guys? Thank you for bringing me in on that one. It's a real nice way to start the interview.
That's what we do. Yeah, that's what we do.
It's what you do. It's a tie.
Oh, okay.
Man.
Hey, come on. What am I supposed to say? I do a podcast with Fritz. Sorry, Spike.
And people forget that Spike hired every single person here and reminds us every single day.
Not every day, but when I need to, when I get backed into a corner.
Listen, Seltzer, you ready to get over to Ladder 15 tonight or what? We got a big night planned.
Wait, dude. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. So normally, Spike, I mean, you've seen me out and about, had fun when we've had a party, a wedding, a good time.
Yep.
Normally at these events, I have to wake up at 3 a.m. the next day. I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Tonight's the night, man. I'm going to bring it. It's going to be awesome. Come hang out with us, Ladder 15. We're going to watch the Red Hot Phils win a baseball game. It's going to be awesome.
There you go. So, Seltzer, it seems like the morning show has had some fun with Top 11 Week. We appreciate that.
It's been a week, buddy. It's been a week.
Now, I did not hear it, to be honest, but a friend of mine, PJ, texted me, and he said, hey, it seems like Seltzer is going to kill the camera when they go into a break over this Jalen Hurts thing. Were you considering physical violence against Joe at any point?
There is no one on the planet who has the ability to make me as angry as Joe DeCamara. And I love the guy.
That seems impossible. Hold on. You do a podcast with Elliot, which makes everyone infuriated.
Yeah.
You're right. But for some reason with Elliot, I can never get too mad at Elliot. Maybe it's because I do a podcast with him and he is, you guys know, Elliot really is a sweet guy. He really is.
He's a good man.
He's thoughtful and he's a good teammate.
Yep.
He always has your back. Not that Joe isn't. Joe is too, but Elliot's almost it's almost too much sometimes. I can't match his teammate-ness.
Yes.
So, you know what I mean? For some reason with Elliot, it's more, there's a lightness to it when I argue with him. Joe, gets under my skin sometimes because Joe, Elliot will at least admit that he's being ignorant in a situation. He'll be like, yeah, I never saw it. I don't care. That's what I think. Joe will be like, I don't care that I haven't seen it. You're wrong. I'm right. You're an idiot. But my blood boils.
Yeah, well, hold on. Elliot is saying that Zach Wheeler is basically a scrub here.
Yeah, he had Zach Wheeler behind Quinion Mitchell.
Look, don't let me defend Elliot.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Okay, Elliot has horrendous takes a lot.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. But if I had to say which one irks me more,
it's DeCamara.
Takes and gets on it's DeCamara. Yeah.
All right. So let me present to you what I think of the argument that you both were arguing. Because you had Jalen Hurts at number 1.
I did.
And he had him off the list.
Yes.
So I want to be clear that even though on the day that we discussed Joe's position on the show, I said I understood where Joe was coming from, I do think it's crazy that Joe is off the list, or that Jalen is off of Joe's list. However, I also think it's crazy that you have him as number 1. I think they are almost equally crazy. To me, if you were to look at the list and I were to ask you, do you think that Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback than Zach Wheeler is a starting pitcher, what would you say?
I would say yes. And
you gotta be kidding me!
I didn't realize. I didn't realize this is where the call
you start
was
drinking early.
So hold on, real quick. I do think the phrasing of the question matters. Part of the reason Jalen's number 1 is because he plays quarterback. So I guess if you're saying like specifically just as a starting pitcher versus just a quarterback, you could argue Wheeler's a better starting pitcher than Jalen is a quarterback. But I think the quarterback is so much more important, has so much more to do, is so much more valuable that's part of the reason Jalen is number one.
Okay, so if I were to go through the list, and can you just level with me? There's no way Jalen's a better quarterback than Zach Wheeler as a starting pitcher.
So if you want to phrase the question that way, that's fine. I think Jalen is still a more important and better overall athlete in the city. But if you want to phrase the question that way, that's fine. But that's not the way I
is Jalen a better quarterback than Saquon is a running back?
I think so. Look, so we're splitting
But
hairs
I know. But
I think Jalen is the second best quarterback in the NFL. I think goes Patrick Mahomes 1, Jalen 2.
Okay.
So yes, I think what you're fishing for here is what Saquon might be probably is a better running back than Jalen is a quarterback.
Probably.
But I think Jalen is a better and more important player than Saquon, and I also think it's close. I think you're asking the question in the sense of well, Saquon's obviously a much better running back than Jalen is a quarterback.
Of course he is.
So. I don't think so. That's where we diverge there. Again, this is the most important position in the most important sport, on the most important team in the city, and the guy
you host the Phillies podcast, by the way.
So let me ask you this:
Tread lightly.
What is the lowest? what is the lowest an Eagles quarterback could be on this list? Because every quarterback is going to be playing the most important position on the most important team, and blah 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 blah. So is the quarterback automatically number 6?
Well, not if they're bad.
Well,
but I think Donovan McNabb would always be high on my list when he was the quarterback of the Eagles. But, and you guys know this about me, and people disagree with it, and I don't care. You and I, Spike, have argued about this when I told you that I thought Nick Foles was a better Eagles quarterback than Donovan McNabb because he won the Super Bowl. I'm a flags fly forever guy. There is not when I rate all-time players, Tom Brady, best player in football history. You know why? 7 rings.
Well, but that's okay. But there's a lot of, but they all won the Super Bowl, right? So my position to you,
I mean, not all of them did. And
on the Eagles, they did.
I'm talking about quarterbacks.
I know, but my point to you would be is that I would say that Lane Johnson's a better tackle than Jalen is a quarterback. Saquon's a better running back than Jalen is a quarterback. AJ's a better wide receiver than Jalen is a quarterback. Zach Bond certainly played better last year than Jalen did at his position. And even if we're just taking the guys that won the Super Bowl, they all won the Super Bowl. There's too many guys on this list that are better at their position to have Jalen number 1.
See, that's what you're missing here is that Jalen's position is 100 times harder than all those positions combined. Jalen has 8 million things he has to worry about. He has to know what every player
But that's
on the
every
field is doing.
quarterback.
Lane Johnson, block the guy in front of you. Saquon Barkley, take the ball and run. AJ, run your route. Maybe they'll throw to you. Maybe they don't. You block. Jalen, that's the point. Yes, it is every quarterback, Spike. That is my point that I think you're missing is that, yes, going into the filling out of this list, the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles is always going to have an advantage for me.
But he also has an easy job for quarterback standards, though. He has
enough of it.
He does.
I'm so tired of it.
Why?
Let me ask you this: quarterback to ever go to 2 Super Bowls?
Full season.
I don't care.
So many quarterbacks have talent around them.
How many?
That happens all the time. Not every quarterback capitalizes on that.
Jalen Hurts has been starting quarterback for the Eagles for 5 years, right?
4 years.
4 years.
Well, starting quarterback.
Starting quarterback. Okay, starting quarterback 4 years.
Whatever you want to say.
Okay.
He came in at the end.
Right. Okay, so how many outstanding seasons has Jalen had at quarterback?
I think he's had 2 outstanding seasons.
And what was the second one?
And in 2022.
Last year he had an outstanding season, or he had an outstanding game.
I think you guys. I think he was better in the regular season than you guys do. I think that he was able to put his ego in check and do what was best for the team, which they had an all-time great running game. Do what's best. Run the football if you have to. But when Jalen needed to, he was able to be awesome.
So let me ask you, do you think you could go back, and obviously you're not going to have this answer right now, but do you think you could go back and in the history of the NFL, find another quarterback that you think had a great year, that had a passing game that was ranked near the bottom of the NFL and had and by the way, a quarterback that had an awesome year, that had the 7th scoring offense, the 29th passing offense, and one of the worst sack rates in the league.
Well,
could you find?
The only one of those.
No, I'm just asking. Do you think?
Listen to me. Let me explain to you. Can you find a court? Again, I think there's something that you and Jack on this show always underrate with Jalen, and I think it's the most important thing in the city. When I look at quarterbacks, stats matter less to me. Like, I am about what's happening above the shoulders. That's the way I've always been with quarterbacks. I think what happens above the shoulders is 80% of the success.
So who's another great quarterback in the league that doesn't have good stats?
What are you talking about?
Well, you said you look at something different.
Well, you find me another quarterback who has a running back who had 2,000 yards.
Okay,
like,
Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson threw for 40 touchdowns last year and had a running back run for almost 2,000 yards.
How do you do in the playoffs?
But that's not what you asked me, right?
But that does matter, right? Like, look at Joel Embiid. Like, we're talking about Embiid this week with the top 11 list and stuff. Like, Joel Embiid is as good a regular season player as we've had in this city in the last decade. He won an MVP, came in second place twice, and you know what? And Spike, I know you hate to hear it, but he is looked at as a loser in this city. And I'm not saying that's right, but that is the reputation that Joel has. Guy's a bit of a loser. You know what? Because it freaking matters what you do in the playoffs. It's always mattered. It's always been the
Okay, so how did he play against Green Bay and the Rams?
They won 20.
Those are playoff games, right? How did he play? How did he play? He took 7 sacks in the Rams game, James. How did he play?
He played great. He won the game. He
All
had
right. I didn't know you weren't going to be honest.
You underrate the leadership.
I didn't know. Leadership. Could you give me another, James, just for a second, could you give me another great leader whose team spent the entire offseason last year leaking to the media that he wasn't a good leader at all, and during the year had to have a visit from the head of security and the longtime defensive end to his house to talk more to his teammates and be more of a leader?
Like, leadership is about growing. Leadership is about learning. This guy, every step of the way, when he has had a flaw, when he has had an issue, whether it's off the field or on the field, you know what he's done? He's fixed it. He's corrected it. He's worked at it. Like, this guy deserves all the credit in the world for becoming the leader that he was. And not just that, like, the other part of leadership that isn't talked about enough is the work ethic, is the setting a tone, setting a message, setting a way of going about business. Like, when you walk in that building and you see how hard that guy works and how dedicated it is and how much he cares and how defined he is. We had Greg Bishop on the show after 2022, the guy for SI. He does all the quarterback, like features. He said, he's like, I've done Peyton Manning, I've done Aaron Rodgers, I've done Tom Brady, Mahomes. He went through the whole list, John Elway. Like, he's done them for years. And he said that in the history of doing these, there were only 2 quarterbacks he ever talked to who admitted to him that they were defined by football, that nothing else mattered. Like, Mahomes didn't, Manning, all these guys were like, no, I love football, I'm great at football, but this is what defines me. It was Tom Brady and Jalen Hurts. Like, that's the type of guy this guy is. Like,
you just fall for the propaganda. You fall for the propaganda around him. It's a hype. It's a hype machine. It's a hype machine.
You know what?
It's a hype machine.
I should have known when you wouldn't admit that Zach Wheeler's better at his job.
I admitted it. I went back around. But again,
it took a while.
You had to be cornered.
Hold on.
This guy's a Super Bowl MVP, and you're crapping on him. Like,
not crapping on him. Just want the truth.
Not crapping on him. Not crapping on him.
He's going to be top 3 in your voting, clearly. We can look at the list and assume.
We'll see.
Okay, if he's not, I would be pretty surprised. The fact that 9 out of 16 people at WIP had him in their top 4, like, it feels more like I am the one who is in the majority, and you guys should be arguing your opinion from the minority.
Well, let me tell you something. This country, James, is built on the minority not making sure that their voice is not shouted down by people who happen to be in the majority.
Yeah.
You just because
answer that one.
Yeah, just because. All right.
Hold on. He's not going anywhere. I got one final question.
Yeah, hold on one second, James. Because James is a dog guy. Jack's a dog guy. If you happen to be a dog person or a cat person, dogs and cats rule is where you got to go. Like right now, and look, it's hot as heck out there right now. And if your dogs are going to be outside during the summer, which mine are, at least one of them, Scotchy loves sitting on the deck. They have all the summer stuff at Dogs and Cats Rule. Pop-up puppy pools, cooling bandanas, cooling vests, UV blocking T-shirts. I got to put a T-shirt on the dog. Life jackets, if you happen to go boating and you want to take your dog out there. And the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule, as the lead dog, George Perenni, has advised and has made sure excellent, A+. So if you have a question about any of that stuff or pet nutrition, whatever it is, they have your answers. 7 locations, 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell, 2 in Jersey, Pennington, and Princeton. Dogs and Cats Rule.pet is the website. Dogs and cats rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Nice.
Go ahead, Jack.
All right, Seltzer, do you have a Bible around you?
No.
Okay, well, I need a hand on the Bible.
He's Jewish.
I got my dog Ruben
Hold on.
here. We were just talking about dogs.
There's no
Put my hand
Bibles
on
in
Ruben
that
if you
one?
want.
There's not. There's a Torah, but there's not. All right, go ahead. There's no Bibles in that one. Is the
Might be a little theology class here.
yeah.
All right. All right. Just had he not won the Super Bowl, where would Jalen be ranked on your list?
That's a great question. Not number one. I mean, I'll be honest about
Okay.
that. Like I said at the beginning, flags fly forever. Titles matter to me. Like, that's how I do my ranking. He'd probably be like fourth or fifth if he didn't win, maybe third,
Nice.
theoretically.
All right. That's
Depending on what happened.
And that's where the disconnect happens.
And I just realized the Wheeler thing. The reason you won't give credit to Wheeler is you talked about one of our old arguments. You swore up and down that Nola was the ace and not Wheeler. I remember those arguments.
I don't know what you're talking
ask
about.
Jack
This
Keffer.
guy's nonsense.
Spike gets
Jack
one
Keffer.
thing right, and he will not
one
forget
thing.
about it.
I don't remember this, but you're the kind of Spike. I believe you. You're the kind of person who remembers these things.
All
so
right.
I'm not going to say that I didn't.
Okay.
But I mean, that was if said, that was obviously early on and nonsensical.
Wow.
I will say I do think I ranked Wheeler too low. That if I could change my list now,
Where did you
I would
have him?
move. I had him at 6 and I had Harper at 3.
Wow.
I would probably flop those, or at least
Okay. Yeah.
move Wheeler up ahead of Harper. As I was watching Wheeler pitch the other night, and I filled this out like 2 weeks ago when you guys asked us to, and I was watching Wheeler last night, and I was like, or 2 nights ago, whatever it was. I was like, I should have put Wheeler higher. So
All right.
I do think that Wheeler is my biggest regret in my list.
Okay, well, you always have next year. There's always next year.
By the way, with semantics and stuff, like, in my opinion, the poll should be who's better, Spike or Jack? Okay?
Well, Jack
Two different
will win.
jobs.
That's
Jack
how
will
I
win that
feel
too.
about you guys.
I don't think you understand how much, specifically the Twitter people, can't stand me. I don't think I'm going to lose every poll.
I mean, I can see it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I lose to Elliott. You know, like who can lose to Elliott? Me. You know.
no, it's a fair point.
Yeah.
It's a
All
fair
right.
point.
James, everyone will come out to Ladder
15.
Ladder 15 tonight for the High Hopes event. You guys
it's
will
gonna be awesome.
watch the game. And James, remember, James doesn't have work tomorrow. So
Yeah.
buy him a beer. So, all right.
Yeah, or I'll buy you a beer. Who knows?
There you go.
Our lights are going to be flowing, Spike. That's the beautiful thing.
Wow. Moneybags, James Seltzer buying everybody beers.
Who would have thought?
All right,
Who would have
James.
thought?
All right, James.
All right, see you guys.
Thank you, buddy. There he is, James Seltzer. As soon as I love James. As soon as I said, well, you would at least agree that Zach Wheeler's better at his, and he was like, I wouldn't. I was like, oh, well, I can't
Moot
even.
point.
Yep.
I do like this, and I think we're starting to finally get to the disconnect between how we view Jalen and how the people that rank him number 1 or number 2 is a simple question. Had they not won the Super Bowl, where would he be? And every answer is usually like 4 spots lower than number 1. Elliot told me privately he had him like 6, 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now the Super Bowl does count.
Of course it counts.
Yeah.
That's why he's in my top 11.
All right. Now,
I had him 11 last year.
You had him. Oh, I remember you had him 11. I think I had him. I might even had him. Did I have him higher last year? I might have him 6 last year.
Well, you came in as wanting to be a Hurts guy.
Did I?
I think so. I think you wanted to give him a fair shot.
I did give him a
and
fair
then these
shot.
people drive you crazy.
They do. They drive me nuts. So all week at 5, we've been doing the top 11 at 5.
Yes.
So what do you have coming up in the top 11 at 5?
So we've been doing the best in Philly sports. You know, we've done some quarter century stuff.
Yep.
I think there's more quarter century stuff coming. So I'm going to do the worst of the last 25 years. Now this is sports figures. So it counts coaches, general managers,
talk show hosts.
No,
okay.
None of that.
Okay, so that is coming up next?
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Let me tell you about your summer. Let me tell you about where you spend your summer. Now, if you're like me, you're an idiot, and you spend like thousands of dollars to stay at a shore house for 1 week. Well, had you ever considered, and I'm sure you have, what if you got your own shore house, right? Maybe Delaware. You got to reach out to Adam Kasabi. Has been the official realtor of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast for years now. It is spelled K-S-E-B-E. He's your guy. I know you think it's impossible to get one because as soon as they go up for sale, they're gone, right? But Kasabi's been doing this for years. Adam Kasabi out of Long and Foster and Bethany Beach. He knows the ins and the outs. He knows about the houses before they go on sale. He knows how to bid so your bid wins. I'm telling you, you need a guy who is really, really, really going to be an asset, and Castellanos is. So many of our podcast listeners have said Castellanos is the best. He is the best. The best thing about Delaware, I don't know if you've ever been to the Delaware beaches. We go all the time. Something for everyone, whether it's Rehoboth or Lewis or Bethany or whatever. Property taxes in Delaware, really low. Jersey, really high. So you go to Castellanos, you get your shore house, you rent it out for most of the summer. They pay your mortgage, and you have a few weeks during the summer to have your own shore house. When you're ready to take that leap, you got to use Castellanos, Ksebe. Call or text him at 302-864-8643. You can do it right now. Ask him where he has Hertz in his list. 302-864-8643, or go to processrealtor.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Coming to the midseason break in professional baseball, the standings might not look exactly how fans would have pictured around the league. However, Philadelphia and New York have found themselves fighting atop the standings for bragging rights among the division. Philadelphia has found their form and will host their rivals for a chance to make a move. Will they make a push, or will New York defend their spot? No one likes to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty program. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Zach Galbeth, Honesty Sportsman. It's sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Tarrant Skubal and Paul Skeens are the two most exciting pitchers in Major League Baseball. The Pirates are playing the Tigers today, and Skubal is pitching, and so is Skeens. But neither will face one another as Skubal pitched the first game, and Skeens is slated for the second game of the doubleheader. And this is so Major League Baseball in 2025, and it's a massive missed opportunity, as pitching them in separate games is quite frankly something no one wants to see. I'm Zach Gell.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike not in today, just Spike and Fritz. For top 11 at 5 today, we're going to do Ike's top 11 farts.
That's right.
The top 11 times he passed gas.
Oh, the biggest toots.
Just kidding. Phil's back on the radio tonight, on your radio and the free Odyssey app, as we are. We're also streaming live on YouTube. Not
That's
Phil's
right.
game, but we are. Hi, YouTube.
I have noticed that, with now, so Walker talks all the time now.
Yeah.
Like he's like a parrot currently.
Oh, that must be fun.
It's hilarious. Like
Yeah.
I can get
Get him to say anything.
He says like "thank you so well," which
Yeah.
is amazing, and he's actually like a absurdly polite kid.
Okay.
Which is funny.
Yeah.
It's funny to figure out when they pick up on manners.
Yeah.
And he says we listen to Winnie the Pooh a million times in the car.
Yeah.
He just keeps saying like Winnie the Pooh, please. Like it is.
He just realized if he says please, he gets exactly what he wants.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Whatever.
Yeah.
I've noticed my not that I have the greatest vocabulary in the world. I've noticed it's gone down
because you're talking to a little kid.
I'm talking in more baby language. So like I say like toot all the time. Yeah. He thinks it's funny to fart on my arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, don't toot on my arm.
Yeah.
And then he just starts pushing and his face gets all red.
So you're gonna start using that stuff on the show accidentally?
What?
You're gonna be like, oh, Ike, did you toot?
Did you toot?
Yeah. All right, let's get to the topic at hand.
Yes.
Each the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
So in true WIP fashion, we lean negative.
Always. We just tear people down.
We always find a way.
Build them up to tear them down.
And for as many great athletes and sports figures we've had over the last 25 years, we've also had some woats. Some woats of the last 25 years. And I believe I have the 11 worst of the worst. Now, this is Philadelphia sports figures. So it's not just players, not just athletes. It's front office members and coaches as well. And coaches heavily heavily involved in this top 11.
So this is the last 25 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Starting at number 11 is Chuck Fletcher. Now, I know we usually don't talk Flyers, and that's fine. And I don't even know how researched I am on this topic at hand.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But
did Broads give you this one? I don't even know how.
I don't think they've recovered since Chuck Fletcher took over the franchise. I mean, they were at least a consistent-ish type playoff team.
Right.
They don't even make the playoffs anymore. They went through the 1 year in 2020 where they were the 1 seed, and it was fake. But Chuck Fletcher, just set the franchise back so far. And Broads always brings up the Florida GM. Now they could have had him. It was the same offseason. And I actually
when was that? 16?
I think it was 17. Him and Hackstall.
Yeah.
Hackstall and Fletcher.
Oh my God, I forgot about Hackstall.
But I just it's actually gone so far at the Flyers that I missed good Flyers.
I would like to have the Flyers be cool and relevant. It would be fun.
The early 2000s Flyers was awesome. I would like to have them back as a real talking point. Won't be able to talk about it in a smart way at all.
No, none of us will. We'll just say the goalie's got to get hot.
Yeah,
Blame the coach, the goalie.
Yeah. Some good fighting. All right. Number 11 is...
Wait, that was number 11, wasn't it?
Sorry, number 10 is... I know we did a combination for the top 11 list of offensive line.
Yeah.
Well, I'm putting the law firm of Heath Hembry and Brandon Workman.
Oh my God, yes.
So these guys were such losers. By the way, losers online, too. Heath Hembry used to like all these tweets of people mad at me because I would rip Heath Hembry. Heath Hembry was a loser. And
where were you ripping Heath Hembry?
On Twitter.
Oh.
On Twitter.
Okay.
And the Phillies traded Pivetta for these two. Look, that worked out.
Yeah.
I mean, Pivetta is developing into at least a top 15 pitcher in the National League, regardless. And Brandon Workman had the biggest loser face. He blew a game down in Miami, turned right to the camera, and I'll never forget it. It looked like he was going to cry, just straight up pouting. The 2020 Phillies bullpen was the single worst experience of my life. It made 60 games feel like the most painful 162 game season of my entire freaking life. It was awful by all the metrics. The worst bullpen in the history of baseball, and those two were brought in to save it, and they were horrible.
I love that one of them was liking tweets that insulted you.
Yeah.
You really got in his head.
Oh, dude. So we've had some run-ins with relievers. Neshek liked the photo of Joe Giglio in a clown mask.
I remember that.
And he also got into it with Macnow. Macnow and Neshek had a famous back and forth.
Yes, I remember that.
Before Macnow's other famous back and forth with Darius Slay, which is an all-timer. Cole Irvin's girlfriend told me to play in traffic. So
there you go.
We had some good runs here with some of the pitchers that weren't good during the heyday. Number 9 is Jason Babin.
Yeah.
I mean, Jason Babin.
One of the worst.
Produced, but was largely hated.
Well, and he ripped. I'll never forget the day that he ripped the fans in that horrible season toward the end of the season, and Rob Ellis just obliterating him after it happened. Because I think I
heard that open a couple of years ago.
Because I think he was on 6 to 10 at that point. Because I was
Ellis
on
in the
after
evenings.
him. Yeah, I was on after. That was a fun night to do radio, by the way, because you could just obliterate these guys.
There's nothing better.
Yeah, I learned that. I was like, oh man, there's some juice tonight. But I'll never forget Rob eviscerating Babin.
Well, there's nothing better than when everyone just agrees that this guy sucks.
Yes.
And we can find, because I think current Philadelphia sports fans, I think we protect more than we tear down.
Yeah.
When we are all sink our teeth into it, it's a unifying moment. Everyone hates WIP until there's a negative thing to happen and they want to complain too.
Yes.
Number 8 is Ryan Sandberg. Now,
oh my God, worst manager in the history of baseball.
There's someone higher who I think was worse. We'll get to him.
Well, but at least okay.
I know. But Sandberg was viewed as the Messiah. He was up at Lehigh Valley, and they fired Charlie Manuel for him, and he didn't say anything, was almost showed no emotion.
Well, when he would call Angelo, it was the worst calls in history. He called Angelo every week. It was horrible.
Yeah. Quit midseason.
I was on the air with Josh when that happened. They were doing that wedding thing.
Oh, yeah?
Where we married somebody or whatever, and Tony Bruno had left, and Ryan Sandberg was quitting, and Josh was like, can you just come on with me?
Nice.
But quitting mid-season?
Yeah.
Who quits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Doug Collins silently quit, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Around Christmas time, he said.
No,
Ryan Sandberg was terrible.
Yeah, Ryan Sandberg was a tough one. Number 7 is Jake Arrieta.
Oh, the worst.
Couldn't stand Jake Arrieta.
The worst.
$75 million. It was horrible. I didn't want him. Like I know that there was the excitement of the possibility adding of Jake Arrieta, and I do think they had to do it because they had to get a relationship with Boris.
Yeah.
Because they had no relationship since JD Drew. So they had to get back in the good graces of Scott Boras right before the Harper free agency. But still, $75 million just flushed down the drain. Rip Scott Kingery when he was a rookie for making an error late in the game. Never took personal responsibility. He was awful.
He had some Papelbon vibes.
Except without the results.
Yeah, personality-wise, he had Papelbon vibes. Arrieta, and you could see it. The worst is when you can see a baseball player doesn't have it anymore, and he stunk.
He stunk, and he still thought he was great.
Yes.
And he still walked around like he's bleeped and stink. And he was playing video games and being a leader in the clubhouse when Carlos Santana came in and bashed the entire the TV operation.
How would Walker say that phrase? He walked around like his duty didn't stink? Is that what he would say?
He hasn't gotten the duty yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Number 6 is DeMarco Murray. DeMarco Murray, when he slid inbounds he stayed inbounds rather than running through a guy.
Yeah.
I was out. It was early on. You could tell it wasn't going to work out. A grade A loser.
He did get Chip fired.
Sure.
Right? It was his conversation with Jeffrey Lurie on the plane heading back, right? Isn't that what got Chip Kelly fired?
We'll get to Chip in a little bit.
Okay.
But it was also the Christmas party.
Oh, yeah, right.
But DeMarco.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, do you remember when Malcolm Jenkins brought the chair out to training camp for DeMarco Murray to sit on?
Yes. And he was the first guy that I ever heard about being the year after the 400 touches year.
Uh-huh.
Because he had a great year the year before, but he carried the ball a lot. But yeah, he was terrible.
And then he led the league in rushing the season he left. The worst.
Yep.
Number 5 is a guy who was so disliked that even when the team won a championship, he still got booed the next opening day.
Oh, shoot. Who was it?
Adam Eaton.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And I tell you what, to this day, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. I was there. The most proud boo of my life. I was so proud of myself and all of us for booing Adam Eaton. He came out, he waved sarcastically.
Yeah, I was going to say, he knew what was going on. Yeah.
He did. But Adam Eaton comes in at number 5. Number 4, we talked about another Phillies manager, but number 4 is someone who is worse because the team was supposed to be better. At least Sandberg walked into a team that wasn't ready to win.
Yeah.
Joe Girardi was
just collecting a check.
It was weekend at Girardi's.
Yeah.
I mean, he would just sit there when Kyle Schwarber's going nuclear on Angel Hernandez, just sits there, lets it happen.
He's just collecting a check.
He was strictly here to collect the check.
Yep.
He never got thrown out of games. The Girardi I saw in New York, fired up, mad, yelling all the time, thought he was going to be a hold guy's accountable guy. None of that here.
He was terrible.
He was... For as much, it's similar to number 3, which is Doc Rivers, but Doc was just
but Doc's like condescension was
he made people hate the Sixers.
Yes, he like even people who thought he was a good coach when he was here, he turned them. And I'll never forget. I warned Angelo. I warned Billy King. Because I wasn't on the air at that time, but I remember arguing with them about it. And I was like, this guy cancels practice so he can go golfing. He cancels practice so he can go golfing. But he was such a jerk.
Oh, my gosh. And just the smugness of talking about Philadelphia and making us sound like idiots for questioning number 2 on the list, Ben Simmons.
Oh, is that who's number 2?
I think Ben Simmons, is it correct in your assessment? The highest of the sports figures, the worst sports figures of the last 25 years?
For me, there's nobody ever higher. But he was... I'm not saying he's Jalen. What I am saying is that the fights I would have with Sixers people at the time were similar. In that, but Ben ended up being Like, I ended up being right about Ben Simmons, wrong about Jalen. But
For now.
But the reason I couldn't stand, first of all, I couldn't stand watching him. I could never stand him from the beginning. I used to have to lie when he did something good, because lie that I was excited because I couldn't stand him so much. But he had the same attitude as Doc.
Mm-hmm.
He would just
Doc let it happen. I mean, Doc emphasized it.
Right. I cannot stand Ben Simmons.
Showing up to the Wells Fargo Center for a preseason game and being locked out so he didn't get fined for the money.
Yes.
And then went to the practice with the phone in the pocket.
Yeah, which he said wasn't a phone, but it was a phone. I saw the pictures. It was definitely a phone. Sent home. Oh, my God.
It was, and eventually everyone turned.
Yes.
Everyone turned on Ben, and we got there. But number one, and it's going to take a while, I think, for this guy to get topped as the singular worst Philly sports figure of the last 25 years, and that is Chip Kelly.
And I think he ended up being number one because of how great it was when it started.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was, nobody will forget that game against Washington.
No.
It was, I was like, oh my God.
They revolutionized football.
They're changing football. Like, and he just ended up being such a jerk.
Yeah. Yep. And what made it so special for him to be number one on this is in Philadelphia, he made people hate the Eagles.
Yes.
Which is hard to do.
Yeah.
People love the Eagles.
Yep.
He turned everyone off from being an Eagles fan for that. For really, it was 15, and that summed everything up.
Yeah.
But he started in 14. I'll never forget. I was in my sophomore year college apartment when the reports came out of the Seahawks locker room, and they said we knew everything he was doing. We knew every single play, and he never recovered. He never recovered. The next year was a disaster. All came crumbling down thanks to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, Chip Kelly, man. And I remember the first guy I ever heard say that the Eagles should hire Chip Kelly was Al Morganti.
Mm-hmm.
And
Al's always like a
future guy.
He's like a tech bro.
Yeah. And
you think he has Bitcoin?
Yes, he owns Bitcoin. Yes. Are you kidding me? He definitely does. I remember being on the air when they hired Chip late at night and being so excited, like explaining what the offense was, why it works, and how it's like actually very simple. As it turns out, the simple thing, maybe not that great an idea. So,
yep.
And now he's back.
Turns out it tires out the defense.
Yeah. Turns out maybe you should make it a little more complicated. You know, maybe just having more plays than everybody else. Maybe that isn't going to work out. But he's an offensive coordinator again with the Raiders.
And he won a national championship last year with the Buckeyes.
Oh, was he a coach? Was he
the offensive coordinator. And I tweeted out, hey, maybe the Eagles should give this guy a look if Kellen Moore leaves.
How many people didn't get that you were joking?
A lot.
Yeah, there you go.
A lot.
This hour sponsored by Guida Door and Window. Get 40% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 18 months to pay it off interest-free. Call Guida Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Good list, Jack. I'm sure people will let us know who you may have forgotten about. 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, yo, Ike ain't here to save y'all today.
Oh, here we go. Is that what it is?
Hey, yeah, look, so first of all, let's get this out there. Me and my brother almost got into a fist fight on Thanksgiving after that Lions game. Because my brother kept trying to, he believed in Chip Kelly. He was like, it's the players. I'm like, he picked the damn players. I'm not gonna lie to you. My mom was like, you guys need to calm down. Like, I almost got into a fist fight. And then this dude had the nerve to tell me this year, you know, when the Buckeyes win, like, I told you it was the player, like, so, you know, I almost.
That's pretty bad. That Lions game was there's been very few low points over the last couple of years of Eagles football. I mean, the Carson game against Dallas where he did the ridiculous play.
Right.
But that Lions game where what was the final score? Like 40-6, it felt
50.
like?
It was like 50.
Oh, man. Like Calvin, I remember
Calvin
Kendricks.
Calvin Johnson, like, literally made, because I think we still had Bradley Fletcher at that time, and that was when.
Well, and what was that little running back they had? Was it Theo Riddick went off against them?
5 touchdowns.
Oh my gosh, what a time! What a time!
All right, but let's get on the topic.
Yeah, let's get down to it. Let's get down to it.
Oh yeah.
First of all, hey, y'all gonna stop with this. Both of you two, y'all need to put a shirt on that says if. I don't know nothing about no if. Jack is king if.
Mm-hmm.
If this, if that, if Jalen didn't win, I can't do nothing about no if. All I know is what happened.
Yeah,
right?
because that's what fits your narrative.
No, that's what happened.
No,
You think,
no. That's what fits your
I
narrative.
can't argue. Hey, tell me this. Everybody want to talk about a great season and want to talk about the Green Bay game. Tell me what Saquon's stats was in the Super Bowl. I'll wait.
Yeah, because there's the whole plan was to stop Saquon.
I need to know what his stats
He
was.
wasn't great in the Super Bowl. I pointed it out many times.
That's all I know. So tell me what his stats was versus the Browns, the lowly Browns.
They weren't great.
Okay, so listen.
So he stinks?
Everybody got low points in the season. So we don't knock him for that. And I don't got a problem with people ranking Jalen at 5, 6. It's the disrespect that you two bring.
I had him at 7.
I had him at 7 too.
That's cool. No, but what I'm saying is that's fine. You can rank him there. But it's always the commentary that come with it. Just say you got him at 7. I don't need the extra what if this happened. I can't do that.
Corey, here's
What
where
if A.J. Brown played 4 games? What would Jalen's stats look like?
Here's where I'm at now. And this happened much earlier in the show, so you probably didn't hear it.
I've been listening all day.
Yeah, no. It's cool. I have no need to convince you of what I believe on Jalen. I have no need. I am thrilled. I know you don't believe it. I am thrilled they won the Super Bowl. Very happy. He is clearly good enough. Clearly. There is a difference to where you think he is and where I think he is, which is fine.
That's
whatever.
fine.
But it seems like, at least my perception is, that the people that think where you think he is feel like a need to convince me that he is that. And I first of all, never going to convince me during the offseason.
Right.
I'm okay with where he is. I'd rather have a great team with a good quarterback and win the Super Bowl than a great quarterback with a fair team and not win the Super Bowl. 100%. But I don't think it means that because they won the Super Bowl that it makes him different than what I think he is. But that's where I am.
So this is my thing. See, me and Jack had this conversation. I don't care where you rank him. You don't got to say that he top 5. I don't care about that. That's not what I care about. What I care about is when we discredit what he does. We act like, oh, this don't matter, that don't matter. We sit up here what if Jalen Carter didn't get the sack?
Well, we never bring that
up.
up.
The sack. I don't care about the what if. We can only talk about what
But
happened.
hold on, Corey. Just answer the question honestly. If Jalen didn't win the Super Bowl, where would he be ranked on your list?
If Jalen, I had him at 2 on my list.
Okay.
I had Saquon at 1, but if he didn't win the Super Bowl, I'd probably have him at 4 or 5.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I was asking.
But you know what I'm saying? We and Zach Wheeler is great, best pitcher in the National League, but he don't got no Cy Young.
Yeah, but he's on there because you can see how great he is.
Right, but with y'all, y'all will put an argument out there and be like, oh, Embiid won an MVP, not know what if. Y'all don't say that about Zach Wheeler.
Well, he's about to finish. He's about to finish second in Cy Young voting for the 3rd time as a Philly in 5 years.
I don't care. Jalen Hurts finished second MVP, and that don't matter.
1 time.
Right? Jalen Hurts was an All-Pro, right? A second-team All-Pro, right?
What about last
matter.
year? What about last year?
Okay, last year he wasn't. Okay,
Didn't
he had an off
even
year.
make the Pro Bowl.
Everybody got off year. And let me tell you about this passing offense, right?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, when it comes to attempts, he only had 20 fewer attempts than Lamar Jackson, and I think 27 fewer attempts than Josh Allen. But his yards per pass was way higher than all of them. So I don't know where these rankings come from, how they come up with it. I don't know. Maybe I'll be smart enough to do that. All I know is this dude won a Super Bowl MVP, and wherever you rank him, you rank him. But just don't discredit him. If you don't think he's top 2, that's fine. That's fine. But don't act like he just is garbage. Like anybody could do it. Because anybody couldn't do it. Because if anybody could do it, they would. But they don't. Lamar Jackson had the greatest help out that ranking. Lamar Jackson had the most help in the league. Now they add Jair. I guarantee you they're going to go home in the same round. I'll put money that they're going to be home same round, division or title game.
You know who wasn't on that list was Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's cool. And
Okay.
Josh Allen won MVP. But guess what? When Josh Allen had help, went home in the same round. When he had Diggs, when he had Dawson Knox, when he had all these guys, same round.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we all win.
That's right. We all on the same team.
All right. We are.
I holla at y'all.
All right, Corey.
All right.
There he is. Corey in Columbus. We love Corey.
Love.
Yes.
I do, again,
He called when Ike wasn't here.
Yeah, we've been monitoring.
Yeah.
We've been monitoring. But again, everyone would have, seems like, even the biggest Jalen people, now OG Wade would have number one.
Yes.
No matter what.
And he believes it at least. Everybody else around 4 or 5.
Which is good.
Seems like.
I'm just glad we're having an open and honest conversation. It's all I always ask for.
All right. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, a completely self-serving, ridiculous LeBron quote. We'll get you ready for the Phillies game. Also, clean up whatever we've got left on this Castellanos and top 11 thing.
Text line with Jolly.
Oh, text line with Jolly. That's big.
Fran, is it good?
Text line?
I think so.
All right.
All right.
Well, what does that mean?
And way to just answer the question.
Yeah.
I like that. No.
Well, you guys pointed it out. Now I'm conscious of it, so I can't do it.
Hey, you're welcome.
Sure.
This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know what?
Yep.
You're going to be able to say you're welcome when it counts.
Yeah, well, she's also going to say...
No, she's going to say
she's
thank
not.
you.
She's going to say thank you.
She's going to say thank you. You're going to say you're welcome.
I forgot how anatomy works.
Yep.
My bad.
She's going to thank you for getting Blue Chew.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because it happens. You get older. Jack will realize once he gets older. It's like you're just not who you used to be in all aspects. Maybe you're a little smarter. Maybe you're a little more reasonable than you used to be.
But you can't get it up. Like you used to be able to get it, to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to be that specific about it. There's too much mic time over to you when Ike's not here. Go to BlueChew.com. I can't believe you, man.
Well, it's helping them out.
Yes. You go to BlueChew.com, use code 94. Your first month with Blue Chew is going to be free.
Yep. FREE.
You just pay for the shipping. It's like $5. You've been thinking about it and wondering, should I try? Here's the thing.
You have to.
And here's the thing. If you want it to be discreet, they're discreet about it.
Yep.
So discreet that when it arrives in your mailbox, it's going to be in a discreet.
An hard package.
There it is. Discreet. You're not going to have to go to a doctor's office. You're not going to have to make a doctor's appointment.
Nope.
They do all that at BlueChew.com. You're not going to have to wait in line in the pharmacy. No. They send it to you. And once you get past the free thing, it's made and shipped here in the US of A.
Yep, so no tariffs.
It's cheaper. Look, Blue Chew is everything you want. The same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staction. Everything that you don't want is gone. It's a chewable. You do it all. Well,
Yeah,
at BlueChew.com.
Yep.
Again, that's BlueChew.com, code 94 for your first month free, and then you can...
Chew it and do it.
Chew it. Do it. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese, to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column with saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Pause. Rewind. Or go to any part of your favorite WIP show with Odyssey Rewind. Wow.
basically talking. I mean, most people can't.
At least fade the music out. So.
Yeah.
That's where it ended.
Most people can't hit the note, but like it sounds like you don't even have like musicality in your brain or whatever.
I mean, it's not good.
It's a little better than Buzz, but
yes. Well, Buzz
just
crazy.
drones.
Hold me now.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I'm bad at karaoke, because I can't hit those notes.
Is that why it is? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I think so.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who's worse, Fritz or Spike? Spike wins the vote with 2,227 votes at 76.5.
That's a lot of votes.
That is a lot of votes. 215-592-9494. Yoshi in Brewery Town. You're on WIP. What's up,
My
Yoshi?
man, Spike, Jackie, baby. What's up, friend? What's poppin', fellas? How
What's
y'all
up,
doing
dude?
today?
What's up, dude?
Hey, man. Hey. I'm glad Corey called, so I wasn't the only one.
I know.
What does that mean?
It was a little light today.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that? I remember the other day y'all was talking about how the delegation and everything don't show up. Well, I was like, you know what? I got to call. I called because I wanted to talk to Fran. I must admit that. Fran, my guy. Y'all
Nice.
pick on him. Leave my guy alone. I
Yep.
like Fran. Yep.
Well, so do we.
And at the same time, I said, you know what? I got to call because my guys, I got to let them know I support y'all.
Oh, I
support y'all.
appreciate that,
You know
buddy.
what I mean? And Spike, Twitter people don't like you. Regular people don't like you. Corey got you at number 8. That's kind of suspect. Maybe he don't like you. I do like you. I had you at number 3.
Oh, I appreciate
Well, who'd you have
it.
at 1 and 2?
Well, I'm gonna break it down like this. Ike number 1, because when we meet up and we see each other, Ike make me feel like he my homie from back in the day, the way we talk and everything. Jack, you're number 2, because me and you got a big brother, little brother relationship. We text, we laugh, we pick, and all that good stuff. We got our own little secret conversations and stuff, you know what I'm saying? And then Spike, you're at number 3, because what's that? I genuinely love you.
I love you too, Yoshi.
Yeah, but still number 3.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'll take it. I just got here.
Hey, top 3.
Yeah.
Top 3.
Top 3, I'll take it.
Don't worry about it. Corey got you at number 8. Remember that. I got you in my top.
That is
5.
questionable.
The Corey thing actually bothers me. 8.
I really do. I felt so bad when I heard it yesterday. I was like, Corey did that. He did that to. That was a malicious attack.
It was
on you.
Well, I mean, there's only like 11 of us. I mean, they're like total. He was like, well, everybody's in the top 11. Everybody's on your list. Like the whole staff is on your list. Of course, I'm in the top 11. How am I only 8?
As soon as he said everybody from my show is in my top 11, I was like, Spike down there somewhere.
Yep. Well, and I'll tell you, we're supposed to go to this Phillies game in August or whatever. The entire time,
Could be a good moment for you two.
he better be apologizing. Is all I'm saying.
Oh man, y'all get it together. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Spike, the main reason people go hard in on you is I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna get up here and I'm gonna say what I got to say about Jalen, no matter what. What's saying it don't bother me. It's just the way you react when they say something. I know they pluck that nerve. As soon as they pluck that nerve, you was like, oh, I got something better than what you just said. Just like today. That rant when you went in on that young man, I was like, look, gracious of Scott. I ain't heard you rant like that in forever. I don't care. Okay. All right. I said, man, my boy about to have a nervous breakdown. He in there bopping his lip. Get the straight jacket for him. I'm so sorry for you. Stop letting them boys make you go on that rant like that.
Well, he said he was calling about the Phillies. It wasn't even like, I look on the board, I feel like we're going to talk about Castellanos. Yeah.
It was a Trojan horse.
He's
brother.
a liar.
It was a Trojan horse.
He's a liar.
And I wanted to correct you on something. You said yesterday the Lakers, Bus bought the Lakers at 200 and something million.
I didn't say that. No, I said the Sixers. I said Josh Harris bought the Sixers at 241.
The Lakers were bought for $67 million or something.
Yeah.
It was 64. It was 64.
All right.
I was like, I can't believe Spike messed that up.
No.
On a little too late.
No.
All right. Well, I just wanted to show up to let y'all know that I love y'all, and I can't gotta be there for some of us to be present.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
you are.
Thank you.
Y'all ain't got no color on the show today, so I decided to jump in.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, I have been taking walks out in the sun, so I am at least a shade or two darker than I was.
And your arms are colorful.
My arms are colorful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing colorful on Jack but his neck because he refused to wear short sleeves or anything like that.
Listen, I'm a very white guy.
You are. Yeah, in every way.
Yeah.
In
Now,
every
I
way.
do have pretty tan forearms, I'll say that.
Right,
They're always like this, though. Like, they don't change because I was golfing as a kid, baseball as a kid, so they always stay right around
Yeah,
here.
but you can see right over the shirt.
Oh, gross.
Wow. Yeah.
Disgusting.
That is right.
Eczema arms.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right,
man, I
Yosh.
love y'all cats, man. I probably call y'all tomorrow, too.
All right.
All right.
See you, Yosh. Text line brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at benardjewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
I talked back to Spike in a meeting once, and he not only forced me to retire, but he made me wait to announce it until Rod came on board. But sure, he's just like Rob Thompson. Angelo and Sea Isle.
Oh,
that's true.
It's not true.
That's how it happened.
It's not true. He retired because I wasn't here anymore.
Yep.
He will work 25 more years if I was here.
Yep.
What's next?
So I've been in the studio all week, but Jack waited until Juneteenth to criticize Kuba DeJean on my top 11. Interesting. Ike, listening at home.
That could have been a real text. Could have been a real text.
Wow.
On this day?
Wow. I don't even know how to react to that. Okay, next.
Throw away all the aces in your card decks. Stop going to Ace Hardware Store. Stop rooting for the Las Vegas Aces. Spike, during the break, still inexplicably hating Ace Bailey.
I don't hate him.
Would have been a good addition to that text. Don't even call Zach Wheeler an ace.
Yes, would have been good.
Yep. Come on, Texter.
I don't hate Ace Bailey. I hate the argument, and I know we don't really talk about it on the air very much anymore. In Sixers world, is like in Rights to Ricky world, like the comments and you just hate on Ace Bailey and blah blah.
Well,
blah.
why is everything with sports now that you hate someone?
If you don't think he's good, you hate him.
Awful.
I don't hate him. I don't even know him. What's next?
I do not knock on doors pestering people to hate on Jalen. I find them on the internet. They're usually former backup quarterbacks with podcasts. Spike.
You do find every backup quarterback. And
you
what they
putting
say.
that on me is the thing of all the lies you tell about me, that is the one I'm most pissed off about because you are the one. Now, do I get excited when you show it to me?
Yeah.
I might, but I don't find it.
I don't like the dumping on the backup quarterback by the pro Jalen people. Like, Dan Orlovsky played in the NFL for 12 years. Chase Daniel was brought in to run every single system as a guy that can just know how. Just because they weren't good at football, like they weren't great NFL players.
Yeah, they were still one of the best in football in the history of the world.
They had to stick around in the league for a long time because of what they know about playing the quarterback position.
They know more than we do. What's
Right.
next?
And like hold on.
Yeah.
And they when they bring up, Peyton Manning was fawning over Tom Brady fawning over
They fawn over
What do
everybody.
you want them to do?
They fawn over everyone. Gosh. By the way, who did Seltzer bring up today that said that?
Oh, there's some guy that wrote some SI article 3 years ago.
Like
Greg Bishop or something
Greg
like that?
Bishop, yeah. More
Get it outta
propaganda.
here. Who cares?
Idiot.
Why don't you guys talk on the show? What's next?
You're both equally pains in the ass. Josh and Swedesboro.
Who was it from?
Josh and Swedesboro.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I hit it a little early.
Well, that didn't matter.
Who is that? What's
Josh
the
and
joke?
Swedesboro.
That we
He said you're
that we both saw
equally.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
I thought it was fine.
It was fine. There's no creative. Whatever.
Oh wow.
Nah, it's just like,
I thought it was good.
The
It's got
text
to be
line,
Jack standards.
text line is a high standard.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was good. I thought it was
No,
good. man.
everything else is fine with the text line. That's the one that
I like that
had my
one.
problems with.
I like that one. I did. I thought it was funny. Let's get the leading off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It is leading off on 94 WIP, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. I'm sorry I'm a bit fixated on the storm outside because even though my basement is fine now, every time I see a storm,
It looks like it's really raining out there.
yeah, I get terrified.
Guess I'm driving into this into ladder 15.
What? Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about walking.
No.
I guess I should have known
with how humid it was today, that a rainstorm
we were going to get a storm.
Probably going to be next.
So Phils have won 2 out of 3 against the Marlins. They go for their 4th and final game before the big series starts tomorrow against the Mets. It is Christopher Sanchez against Edward Cabrera. The Phils are a -150 favorite, and the over-under is, I heard you saying bet the under. The over-under tonight is 7.5, which is as low as a baseball over-under as I've seen.
Yeah, like Eddie Cabrera, so he's a conundrum. Last couple of years, you keep waiting for it to all come together for him because the stuff is tantalizing. He's up to 98. He throws a 95-mile-an-hour changeup. I know.
Does it move?
It moves a little bit like Devin Williams.
Okay.
Not as sick as Devin Williams, but it's he throws it so hard. It's almost pointless. Like he should probably throw it softer so there's more of a difference between a fastball and a changeup.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So again, pretty dumb. But regardless, on Pitching Ninja, it's sick when he overlays it. So, he's kind of slowly figuring it out. So he's got a 2.38 ERA in his last 7 starts. Traditionally, I think that he's done pretty well against the Phillies, but he's not going deep into a ball game. Like, if you're heading into this game tonight, if you're the Phillies, you got to make him work and get him out of there as fast as possible because he'll walk you. So I think...
Well, they've done a good job, by the way, of getting starters to throw a lot of pitches.
They crushed Alcantara the other night with it and got him out of there,
He
which
threw
is
100
great.
pitches by the 5th inning or
I
something.
know.
Yeah.
I know. So, and then Chris Sanchez, we mentioned, like, he's just been on such a roll recently that I would feel pretty good about the under if I was gambling.
Yeah, it feels like Phils are in this mode now where they got to be able to win these, 4-1 games or whatever. You know what I mean? Like if they're going to put 4 on the board,
you got to win.
That's got to hold up.
Yeah, they're not putting up 7-8. They're not. If that happens, great. But you got to buckle up for the next little period here for some tight 3-2 wins because the offense just is not like a juggernaut.
No, but they're winning games without Harper, which is what we wanted them to do. My goal was, and you said earlier on the show you thought he'd be back sooner rather than later, perhaps this weekend. The goal was, if he was out until the All-Star break, which I thought was possible, to hover around 500 without him, not their overall record, but their record without him being 500, and they are doing that, which is good. The player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Feels like it's a trade day tonight. Now, that's sort of cheating because every game feels like a trade game at this point. Last night was not.
No.
But I'm going to go Trey.
Yeah, and again, what's been nice about the Trey run is that even his 0-for-4s don't feel dreadful. I think you used to feel his 0-for-4s because it was a lot of chase, a lot of swing and miss, and just feeling hopeless when he was at the plate. Been a lot less of that.
I was actually thinking about next spring training because we talked to Trey last spring training when I wasted the interview all on candy questions. But I was starting to think about next spring training. I would love to talk to him about the adjustments that he made and what he found successful and how he was able to stay in this pocket of productivity with a different approach than we've seen, I think.
Well, and the fact that Thompson asked him to hit or to have an on-base percentage of 380, I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, he's 365.
Yep.
Just like he decided to do that.
Yep.
That feels. I mean, it feels hard for baseball players to be able to do that. I'm gonna go back to the Kepler well. He almost smoked one last night.
Yeah.
Like adjustment foul.
Oh, the home run to right.
Yeah. He's starting to look more and more like the guy that we saw in spring training. Where, listen, he's never going to be a high average guy, but if he can at least walk and hit an occasional home run, you take that. So I think he's worked better at bats recently, and I don't know, maybe tonight he takes Eddie Cabrera deep.
Well, and I know I've said this too much, but a steady defensive presence in the outfield too.
Except the day that you said it, and then he lost the ball on the lights, which everyone reminded me, Castellanos would have made that play.
Yeah,
maybe, but I don't think so.
Well, Castellanos. That's a play Castellanos can make.
He can make it.
Yeah.
But he also cost Luzardo in the Brewers start without being able to make that play.
That's a very good point. We will get you the starting lineups, talk about any injuries, the weather report, even though it's a dome, all coming up.
What about the weather report here?
It's like, look, all I'm thinking about is
you're not even looking at me anymore. You're just looking out the window. It's unbelievable.
You have your basement flood once, and then that's all you think about.
You're just like Elliot.
Yes, I am. We'll get to all of that next on Leading Off on 94 WIP.
Listen, I've been a loyal customer of the Scott Auto Group for years. My first car came from the Scott Auto Group, and my current car. I love my Scott family. You need to check out the brand new Scott Kia location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fred sent you.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with a little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco brewed from fine wine and good spirits. Mix with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars to thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Chris Sanchez versus Edward Cabrera. First pitch 6:40 tonight. 4th of 4 for the Phillies against the Marlins. What to watch for? Brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. What to watch for me, Jack, tonight?
Yep.
Still Casty. I still got my eye on Casty. I'm hoping. He hit the ball hard a couple times last night. I'm hoping we see maybe an on-fire Casty streak here after the Thompson thing. What a great story that would be.
It was so funny, man. Four pitches, 4 swings, 4 balls in play. It was so Castellanos. So, and I'm curious, late in the game, if they have a 2-run lead in the 9th.
If he does it tonight.
It's now on everyone's radar. He didn't do it yesterday. What do you do tonight?
I don't think he will.
I don't think he will.
I think he's going to lay off it for a while now. I think now The Mets series would be an interesting stress test of